again, Hussein, and welcome to the second part of my React.Js monster class. So in the previous course, we covered the fundamental of React.Js, React with TypeScript, React basic hooks, React popular component libraries like Daisy UI, Redux UI, Shadson UI. We also explored the React hook forms and also the advanced hooks. And finally, we discussed all of the latest feature which React 19 offers. Now the question is, what in the world are we going to be covering in this second part? So in this second part, I'm going to be teaching you every single thing that I know about the framer motion and also animation in general. So I'm going to be teaching you like which kind of animations are best and which ones are the worst and so on and so forth. And we are going to be covering them while building 10 amazing projects and countless exercises. And once we are totally done with the framer motion, then we are going to be jumping into something called Zustand, a lightweight state management library which will help you a lot. We're not going to be just covering the theory of the Zustand, we're going to be also building 10 amazing projects and also performing a lot of exercises. And finally, we're going to be wrapping up this course by using the Redux Toolkit and also the RTK query. And trust me, you're going to learn a lot more stuff. Before we dive into the content of this course, I want to answer a few questions. So if you're interested in that, feel free to stick around. But if you are not, you can definitely go ahead and go to the course right away. But first, let's talk about the sponsor of this video. As a developer, you probably face the frustration of building complex dashboards, tons of code, endless hour, and headaches just to visualize your data. What if I told you there is a way to save all the time and efforts with just a few clicks? That's exactly what a Tractorscope does. Tractorscope is the ultimate solution for rapid dashboard and embedded analytics development. With Tractorscope, you can seamlessly connect to your existing data source and build stunning visualization with minimal coding efforts. Say goodbye to those complex setups and say hello to the faster insights. So how does it work? Firstly, you will need to register yourself. Secondly, you will need to create your dashboard. Once you created your dashboard, then you will need to connect to your database. And don't worry, it's super simple and easy to connect to your database. All you need is to provide the name of your DB, what type of database you want to connect to, database host, port, name, username, and finally save there. Once you connect it to your dashboard and database, now you can add charts, text, images, and design. I'll choose charts for now. Here you just have to provide your query to visualize your data. And for visualization, you can choose different charts like line chart, pie chart, tables, and so much more. And not only that, you can change the chart style as well. You can change the bar type, layout, axes, and much more. If you are wondering whether a Tractorscope will be a good fit for you, you can start totally for free by just registering yourself. No credit card required. Use the product, and then if you like Tractorscope, you can go to the pricing section and choose your plan. Okay, so let's talk about the first question. Will I get a job after completing this entire React.Js series? And I'm not just talking about this video or a previous one, I'm talking about the entire series. So the answer is simple, yes and no. I know it sounds a bit weird, like yes and no, which kind of answer is there? While completing this entire series, it will give you a lot of confidence, skills, and knowledge to land your first job. But this is not my promise. Like, I cannot promise you like this course will give you a job, but I can definitely give you a guarantee about that. I can totally give you a guarantee that this course will give you a job, but I cannot make a promise about that. Which also leads us to the next question. How can I even get a job? And the answer for this question is super amazing, and trust me, you're gonna love this one. And the answer is, you have to be unique. I want you to keep that in your mind. I want to say that 2 times because I want to stick that into your mind. You have to be unique, and you have to be unique. If you build something unique which value other people's, they will hire you. Because I've seen like, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 people who did that same thing, and I swear they weren't even qualified enough. So they just built something amazing and totally unique. If you want me to show you a few people's, I can definitely show you there. So you can definitely go ahead and check out my Instagram stories, and I will definitely show those people to you. They are not even qualified enough, and they just built something unique, so they got hired. God damn it. And here a lot of people are asking me, Hussein, how can I even get a job? Well, stop asking ChatGPT or other AI bots to give you idea for your project. You have to build something by yourself, which has to be unique, which also have to offer some value to other people. And trust me, I can totally promise you that they will hire you. Let's talk about the third question. Isn't this just a tutorial, hell? Yeah, I've seen a lot of popular YouTubers made the same videos like stop watching videos and stop paying for online courses and do this and do that by yourself and stop listening to other people's. And yeah, I've seen a lot of crap like this. But I have to ask you a question. If you don't watch any tutorials, if you don't watch any videos, how in the world you're going to be even learning that specific topic? Let me just give you a challenge. A few days ago, 10stack Tanner Lindsay, I can't even pronounce that guy name, but he dropped a new framework called 10stack, and I'm not talking about the 10stack query or a 10stack router. I'm talking about the 10stack itself. So I want you to go ahead and just learn that. Code is totally complicated, and if you try to learn that, you're gonna have to watch the entire documentation, and also you're gonna have to go ahead and go through a lot of code bases to even learn that framework. And what if I make a complete course about that and give you all of my experience and save you a lot of time? I spent 10 years in this industry, and by the way, I love 10stack query. I love Tanner Lindsay. I can't even pronounce his name, but yeah, I love him. I also love Tyler McGinnis. So yeah, no hate about them, but I'm just saying, go ahead and learn that framework by yourself if you can, because nobody made any tutorial about that. So I'm going to be making a complete course about that. Don't worry about that framework, which will be dropping very soon. What I was trying to say is that you have to go through this tutorial hell. Then there would be a point that you don't have to watch any tutorials and you would be able to build anything by yourself. Like imagine for a second, when you are first learning about the HTML and CSS, you had to watch a lot of tutorials. Now if I ask you to watch the HTML and CSS tutorials, you won't even watch them, because I know your experience. You are now experienced developer who is watching this video, so you don't even have to watch the HTML and CSS tutorials. You can do every single thing by yourself. So first you have to go through the tutorial hell, and then you don't have to watch them. Let's talk about the next question. Will there be more parts of this course? Yes, there will be, because we have to cover the 10stack query, 10stack router, 10stack framework itself, React design patterns, React design system, React testing, and also Next.js 15. So yeah, there will be a few parts. Now let's talk about not the most important one, but why do I laugh so much in my videos? I know some people don't like my laughter, but to be honest, I love it and I love to laugh. And you can't take this away from me, because this is my channel and I will do whatever the I like to do. Let's talk about the Framer Motion. So Framer Motion is a popular open source library for React.Js that allows developers to create animations and transitions easily. It provides a set of tools and APIs to animate component, enabling smooth and high performance animation with minimal effort. So that's just a basic definition of what a Framer Motion is. Now let's talk about what's the difference between Framer and Framer Motion. So a framer is a design tool that allows you to create a high fidelity prototypes and interactive design. On the other hand, a Framer Motion is a library specifically for React.Js that enable developer to create smooth animation and transitions. Now the big question is, why should I even care about learning Framer Motion? If I can do my transition and also animation in CSS, why should I even bother learning Framer Motion? And now let's talk about the CSS animation pros and also CSS animation cons. Then we're going to be also discussing the Framer Motion pros and also the Framer Motion cons. CSS is great for simple hover effects, transitions between states, or animation that doesn't require a complex logic. CSS animation are typically very performant and can leverage GPU acceleration. You also don't need to install some sort of a third-party library for that. You can totally go ahead and just write your code and it will work totally fine. So that's just the pros of what a CSS animations and transitions is. Now let's talk about the cons. They are more challenging to manage complex animation, such as coordinating multiple elements or responding to the user interaction beyond the simple events. Animating properties based on a component state can be also cumbersome in a CSS animation. So that's just the pros and cons of a CSS animation. And now let's talk about the pros and also the cons of a Framer Motion. So let's just start from the pros. So Framer Motion offers advanced capabilities like drag, gesture, and layout animation, which can be hard to achieve with a pure CSS. And also it allows us to integrate seamlessly with React component model, allowing for easy management of state-driven animation. It makes it easy to define and switch between different animation state. And now let's talk about the cons of the Framer Motion. So it might take some time to get familiar with the APIs and stuff. The learning curve can be a bit difficult sometimes, but not all the times. And you would also need to install a third-party package, which is called the Framer Motion package, which we're going to be seeing in a few seconds. So yeah, that's just the only cons about the Framer Motion. and welcome to the world of animation and framer motion. Let me show you the difference between framer and framer motion in action. So here you can see I am now inside the framer.com/motion right here, and it's going to bring us to the framer motion documentation, which is something that we want, and here we're going to be spending a lot of time. But now if I only remove this motion and if I hit enter right now, it's going to bring us to something called the framer. Okay, so here you can see you can learn more about that if you wanted to, which is basically a design tool, and you can do a prototyping and all of that kind of stuff, which is something which you are not going to be doing in this course. Okay, so yeah, this is a framer website, and now if you want to go into the framer motion documentation, you're going to have to specify the motion right here. And if you hit enter, so it's going to bring us to this framer motion documentation right here. Okay, so time to make a setup for our coding journey. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal right here, and then I'm going to make it a bit bigger so that you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. Now I'll use npm create with at latest, and here I'll give it the name of like framer motion demos or something like that. I'll choose React.Js and also TypeScript. Now I'll go into the framer motion, and now let's just install every single thing inside there. So I'll use like npm I to install all of the packages. Now that's done, I'm gonna also install the framer motion, so I'll just click on the getting started, and I'm going to copy this command from there. And now let me just place this command right here and hit enter, so it's going to install that. While it's doing that, I'm going to also go into the tailwindcss.com, click on the getting started. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be using Tailwind CSS or not, but yeah, I will still provide this. So I'll choose the wheat, and then I'm going to copy this command, and let's just place it right here. So it's going to install Tailwind CSS inside my project. So I'll also copy this command or this content from here, and I'm gonna hit enter, so it's gonna initialize my Tailwind CSS. Let's just open our VS Code right here, and this is how it looks like. So I'll just remove that. I'm gonna also remove the public folder. Let's just go into the src, remove the assets, the app.css, and also remove every single thing from the app. And I'm gonna be using my RAFC inside there, save my file. Let's go into this Tailwind config file, and I'm gonna replace it with this new content, and I'm gonna also copy these components from there. So let's just go into the index.css file and replace it right here. Okay, so finally I'm gonna have to run there, but I'm gonna copy this line of code and place there right here with this new one. So let's just save our file, and I'm gonna be using npm run dev, so it's gonna run there inside my server. So I'll use like localhost, and here you can see we are now getting what hello world, which is looking cool. But also I want to provide more styling to this, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to my index.css file and place it right here, save my file. Let's just go back, and here you can see we are now selecting every single thing, providing a padding of 0 and margin of 0. Box sizing will be set to border box. Then we are selecting the body, changing the background color, also changing the text color, and centering out every single thing. And then we have our box, and this box have the width of 300 and also the height of 300. And we have a border pixel or border radius of 100%, and we are also changing the background color of that. So this is how currently things looks like, and that was just a simple setup. Now let me show you the basics of animation. I'm not going to be writing a lot of code, and you can think about this as just like the hello world program in the framer motion. So I'm going to make things side by side like so. So I'll just remove that and also remove that one and make things side by side. Remove that, zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to import something from the framer motion, which is called the motion. From where? From the framer motion. So that's going to be the first thing. Next, we have to create some sort of a div, not this div, but we have to create them manually, and inside there we are going to be using something called the motion.div. I'm going to also close it. You can close your div like this, but I'm not going to close my div like so. Okay, so I'll just close it like a self-closing tag. I'm going to also provide the class name of box today, and remember this box is coming from this CSS. As you can see, if I go into this index.css, so here you can see we have this box, and we are now providing the styling today. Okay, so yeah, we can now totally see our circle, and now I'm going to use like animate prop, and here inside this animate prop, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide the x, and the x will be set to 20. Okay, so if I save that, or let me just change that to 100, and here you can see we're now animating this ball. So what is this motion which we are now importing from the framer motion? And what is this animate prop? So now let me just explain that in the diagrams. Let's talk about that motion thing which we just import from the framer motion. So motion is an object that provides a set of component and hooks for creating animation and transitions in React applications. So that's just a theory, but now let's just explore that a bit more. So when we use the motion dot element, and that element can be basically any HTML element. You can specify motion dot h1, h2, or ulli span, image, div, article, aside, section, or text area, inputs, or anything that you prefer. So you're going to be using that like this. First of all, you're going to be importing the motion, then you're going to be using motion dot, and then you're going to be using the element name. So basically we are indicating that we want to animate that specific HTML element. Framer motion then provides additional props and features to facilitate those animations, such as the initial prop, animate prop, and also the exit prop, allowing for more powerful and customizable animation. Okay, so we just mentioned these three things like animate and also the initial and also the exit prop. So I want to discuss that a bit more. Let's talk about the initial prop. So the initial prop is used to define the initial state of an animated component before it enters the DOM. It specifies how the element should appear when it first renders. So that was just the initial prop, and now let's talk about the main part, which is called the animate prop. So the animate prop is used to create an animation for the component. It lets you set the target value for the different CSS properties, making it easy to have smooth changes when the component state updates. That was the animate prop, and now let's talk about the final, not a final, but now let's talk about yet another most useful one, which is called the exit prop. So the exit prop is used to define the animation that occurs when the component is removed from the React tree. This is particularly useful for creating an animation when the elements are unmounted or removed from the DOM, enhancing the user experience by visually indicating that something has disappeared. And now we are going to be covering the first part of our animation, which is called the transformations. So transformation allow you to change the shape, size, and position of the element on the web page. I know that was a lot of theory, but now let's get into the code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's talk about the transformation. And I know there was a lot of theory, so now let's just implement all of that theory in action. So anytime you want to work with the framer motion, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. The first thing that you have to keep in mind is that you're going to have to import this motion object from the framer motion, and then you have to tell the framer motion that which element or which specific HTML element you want to animate. So this is how we are going to be telling our framer motion that we want to animate this specific div. Okay, so now framer motion will give us a superpower to animate that div. So the first superpower it will give us is the animate prop. So it's gonna take a CSS properties and which will allows us to animate our div. So I'll just use like translate property right here. So if I just use like translate, translate, and now if I hit enter, I can also use like translate on the x-axis and also on the y-axis like 200 pixel. And as soon as I save my file, here you can see it's gonna move my element. I can also write like translate on the x-axis. So if I save my file, it's gonna move my element on the x-axis. I can also push that on the y-axis. So here you can see it's gonna push that from top to bottom. So we are not gonna be writing our code like this, because in the framer motion there are a lot of shortcuts. Okay, so instead of using like translate on the x-axis and translate on the y-axis, we are allowed to do that if you want to do that, but we don't have to do that. Okay, so let's suppose if you want to use like the translate on the x-axis, we just have to write like x. So as soon as we write the x, then we can specify like how much we want to move our element. So I'll just write like not 200 but 100 pixel. And now if I save my file, so it's going to move that 100 right here. I can also change that to 200, and it's going to push that right here on the 200. We are also not limited to only writing a x. Instead of writing a translate on the y-axis, we can only use the y. Okay, so if I change that to like 100 and save my file, so it's going to push that down right here. I can also write like 200, and here you can see it's going to push that a bit more. And once again, we are not limited to just provide these properties. We can also use our own custom CSS, pixel, rems, percent, and all of that kind of good stuff. So I can use like 100 pixel, save my file, so it's going to push that right here. I can also use like 10 rems or something like that, save my file, so it's going to push it a bit more. And I can also use like, you know what, 80%. This is right, 80%. It's going to also work exactly the same. So that was it about the translate on the x-axis and translate on the y-axis. Now let's talk about the rotation. So to work with the rotation, first of all, we're going to have to go into the index.css file, and we have to comment this border radius right here from this box. So now if I save my file, and by the way, if you are wondering, here is the index.css file. Okay, so now we can totally rotate our element. So to rotate them, we have a few properties. Like the first property we have is a rotate on the x-axis. Then we have to specify the values in the degrees. So I can just write like 60 degree. Let me just write a 60 degree right here, save my file, and it's gonna rotate my element on the x-axis 60 degree. I can also change that to like 20 degree. It's gonna also rotate there as a 20 degree, and I can also change that to like 70 degree, and it will work exactly the same. We are not only limited to work with the x-axis, we can also use the y-axis, and I can just write like 60 degree, save my file, and it's gonna rotate my element on the y-axis 60 degree. I can also change that to 20, and this is how it will look like. In some situation, we would also want to use one value for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. So for that, we can use just a shorthand, which is called the rotate property. So I'll just use like 60 degrees, save my file. It's gonna flip it up. And also we can provide 20 degree, we can use any kind of value. So that was the rotation and also the transformation or a translate value. Let's talk about the scaling. So we can also scale our element. You know what, first of all, let me just show you something. Here you can see, if you go ahead and go to our index.css, now we are providing the width of 300 and also the height of 300 to our specific box, which means like we are now using the scale of 1. Okay, so if I just write like scale of 1, it will look exactly the same. But if I change that to 2, so which means like we are now duplicating or multiplying this value. Like here you can see this is a 300, it's going to make it as a 600 and also make the height as a 600. Okay, so in some situation we would want to increase the size of that. So for that we can just use like scale, then we can just specify 2, which means like we want this element to scale up twice. So now if I save my file and boom. Okay, so that was the scale property. We can also just change the one direction, like on the x-axis. If I save my file, so it's going to only change there on the x-axis. We can also change that on the y-axis, and this is how it will look like. And we can also provide like obviously 4 and 5 and stuff like that. Bang, this is looking huge. So that was it about for the x, y, rotate x, rotate y, rotate, scale x, scale y, and just a scale property. Let's talk about the final one, which is called the skew. So skew will allows us to tilt our element. Okay, so we can also skew there on the x-axis. Let me just write like skew on the x-axis of 20, and as soon as I do that and save my file, and here you can see it's gonna tilt my element as 20 degrees. We can also change the direction to the y-axis like so, save my file, and it's gonna tilt or skew there on the y-axis as 20. So I can also change that to like 40, and this is how it will look like. And we can also like obviously use the shorthand, which is called the skew, save my file, and this is how it will look like. We can also change the value of that to 20, and bang. Okay, so in this section we learned all of their properties. Let me just show you there. So we learn about the we learn about the animate, and we also learn about the motion dot and specific element, and we learn about, I know that you like transformation, but now I'm going to tell you about yet another property which will make you fall in love with itself. And that property is called the transitions. So let's talk about it. What are transitions and why you should even care about them? So transitions are the effect that control how the animation happens, and you can think about them as the rules of how the element moves or changes. So there are a few properties about the transitions, which is called the duration, easing, and the delay. So let's talk about the first one, which is called the duration. So duration simply means that how long the animation will take, and easing simply means the speed curve of the animation, like it will start from slow and it will go fast, or it will go fast and then it will stop slow, and something like that. Then we have a delay, and delay just simply means how long we have to wait before starting the animation. So yeah, that was just the basic theory about the transitions, and now let's just discuss that in action. So let's talk about the transitions in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to uncomment this line of code, and now we have to provide our initial state, and we just saw initial state in the diagrams, but this is the first time that we are using that. So basically this is going to be the initial state or the starting point of our animation. So we want our animation to start from 0, and then we want to animate that to the x-axis 100 pixels. So now if I save my file, here you can see our animation will start from 0, and then it will go to 100 pixel on the x-axis, so which is cool and everything. But now you want to control the behavior of this animation. So how are we going to be controlling there? So to control there, we have another prop which is called, you guessed it, transition. Okay, so I'll use the transitions right here, and inside this transition prop we can provide the delay, duration, and also the easing. So now in this case I'll just provide like the delay. All right, like delay like so, and delay will be set to maybe 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna save my file, and now let me just refresh there. So we have to wait 2 seconds, like 1 and 2, then it will start working. So you know what, let me just refresh there. 1, 2, bang. Okay, so this is the delay, like how long we have to wait before starting the animation. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this line of code. I'm going to comment this line out, and I can also set there to like 5 seconds or something like that. Now let me just refresh there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and bang. So now it will take like 5 seconds. So that was delay, but I'm going to also duplicate there and change there to something called the duration. And this is by far one of my favorite property, and we can provide a seconds to that, like how long our animation will take. So I'll just provide like 2 seconds. And now if I just refresh there, and bang, this is super smooth. You know, I'm gonna change that to 200, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see this is how it will look like. So now our animation will take 2 seconds to complete. I can also change that to like 5 seconds, and now let's just refresh there, and it will take 5 seconds to complete now. So this is also cool, but we can also change the behavior of there a bit more. Okay, so now let me just duplicate this line of code and comment that one out. So I can also provide the easing, and we have a lot of easing. So we have anticipate, back in and out, circle in and out, circle out, and ease in and out, and linear, and there are a lot of them. So I'm going to only choose this ease in and out. I'm going to save my file. Now let me just refresh there. So it's going to start slow, and then it will go a bit fast. Let me just refresh there once again. Okay, so it's going to start slow, then it will go a bit fast. I'm going to change that to like maybe 2 seconds so that you guys can see everything a bit better. And yep, we also have the ease. So if I change that to ease, so everything will go as a ease. So you know what, let me just change that to linear. Now if I save my file, and here you can see it will go linearly. So yeah, we have these few transition properties. So we have a delay, duration, and also the easing. Welcome to one of my favorite topic in this entire course, which is called the keyframes. So what are keyframes and why should you even care about that? So keyframes allow you to create more complex animation by specifying multiple points in animation sequence. Instead of just animating from one state to another, we can define several intermediate states, or you can also say frames, to control the animation more precisely. And I know that's a complex definition to say, but to put that in more simple terms, you can think about the keyframes is like splitting or dividing animation into multiple frames or multiple parts. So that's just as simple as that. So how the syntax will look like? This is how the syntax will look like. So first of all, we are going to be using the array, and inside this array we are going to be providing the starting point and then the ending point, and we can provide as many as we want. So that was just a theory about the keyframes. And now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so now let's just use the keyframes in action. So I'll use the animate prop once again, and inside this animate prop, we're going to be doing a lot of magic. So first of all, we want to scale up this ball. So I'll use like scale, and here, once again, anytime you want to use the keyframes, so the first thing that you have to do is that you have to write the array, and inside this array you have to specify the starting point and then the ending point. So I'll use like start from 1, like the scale of 1, then go to 2. Okay, so if I just write there and save my file, here you can see it's going to start from 1, then it's going to go to 2. And now I'm going to also provide the transition. So I'll write like transitions, and here for the transition I'm going to provide a duration of like maybe 5 seconds or something like that. Save my file, and now let me just refresh there. It's going to start very slow from the 1 scale, then it will go to 2 scale. And now let me just refresh there. Here you can see it's going to start from the 1 scale, and then it will go to 2 scale. Now I can also specify, and we can also tell it that we have to start from 2 and then we have to go to 3. Okay, and we can also provide more than that. So I'll just use like, then start from there 3, then start from the 4, then go to 3, and we can also go backward, then start from the 3, then go to 2, then start from the 2, then go to 1. Okay, so I know there was a lot of saying. So let's just save our file and refresh there. So it's going to start from 1, then it's going to go to 2, then it's going to go to 2 once again, then it will eventually go to 3 and 4, and then it will start from the 4, then it will go to 3, then it will go to 2, and finally it will reach to the 1, and this is how it looks like. So you know what, let me just play this animation once again. I'm gonna just refresh there. Bang, 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 bang. So that was it about for the scaling, but we are not only limited to provide the scaling, we can also provide the rotation if you wanted to. But for the rotation, you guessed it, we're gonna have to comment this line out, and we can use like rotate, and here we have to specify our keyframes. So we want our rotation to start from the 0 degree, and then it should go to the 0 degree, then it should go to the 270 degree, and then 270 degree once again, and then finally go to the 0 point. Okay, so if I save my file, and now let me just refresh there, here you can see it's going to start from 0 0, then it will rotate there to 270, and then it will reverse it back to 270, and finally it's going to make it 0. So we can rotate the we can also provide a keyframe for the rotation, but we can also provide the border. So we are now at the point of the course where I'm going to give you the examples. Now I know a lot of people will ask me, Hussein, why didn't you give us this example in the transformation and also in the transition section? And the answer is obvious. Because you guys already know what a transition and also a transformation is from CSS, but now in Framer Motion we have this new concept of keyframe. So I'm going to give you a few examples of there. If you don't care about the examples, you can totally go ahead and skip this example section. So I'm going to create a components folder, and inside there I'm going to create my pulsing button.tsx file. Let's just hit enter. What the hell did I just do? God damn it. Remove there and create a file with the name of pulsing button.tsx and create my RAFCE inside there. Save my file, and let's just try to animate that. But before I do, here's a question for you. Now I'm using a Framer Motion. What's going to be the first step that I have to do? And 3 2 1, and the answer is we're going to have to import the the motion object. Come on. Oh my god. Motion object from where? From the Framer Motion. That's going to be the first thing that we have to do. Next, we have to tell our Framer Motion that we want to animate that specific thing. Okay, so I'll just remove them, or let me just select and remove both of them, and I'm going to use like motion.button right here. And now let's just start working on our button. I'll use my click me as a label for that. And now if I save my file, I'm going to go ahead and go to and let's just remove my action and create my pulsing PLUSING pulsing button and register this component right here. Remove this action from there. You're now getting our cute little click me button or something like that. Okay, so let's just refresh there. It's not doing anything, but now we have to start working on there. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to specify our animate prop. Or you know what, let me just provide a bit of styling to that so that we can see what are we working on. So I'll just provide like pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, text will be set to totally white, background will be blue of 500, and totally rounded, outline will be, outline will be set to none. If I save my file, so this is how my button looks like, and now it's time to animate there. So to animate there, I'm gonna go ahead, provide a bit of spacing to there, and provide my animate prop right here. For this animate prop, I'm going to use my keyframe, so I'll just provide a scale, and the scale starting from the 1, then go to 1.1, and then go back to the 1. Okay, so that's going to be it for the scaling. I'm going to also change the background color of there, and the background color will be set to these colors. So first of all, you will have this color, then it will go to this color, and then it will go back to that color. Okay, so now if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting this animation. It's going to provide just a bit of opacity to there, then it will go back to its existing color. So now let me just provide duration, and duration will be set to 0.8, and also I want to provide a bit of easing, and ease will be set to ease in and out, and also I want to use my repeat. I also forgot to tell you the repeat, but yeah, we can also repeat our properties, and I'm going to set that to infinite. There we go. So now if I save my file, let's just save our file, go back a little bit. This is how the code will look like, and this is how the animation will look like. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting this amazing button. And that was example number 1. And basically we only have to write this amount of code to create this amazing animation by using the Framer Motion. So that was example number 1. Let me give you one more example, which is bouncing loader.tsx. Yes, I'll use my RAFCE inside there, go to my app and comment this line out. I'm going to be using my bouncing loader, import that right here, save my file. And this is how it looks like right here. Obviously, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from the framer motion like so. Next we have to provide a bit of styling today, so I'll just use like flex and justify will be set to center, items will be set to center, and space on the x-axis will be set to 2. Okay, so now inside this div I want to just iterate over through a lot of data so we can get overloaded. So I'll just use like dot dot, come on, dot dot dot, and then I'm going to use my array, and here we only have to specify 3 items, and then we have to iterate over through that items. Okay, so I'll use like map method, and here we are not interested in anything, and we are only interested in the index. Okay, so now inside there, let's just go back. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to use our motion.dev, or you know what, I'm not going to close there like this way. I'm going to close there as a self-closing tag. Now we have to specify our animation right here. So first of all, we have to take care of the key prop, and this is how we are going to be taking care of that. We also have to just provide a bit of styling today. So I'll use like width of 4, and also the height will be set to 4. The background will be set to totally teal 500. Now underneath that, this is how we are going to be animating our stuff. You know, let me just save my file. So here you can see it's going to give us there 3 dots, and that dots are coming from this array right here. We can also change that to like, I don't know, maybe 5 or something like that. Now it's going to give us there 5 1, but I only want to get these 3. So now finally we have to animate these balls right here. Okay, so I'll use like my animate prop, and inside this animate prop we have to provide the y-axis, and for the y-axis we want to start our animation from 0, and we want to go to -50 and then 0 once again. Okay, so as soon as I do that, here you can see all of them are now bouncing, but I can also provide the transition. So I'll use like transitions, and here inside this transition, what do you want to do? I want to provide a bit of duration, and it is going to take like 0.6 seconds. We also want to provide the easing, and the easing will be ease in and out. And I also want to provide the repeat, and it's going to repeat itself like infinitely. So now if I save my file and refresh there, here you can see they are bouncing, which is cool, but I only wanted to add one more property which is called the repeat delay. Okay, so like how much time each of the repetition will take. So I'll just write like index time 0.5. Okay, so if I just save my file and refresh there, this one will take like, I don't know, maybe 0.1 second, then it will take like 1.5 second, and it's gonna take like 1 second completely. Okay, so yeah, this is how our loader looks like, and it is looking super cool. I don't know if that's gonna be impressive or not, but for me that's looking super cool. Let's talk about the variants. So variants are a way to define different state or style for our animation in more organized way. You can think of them as a predefined animation setup that we can switch between easily. So that's just a definition of what a variance is. But now let's talk about how we are going to be defining our variants. So we can just create a set of names like hidden, visible, or basically you can give it any name that you prefer. They describe how the element should look or behave in each state, something which we are going to be seeing in a few seconds. Then we have to use them. So we can apply these variants to our animated component, making it easy to switch between state without repeating our code. So that's just the theory of what a variants are, but now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. There are a few ways to define our variants. The first way is to provide it inline. The second way is to create a separate object and provide the reference of that object to the variant prop, and the final way is to just create a separate file, define your variants there. So I'm going to start from the first one. I'll just provide my variants right here as an inline. We're going to be using the variants, come on, variants, and now inside this variants prop we are going to be defining our different state. I'm going to give it the name of like hidden right here. Basically this is going to be just a simple object property, like you know what, let me just show you that. This is going to be the object. We are going to be providing some sort of a property to there, and then a specific value for their property. So which means like you can give it any name that you prefer. You can give it the name of like banana, you can give it the name of like orange, you can give it the name of like my name Hussein. You can give it any name that you prefer, but now in this case I'm going to give it the name of hidden. So which means like when my state is hidden, in that situation I want to set the opacity to 0, and I also want to scale it down to like 0.8 or just a 0 if I wanted to. So this is how we are going to be defining our variant. This is how we are going to be providing a property or a state for our variant, and this is how we are going to be setting the value for the specific variant. Okay, so that's our first variant. I can also create one for the visible. So visible, come on, visible, and now when my object or my state is visible, so in this situation I want to set my opacity to 1, and I want to scale it up to 1. That's going to be for my visible state. We can also provide one for the exit, and I can like basically go on, and I can specify how many I want, but now in this case I only want to provide 2. So I'll just provide the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. I'm going to also provide a scale, and the scale will be set to 0.5. Okay, so now we successfully define our variants, but now the question is how in the world we are going to be using these state. Like we have a hidden state, we also have the visible, and we also have the exit state. Okay, so now that we successfully define them, now let me show you how we are going to be using them. So now initially, I want my state to be hidden. Okay, so I'm gonna only copy the hidden name from there, and now let me just place it right here. So as soon as I save my file and refresh there, watch what happens. Where in the world is that ball? That ball is totally disappeared. And why is that? Because we specify our hidden property inside our variant, and now we are using that. Let's suppose if I just increase that to 1. Now let me just save my file and refresh there. And it's going to give it back. So this is how we are going to be defining our variant, and this is how we are going to be using that. So you know what? Let's just back there to 0. And now I'm going to also provide the animation. So I'll just use like animate property. So on the animate property, I'm going to set there to visible. Okay, not visibility, but this specific visible prop or variant, whatever you want to call that. Oh, I'm getting an error because we are creating already this object, so we don't have to specify double curly braces right here. So I'm going to have to remove one. So now if I just remove that and save my file, and here you can see it will be visible. I can also set that to hidden if I wanted to, so I'll just use like hidden, save my file, bang, that's gone. Okay, so we can also provide the exit. So when it is exit, we want to just use our exit variant, which is this exit variant right here. I'm going to also provide a bit of transition to this, so let's just use like transitions, and for this transition I want to provide the duration of 1 second. So everything is working the way we expect him to work, but I also want to define my own state. So yeah, you know, let me just define there. So I'll use like, is it visible or not? So like is visible, and then set is visible. It's going to be equals to the use state, and here we have to specify true value for there. So now that we successfully defined them, now here we are going to be showing our content based on that visible flag. Okay, so I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place it right here, and here we can use the ternary operator. So if this property is true, you want to set there to visible. So let me just write like visible, but if that's not the case, we want to just set there to hidden like so. Okay, so now let me just save my file. So obviously it's going to give us that circle because we are setting that to true. But if I change that to false, save my file, here you can see that's gone. Let's just save there. I'm going to also provide the on-click event handler on there. So when somebody try to click on this bar, so we just want to make it disappear. Okay, so I'll just use like set is visible. And I'm going to provide like not is visible, which means like if it is true, it's going to make it false. But if it's false, it's going to make it true. So if I click on the bar, bang, that's gone. If I click on there once again, here you can see it will make it visible. So yeah, this is how we are going to be defining our own custom variants, and that's just the first way. We can also extract all of that variants from here. Let me just extract that, and we can create a separate object for this. So I'll just give it the name of like I don't know, variants will be fine, and that's going to be set to all of that variants. So as soon as I do that, it's going to give us an error, obviously. So I'm going to copy this variants from there and just provide the reference right here, and if I click on there, everything is working the way we expect him to work. So that's the second way. We can also create a separate file for this. So I'm going to copy the name of that and create my variants.ts, or ts would be fine. And here I can cut that from here, and I can just place that here and provide my export statement, save my file. So now I can use like import variants from where. Let's just go ahead and go to our variants file. Now if I save my file, but we're going to have to grab them manually like so. Now if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting this circle. You can click on there and it's going to show it and it's going to hide it. That was just the basics of variants. Welcome to the example number 1. In this one, I'm going to be showing you how we are going to be creating the flipping card by using the variants. So I'll just create a component with the name of flipping card.tsx, and here I'm going to just define my RAFCE like so. Okay, so let's just define there or register there right here. So we have our flipping card, and execute that, save there, and here you can see we are now getting our flipping card, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the motion. I guess you don't know that from the framer motion. And now inside there, let's just take care of the UI. I'll just remove that from here, and here I'm going to also provide my perspective right here, like perspective, and set that to 1000. Inside there, we are going to be defining yet another div. So I'll just define that right here, and I'm going to give it a few classes, like width will be set to 64, and we also have to provide the height of 40, and background will be set to totally white, rounded totally large, and also shadow will be set to totally large, and overflow will be set to totally large. And I'm gonna also, you know, overflow will not be set to large, it's gonna be hidden like so. And we also have to specify the transform property like transform, and we have to provide the transform style to preserve 3D like so. And let's just save our file. So this is how it looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and go to this div, and inside this div we have to create yet another div. So now for this div it's gonna say like front side, not size but front side like so. We also have to provide few classes to this, so I'll just use like absolute, come on, ABSOLUTE, and then we also have to specify the inset. Inset will be set to 0, background will be set to totally wide, flex and items will be set to center, and justify will be center, come on, center like so. Text will be set to totally extra large, and font will be also set to totally bold. Okay, so if I save my file, this is how it looks like right here. So that's going to be the front side. Now I'm going to also duplicate there and change there to the back side. So let's just duplicate there and change there to the back side, you know what, back side like so, and change the background color to come on, totally blue of 500, and this should also rotate. So I'll just put a bit of rotation right here, like rotate on the y-axis of 180 degree. So here you can see we're now getting this different color. Now it's time to provide the animation. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to be defining my state. So I'll use like is flipped, and then set is flipped, come on, FLIPPED. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. Okay, so that's done. We also have to make this div as a motion div. So I'm going to select that and change that to motion. And here at the bottom, we are now getting this error. So we also have to change that to motion.div. Okay, like so. And when somebody try to click on this button, you just only want to fire this function, which is just set the is flip property to, if this is set to true, we have to make that as a false. So if this is false, we have to make that true. Okay, so if I click on there, nothing is happening obviously because we have to change a lot of stuff inside there. Now inside this div we have yet another div, so we also have to convert that to the motion div. So I'm going to just convert that to the motion div, copy the name up there and place that right here. And here for this motion div we have to specify our variants. So I'll just use like variants, and here inside this variants property, what do we have to do? We have to provide the front side. So I'll use like not font but front side, and that's going to be set to the rotate y, and the y rotation will be set to 0. I'm going to just duplicate this line of code and change that to the back. Okay, and on the back we have to change the rotation to 180 degree. So now let's just save our file and use these variants inside our component. So I'll just use like for the initial state we have to set there to the front, and now for the animate we have to provide there as a ternary operator. So if this is flipped, we want to use the back one, but if that's not the case, we want to use the fourth one or the front one. We also want to provide the transition to it. So for the transition I'm going to specify the duration of 0.6 seconds. So now let me just save my file. We're getting this UI which is not something that we want, so I'll just remove these styling from here. So now if I save my file, here you can see we're now getting this card right here. So here you can see we are now getting our backside, but now if I click on there we are now getting that totally revert. Okay, so yeah, this is looking amazing. So this is how we are going to be creating our flipping card using the framer motion. So we don't have to do a lot of stuff, like we are using what do we call it, our Tailwind CSS classes for the styling, like we are not doing anything with there. But for the animation we are only creating our variants right here, and which is just simply a front and also the back. So whenever we are using the front side, we just only want to rotate the y-axis to 0, and whenever we are using the back side, so you want to rotate there on the 180 degree. So if I click on there, here you can see we are just flipping our card. That's as simple as that. I know this is simple, but yeah, that's cool. These aren't looking that great, so I'm gonna cut that from here, and I'll just define my variants right here at the top. So I'll give it the name of like card variants. It's going to be equals to these variants right here. I'm going to copy the name of these card variants and provide the reference of there right here. So still we're getting our flipping card, which is looking amazing. Let's talk about one of your favorite topic, and I know you're gonna love this one. I can totally guarantee that. What am I talking about? I am talking about the gesture animation. So what are they and why you should even care about them? Gestures allow you to add interactive animation based on the user action, like dragging or hovering or tapping. Makes our component responsive to how user interact with them. So that's just the theory of what a gesture animations is, and in this section we are going to be learning about the dragging, hovering, and also the tapping. I want to use framer motion, but there is something wrong with this code and I want you to pause the video and answer me. What's wrong with this code? And you guessed it, the answer is obviously we're gonna have to import what do we call it? Not the create function, but we're gonna have to import the motion function or object from where? From the not Zustand, but from the framer motion. I'm currently working on the Zustand course, so that's why I'm like importing every single thing from the Zustand. Anyways, let's talk about the what do we call the gesture animation in the framer motion. So the first thing we are going to be learning is something called the while hover, and you guys already guessed it. We are going to be working with the hovering animation. So you know what? First of all, we have to define our motion.dev, and inside this motion.dev, you know what? We're gonna have to remove there and close it like so. Okay, so inside there, we're going to be providing a class of box. So it's gonna give us that circle right here, which is looking amazing. And now we have to provide our animation. So let's talk about the while hover animation. Okay, so I'll use like while hover. In this property or prop allows us to provide our animation whenever somebody hover over our element. Okay, so I'll just provide like, let's suppose if I want to increase the scaling of there, so I'm going to increase the scaling of there to like 1.2, and I'm going to also rotate this. So for the rotation, I'm going to set there to 10. I'm going to also go ahead and go to my index.css file and comment this line out. And now if I hover over there, it's going to first of all increase the scaling to 1.5, and it's going to also rotate there to 10 degree. Let me just hover over there once again. And we're not only limited to just provide them, we can do a lot of crazy stuff with there. But you know what, let me just provide a transition. Okay, so for the transition, I'm going to use some different things, like the type will be set to spring, and also stiffness will be set to 300. Now I know a lot of you will ask me, then what the hell is this type and what the hell is this stiffness? You don't have to worry about that. Let me just say that once again. You don't have to worry about that. If you want to go to the physics animation, you can definitely check out like what is a spring animation and what is a stiffness and all of that. But basically, I'm using both of them right now because it's gonna make my animation super smooth. And if you want me to make a separate video about the what do we call a physics animation, I can totally do that. But I guess I know a lot of people will not be interested in there because they are super difficult to work with. So you know what, let me just hover over there, and here you can see it's gonna give us kind of a bouncy, like a spring effect. And do you guys even know what a spring is? I'm talking about the actual spring, like a spring, S-P-R-I-N-G. You know, let me just type that right here, like S-P-R-I-N-G. I'm talking about that spring. Okay, so if I hover my mouse over to there, it's gonna just bounce it back. If I comment this line out, save my file and hover my mouse over to there, it's not gonna give us that kind of a springy animation. But now, if I just uncomment there and hover my mouse over to there, it's gonna give us kind of a springy animation right here. And that's coming from this type of spring. And also this is something called the physics animation. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the while hover whenever somebody hover over there. So we want to just make this styling right here or provide this animation. So that's the while hover. I'm going to remove that from here. And the next one is also totally self-explanatory. So we are going to be using the while tab whenever somebody clicks on there. So this is also super simple and easy to work with. So we're going to be creating our div once again. And here we have to define our box first of all so that we can see something. And whenever somebody tap there, so we're going to be using like while tap. Okay, so whenever somebody tap there, in that situation, we once again want to increase the scaling of there. So I'm going to just convert that to like 0.8, and I'm going to also change the background color to totally, I don't know, maybe crimson would be fine. So now if I save my file, and now if I hover my mouse over to there, you know, let me just refresh there. If I hover my mouse over to there, nothing will happen. But if I click on there, it's gonna first of all decrease the scaling, and it's gonna also change the background color to crimson. Okay, and we can also provide the transition once again. And for the transition, I'm gonna provide like the type of spring, and I will also provide the stiffness and set there to 300. Okay, and you know what? Let me just refresh there once again. And if I click on there, we are now getting that bouncy effect, that spring effect. Okay, that's amazing. Yeah, and now finally, once again, finally, let's talk about one of your favorite one, which is called the while drag. I know a lot of people were waiting for this one, so I want to show you that as quickly as possible. So let's talk about it. Now I'm going to also provide the class name of box. And now if you want to make this element draggable, so we don't have to do nothing, we just have to provide drag. That's it. So if we just specify this drag, I can totally drag this element to whatever I want. So here you can see this is totally draggable. And if I just leave there, it will remove it from the UI. If I go ahead and check it out, you know what, that's super gone. So we can just totally drag there, we can leave it wherever we want. But this is not something that we want. We want to provide some sort of a boundaries to there. we can totally provide the boundaries if we wanted to, but now we can also make it as a x-axis draggable. So if I just write like x right here, save my file, and here you can see if I click on there and put there on the top, I'm no longer able to move there or drag there on the y-axis. It's gonna only work on the x-axis right here. I guess you can see the, but here you can see I'm trying to drag them on the top, but it will not let me because here I'm now specifying this x property, which means like we only want to drag them on the x-axis. Okay, so let's just try that once again. Let's remove this, so it's going to hide it from the viewport, and we're going to have to refresh our page to get it back. So that was just a drag, and now let's talk about the constraint. In some situation, but not in some situation, but in a lot of cases, we would want this element to only be draggable in certain area, like maybe we only want there to be draggable in this area, not more than that. Okay, or maybe we wanted to just like be draggable on this area, or maybe smaller one. So how can we provide our constraint or our rules for that? So to provide that, we have yet another property which is called, or prop, which is called a drag constraint. Okay, so we can now specify our different constraint to that. So I'll just provide like that on the top it's going to be set to 50, and we can also provide like on the left it's going to be set to 50, on the right it's going to be set to positive 50, and on the bottom it's going to be also set to positive 50. So now if I save my file, here you can see it's going to give us that constraint right here. If I try to drag there, here you can see it will make it drag, but if I leave there, it's going to put it back. Okay, let me just try that once again. Here you can see it's not going to be draggable like anywhere, and it's going to push it right here back. Okay, so this is how we are going to be making our element totally draggable, and this is how we are going to be providing a constraints for that. You can definitely try that by yourself, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so time for the demo one. I'm going to create a folder with the name of components, and then animated card.tsx. Let's just use our RAFCE inside there and register my component. Right, not animated presence, god damn it. Animated card, and create my component and remove that one. Here you can see we are now getting our animated card, which is looking super awesome. Alrighty, so let's talk about it. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to remove the and provide a bit of classes to this one, like maximum width will be set to small, margin on the x-axis will be set to auto, background totally white, rounded, totally large, and shadow large, overflow will be set to hidden, and cursor will be set to pointer. Go back, cursor will be set to pointer like so. Save our file. Inside there we are going to be rendering our image, but first of all we have to let me just provide a bit of alternative text for there, like card image or something like that. I just copy this image from the unsplash.com. You can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and only grab this image from there. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this, like width will be set to totally full, height will be set to 48, and object totally cover like so. Okay, so here you can see this is how my image looks like, and now underneath this image, what do you want to do? We just want to create our div with the class of pairing for the x-axis will be set to 6, and also you want to provide our h2, and text will be set to extra large, font will be set to semi bold, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2. And for the title, I'll just provide like card title, or my, you know what, that's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna waste your time on the UI. Let's just create our paragraph with the classes of text will be set to totally gray of 700, 700, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 4. And here I'm gonna just write like this is a simple card with framer motion animations and tailwind css for styling and react craziness or something like that. I guess that's gonna be fine. This tailwind for the styling would be fine. Okay, so if I save this, here you can see we're now getting this body, and now underneath it we're going to be also creating a button, and which will say like learn more. I know the button is not looking great, so we're going to have to provide a bit of styling to that, like pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, background will be set to teal 400, or 500 would be fine. Text will be set to totally white and also rounded. When somebody hover over this, we just want to change the background color to like teal, I don't know, maybe this color, and also provide our transitions to the, okay, so let's just provide our transitions. So now let me just save my file. If I hover my mouse over to there, so yeah, this is how we are getting this kind of a crazy card right here. So now it's time to animate there. So to animate there, you guessed it, we're gonna need something called the motion. From where? From the framer motion like so. Next, I'm going to convert this div to the motion.div. I'll go to the bottom, and here we have to change the to motion.div. Okay, like so. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to the top once again and provide my animations right here. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to provide my initial state. Let's just zoom in a bit. Okay, so for the initial state, I'm going to provide the scaling, and scale will be set to 1 and rotate will be set to 0. Okay, just a 0, god damn it. So that's going to be my initial state. When somebody hover over there, so in that situation, you want to just increase the size of that to like 1.05, and also you want to rotate it down to 3. Okay, and now underneath there, when somebody try to tap there or try to click on there, so in that situation we're going to be scaling it down, so I'll just use like scale of 0.95. Now underneath there, we also want to make it totally draggable. Let me just save this file and check this out. So yeah, that's totally cool. I also want to make it draggable, so I'm going to write like drag, and it's going to be draggable totally dynamically. I'm going to also provide the drag constraints, and for the drag constraints, we're going to be providing a left, and left will be set to -50, and I also want to provide the right, and right will be set to +50, and on the top we're going to be providing -50, and on the bottom let's just provide 50 right here. Okay, and we also have yet another property which is called the drag elastic. You don't have to worry about that, but basically it's going to make just our draggable more elastic. So if you care about that, you don't even have to worry about that. But yeah, this property is also available if you care about that. So I'm going to only specify like 0.2, and now if I just drag there, it's going to make it a bit elastic right here. Okay, as you can see, I'm going to show you that in a few seconds. But now I'm going to also provide the transitions, and the transition will be set to, the type will be set to spring, because I want my spring animation, and the stiffness will be set to 300 like so. So let me just make that a bit bigger, and this is how my card looks like right here. So if I hover my mouse over to there, it's going to make it a bit tilt. Now if I click on there, it's going to change the scaling of there, and yeah, this is how it looks like right here. I can totally drag it if I wanted to, and that's going to be amazing card for your upcoming portfolio. Yeah, that was cool. Okay, so you know what, let me just give you one more example, which will be the animated image gallery. So I'll just create like image gallery.tsx right here, and create my RAFCE, go to my app, comment this line out, and render my image gallery. There we go, save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our image gallery, which is looking cool. Let's go to our image gallery and take care of that. The first thing that we would need is the motion object. So we're going to be importing the motion from where? From the framer motion like so. And also we are going to need some sort of images. So here I'm going to place these images right here. So we have array with the name of images, and inside there we have a few objects. So each object will have the image and also the caption. You can totally definitely modify that if you wanted to. But yeah, we have a few images right here, and if you care about these images, you can totally find them in my GitHub repository. So that's done. Next, I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to provide a bit of width to this, so that width will be set to 80%, and that's going to be set to flex. So inside this div, I'm going to iterate over through all of their images. So I'll use like images. What the hell did I just do? Copy the images, place it right here, and let's just iterate over through there by using the map method, and we're going to need the image and also the index right here. So now inside there, we are going to be defining our div. So what the hell? Let's just define our div totally manually like so. I'm going to also close there, and for this div we are going to be providing the key, and the key will be their index, which we are now getting for each of the image. We are going to be also providing a bit of classes today, so I'll use like relative. Margin will be set to 1 rem all around, and overflow will be set to hidden, and rounded totally large. Shadow will also be set to large, and yeah, that's going to be fine. Now inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to render our image. So if I just use the image tag, and here we only have to use like image and then src, which is coming from this image right here, and this image is including all of that image, and we are only interested in this src, like the source of our image. Okay, so it's going to render our image. I'm going to also provide a bit of caption right here, so I'll use like image.captions. I'm going to just render there like so, and here I'll also provide a class name of width will be set to totally full, and the height will be also set to auto. And here you can see this is how they looks like. I know they are not looking that better, but we are going to make it a bit better in a few seconds. So you know what, let's just create here another div. Inside this div, we're going to be providing a lot of styling, so I'll just use like absolute, come on, ABSOLUTE. This one is relative, so now this div is absolute to this relative div, which means like this div will be inside this div right here. But no matter what happened, this div will be inside this div. No matter how much height we provide, or no matter how much width we provide, this div will be inside this relative div. Okay, so that's why we are now providing the property of absolute today. Let's just provide our insert will be now set to 0, flex and items will be set to center, and justify will be set to center, and background will be set to totally black, black like so. Background opacity, OPACITY, opacity will be set to 50, and provide the text only white. Opacity will be set to 0, and somebody hover over this. We are going to be changing the opacity to 100, and we also have to provide the transition for the opacity, and duration will be set to 300 like so. The cursor will also be set to pointer, and now inside there we only have to render our paragraph, and this paragraph will say like we only want the image dot caption like so. Okay, close there and provide the classes of text only large saver file. Check this out. So if I hover my mouse over to there, it's gonna give us that transition and that a bit animation, but now we have to use our framer motion to add there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and attach my framer motion right here. Okay, so let's just first of all start from this one. I'm gonna make it as a motion.div, and I'm gonna also make this one motion.div right here. And when somebody hover over there, so I'll just use like while hover, and when somebody hover over this, we just want to change the scaling. So I'll write like scale will be set to 1.05. Okay, so now let me just hover over there. It's going to change the scaling right here. Okay, so they are looking better. And when somebody hover over this div, I'm going to just change the opacity of this. So I'll use like while hover, come on, while hover, HOVER like so. I'm going to provide the opacity and set there to 1. And I'm not getting suggestions because we have to convert this one to motion.div, and also convert this one to motion.div like so. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here you can see if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to make the opacity to 1. I want to make them on a center, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my app, and on this app I'm going to provide the classes. So the minimum height will be set to screen, and background will be set to gray of 100. Flex items will be set to totally center. Justify will be set to center. Save my file. Check this out. So yeah, they are looking cool. Yep, I can totally remove the background if I wanted to. Yeah, they are looking cool. Now we are going to be combining variants with gesture animation. So to do that, we are going to be creating our animated shape.tsx file, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE. Go to my not index but app component and define my animated shape. Come on, let's just put our animated shape right here and close the save our file. And here you can see we're now getting our animated shape, which is looking cool. And the first thing that you want to do is that you want to import the motion from where? From the framer motion like so. Now we have to define our variants. So I'll use like const box variants. It's going to be equals to this object right here. So we have to define 3 states. So the first state will be the initial state, initial. And now I'm going to provide a comma and duplicate that 3 times. We're going to be also providing the hover state and also the click. Okay, so these are going to be my state. And now let's talk about the initial state. For the initial state, we're going to be providing a scale of 1 and the rotation of 0. And I'm going to also provide the skew, and skew will be set to 0. Okay, so when somebody try to hover over there, we're going to be changing the scale. Let's just write a scale to 1.2, and we're going to be also providing the rotation to 15 degree, and the skew will be also set to 10 degree. Okay, and provide the transitions. Transition will be set to duration of 0.3 seconds. Okay, so when somebody hover over there, and now let's take care of the final state, which is a click state. So when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be changing the scale to 0.9, and also the rotation will be set to -50 degree. And the transition will take this duration, and duration will be set to 0.3. And where in the world is this error coming from? We have to specify there. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining our variant box, or box variant, or shape variant, whatever you want to call that. I'm going to comment or hide there. Let's just go ahead and go to our UI and zoom in a bit. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a bit of classes today. This is going to be set to flex, and also items will be set to center, and justify will also be set to center, and height will be set to totally screen. Okay, inside this div we have to define our motion.div. Okay, and I'm going to close them. And now we have to provide a bit of styling to this one, like width will be set to 40, and height will also be set to 40, and background will be set to totally blue of 500, rounded totally large. And here you can see we are now getting our box, which is cool. So next we have to provide our variants or our animations. So I'll just use like variants, and now here I'm gonna copy the name of this box variant and provide them as a reference right here. Okay, so let's just save our file, and now we are going to be using those variants. So I'll just provide the initial state, and for the initial state we are going to be using this initial state right here, which we already defined inside our box variant, which means like scaling will be set to 1, the rotation will be 0, and also the skew will be 0. And next we also have to specify when somebody hover over there. So in that situation we want to use our hover right here. Okay, so we already defined there, the scaling will be set to 1.2, the rotation will be 15 degree, skewing will be set to 10 degree, and transition TION transition will be set to duration 0.3. Okay, we also have to specify when somebody tap on there. So we are going to be using this click animation, which we have already specified right here. Like scaling will be set to 0.9, rotation will be -50, transition will be 0.3. So if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to change the shape of there. But now if I click on there, it's going to also change the shape of this one. We can also make it totally draggable. We can do a lot of stuff with there, like whenever somebody hover over there, so we can totally change the color, or whenever we drag there, so we can also change the color, and so on and so forth. But now the reason for this example is that we can totally mix the, what do we call it, the variants, gesture animations. Now let's quickly talk about something called the stagger animation. In stagger animation refer to a technique where multiple elements animate in a sequence rather than all at once, and this creates a more dynamic and visually appealing effect as each element appear or move slightly after the previous one, adding a sense of rhythm and flow to the animation. So that's just a quick definition of what a stagger animations are. And now let's get into the coding examples, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now to work with the stagger animation, I'm going to create a folder with the name of components and define my stagger animation.tsx file inside there. Okay, so let's just save our file and register my stagger animation component right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting what stagger animation, which is looking cool. Okay, I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my index.css and remove this flex from there, and here you can see it's gonna make it at the center. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to remove that stagger animation and grab my motion from where? From the framer motion, like so. Now inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to get like 5 array elements. I'll use like array, and here we have to specify 5 inside there, and I'm going to iterate over through all of this. So I'll just use like map method, and inside this one we don't need the data, we only need the index. Okay, so inside there we're going to be creating our div once again. So let's just create them manually, and I'm going to duplicate there and close there like so. Okay, so for this div I'm going to provide a class name of box, and margin for the top will be set to rem. Save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. And for this demo I'm gonna go ahead and go to my index.css and remove every single thing from there and provide this new CSS right here. So once again we have all of their previous code, but now in this situation we are just providing a bit more styling to this box. So width will be set to 150, height will be set to 150, and border radius will be set to 50%. We are changing the background color and also providing a bit of blur filter to there, and we are also adding a box shadow. The background color will be set to totally yellow, and then we are just centering out every single thing. So that's just the styling that you have to specify for this box. And now let's get into it. Now this is how everything looks like, but I'm going to also provide a key, and the key will be set to index. And here we have to specify our variant. So to do that, first of all we have to create the parent variant, and then we are going to be creating the child variant. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my parent variant, and parent variants will have the hidden property, and inside this hidden we have to specify the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. We also have to provide the visible, and visible will be set to the opacity. On the visible, opacity will be set to 1. And the transition, come on, let's just provide our transition. And for this transition we have a stagger children property, stagger, and then children. And basically this property will allows us to provide a delay between each element. Okay, so if I just write like 0.8, okay, so it's going to add their delay to each element that we are now animating right here. You're going to see that in a few seconds, but this is going to be basically my parent variants. Now we have to define the child variant. So I'll just use like child variants, and it's going to be an object. We have to specify the hidden flag, and here the opacity will be set to 0, and the y-axis will be set to 20. Okay, so let's just duplicate there and change there to visible, and the opacity will be set to 1, and the y-axis will be set to just 0. Okay, so now that we successfully defined the parent variant and also the child variant, and now we have to use the inside variables. So to use that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to convert that to the motion.dev. Okay, so I'm gonna just convert that to the motion.dev, and next we have to provide our variants right here. Okay, not this one, but the variants like so. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top and copy the name of the parent variant and provide there right here, and let's just use there. So for the initial flag, we're going to be using the hidden from the parent variant. Okay, and whenever we want to animate there, so for the animation, we're going to be using this visible. So I'll just provide like visible, like so. Save my file. So this is how it looks like, and now I'm gonna also use where is the the child variant inside this div. So which means like we have to convert it to the motion div. So I'll just use, or you know, I'm going to remove this one and close there as a self-closing tag and make there as a motion.dev like so. Save my file. Now here inside there we have to specify our variants, and for the variants it's gonna take the child variant. So now let me just save my file. So these are all of the code. So if I just refresh there, nothing is happening, and I realize the spelling is incorrect, so we have to provide the stagger children. Okay, so now if I just refresh there, here you can see it's gonna give us first of all the first one, then the second, and so on and so forth, and it's gonna provide their delay right here. So we are now just delaying each element before that other one comes up. So let's just refresh there once again. 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So yeah, this is the basics of our stagger animation. We can achieve them by only using the stagger children property. Okay, so that was the demo 1. Now let me also show you the demo 2, and this one will be a bit complicated because we are going to be creating our animated gallery. So I'll just use like RAFC inside there, save my file, comment this line out, and here I'm going to be using my animated gallery right here, close my file, or close my component to be precise, and yeah, everything is looking great. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my motion, so I'll use like motion from where? From the framer motion. That's going to be the first thing. Next we have to define our state, so I'll just create like show images and set show images. It's going to be equals to the useState, and here we have to set that to false. Now let me go ahead and go to the UI and take care of this UI right here. So first of all, we're going to be creating a button which will say like I don't know, show images or hide images. We're going to be taking care of the button in a few seconds, but yeah, or you know what, let me just take care of that right here. Okay, so I'll just use like, if we have the show images like this state, so in that situation what do you want to do? We just want to provide like a hide image or images rather. But if that's not the case, we're going to be providing this level which is a show images right here. So if I save there and refresh there, so here you can see we are now getting our show images. We cannot click on that because first of all we have to attach the event handler. So I'm going to be using like on click event handler, and when somebody click on there, we're going to be firing this handle click function. Okay, so let's just create tab right here. I'm going to be using like const handle click event handler, and inside there we're going to be firing like set show images. Come on, set show images and provide the previous state and not previous state right here. Okay, not just a previous state. Now if I save there and click on the show images, it's gonna change there to the hide images right here, which is cool. So that's done. I'm gonna also provide a bit of styling to that. So I'll use like classes, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2 rem. I'm gonna also provide padding all around will be set to 4, rounded totally large, background yellow, 300 would be fine. Text will be set to totally black, and font will be set to bold. Save our file, and yeah, that's looking cool. You know, I'm gonna make that a bit bigger. That's totally fine. Here you can see we are now getting our button, and we are also getting our coding right here. So now underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to create our div, and this div will have the class name of flex. Okay, and we're going to be attaching a lot more stuff in there, but now let's just iterate over through all of our images. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top and provide my images right here. Okay, so these are the images that I copied from the unsplash.com. If you want to copy this exactly the same images like mine, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and copy all of the images from there. But if you want to choose your own, you are more than welcome to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and go back, and now we have to iterate over through all of the images. So I'll use like gallery images, and now I'm going to use like map method. Here we have to specify the image and also the index of the image. And inside there, what do you have to do? We have to render our image, and this image will take the src. You know, let's just write them manually. Oh, we can't. We have to write there like so. It's gonna take the source and it's gonna also take the alternative text, and I'm gonna close there like so. So for the source, what do you have to do? You have to just provide our image, and for the alternative text, I'm gonna write like, I don't know, gallery image, and let's just provide our index plus one to there. That's looking cool. I'm gonna also provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll just use like class name. What the hell is that? I'll use like class name, and class name will be set to margin for the left of 2 rem, and width will be set to 300 pixel like so, and totally rounded. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting these images. They are looking cool. If I click on there, nothing will happen. Now finally, it's time to add our animation to there. So I'll just go ahead and create my variants right here like so. So I'll just first of all define my parent variant and then my children variant. Parent variants is going to be an object. We have to specify the hidden property, and the opacity will be set to 0. And now underneath there, we also have to specify the visible. When it's visible, so we have to provide the opacity of 1 to there, and also we have to provide the transition. And for this transition, we are going to be using a stagger animation, so we have to use our stagger children. Come on, stagger stagger children, and stagger children, which means like it's going to take 0.5 second for each element. And now I'm going to also introduce another one, which is a stagger stagger direction, and stagger direction will be set to 1, which simply means like forward the stagger when it's showing. Okay, so I'll just save my file. That's the parent variant. Now we have to define the child variant, so I'll just go ahead and define my child variant, and now inside there we have to specify the hidden flag. The opacity will be set to 0, and the y-axis will be set to 20. Okay, so I'll just duplicate that, change that to visible, and the opacity will be set to 1, and the y-axis will be set to 0. And first of all, I'm going to just change that to the motion dev. So I'll provide like motion.dev, and also provide my motion motion.dev like so. And here we have to use our variants, so I'll just write like variants, and for the variants we are going to be using our parent variants, and let's just use that. Like for the initial prop, we are going to be using our hidden, and when it is animating, here we have to use our ternary operator. So I'm going to be using like, if we have the show images, in that situation we want to make that as a visible, visible, but if that's not the case, we just want to set that to hidden like so. Okay, that's totally done. Let me show you that. If I click on there here, that's gonna happen, but that's gonna happen very quickly. Let me click on there once again, and bang, it's gonna take that time, but it's gonna show it totally instantly. So to prevent that from happening, I'm gonna also convert this image to the motion.dev, and here we also have to specify our variants right here. I'm going to be using like variants, and for this variant we are going to be providing our child variants. And now if I refresh there and click on the show images, it's going to show all of them one by one. Now if I want to hide them, click on there once again, and bang, that's an amazing animation. Let me just click on there. Yep, this is how we are going to be getting our animated gallery. This is how we are going to be making it disappear. So we don't have to write a lot of code, but we only have to first of all define our state or variants, whatever you want to call them, and then we have to use them inside our dev. Okay, as simple as that. Welcome to the second part of this course. So this is going to be basically the intermediate part of the Framer Motion, and in this section we are going to be covering the hooks inside the Framer Motion library. So let's talk about the first hook, which is called the useMotion value hook. So the useMotion value hook enable fine control over the animation, allowing us to trigger animation programmatically based on the component state or events. It allows for the integration of more complex animation logic that goes beyond what's achievable with just prop on the motion component, like we just saw the animate prop, the variant prop, and so on and so forth. So now the useMotion value hook will allows us to create something called the motion value. I'm going to show you what a motion value is in a few seconds, but yeah, let's just go ahead and go to the Accordion. So before we talk about the useMotion value hook, first of all, we have to talk about something called the motion value in general. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the motion from the Framer Motion, and also I want to make this dev as a motion dev. Okay, so I'll just write like motion.dev, and now let's talk about something called the motion values. So I'll just use the animate prop, and I want you to pay attention. Please pay attention. Okay, so if I use like X, and if I write like 200 pixel, and as soon as I save this file, why in the world am I getting that smooth animation? So if I save there, bang, I'm getting that smooth animation. Like, why is that? I'm not providing a transition, I'm not providing any animation, I'm just only providing like translate on the x-axis 200. Why am I getting that smooth animation? If I change that to like y, in case if you haven't seen there, so I want you to focus right now. Okay, so if I save there, why am I getting that smooth animation? Well, I'm getting there because of the motion value. And whenever I'm using this animate prop, Framer Motion will give us that motion value totally for free. And now let's talk about how we are going to be creating our own custom motion values. So to do that, we're going to need to import something called the useMotion value. Okay, so I'm going to import that, go back, and we have to just create an instance of that. And you can specify any kind of initial value to there, but in my case, I'm going to only specify 100 right here. Now we have to store in some sort of variable, so I'll just use like x, and yeah, that's fine. And I want you to once again pay attention. If I use the animate prop for there, and if I just set the x value to this x, and this x is coming from this use motion value, we are already getting an error. But now I want to save there, and let's just watch what happens. If I just refresh there, here you can see nothing is happening. And if I hover my mouse over to there, it's gonna tell me like, yo, you cannot do that, this is just a motion value that you're creating, and that is not assignable to the boolean value. You cannot do that, that's a big no-no. But now the question is, if we are creating our own custom motion value, so how in the world we are going to be using that inside our animation? And to do that, we're going to be using our inline CSS. And that is that we have to use this style, and we can just use the x property, and that x property will be set to this x. But we don't have to specify that x and x, we can just write a x right here. Okay, and now if I save my file and watch what happens, this time we are not going to be getting that smooth animation. We're going to be seeing this div move very instantly. So if I save there, here you can see it's not going to give us that animation anymore. So let me just refresh there, and bang, it is no longer giving us that animation. So if I just change that to like 200 maybe, and let's just refresh there, bang, we are not getting that smooth animation. And why is that? Because we are no longer using the framer motion value, we are creating our own motion value, and then we are using that motion value right here. Okay, so we can totally change that programmatically if you wanted to. But yeah, there are also a few hooks that I want to talk about. Not hooks, but the event handlers, to be precise. They are something that you don't have to worry about, because they are just an event which will help you debug your animation. So I'm going to use like useMotion event, and here we have to specify our motion value, and then we have to specify like which kind of event that you want to fire. So if I hold control and space, so we have like animation cancel, animation complete, animation start, change, and so on. So I'm going to only choose this animation start, and here we have to specify the motion value, keep in mind. Now I'm going to provide a comma, and then we have to specify our arrow function. Let's just provide our arrow function right here, and I want to check this. I'll just use like animation started on X. Okay, so that's going to be the first thing that we have to do. I'm going to basically duplicate that and change that to the animation changed like so. And we are going to be also providing this latest value, and here we have to just use that latest value right here. Okay, save our file. You don't even have to worry about these stuff, like, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Now I'm going to make my component draggable, so I'll just provide my drag right here, and also the drag constraints. For the drag constraints, we're going to be providing the left value, and left will be set to 0, and also the right value will be set to 200. So now if I save my file, you know what, I forgot to do something. We also have to change that to x change to. So now let me just save my file, and now if I just refresh there, nothing will happen. But if I drag my component, so here you can see it's going to give us like exchange to this new value, which means like we now successfully created our own custom value, and we are now successfully using them. And this is how we are going to be debugging them. Now I know a lot of you will ask me, Hussein, like, this is not a real world example, like we want to get some sort of a real world example, and I'm going to give you that in a few seconds. But yeah, I want you to keep in mind that this is how we are going to be defining our own custom motion value, and this is how we are going to be using that custom motion value. And for the example, one of the motion value hooks, so I'll just create a components folder and define my range slider.tsx file inside there. I'm going to use my RAFCE, save my file, and register this component right here. Okay, so use the range slider, hit enter, so it's going to import there, and now we are getting our range slider. Next, I'm going to go ahead and go to the div, and create my motion div. But first of all, we're gonna have to import the motion from the framer motion. So now inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to create our motion.button, and now we have to close that like so. I'm gonna also provide the class name of box today, and now we are getting that box, which is looking cool. Now underneath there, we're gonna also create a div with the class of margin for the top, and that's gonna take an arbitrary value like 6 rem and close there. Inside this div, I'm going to create an input with a type of range because we want to just create our range slider, and the minimum height will be set to 0.5, and we also want to provide the maximum it will take like 5, and let's just provide our step. In step it will take like 0.01. I'm going to also provide the default value, not check but default value to them, and the default value it will take a 1. This is save our file. I'm going to also provide the on change event handler. When somebody tries to change there, we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle or change handler would be fine, like so. I'm going to copy the name of there and define my function right here. Okay, so let's just use our const range slider or whatever that is. Save my file, and yeah, that's looking cool. Now to provide our animation, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our own motion value. So to do that, we're going to be using our motion value and provide like 1 to them for the initial value. I'm going to store that in the variable with the name of like scale, and it's going to be equals to this use motion value. Okay, so now when somebody try to change them, we're going to be firing this function, but it's going to take the event object, and let's just annotate that with the change event. This is just a TypeScript stuff, you don't even have to worry about that. Write what HTML input element right here, because we want to use the inside our HTML input element. So now we have to use the scale, and then inside the scale we have the get method. We also have the set method, which will allows us to set a new value, and we also have a get method, which will allows us to get or return the latest new value of the motion value. Okay, so I'll just use like event.target, come on, target.value, and save my file. Okay, so it's gonna give us an error because we have to convert that to a number. So if you want to convert that to a number, so we are going to be providing a plus to there. It's going to convert that to a number, but now in this case we're going to be providing our parse float, because I know the value will be a floating point value, so that's why we have to specify this parse float to there. Oh, here we are using the get method. We have to change that to set because we are changing there, so we have to change that to set. But yeah, you get the idea. Like now that we successfully get the data, but now we have to bind there right here. Okay, so I'll use like style, and let's just write our style. Here we have to use the scaling, which is our own custom motion value hook. So let me just refresh there, and now if I change the slider, here you can see it's going to increase the size of there and also decrease the size of there, but this is not smooth. Like you can also almost feel there. I guess you cannot see that in the video, but if you write this code by yourself, you will totally feel that like this is not smooth, because whenever we convert that to a useSpring, which is also something which we are going to be learning in the next section, then you will feel how much smoother that animation can get. But now in this case, like look at this. Yeah, we are getting our slider, like everything is cool, but this is not smooth animation. And why is it not smooth? Because we are not using the framer motion value. We are creating our own custom motion value, and then we are changing that motion value by ourselves. That's why it is not looking that great. But yeah, this is just a first use case of using the useMotion hook inside our component. Let's just quickly talk about the useSpring hook. So the useSpring hook allows us to create smooth spring-based animation. It provides a way to manage animated values that follow a spring physics model, resulting in more natural and fluid motion compared to the linear animation which we just saw a few seconds ago. So we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we only have to refactor this amount of code. Instead of using this use motion value, let me just show you there. If I change there, here you can see it's not going to work that much smooth. But if I change that to the useSpring, let me just use like useSpring, and I'm gonna copy the name of that and place that right here. That's the only change that we have to make. And now if I save my file and watch what happens. So now if I just scroll there, here you can see we're now getting this smooth spring-based animation right here, like kind of like a bounciness, and that is coming from the useSpring. Okay, as you can see, you can also play around with it and then you will feel the animation. But now I'm using there, that's why you cannot feel there. Let me try out this once again. Here you can see this is not that much cool, but now if you use the use spring motion, or use spring hook to be precise, here you can see we're now getting this smooth animation right here. So yeah, There's also another hook. Okay, so let me give you a quick test of what a useTransform hook can do. Okay, so right now I'm gonna give you just a quick test of what a useTransform hook can do and how it works. And later in this course, we are going to be covering that in a lot more great detail once we learn about the useScroll hook and so on and so forth. So let's talk about it. So what is a useTransform hook? So the useTransform hook is used to map one range of values to another. It's great for smooth animation and effects based on the input values like scroll position or a mouse movements. So that's just a quick definition of what a useTransform hook is, and let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now we are going to be working with the draggable box. So I'm going to create a folder with the name of component, and inside there we are going to be creating our draggable box.tsx. I'll use my RAFCE, and now I'm going to save my file, go into my app and register the draggable box component, not draggable event, but draggable box component right here. So as soon as I do that, here you can see we are now getting there, which means like everything is working totally fine. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the useTransform hook from the framer motion. It's gonna be the first thing. Now I'm gonna call that hook. So I'm gonna use like useTransform, and here we have to pass a few things. First of all, we have to specify the value, and that value should be a motion value. You can use the framer motion value, or you can define your own one and provide there. Next, we have to specify the input range, okay, and then we have to specify the output range, and that's going to be it. Okay, so you know what, let me just first of all create the motion value, then we are going to be passing that to this useTransform. So I'm going to comment this line out, and we would also need the, what do we call it, the useMotion value hook from the framer motion, because now we are creating our own custom motion value. So I'll use like const x, and x will be equals to the useMotion value, and here we can specify any kind of motion value. So I'm going to just specify like 1, or you know what, 0 would be fine. Okay, so I'll just specify that 0. I'm going to also duplicate that and change the variable name to y. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file. So this is how we are going to be defining our custom motion value. Now I'm going to uncomment that, and here we have to specify our motion value. I'll only provide the x, and now I'm going to provide the comma, and next here you can see we have to specify the input values, and next we have to specify the input range start and also the input range, come on, range end. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing this. So our input range will start from -1, and then we want to go into the +1. So that's going to be the starting point of our range. Next, we have to specify the output range start and also the output range end. So what are going to be the values we want to specify for the output range start and for the output range end? I'm going to only specify color right here, like the red color and also the green color. So I'll just write like FF, then 4 zeros. Okay, so this is going to be basically my red color, and we want to go from red color to the green color. So I'm going to write like 00FF00. And now I'm going to store that in some sort of a variable. So I'll give it the name of like background color, and it's going to be equals to this useTransform value. Let me just say that once again. First of all, we have to define our own motion value. Then inside this useTransform, the first value it will take is the motion value, which we are providing right here. Next, it will take the input range start and the input range end. Then we have to specify the output range start and the output range end. Okay, so that's the only thing that we have to do. And now let's get into the UI so that we can use that. I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to also zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to change this div to the motion div. So I'll use like motion.div, not the motion value, but motion, come on, motion. There we go. Oh my god, I guess we didn't import that. Yep, we did not. So I'll use like motion, and I'm gonna copy them, select this div and hit Ctrl D, provide the motion.div. That's cool. Inside this motion div, I'm gonna specify my span with the class of text totally white, white like so, and it will say like drag me. And here you can see we're now getting this drag me. I'm gonna also specify a bit of classes to this one. So I'll say like width will be set to 32 and height will be set to 32. Flex and items will be set to center. Justify will be set to center, totally rounded, large, and also shadow will be set to totally large. Cursor will be set to pointer. And I'm gonna also provide the background of totally yellow, and this is going to be the background color. So yeah, this is how it looks like, but I'm going to remove this background color from here, and now I'm going to specify my animation. So I want this div to be draggable, so I'm going to just provide like drag, and also I'm going to specify the draggable constraints. So I'll use like drag constraints, and for these draggable constraints we're going to be providing the left value, or you know what, let me just hit enter right here. we're going to be providing the left value, and the left will be set to -200. I'm going to also specify the right value, and the right will be set to +200. I'm going to specify top to -200, and finally we also have to specify for the bottom of 200. So now if I save my file, oh, we cannot see there because we have to provide this background color to there. We cannot provide the as an animate value because you guys already know that. Here you can see we are now using our custom motion value, so that's why we cannot use our animate prop. So we can just use the style, and here inside this style we can provide our background color, and here you can see it's going to give us that background color right here. But now if I drag, then nothing is happening. And why? Because we did not specify this x and also this y value. So let me just provide there right here. Okay, so I'm going to use like x comma y. You can also specify x to the x value and y to the y value, but this is not what we are going to be doing because we want to use our modern JavaScript. And here we also have to specify the comma. Now I'm going to save my file, and now if I drag there, here you can see it's going to change its color, and that's because of this useTransform hook. Let me just show you there once again. Here you can see these are just the constraints. If I drag there to the left, it's going to give us like red color. If I drag there to the right, it's going to give us a green color, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. So yeah, this is just the basics of the useTransform hook, and we're going to be covering the useTransform hook in a lot of great details. I want you to prepare yourself for a lot of theory because in this section we are going to be covering the scroll animation. So let's talk about how many types of scroll animation that we have. So we only have two types of scroll animation. So we have a scroll trigger animation, and we also have the scroll driven animation. So let's start from the first one, which is a scroll trigger animation. So these animation are triggered when the user scroll to a specific point in the viewport, and once the scroll reaches to that specific point, the animation plays. So what are the use cases for them? They are great for revealing the elements, changing the style, or starting animation at a specific section of the page. Now let's talk about the scroll driven animation. So these animation continuously change as the user scroll, allowing for a smoother, more interactive experience. The animation property can be mapped directly to the scroll position. So what are the use cases for the scroll driven animation? And the use cases are like they are ideal for the parallax effect, transforming the element, or adjusting opacity based on the scroll depth. Let's talk about how we are going to be achieving the scroll trigger animation. So to achieve that, there are two props for that. So we are going to be covering the whileInView prop, and we're going to be also covering the viewport prop. Let's start from the first one, which is a whileInView prop. So the whileInView prop is used to trigger animation when the element comes into the viewport. It allows us to define how the element should animate while it is visible on the screen. It enables us to create engaging animation that activates when the user scrolls to a specific part of the web page. Okay, so that's just a whileInView prop, and now let's talk about the viewport prop. So this prop is used to customize how the animation are triggered based on the visibility of the element inside the viewport. It allows us to specify the setting that affect when and how animation should occur as the element scroll into or out of the view. Okay, so yeah, keep that in mind, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's talk about the scroll trigger animation, and we're going to be achieving there by using the whileInView prop. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go ahead and create my components folder, and inside there we are going to be defining our animated card.tsx file, and I'm going to be using my RAFC inside there, and let's just put there right here. But first of all, I'm going to write my h1 with the class of text will be set to totally center, and text will be also set to 3xl. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and it's going to say like I don't know, scroll down to see the animation, the animation, like so. And here you can see we're now getting this text, which is looking cool. Now underneath this h1, what do you want to do? We just want to create a div with the class of height will be set to totally screen. Now if I save there, here you can see it's going to give us that scroll bar right here, and here is our text, as you can see right there. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my animated card component right here. So we have this animated card. I'm going to close there. Let's just go ahead and go to our component. Let's start working on our animated component. So I'm going to remove there and change the styling of there. First of all, I'm going to be providing the flex. Justify will be set to center, and items will be not center but start in this case. I'm going to also provide margin for the top will be set to 30 rem, like so. I'm going to save my file, and as you can see we are now getting the scroll bar. Now inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to define our div, and this div will have a few classes. So I'll just provide like the class name, the height will be set to 200 ph, and I'm going to also provide the width of totally full. Flex and justify will be set to center, and I'm going to also provide the items to be center. Okay, so if I save there, now inside this div, we're going to be defining our motion div. So I'll use like motion div, but first of all, we have to import this. So I'm going to be using like import the motion from where? From the framer motion. Okay, so this is how we are going to be importing there. And now let's just create our motion.div, and I'm going to close this. So now inside this motion div, I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll just write like background will be set to totally wide, totally rounded large, and also pairing for all around will be set to 6, and shadow will be also set to large. Text will be set to totally center. Save our file. Inside this div, we are going to be creating our h2, which will have the classes of text to excel, and also the font will be set to totally bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 2, text totally black. Okay, like so. And I'm gonna say like amazing card. This is our file, and here you can see we are now getting our amazing card. We did not specify any scrolling effect today, and we did not do anything right now. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also just complete this card. So I'll just provide a paragraph. Let's just go back, and this paragraph will have the classes of text totally gray of 600, and it's going to say like this is, or you know what, this card animates beautifully into the view or something like that. And here you can see we are now getting this text and also this card, which is looking amazing. So let's just provide our animation right here. So how in the world we are going to be providing our animation, and how our animation will look like. First of all, we are going to be providing our initial state. So for the initial state, I'm going to provide the scaling and decrease the scaling to 0.5. I'm going to also provide the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. And I'm going to also provide the transition, and the transition will take duration of 0.5 seconds. Okay, so that's cool. And now here we are going to be defining our whileInView. Okay, so as long as this card is inside the view, that animation will happen. But if this card is not in the view, that animation will not happen. Okay, so I'm going to use like whileInView prop. Here inside there we can specify any kind of animation. So I can use like scale, and scale will be set to 1.1. I'm going to also provide the opacity, and opacity will be set to 1, and the y-axis will just say like -200. So now if I save my file and watch what happens. So if I just refresh there, and if I try to scroll there, did you see there? So we are now scaling it up, and we are also providing opacity to there. So you know what, let me just show you there. And yep, this is looking cool. This is looking cool. But now if I comment this line out, I'm going to just comment this line out, and here you can see that's gone. And now if I scroll down, here you can see it's not even showing because we are providing a scaling of, what do you call it, the scaling of 0.5, and also the opacity will be set to 0. So if I change that to from 0 to 1, and I'm going to also change that to like 1, and here you can see this is how my card looks like right here. So if I scroll down, still we are not getting any animations. But now if I go back and uncomment this code, and now if I save my file, here you can see this animation will happen. So let me just go to the top and refresh there. And if I scroll down, so yeah, that animation is happening, and we can change the color. We can do a lot of stuff with there. So if I just write like I don't know, background color, come on, background color, and I'm gonna just change that to like maybe red color or something like that. And if I just refresh there, come on, what the hell? If I just refresh there, and if I scroll down, here you can see it's gonna give us that background color of totally red. So yeah, that was the whileInView prop. Now let's talk about the useScroll hook. So the useScroll hook helps track the scroll position of the page. It makes it easy to create animation or effect that respond to how much the user have scrolled. So yeah, that's just a definition of what a useScroll is. And now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let me give you a quick test of the useScroll animation. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be creating the scroll animation.tsx file, and I'm going to be using the RAFC inside there. Now let's just go ahead and go to our app and register that scroll component right here, and I'm going to close there. So if I save this file right now, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use our useScroll animation, and now we have to import that not from the framer but from the framer motion. So I'll use like the framer motion, and now we have to store that in some sort of a variable. So I'll use like scroll length is going to be equals to this useScroll. I'm going to log that to the console like scroll, and now if I save my file, I'm going to open my console, and here inside this console now we are getting these two objects. So if I expand there, and these properties are a motion values, and remember we already cover a motion values. So we have like scroll on the x-axis and scroll x progress y-axis, and also scroll y-axis progress. So yeah, we can use these properties to make amazing animation. I'm going to remove that from here. And next, I'm going to destructure only the scroll on the y-axis, not the x-axis, but on the y-axis. And the next thing that I want to do is that I want to use events. So I'm going to use like the use motion value event. Come on, use motion value event, like so. And it's going to take the motion value first of all. So I'm going to copy a name of there, because we already know that this property is a motion value. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to specify which kind of event you want to fire. So here you can see we have a change, we have the animation start, the animation complete, cancel, and so much more. I'm going to only choose the change. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to call our callback function and get the latest value out of there. Okay, so I'm going to go inside there, and now let me just log to the console this page scroll, and here we are going to be rendering our latest value inside there. I'm going to save my file right now, but now we need a place to scroll through. So I'm going to remove that from here, and inside there I'm going to use my UL and LI. I want them to be like 50 maybe. And as soon as I hit enter, so it's going to give us like 50 li. And now if I save my file, let me just test this out. So I'll use like h1 of allow something. And yeah, we are getting there, but why aren't we getting that? You know what? I'm going to also provide the class name of height will be set to totally screen. So now if I do that, and now we are getting our scroll bar right here. So I'm going to open my console once again and go to my console. Now we are getting this data. But now as soon as I scroll, here you can see we are now getting this different data. First of all, we are getting this data, then we are getting the 2 and so on and so forth. So as soon as I scroll there, it's going to give us that new value. So based on these new values, we can create a smooth animation or a scroll smooth animation. And yeah, that's just the basics of the useScroll hook. Now let me show you how we are going to be using the useScroll hook with the useTransform hook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be defining the scroll animation in animation animation.tsx. And now let me use my RAFCE inside there, save this file and call this component right here. So we have a scroll animation component. Now let me just save there, and now let me go into my component, and now let's start working on there. So the first thing that I would need is the useScroll, and now we are going to be getting there from the framer motion like so. And next we have to store them in some sort of a variable, or we have to destructure the scroll y-axis from the useScroll. So that's done. Next we have to define our useTransform hook. So we are going to be defining that for the scale and also for the opacity. So I'll use like scale, and scale will be equals to the useTransform hook. And for this useTransform hook, it's going to take the motion value, and we already know that this scroll y-axis is a motion value. So I'm going to pass that right here. Next we have to provide the starting point. So when our animation start from 0, so in that situation we wanted to change that to 1. And when our animation reaches to 300, so in that situation we want to set there to 1.5, like the scaling to 1.5. That's done. Now let me also use the transform hook for the opacity. So I'll use like opacity, opacity, and it's going to be equals to use transform hook. And here once again we are going to be passing our scroll on the y-axis as a motion value to there. And then when it starts from 0, what do you want to do in that situation? We want to set that to 1. And when it reaches to 300, so in that situation we want to set that to 0. Now I'm going to save my file, and now let me go ahead and go to my UI and use that. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to be attaching like height of totally screen, and flex and items. Come on, items will be set to totally center, and justify will be also set to totally center. Inside this div we are going to be defining our motion.div. Okay, so first of all we have to get the motion, and then we would be able to use that motion right here. So I'm going to be using motion.value, and inside there I'm going to be providing a bit of classes to it, like background totally blue of 500, and width will be set to 32. Come on, let's just set that to 32, and height will also be set to 32, totally rounded large, and shadow will be set to totally large. And now for the styling, we know that we are going to be using the motion value, so which also means that we are going to be passing the scaling and also the opacity to this style. So I'm going to pass the scale and also the opacity. Let me just copy a name up there and place it right here, save my file. And now underneath there we are going to be creating a div for the scrolling. So I'll just use a div, and the width will be set to totally full, and for the height we are going to be using 150 viewport height. Now let me just close there, and it should be height, not width. And here you can see we are now getting this box, and when I scroll down here you can see it will make it disappear. So you know what, let me just go ahead and provide a bit of styling to my body. I'll just place this styling. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this div, and now as soon as I scroll there, here you can see it's gonna make it disappear. And I can also make the height to, like, I don't know, maybe 200. So now let me just change that to 200, and here you can see it's gonna make it disappear. So I want you to notice here you can see it's gonna increase the scaling of there, and also it's gonna change the opacity, and we can totally achieve them by using just the useScroll hook and also the useTransform hook. So yeah, I know that's just a simple and basic animation, but that's just the example of the useScroll and the useTransform hook. Now let me give you another example. So I'm going to remove this coding from here, and I'm going to create another component with the name of animation or animation scroll.tsx will be fine. Now I'll use the RAFCE inside there. Go ahead and go to my app and use the animation scroll right here and close there. Now let's just go ahead and go to our animation scroll and start working on there. The first thing that we would need is the use scroll animation. I mean, like the use scroll hook to be precise. And now we have to destructure the scroll on the y-axis from the use scroll hook. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to transform the scale and the border radius based on the scroll position. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? We are going to be calling the use transform hook from the framer motion, and we would need that from the framer motion rather than just a motion. And here it's going to take the motion value, so I'm going to copy a name of that and place it right here. And starting from 0, we want to set that to 1, and then going through 1000, we wanted to decrease the size of this. So I'll use like 0.5, and now we can store them inside the variable. So I'll use like scale, and it's going to be equals to this use transform hook. Next we have to create our border radius, so it's going to start from square and then it will make it as a circle. So I'll use like border radius, and it's going to be equals to this use transform hook. And for this use transform hook, we are going to be specifying the scroll on the y-axis starting from 0, and then we want to set that to 0%. And then when it goes to 1000, we want to set that to 50%. That's also done. Now we have to use that inside our UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove this animation scroll from here, and now I'm going to provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like the class name will be set to relative, height will be set to totally screen, and the overflow will be set to totally hidden. Inside this div, we are going to be defining our motion.image. Okay, so first of all, we want to have to import the motion. So I'll use like the motion from the framer motion, and inside this div, we are going to be defining our motion.image or img like that. I'm going to close there, and here it's going to take the source, and also it's going to take the alternative text. So for this alternative text, I'm going to specify background, and for this source we are going to be providing this image. So now let me just save my file. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like it's going to be set to totally absolute, and inset will be set to totally 0, width will be set to totally full, height totally full, and object totally cover. I'm going to save this file right now. Now we also have to attach our styling. So for this styling, we're going to be providing our scale. So I'm going to copy a name of that and provide the scale right here. I'm going to also specify this border radius. So I'm going to copy a name of that and place it right here. And now underneath there, what do we have to do? We have to create a div with the class of sticky, and top will be set to totally 0. The height will be set to totally screen. Items will be set to totally center. And also justify will be set to totally center. Inside there, we are going to be creating h1 with the class of text totally white and text totally 4xl. And inside there, I'll use like scroll to animate. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this image. But now as soon as I scroll there, okay, we can't even scroll there. So you know what, let's just go ahead and go to our app, and now underneath there we have to just provide some sort of a div with the class of a lot of classes. So I'll use a div, and here we are going to be providing the height of 200% so that we can see them, and also background totally gray of 800, and flex items will be set to totally center. Justify will also be set to totally center. Inside there, we're going to be creating h2 with the class of text totally white, and here we have to specify the scroll down. I'm going to save this file right now. And now as soon as I scroll, here you can see we are now getting that border radius and also that smooth animation on the scroll. So if I scroll it back, here you can see we are now getting this full image, and that's, oh, what the hell is this guy even doing? So yeah, that's our use scroll hook. Welcome to the first exercise of this course. So in this one, we're going to be building 6 amazing animation, but they are not going to be advanced. Like, they are going to be totally simple because this is the first exercise of this course. Okay, so let's start from the first one. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a box that moves across the screen. You should have to create a simple box by using the div, or you can also create a section or anything that you prefer. Then use the framer motion to animate that box from the left side of the screen to the right. Do that, then we're going to be doing the rest of them. So let's just start working on that. So I'm going to be creating my components folder. And inside there, let's just define our box.tsx file. And I'm going to be using my RAFCE, save my file, and register there right here. So we have to write a box and hit enter, so it's going to render there right here. Check this out. So we are now getting that box, which is looking cool. Okay, so the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our animation. So I'll just import my motion from where? From the framer motion. So that's done. We also have to specify our motion dot, or you know what, I'm going to remove that from here. I'm going to also remove that box, and I'm going to close that like a self-closing tag. And I'm going to provide my motion div. I'll also provide a bit of classes, like the background will be set to totally blue of 200, and the width will be set to 20, and also the height will be set to 20. Okay, and now let me provide my animation. So I'll just provide my initial state, and for this initial state we're going to be providing the x value, and x is going to be set to 100 minus 100. And when we want to animate that, so we're going to be setting the x value to positive 100. And finally, we're going to be providing a bit of transition, and also I'm going to provide a duration of 2 seconds. So now I'm going to save my file. Now if I just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our box. We can also use our, what do we call it, our box simply. So I'll just write like that, box, save my file, and yo, they're super big. Okay, so if I just refresh there, we are now getting this amazing animation. So that's the first thing that we have to do. Next, we have to create a vertical movement. So make a circle bounce up and down. So create a circle by using a CSS, or you can also use a Tailwind CSS. Then animate that circle to move vertically, bouncing at the top and bottom of the container. So this is what you have to do. Next, so give it your best shot. If you can't do it, then that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. So I'm going to go ahead and create my component right here. I'm going to give it the name of like bouncing, or bouncing circle rather, .tsx. Spelling is incorrect. BOUNCING, bouncing circle .tsx. And I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there. And now let's just register this component right here. So I'm going to be using my bouncing circle and close that. And now inside this component, what do we have to do? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion. So I'm going to be using like import motion from where? From the framer motion. And now we have to define our circle. So I'll just remove that and close that like so. And I'm going to make that as a motion.div. And you can also make that as a motion.section or article or whatever you want to call that. I'm going to just make it like div. And I'm going to also make a circle by using the Tailwind CSS. And I'll use like background totally red of 500 and round it totally full. Width will be set to 20. Height will also be set to 20. And now let's just provide our animation. So I'm going to be using the animate prop. And on this animation, we want to set the y-axis to 0, minus 100, 0. Now underneath there, we also have to specify the transition. And for this transition, we're going to be providing a duration of 1. And the repeat will be set to 1. And not 1, but and repeat will be set to infinity. And also the easing will be set to ease in and out, like so. So I'm going to save my file. And that's all the code that we have to write. And here you can see we're now getting our bouncing ball right here, which is looking cool. Okay, so that's also amazing. And that's the second exercise. Next, we have to create our rotation animation. So what do we have to do? We have to spin an icon continuously. So you can either use the SVG tag, or you can use some sort of a React icons if you prefer that. Then animate that icon to rotate indefinitely. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, you know what to do. Okay, so let's just create a component with the name of spinning icon.tsx. And I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there, save my file, go to my app.tsx like so, comment this line out, and I'm going to be using my spinning 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 icon, and we are now getting that. I'm going to go ahead and remove that and change that to the image tag. And I'm going to also close that, and inside this image we are going to be providing this source. Okay, so now let me just provide that right here, and now let me import the motion. Motion from where? From the framer motion. I'm going to save my file, and this is basically the logo of the framer motion. Okay, so we're going to be providing the class name of width will be set to 20, height will also be set to 20, and let's just provide our animate prop. So let's just use our animate. Inside there we're going to be providing our rotation, but first of all we have to convert that to the motion.image right here. Okay, so now inside this animate prop, we are going to be providing the rotation, and we want that to be rotate on the 360 degree. I'm going to also provide the transition, and for this transition, let's just provide our duration of 2, and the repeat will be set to infinity. And I'm going to also provide the easing, and ease will be set to linear like so. So let's just save our file, and here you can see we are now getting the rotated logo of the frame and motion. So yeah, that's also done. Let's just go ahead and perform this fourth one. So we have a skewed transition now in this case. So animate the rectangle that skews when we click on it. So create a rectangle using a Tailwind CSS, or you can also use just a simple CSS if you wanted to. And when somebody clicks on that, then skew that rectangle and return it normal when we clicked again. So yeah, once again, give it your best shot. So for this one, we're going to be creating a component with the name of skew rectangle.tsx. I'm going to be using my RAFC inside there. Let's just go in there and register our component right here. So we have our skewed rectangle to be precise. And now inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our motion. And let's just get there from the frame and motion. And we already know that whenever we are clicking on something, so we would need some sort of a state. So I'll just create a state with the name of like is skewed, and then set is skewed. It's going to be equals to the use state. And let's just provide a true as a value to that. So now let's just make this div as a skew div. So I'm going to provide like motion.div, and inside there we have to provide a bit of styling today. So I'm going to be using like the class name background will be set to totally yellow of 500, and also width will be set to 40, height will be set to 20. And now underneath there, when somebody try to click on there, in that situation we want to just set the is skewed property to not is skewed, which means like if this is true, make that false. If this is false, so make that true. So if I save my file, this is how it looks like. So if I click on there, nothing will happen. I'm going to also provide an animation to that, so I'll just use like this animate prop and provide the skew on the x-axis. And we have to provide like if this is skewed, so in that situation we want to provide the 20 value to there. But if that's not the case, we want to set it back to 0. I'm going to also provide a transitions right here. And for the transition, we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but just provide a duration of 0.5 seconds. Save our file, and now if I click on there, it's going to just skew it up. As simple as that. So yeah, that's also amazing. So that was our fourth challenge, and now let's talk about the fifth one, which is a combined transformation. So create a complex animation combining multiple transformation. So you just have to create some sort of a shape. It doesn't matter if there's going to be a circle or a square or something like that, and then animate that shape to move diagonally while rotating and scaling simultaneously. So yeah, give it your best shot. And I'm going to just create a component right here, the name of combine animation.tsx. I'll use my RAFC inside there, copy the name of there, and go ahead and register that component right here like so. I'm gonna go into my combine animation, and here the first thing I would do is that I'm going to be importing the motion from the framer motion like so. Next we have to define our div, and I'm going to close there like so and define them as a motion div. I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to them. Let's just use our class name, and for this class name we are going to be setting the background to totally purple and 500. Width will be set to 20, height will also be set to 20. So underneath there, we also have to provide the animate prop, and on this animate we want to set the x-axis to 200 and the rotation to be 360 degree. And also for the scaling, we are going to be setting that to 1.5. Underneath there, we have to provide a transition, and for this transition we are going to be providing a duration of 2 seconds. So now if I save my file and check this out, so let me just refresh there, and here you can see it's going to give us that rotation right here. And that's looking super amazing. Next, we have to create our sequential transformations. In this case, we have to create an animation sequence. So use multiple elements like square or circle or something like that. Then animate them in a sequence where one moves to the right, then the next one follows after the delay, using different transformation like move, rotate, or skewing and something like that. Okay, so yeah, once again, that's going to be the final one. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to go ahead and create my, oh, what the hell is I just do? Let's just remove that and create my file right here with the name of sequential boxes.tsx file. And I'm going to be using my RAFC inside there. Go ahead and go to our app component, comment this line out, and then I'm going to be providing my sequential boxes and just run there. Let me go ahead and go to my component, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from where? From the framer motion. Inside there, you would need a few boxes, so we can define an array like so, but we don't have to do that. we're going to be defining our array by using these curly braces. So we're going to be using like dot dot dot. Then we want to create like 5 elements inside this array, and then we want to iterate over through them by using the map method. So we are not interested in anything, but we want to get the index like so. And inside there, what do we have to do? We have to define our motion.div, and I'm going to close there. So now inside this div, I'm going to be providing the key, and key will be set to that index, which we're now getting from this array right here. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to it. So I'll just write bg will be set to teal of 500, width will be set to 20, height will also be set to 20, and margin for like all around will be set to 2. And I'm going to be also providing the animate prop, and on this animate we want to move that to the x-axis of 100 pixel. And for the transition, we are going to be providing the duration, and for the duration we are going to be setting that to like 0.5 seconds. And I'm going to also provide a delay, so I'll just use like delay, and delay will be set to that index times 0.5 seconds, and that is it. Okay, so let me just check this out. So if I just refresh there, it's gonna first of all move this one, then this one, and then finally that one. You know what, let me just set that to 1 second. And now if I refresh there, first of all it's gonna move that one, then this one, and then that third one. But if you have like a lot more boxes, like, you know what, let me just increase the size of that to like 5 boxes or maybe 10 boxes. So this is how the animation will look like. So I'm gonna go back, and now let me just refresh there. So first, second, third, fourth, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that was the first exercise of this course. Welcome to the second practice module. So in this one, we're going to be creating amazing animations. So let's talk about the first one. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a simple fade in and fade out animation. So what do we have to do? We have to create a component with the name of fade in component, or just a fade component. Then use the motion.div from the frame on motion to create a div that fades in and fades out. You can style that by using the Tailwind CSS, or you can also style that by using just simple CSS if you wanted to. Then add a button that toggles the visibility of the fade component. So yeah, give it your best shot. If you can't do it, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder. So I'll just define my components folder, and inside there we're going to be creating our fade component.tsx file. So I'll use my RAFCE inside this, save my file, and register this component right here, just like that. I'm gonna save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So next thing that we have to do is that we have to grab something called the motion, from where? From the framer motion, like so. And inside there, let's just take care of the toggling and untoggling, or you can say the visibility or unvisibility. So I'll just create a state with the name of like visible, and then set visible, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and here we have to set there to false. Okay, so now inside this component, what do we have to do? We have to define our class names. So I'll use like flex, and flex will be set to column, and items will be set to center. So now inside this div, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to define our button, and now I'm going to say like toggle fade. And here we also have to provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll use like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background will be set to totally blue of 500, and text will be white, totally rounded. I'm gonna save my file, and when somebody clicks on this button, we want to fire this function. Okay, so which will just set the visibility to not visibility or not visible, which means like if this is true, it's gonna make it false. If this is false, it's gonna make it true. And here you can see we are now getting our amazing button. We click on there, nothing will happen. So yeah, let's just take care of the rest of the content. So I'm going to collapse there, and here we are going to be defining our div and our data. So now let me just go back, and what do we have to do? We have to first of all check if this is visible, and then based on their visibility we are going to be showing this UI. But if this is not set to true and this is not visible, we are not going to be showing nothing at all. Okay, so let's just create our motion.div, and here what do we have to do? We have to do a lot of things. So I'll just put the class name. Pairing all around will be set to 4. Background will be set to gray of 200, and totally rounded. So now underneath that we have to create our initial state, and for this initial state we're going to be starting our animation by providing the opacity of 0. Then we are going to be providing the animate prop. On this animate prop we are going to be setting the opacity to 1, and now we also have to provide the exit prop. So on this exit you want to set the opacity to 0 once again, and then finally we have to provide some sort of a transitions. So I'll just say like duration will be set to 0.5. I'm gonna save there, but this is not how we are going to be closing our div. I'm gonna close them manually, and I'm gonna just put some sort of a text right here. And I will say like, first of all, let me convert that to the motion.dev, and then I will just say like, hello, I don't know, I am a fading component or something like that. And now let me test this out. So here you can see we are now getting there, but we have to change the text to totally black, like so. And now this is looking better. If I click on this toggle fade, it's gonna hide there. If I click on there once again, it's gonna unhide there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna wrap that in this section, or you know what, we're not gonna be wrapping it in the section, but I'm gonna wrap that in the animate presence. I'm gonna import that and close that like so. So I'm gonna cut that from here, and I'm going to place that right here. So now if I click on this toggle button, so it's gonna unhide there. If I click on there once again, it's gonna hide there from the UI, and that's because of this animate presence. So if I just remove there for a second and watch what happens. So if I click on there, it's gonna unhide there, but now if I click on there once again, so it's gonna hide there totally instantly, like as you can see right here. But now if I provide this animate presence once again, save my file and click on there, so it's gonna hide there. And if I click on there, it's gonna slowly hide there. So yeah, that's just the basic animation, and that was our basic fade in component, or just a fade component to be precise. So now I'm gonna go ahead and perform the second practice challenge, or whatever you want to call it. Next, we have to create a sidebar that will slide in from the left when we click on the button. So what do we have to do? We have to create some sort of a component, and then we have to use the motion.dev. Then we can style our sidebar by using the tailwind CSS. We can use the framer motion animate prop to slide the sidebar in the form of the left. Then we have to add a button that will toggle the visibility. So once again, if you can do that, go ahead and do that. But if you can't do that, then don't worry. I'm going to show you the solution right now. So I'm going to define my sidebar component, and here we have to use our RAFCE inside there, save my file, comment this line out, and provide my sidebar right here. Let's just go ahead and start working on this component. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the motion from where? From the framer motion. Next, we have to create our state. So I'm going to be using like is open, and then set is open. It's going to be equals to the use state, and here we have to specify the false value to there. Now I'm going to go to the UI and remove that from here. I'm going to also provide the class name of flex to them. Inside there, we're going to be defining our button, and which will just say like toggle sidebar or something like that. Okay, I'm gonna also provide a bit of styling to this. So like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, pairing all around will be set to 2, background will be set to blue of 500. You can also set the text to totally white, totally rounded. So if I save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So if I click on there, nothing will happen, but I can also attach my event handler on there. And so when somebody try to click on there, what do we have to do? We have to just use the set is open and set that to not is open. Okay, so which means like if this is true, make that false. If this is false, make that true. If I click on there, still nothing will happen, because we have to provide our UI underneath this button. Next, we have to use our motion.dev and create our sidebar. So I'm going to be using like this motion.dev, and then I'm going to close there like so. Inside this dev, we are going to be defining our h2, which will have the class of text only large, and also the font will be set to bold. It's going to say like a sidebar or something. Now underneath this h2, we can create a paragraph. Now I'll say like some random content that will goes here or something like that. Now let me provide a bit of classes and also a bit of styling to this component, or to this element to be precise. I'm going to be using the class name, and here we are going to be providing our classes totally dynamically. So I'll use like fixed class, and also left will be set to 0, top will be set to 0, and height will be set to totally full, background will be set to gray of 700, and I'm gonna also provide the text, and text will be set to totally white, pairing all around will be set to 4, and here now we have to render our classes dynamically. So what we have to do is this is open, then we have to set there to empty string. But if this is not open, then we have to set there to minus translate value, translate. On the x-axis is going to be set to full. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now underneath that, let me just show you that. If I click on there, here you can see we're now getting our sidebar, and then some random content right here. You can specify the input field or the checkboxes or whatever you want to put right here. But yeah, we are now getting our sidebar, but we are not providing any animations to there. So to provide our animation, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to use our initial state, and for this initial state, we are going to be setting the x value to minus 100%. And now underneath there, we also have to provide the animate prop, And on this animate prop, you want to set the X value. If this is open, so in that situation, you want to set there to 0%. But if this is not open, so you want to set there to minus 100%. And we are going to be also providing a bit of transitions. So let's just provide a bit of transitions. And on this transition, we're going to be setting the duration to 0.5 seconds. And now if I click on this toggle button, it's going to unhide there and it's going to give us this sidebar totally animated. If I click on there once again, it will make it disappear. So yeah, this is also amazing practice that we've just worked on. So you can totally animate, and you can also specify different styling for the button. You can also specify different styling for this sidebar if you wanted to. But yeah, that was our practice number 2. Now let's start working on the third one. What do we have to do? We have to create a modal with a transition. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a component, then we have to use the motion.dev. We can style it by using the Tailwind CSS, or you can also use the just CSS if you want to. Then we have to use the frame and motion to animate the modal entrance and also the exit. Okay, so we can just create a button which will trigger the modal. So yeah, let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and create my modal right here. So I'll just use like modal.tsx and use my RAFCE inside there. Copy the name of that and register that modal right here, just like that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my modal component, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from where? From the framer motion. Now inside this modal, we are going to be creating our state like is open once again, and then set is open, and it's going to be set to the use state, and then we have to set there to false. Now I'm going to remove this modal from here, and I'm going to provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like flex, and also flex will be set to column, and items will be set to totally center. And that's done. Next we have to define our button, and on this button it's going to say like open the modal, and now we have to provide the class name. So I'll use like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background will be set to blue 500, and text will be set to totally white rounded. Okay, so when somebody try to click on this modal, or this button to be precise, we're going to be firing this function, and in this function we're going to be setting the is open flag to true. Okay, so initially it's going to be set to false, and we are now setting there to true. If I click on this button, nothing will happen. So you know what, let me just change the color of that to like crimson 500, or you know what, change that to teal 500 or something like that. Yep, we are now getting our teal modal button right here. I'm gonna collapse there, and now underneath this button, what do we have to do? We have to specify our modal content. So I'm gonna go back, and we have to check if we have the modal, like if this is true, then we want to show this UI. But if this is not set to true, then we don't want to show this UI. Okay, so I'll use like motion dev right here. So I'm going to use like motion, and then set that to motion dev. Okay, and inside this motion dev, we're going to be providing a lot of classes to this. So I'll use like pegs, and then inset will be set to 0, and background will be set to totally black, background opacity will be set to 50, and flex justify will be set to center, items will be set to center. I'm going to save my file, and inside there, when somebody clicks on there, so we're going to be firing this function once again. It's going to say like set is open, and we want to set there to false. Okay, so that's going to be it for our modal styling. Now inside there, we're going to be defining our motion.dev once again, and close there. I'll also provide a bit of classes to this one. So background will be set to totally white, and pairing all around will be set to 4, totally rounded. Okay, and yeah, that's gonna be it. Let me just save my file, and inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to just write like h2, which will say like modal title, and I'm gonna also style there a bit. I'll use like text only large, font will be set to bold. If I save there and test this out, if I click on there, here you can see it's gonna give us that background of gray, and it's gonna also give us that modal content right here. But we have to change there to text only black. If I click on there once again, we are now getting this modal title. We are not providing any animation to there right now. We will do that in a few seconds. I'm going to also provide a paragraph which will say like this is some random modal content. Come on, content here or something like that. And now if I click on there once again, still we have to change that to text totally black, and save our file. Click on there, and now we are getting the modal description as well. Now underneath this paragraph, we are going to be creating a button which will just say like close the modal. And now you can also specify different classes to there, like margin for the top will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally red of 500, and text will be set to totally white rounded. If I save there, click on there once again, and now we are getting this close button right here. If I click on there, it's gonna also hide there. Now finally, let's just provide our animation right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna go here and provide my animation right here. So when somebody clicks on there, what do we have to do? We have to take this event object, and we have to use this event object, and we have a stop propagation method on there. So let's just use our stop propagation and execute them. And also for the initial state, what do we have to do? We have to use the y-axis, and on the y-axis we are going to be using like -100 VH. Okay, and also we are going to be providing the animate, and when we want to animate this, we are going to be changing the y-axis to 0 viewport height, and also on the exit crop we're going to be using the y-axis, and it's going to be set to 100 VH. And let's just provide a bit of transitions to that. So I'll use like duration of 0.5 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna save my file. If I click on this, so it's gonna show us this model. If I click on the close, oh, we also have to attach this on click event handler on this one. God damn it. I'm going to use like set is open and set that to false. Yeah, let's just set that to false. So now if I click on there, it's gonna hide there from the UI. You know what? I'm gonna wrap that in the animate presence component, and let's just close there. I'm gonna cut that from there and place there right here. Okay, so if I click on there, it's gonna show us this model, and if I click on there once again, so it's gonna hide this. So now that's looking better. I'm gonna click on the open model, so it's gonna open this model. If I click on there once again, it will make it disappear. You can also click on there and click somewhere else, so it's gonna also hide there from the UI. So that's our amazing model. The next exercise will not be that much complicated, so I'm gonna zoom in a bit. And what do we have to do? We have to create our responsive animation. So what do we have to do? Make a responsive button that animates on the click. Okay, that's gonna be very simple one. Create a button using the motion.button, and then style it by using Tailwind CSS, or you can also use just a pure CSS. Then use the frame on motion while tap prop to animate the button when clicked. So once we click on this, we just want to scale it down a bit. Okay, so we can also provide the hover effect by using the while hover. If you want to give it a shot, you totally can, but yeah, if you don't want to do that, you don't even have to do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my responsive button.tsx. Let's just use my RFCE inside there and go ahead and go to my app and register this component right here, like so. Save my file, go ahead and go to our component, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from where? From the framer motion. And now inside there, let's just remove that from here and make that as a motion. Come on, motion.dev. And inside this motion dev, I'm gonna provide a bit of classes to that. So I'll use like pairing all around will be set to 2, and background blue will be set to 500. Text will be set to totally white, rounded, and also we are going to be providing a transition. Transform the duration will be set to 300, and also the ease in and out. Inside there, I'm gonna save my file right now. I'm gonna say like click me. Save my file once again. So if I click on there, nothing will happen. I'm gonna also change the cursor to pointer, and now let's just provide our animation. So I'm gonna be using like the while hover. When somebody hover over them, so you want to scale it up to like 1.1, and when somebody tap on there, like while tap, so what do you want to do? We just want to use the scale and provide 0.9 scaling to there. Okay, so if I hover over there, it's gonna pop it up. If I click on there, it's gonna pop it back. Okay, so that was also our simple animation or responsive button, whatever you want to call that. Now let's create the heart accordion component, and I know a lot of you will love this one. So what do we have to do? We have to create an accordion component that expands and also collapses on the click. Create a component that renders a list of items, each with a title and also with the content. So you can use the motion.div to animate the height of the content, and you can use the Tailwind CSS for the styling, or you can just use the pure CSS if you wanted to. If you want to give it your best shot, you totally can, but if you don't want to do that, you don't even have to do that. So I'm going to be creating my accordion.tsx file, and inside there, let's just use what RAFCE, save my file, go ahead and register this component right here. Okay, so I'm going to close there, and the first thing that we would need is the motion from the framer motion. Okay, so let's just use our framer motion. Next, we would need some sort of items by which we can iterate over through. So I'll use like const items or content, whatever you want to call them. You would need an array, and inside this array we would have a few objects. So I'll use like title, and I'll say like title 1 I'm gonna also provide the content, and content will say like this is content of item, come on, of item 1, and I'm gonna provide a comma and duplicate there like a few times. Okay, so then I'm going to change there 2, 2, then 3, and then 4. I'm gonna also change there from the item 1 to 2 to 3 and 4. Next we have to define our state. So I'm gonna be using like const open index, and then set is or set open index rather, and it's gonna be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to null. And now let me go ahead and go to the UI and remove it from there, and I'm going to provide a bit of classes like space on the x-axis, or not the x but the y-axis will be set to 2. Inside there we have to iterate over through all of the items by using this map method. We have to provide the item and also the index inside there, and let's just iterate over through all of the items. So I'm going to be using a div, and I'm going to also close there like so, and we also have to specify the key, and the key will be coming from this index. So now inside this div we're going to be first of all defining a button, and this button will have a few classes. So I'll use like width of totally full, and text will be set to left, pairing all around will be set to 2, and background gray will be set to 300, totally rounded, and focus state will be set to outline, come on, outline none. This is say our file, and inside this button we're going to be rendering our item.title. When somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this function like when clicked. Let's just fire this function, which is a toggle item function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. It's going to be taking an index. So now if I comment this line out and see, so here you can see we are now getting a title 1 and so on and so forth. So that's it for the button. I'm going to comment or hide there for a few seconds, and now underneath this button we're going to be defining our motion.div. Okay, so I'll just close there, and inside this button we're going to be creating our h1. So let's create our h1, which will say like item.content, and here we have to specify like pairing all around will be set to 2, background gray will be set to 200, and totally rounded. Yep, you are also getting that. I'm gonna also change the text to totally black. Text is totally black, and there, or copy that from there, go to my button and place that right here. Yep, this is looking cool. I'm gonna hide there for a few seconds and provide my animation to this h1 right here. Or you know what, we're not going to be providing our animation to this one. We're going to be providing our animation on this motion there. What the hell am I doing? Okay, so let's just use our overflow first of all. Like overflow will be set to totally hidden, and underneath there we have to provide our initial state, and the height will be set to 0 first of all. I'm going to also provide the animate prop. On this animate prop we're going to be setting the height to if the open index is triple equals to the index which we are now getting. So in that situation, we're going to be setting there to arrow, but if that's not the case, we're going to be setting there to 0. And on the transition, we have to specify the duration of 0.3 seconds. And finally, let me just create this function, and I'm going to uncomment that from here and create this function right here. So I'll use like const toggle item, and it's going to be equals to this function. It's going to take an index as a parameter, and I'm going to annotate there as a number like so. And set open index will be set to if the open index, if that is equal to the index. So in that situation we want to set that to null, but if that's not the case, we want to set that to the index itself. Okay. So you know what, let me just annotate that with any so that it doesn't give us that errors. And now I can click on there, so it's going to show us this content. I can also click on this, so it's going to hide these content right here, and they are looking super amazing. You can totally modify the styling to whatever you want, but in my case they are looking great. Now we are going to be creating a notification toaster. So what do we have to do? We have to create a notification toaster that will slide in from the top and trigger. So yeah, if you want to do that by yourself, you can definitely go ahead and do that by yourself, but now I'm going to give you my solutions. So I'll just create this component like toast notification.tsx file, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there, save our file, and register there inside our app component. So I'll just provide my toast notification and hit enter, save my file, and use my npm run dev. Because I stopped the server, I am now re-recording this portion. And here you can see we are now getting our toast notification, which is looking amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my toast notification. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my motion from where? From the framer motion, like so. Next, we also have to create our visibility state. So I'll use like visible, and also set visible, and it's going to be equals to what the hell? It's going to be equals to this useStat, and we have to specify the false as a stat 2 there. We already seen all of that stuff like a lot of time. So I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to style that a bit. So I'll just provide like flex, and flex will be set to column, and items will be set to center like so. Inside there we have to define our button, and this button will have a classes like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally blue of 500, or you know what, let me just change that to the teal of 500, and I'm going to also provide the text of totally white to them and totally rounded. So inside this button I'm going to say like show notifications. I'm going to save this file, and also when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function which is a show host right here. So I'm going to copy the name of there and create this function right here. So I'll use like const show host, and inside this function I'm going to say like set visible and set 33. Underneath there we are going to be also using a set timeout. Okay, that was fast. I'll just provide like 3000 for a duration, and inside there I'll just set the visibility to false. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and this is what we have to do right now. I can also remove these curly braces from here if I wanted to. Yep, I can totally do that. So now let me just save my file, and this is now looking better. Now let's just go ahead and go to our UI and create our notification. So I'll use like first of all our visibility. So if that is visible, then we want to show this content. But if that's not visible, we don't want to show nothing at all. So I'm going to be using like motion dev, and I'm going to close there like so. I'll provide the classes like the class will be set to fixed, and also for the top will be set to 4, right will be set to 4, pairing all around will be set to 4, background totally green of 500, text totally white, and totally rounded like so. Okay, so I'll just say like notification and action successful or something like that. If I save this file, check this out. So if I click on there, it's going to show us this notification right here. So it will make it disappear like so. So I'm going to also provide a bit of animation to there. So I'm going to be using like the frame and motion. I'll just provide like for the initial state, you want to change the opacity to 0, and also the y-axis will be set to -20. I'm going to also provide the animate prop. On this animate prop, you can specify the opacity to 1, and also on the y-axis you want to set there to totally 0. Now underneath there we can also provide the exit state when this is exiting. So you want to set the opacity to 0, and also on the y-axis you want to set that back to -20. Okay, and we also want to provide a bit of transition to them. So I'll just write like duration, and duration will be set to 0.5. Now let me save my file and click on there, and here you can see it's going to give us that notification right here, and it's going to make it disappear. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to wrap there inside the animate presence, and now I'm going to close there like so. I'll cut that animate presence, and I'll just put there right here. Oh, we have to put the underneath there. No, like so. Now if I click on there, so it's gonna show this notification, and then it's gonna hide there like so. You can totally change the UI, you can totally change the animation and stuff like that. But now our transformation challenge is totally complete. Welcome to the keyframe practice. So in this one, we're going to be building amazing animations. So yeah, if you want to give it a try by yourself, you can totally do that. Nobody is stopping you to do that. But if you can do that, here is how I would do that. So what do we have to do? First of all, we have to create our bouncing ball. So create a bouncing ball animation using a keyframe. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to create a simple circular div to represent a ball. Then we can use the frame on motion keyframes to create a bouncing effect. Then we can style it by either using a Tailwind CSS or just using a CSS. So you know what, if you want to give it a try by yourself, you can totally do that. But here is how I would do that. Let's just create our components folder, and inside there we are going to be creating our bouncing ball.tsx file, and I'll use my RAFCE inside there, save that file and register there right here, just like that. I'll use this, save my file, and once again I restarted my computer because there was a problem in my OBS. So you know what, let me just refresh there, and we are now getting there amazingly. I'm gonna also provide a bit of styling to this one, so I'll use like height will be set to screen, and also flex justify will be set to center, and items will also be set to center, and background will be this color. So I'll use like 0D1 and then 017. I'm gonna save my file. Still we are getting that animation, so I'll just use like text totally, I mean like not animation but that color. So yeah, that's looking cool. Now let's get into it. The first thing that we have to do is that we Oh my god, my keyboard is getting super fast. So, you know what? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from the framer motion. And now inside there, we have to define our div. So I'll just remove that from here. And now we are creating a circular box. So I'm gonna call my component like this, or create my div like this. I'm gonna also provide the class names, like the width will be set to 16, like so. And also the height will be set to 16. And background will be set to totally yellow, 400. Totally rounded and full. I'll save this file, and now let's just provide our animation today. So I'll use like on the animate. Okay, first of all we have to make the as a motion div. So I'll use like motion.div, and then I'm gonna provide the animate prop on there. And inside this animate prop, now we are going to be using our keyframes. So for the y-axis, we want to start from 0, then we want to go to minus 100, and then we want to go back to the 0. Okay, so this is how our keyframe will look like. Now we can also specify a different transition today. So I'll use like the duration will be set to 1 second. We can also provide the repeat, and it's gonna repeat infinitely. And also on the repeat type, we want to use like loop like so. Come on, loop. And also we are going to be providing the easing, and easing will be set to ease in and out, like so. Now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this cute and amazing ball, and that was our challenge or our practice number 1. Next, we're going to be creating our pulsing effect. So we have to create a pulsing effect on a button by using the keyframes. So we have to define our motion.button. Then we have to use our keyframe from the frame and motion to animate the scaling of our button and make it pulse. And yeah, you can also use the Tailwind CSS, or you can use just a pure CSS. So you know what, let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and define my component right here, which is a pulsing button.tsx. So I'll use like arrayfce inside there, and here I'm gonna also register my component like so. I'll just call this, save my file, and this is how it looks like, and which is looking amazing. Once again, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from the framer motion, and inside there I'm gonna be defining my div. So I'll just remove that from here, and inside this one I'm gonna make it as a button. So I'll just say like motion dot button, and come on, motion dot button, like so. It's gonna say like pulse. Now we have to style there. So for the styling, we are not gonna be doing anything crazy, but I'll just provide like pairing all around will be set to 4, and background will be set to totally green, 500. Text will be set to totally white and rounded. If I save there, so this is how it's gonna look like. Yep, it is looking awful, I know that. Now we have to specify our animation and also our keyframes. So inside this animate prop, we want to scale there. So for the scale, we want to start from 1, then we want to go into the 1.1, then finally we want to go back to the 1. So that's going to be for our animation. I'm going to also specify the transition, and for this transition we are going to be also providing that same transition, like the duration will be set to 1, the repeat will be set to infinitely, and also the repeat type will be set to loop. Once again, we want to loop through them, and then finally we have to use the easing. So I'll use like ease, and ease will be set to ease in and out. Save our file, and yep, we are now getting this dancing bouncing effect right here on our button. That's cool. Let's go to the third one. So what do we have to do? We have to create our color changer animation. So we have to create a component that will change the color using the keyframes. So we have to define our square div that changes the color continuously, and we have to use the keyframes to define multiple colors for our animation, and we can style it by either using the Tailwind CSS or just a CSS. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my component right here, and the name will be set to color change square.tsx, and I'm going to be using my arrayfce inside there. Go into the app and comment this line out and register my component right here. This is how it looks like right now. Now the first thing that we have to do, like always, always, we have to import the motion from where? From the framer motion, and inside there we have to define our div. I'll remove that from here, and I'm gonna call it like so. I'm gonna provide the width, and width will be set to 32. The height will also be set to 32, and inside there let's just provide our animation. I'm gonna have to make that as a motion div, so I'll use like motion.div. Now we can definitely use our animate prop on there, and we have to specify the background color, and on this background color we are going to be using our keyframe. So I'll use like this color, which is FF and then 00, or you know, 4 zeros. We're going to be also providing like hash 00FF00, and we are going to be also using 0000FF, and then finally we have to specify and 1 2 3 4 zeros. There's going to be four what do we call it, four our background colors. We're going to be also providing a transition there, so let's just provide our transitions, and on this transition we're going to be providing a duration of 3, and the easing will be set to linear, and underneath there we're going to be also providing the repeating, and repeating will be set to infinitely. Let's just check this out, and now we are getting their different colors. So we are getting the teal, crimson, and also green, yellow, and cyan, and so on and so forth. I'm gonna go ahead and do this sliding text effect right now. So what do we have to do? We have to create a text component that slides in from the left by using the keyframes. So we have to create our component, like text component, and also we have to use the keyframes to define the movement from off screen to its final position, and then we can style that by either using the Tailwind CSS or just using a pure CSS. This one is going to be super simple, so we have to create our component and just define our RAFCE inside there. Now we have to go into our app and register this component right here, just like that. Just like that, as Uncle Bob said, just like that. So we are going to be defining our component like so. Okay, so let's just import our motion. Come on, motion from where? From our framer motion. And also we have to create our h1 inside there. So I'll just replace that with motion.h1, and this h1 will say like I don't know, slide in text or something like that. I'm gonna change that to in, and now we have to specify our classes. So I'll use like text to Excel, and font will be set to bold, text will be set to totally white, and I'm gonna save this file. This is how it looks like right here. And now we have to specify our animation. So I'll use like on the initial state, we want to start from the x-axis, and the x-axis will be starting from 100%. Now you want to animate to the x-axis of 0, and then finally we have to specify our transitions, and for this transition we're going to be providing a duration of 1. Save our file, refresh there, and here you can see our text will now slide in from the left to the right. Next, we are going to be creating a zigzag animation, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So what do we have to do? We have to create a zigzag animation for a box moving across the screen. So create a square box by using the motion.dev, and then use the keyframes to animate that box in a zigzag pattern. Then you can use a Tailwind CSS or just a CSS for the styling. And yeah, you can give it your best shot if you wanted to, but in my case, I'm going to just create this component right here. And I'll use my RAFCE, go to my app and register there. Right in here. Oh my god, let's just register there like so. Okay, so let's just go ahead and start working on that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the motion from the framer motion. Inside there we are going to be defining our div, so I'll just remove that, and I'm going to replace that as a motion.dev like so, and I'm gonna close there. Next, we have to specify the styling. So I'll use like width will be set to 16, and height will also be set to 16. Background will be set to totally green of 500, and now let's just provide our animation to that. So for the animate class, we are going to be providing keyframes. So let's just start from the x-axis. So you want to start from 0, then you want to go to 50, then you want to start from 0, then you want to go to the minus 50, then you want to go to the 0 once again. On the y-axis, we're going to be doing there once again. So I'll just copy there and place there right here. Okay, now underneath there, oh, I forgot to remove this minus from here, and now underneath there we have to create our transitions, and for these transitions I'm going to provide a duration, and duration will be 2 seconds. I'm going to also provide the repeat, and repeat will be come on, let's just provide our repeat, and repeat will be set to infinity. And I'm going to also provide the easing, and for this easing, let's just set that to ease in and out. So I'll save my file, and let me just start there from scratch. So here you can see we're now getting this box, and it is now animating as a zigzag animation. So yeah, that's also cool. You can totally modify there, and you can change the colors of there if you wanted to. You can also change the border radius and all of that kind of stuff if you wanted to. But now let's get into the sixth one. So what do we have to do? We have to create our wave effect. So create a wave effect using a series of boxes. So first of all, we have to define a series of boxes in a row. Then we have to use the keyframes to animate each box with a slight delay to create a wave effect. Then we can use the Tailwind CSS or just a CSS. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my waveeffect.tsx file, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there. And first of all, we have to import the motion from the framer motion like so. Then we have to define our boxes. So I'm going to be using like const boxes, It's going to be equals to array.from, and here we have to specify the length, and the length will be set to 5. Now here inside there, I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to provide the class names of flex, and also space will be set to x-axis of 2. Inside this div, we want to iterate over through all of their boxes, and now we want to use the map method on there. We don't need the data, but we do need the index. And here I'm going to be using my motion.dev and close there like so. Okay, so now let's just start working on there. The first thing that we want to do is that we want to specify the index to there. Next, we also want to provide a bit of styling, so I'll use like width will be 6 to 16, and height will also be set to 16. Background will be set to purple, and purple 500. And now underneath there, let's just animate there. So for the animation, we want to set the y value to start from 0 and then go to -20 and then go to the 0. So that's going to be it for the keyframe. And now let's just provide a bit of transition to that. So I'll use the transition, and inside this transition, we have to specify the duration of 0.6. I'm going to also provide the repeat value and set that to infinity. The repeat type will be set to reverse because we want to reverse it out, and also provide a delay to there. So I'll use like index time 0.1. Now that's it. Now let me just go ahead and refresh there. I guess I didn't, let me just copy there and go ahead and go to my app. Okay, we have to comment this line out. We have to render our component like so. So here you can see we're now getting the zigzag animation. So now let me just refresh there. And now we are, like not a zigzag animation, but our wave effect. So you can also change the border radius of there. You can also change the colors of there. You can also move it around. You can do a lot of stuff with there. But in my case, that's going to be it. So yeah, what do we have to do next? For the final one, we have to create our background animation. Create a background that changes the color using a keyframes. So we have to create a full screen div that acts as a background, and we can use the keyframes to animate that background color through multiple colors. And we can style that by using either a Tailwind CSS or just a pure CSS to ensure that it covers the entire screen. I'm going to create my component right here inside this components folder with the name of animated background.tsx. Now I'll use the RAFCE and go ahead and register there right here just like that. As soon as I register there, we are now getting our animated background, which is looking cool. So now let me go into this component and start working on there. So I'll use like import the motion from where? From the framer motion. I'm going to remove this text and convert that to as a motion div. So I'll use like motion.dev. I'm going to also specify the class name, and the width will be set to screen. The height will also be set to screen. And inside there, we have to provide the animate prop. And on this animate prop, we are going to be providing our keyframe. So I'll use like the background color, and it's going to be set to this background color. So let's just start from this one. And background colors are going to be set to these colors. Now underneath that, we also have to specify the transitions. So I'll use like the transitions, and for this transition we have to specify the duration of 5 seconds rather, and the easing will be set to linear in this case. And also we have to provide the repeat and set that to infinity. I'm gonna save my file. Check this out. So here you can see we are now getting this div or background color animation or whatever you want to call there. And that's also looking cool. So yeah, we built a lot of stuff in this project, or not a project, but a lot of animation. So now let me just show you all of them in action. So we created the bouncing animation, the pulsing button, and also the color changer, the sliding text, and zigzag, and also the wave animations. This is super amazing. Yeah, that's super amazing. Welcome to the variants practice / challenge, whatever you want to call that. So what do we have to do? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a simple fade in component. Then we have to create our navigation menu with the slide animation. Then we have to create a tooltip with variants, and also we have to create a toggler switch, or toggler, whatever you want to call it, toggler switch. There we go. So then we have to create a progress bar animation, and finally we have to create our dynamic list animation. So let's start from the first one. So create a component that fades in when it appears. Define a variant for the fade in effect. Create a motion.div that uses that variant. Then you can use either the Tailwind CSS or just a CSS for the styling. I'm gonna go ahead and create my components folder right here, components, and inside there we are going to be defining our fade in component.tsx. Now I'll use my RAFCE inside there. Go ahead and go to my app and register there right here. So I'll use like fade in component and close there like so. I'm gonna save this file, and now let me also provide a bit of styling, like height will be set to screen, legs, and also justify will be set to center, and items will also be set to center. and background will be this color. So we have 0D1017, close there, and this is how it looks like. I'm gonna also provide the text of totally white today, and that's looking cool. First thing that we have to do is that we have to define, we have to grab the motion from where? From the, let's just grab the motion from the framer motion. There we go. Next we have to remove them and provide our h2, which will also have the text of, come on, h2 with the class of text only white. There we go, white. There we go. And I'm gonna say fade in component, save our file, check this out. So now we are getting our fade in component. I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes to this div, so I'll use like class name of background totally blue 500, and pairing all around will be set to 4, totally rounded, and shadow. Check this out. So we are now getting our kind of a button or whatever you want to call there. Now we have to define our variants. I'm going to create my variants separately, and you can definitely provide them inside your div. So I'll use like const fade in variants. It's going to be set to this object. Inside there we have to define the hidden property, and when it is hidden, so we want to change the opacity to 0, and when it is visible, so in that situation we are going to be changing the opacity to 1. As simple as this. So now let's just use that right here. First of all, we have to convert that to the motion.div, and now we can definitely use that right here. So I'll use like the variants, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this variable name and place that right here, which means like I can now use the hidden prop and also the visible one. I'm going to provide the initial state, and for this initial state we're going to be using our hidden, which we define right here. I'm going to also use the animate, and when it is on the animate we are going to be setting that to visible. I'm going to also provide a transition, and for this transition we want to provide a duration, and duration will be set to 0.5, just like that. Check this out, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting this fade in and also fade out. Okay, that's amazing. I can also change that to like 2 seconds maybe, and now if I refresh there, now this is looking better. Let's start work on the second one, so which is create a navigation menu with the slide animation. So what do we have to do? We have to create a navigation menu that slide in from the side. So we have to define a variant for the open and close state for the menu. We can use the motion.div for the menu, and we can also use like either the Tailwind CSS or just a CSS for the styling. So yeah, if you want to give it your best shot, you can definitely go ahead and do that. But in my case, I'm going to define my slide in or sliding menu.tsx file. I'm going to be using the RAFCE, save our file and register there right here inside our app. So I'll use like slide and just register there right here. This is how it looks like right now. Let's just go ahead and start working on that. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the motion from where? From the framer motion. Next, we have to define our state. So I'm going to be using like is open and then set is open. And it's going to be equals to the use state and provide our false value for the initial state. That's also done. I'm going to remove that from here, and inside there we are going to be creating our button. And for this button we are going to be providing like pairing all around will be set to 2, background will be set to gray of 500, text will be set to totally white, and when somebody try to click on there, we're going to be firing this function which is a set is open and set that to not set is open. So I'm going to save this file, and for the text we're going to be providing like toggle menu. If I save there, this is how it looks like right here. And you know what, I'm going to also make that a bit rounded, so I'll use like rounded SM. Yep, that's looking cool. Oh, you know what, we don't have to do that. Okay, so I'm going to remove that from here. Next, I'm going to collapse there, and we have to define our navigation menu. So I'm going to be using a div, and now inside this div, you know what, first of all let me just provide a bit of styling to there. So I'll use like for the class name, I'm going to set that to fixed, will be set to 0, left will be also set to 0, width will be set to 64, and the height will be set to totally full, background will be set to totally blue of 600, and inside there we have to define our UL with the class of pairing all around will be set to 4, text will be set to totally white. Inside there let's just provide our li, which will have the text of home, then about, and then finally the contact right here. So if I save there, here you can see we are now getting this amazing sidebar. But yeah, you get the idea. It's not the most cool looking sidebar, but you get the idea. Next we have to define our menu variant. So I'm going to go ahead and define my menu variants, and here we have to specify the open. When it is open, so we want to set the x value to 0, and when it is closed, so we want to set the x value to -100%. That's what we have to do right now. I'm gonna go ahead and apply that on this div. First of all, we have to convert that to the motion.dev. Also change this one to the motion.dev like so. And we are going to be using our variants right here. So I'll use like not a viewport, but a variants. And variants will be set to this menu variants, and which means like I can now use the initial prop, and that's going to be set to the closed. And also I can animate there, and we are going to be using a JavaScript ternary right here. So is open. If it is open, so in there, come on, is open. So if it is, oh, you know what, we are providing a double quote, so that's why. Okay, so now if this is open, in that situation we want to set that to open, but if that's not the case, we want to set that to closed. Underneath there, I'm going to also provide a bit of transitions to there, so I'll use like transition, and on this transition we want to provide the duration, and duration will be set to 0.3. Check this out. So now if I click on there, it's going to show this sidebar. If I click on there once again, it's going to hide there, and that's looking somewhat of cool, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't call it cool, but yeah, we are getting this amazing animation by using our variants. Next, we have to create a tooltip with variants. So create a tooltip that appears and disappear with the fade effect. So what do we have to do? We have to define a variant for the visible and hidden state of the tooltip. We can use the motion.div for the tooltip, and we can also provide a styling by using either the Tailwind CSS or just a pure CSS. So I'm going to go ahead and create a component with the name of tooltip.tsx, and let's just define our tooltip inside there. Go ahead and comment this line out and define our tooltip right here. Save our file. Go ahead and go to the tooltip and grab the motion from the framer motion like so. First thing first, we have to define our state. So I'll use like visible and then set visible. It's going to be equals to the use state, and not scroll use state, and for the initial value we're going to be setting there to false. Now let's take care of our UI. So I'm going to remove them and provide a bit of classes to them. So the class will be set to relative and inline and block block there like so. Inside there we are going to be defining our button, which will say like hover over me or something like that. I'm gonna also provide the classes for this one. So padding all around will be set to 2, background totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally white like so. Now I'm gonna attach two event handlers, so which means like when somebody mouse enter, so in that situation we are going to be firing this function, which is a set visible, and set that to true. And also we are going to be providing like when somebody mouse leaves, so then we are going to be still firing that same function, but we are going to be changing the value to false. Okay, that's it for this button. I'm gonna collapse there, and now underneath this button we have to define our data. So if this is visible, so in that situation we are going to be showing this data. So I'll use like motion.dev and close there, and it's gonna say like, come on, 2 and then tip, god damn it, tooltip, there we go, tooltip content or something like that. So if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's gonna show us that tooltip, and if I leave it back, so it's gonna hide there. Now I'm gonna go ahead and define my variants. So I'll just define there right here. I'll give the name of like tooltip variants or something like that. And when it is hidden, we're going to be changing the opacity to 0, and on the y-axis is going to be set to -10. And I'm going to duplicate that and change that to visible and set that to 1. Instead of providing a minus, we have to set that to only 0. I'm going to copy the name of that, go to our tooltip dev, and here I'm going to be using that. Let's just provide our variants, not a viewport, variants, and set that to this tooltip variant. Now underneath there we have to use the inline why am I saying inline, initial state, and for this initial state we want to set that to hidden, and when it is animating, so we are going to be setting that to visible for the visible state. We're going to be also providing an exit prop, and when it is exit, so we want to set that to hidden. I will also provide a bit of transitions to this. So for these transitions I'll provide a duration of 0.2 seconds right here. I'll also provide a bit of classes like absolute ABSOLUTE, background will be set to gray of 700, and also text will be set to totally white, padding all around will be set to 2, totally rounded. Let me just save our file, test this out. So if I hover my mouse over to there, it's gonna give us that tooltip, but if I leave it back, it's gonna hide there, and as you can see, it is not looking that much cool. But yeah, we are getting this tooltip, or you can say our animated tooltip right here. That's also done. What do we have to do next? We have to create our toggle switch animation, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So create a toggle switch that animates between the on and also on the off state. Then we have to define a variant for the on and also for the off position on the switch. So you can use the motion.div to represent the switch, and you can use the tailwind CSS or just a CSS for the styling. Let's just do that. I'm going to create a toggle switch.tsx file and define my array fce inside there. Save there and go ahead and register there right here inside our app. So I can use the toggle switch. Go ahead and go to this toggle switch and grab the motion from the framer motion like so. Next we have to define our state. So I'll use like is open and then not open but is on, and then set is on. It's going to be equals to this use state, and the initial value will be set to false. Underneath there, we're going to be taking care of the UI, so I'll just remove them and provide a classes to there. So relative and also inline block, and width will be set to 36, and the height will also be, or you know what, the height will be set to 16. Inside this div, we are going to be defining our own div, and which will have the class name of, you know what, we're going to be providing a dynamic classes for there. So we can use like the width will be set to totally full, the height will also be set to full, totally rounded, rounded, and then full. Background will be set to totally gray of 300 like so, and cursor will also be set to pointer. Now we can render our state totally dynamically. So I can use like, you know, first of all, let me just save there, and I can make a bit of room, and now I can use like if is open, which is our state. Like if our state is set to open, if that is set to true, what do you want to do? You want to change the background to totally green of 500, but if that's not the case, we want to set there to empty string. Okay, and I'm gonna also provide the on click when handler on there, so when somebody try to click on there, we're going to be firing this function which will say like set is on and set there to is on like so. And you know what, let me just show you there. So this is how it looks like right here, but inside there we have to create our ball. Okay, not my balls, but we have to create our ball. So I'm gonna be using like motion div and close there like so. I'm gonna provide a bit of classes to there like absolute. Top will be set to 1, left will be set to 1, width will be set to 14, height will also be set to 14, totally rounded, and background will be set to totally white, shadow, like so. Inside this div, we have to provide our animations, but before I provide the animations, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top and create my variants right here. So I'll use like const switch variants, and it's gonna be equals to this object. We can provide the off state, and when it is off, so we can set that to 0, and also on the on state, let me just change that to the on. You want to set that to 70. Now that's totally done. I'm going to copy the name of that and provide my animations right here. So let's just use our variants. And here we have to specify our switch variant. And on the animate, we want to set that to totally dynamically. So which means like we're going to be using only one curly braces. If our state is set to open or on, you want to provide the on state. But if that's not the case, so you want to set that to off. I'm going to also provide a bit of transitions right here, and for this transition we're going to be setting the type to totally spring, one of my favorite animation type, and the stiffness will be set to 300 like so. And here you can see we're now getting our ball. Now if I click here, so it's going to move it right here. If I click on there, it's going to move it there. So this is how we are going to be creating our basic animated toggler. You can also change the transition of that if you don't like that. But in my case, that's looking super amazing. So yeah, that's number, I don't know what our number there was. That's number 4. There we go. Alright guys, so welcome to the gesture based practice animation. So in this one, we're going to be building amazing gesture based animation. So first of all, we're going to be creating a swipeable card, then draggable box, then rotate on drag, also tap to change the color, long press to change size, and finally we are going to be building a gesture based image gallery. So now let's start from the first one, which is a swappable card. So how are we going to be doing that, and what exactly we are going to be doing? First of all, we have to create a card that can be swapped to the left or to the right to remove it from the view. First, we have to create a motion.div to represent the card. Then we can use the framer motion drag prompt to detect the swap gesture. Finally, we have to animate that card position based on a swap. So if you want to give it your best shot, you definitely go ahead and can do that. But you know what, here is how I would do that. I'm going to create a components folder, and inside there we're going to be creating swappable card.tsx, and let's just use our RAFCE, save there and go to our app and register there right here. So we are going to be using a swappable card, save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. I know it is not looking that great, but we are going to be making it great right now. So I'll use like height will be set to totally screen, flex and justify will be set to center, and items will also be set to center. Background will be set to this color, which is 0D1017. Close that, save our file. This is how it looks like. I'm going to also provide the text of totally white to there. And yep, now that's looking cool. So I'm going to go ahead and start working on that. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from where. Let's just use the motion from where, from the framer motion. Now inside there we have to define our state. So I'll use like is removed and then set is removed, and it's going to be equals to this useState, and the initial value I'm going to set there to false. Now let's define our div. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write like swipe me or something like that, and I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll just say like class name, and we're going to be also using the dynamic classes. So I'll use like width will be set to 64 and the height will be set to 32, and background will be set to blue 500, totally rounded, come on, rounded large. And we're going to be also providing a shadow of totally large. Flex and items will be set to totally center. Justify, come on, justify. Oh my god, justify will also be set to center. And text will be also set to totally white. So now let me just save my file. This is how it looks like right here. Now we are going to be also providing our state right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to render that totally dynamically. So I'll use like if this is removed. So if that's the case, so we're going to be using the hidden prop. But if that's not the case, we're going to be setting there to empty string. So now let me just save my file. I'm going to also attach the event handler, which will say like on drag end, and it's going to be equals to this handle swipe. I'm going to copy the name of that and create this function right here. So I'll use like const handle swipe, and it's going to take 2 parameters. So it's going to take like the data. We are not interested in there. I'm going to also annotate that as any prop, and I'm going to also provide the info. And info can be a string, or you know, I'm going to also set that to null. What the hell? Or not null, but just any. Okay, so now let's just check. If you have the info.offset x value, if that is greater than 100, so in that situation we are going to be using like set is removed, and we are going to be setting that to true, and which means like if we swipe that to the right, then we want to remove that. Okay, swipe right to remove. But if that's not the case, we are going to be also providing yet another check, which will be our info.offset.x value. If that is less than -100, so in that situation we are going to be still using like set is removed, and we're going to be setting that to true in that case. Okay, so now let me just save my file. Now let me also provide the drag, and drag will be set to, you know what, first of all we have to make the as a motion div. So I'll use like motion.div, and now I'm going to use my drag, and we are going to be setting that to the x-axis only. I'm going to also provide the drag constraints, and for these drag constraints I'm going to provide the left value, and left value will be set to -100, and the right value will be set to only 100. Oh, this should be motion.div. Okay, so I'll just remove this, save my file. Check this out, so I can only swap that to the left and also to the right. So if I do this, it's going to remove that from the view, and here you can see if I just swap that right here and leave my cursor, bang, it's gone. Now let me try that once again. So if I just put that right here or drag that right here, it's going to remove them from the DOM. So yeah, this is our simple swap component that we wanted to create. So now let me just remove them, and now next we are going to be working on the draggable box. So what we have to do, we have to create a box that can be draggable around the screen. Okay, so we have to use like motion.div, and we have to use the framer motion drag prop for the functionality, and also we can either use the tailwind CSS or we can just use a pure CSS. That's going to be quite simple and easy. So I'm going to go ahead and create this component right here with the name of draggable box.tsx, and let's just use our RAFCE inside there. I'm going to register there right here inside my app. So I'm going to comment that line out and grab my draggable box and close them. Here you can see we're now getting there, which is looking cool. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab the motion, motion motion from where? From the framer motion. That's going to be the first thing. Next we have to remove this draggable box, and I'm going to say like drag me or something like that. Now I'll also change that to the motion.div. So I'll use like motion.div. Now let me provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll use like width will be set to 32. Height will also be set to 32. Background will be set to totally green 500 and totally rounded large. And shadow will be also set to large. And this is how it looks like right here. So you know what, let me just provide my animation. So I'll use like the drag, and I'm going to also provide the drag constraints right here. So for these drag constraints, I'm going to set the left value to 0, and the right value will be set to 300, not 1000 but 300. On the top we are going to be setting that to 0. on the bottom we are going to be setting that to 300. So now let me just save there, and we can drag that to the left, to the right, and also to the top, and also to the bottom. Okay, so yeah, this is how it looks like, and I can totally remove that, also remove that one, and provide my closing tag. Yep, this is looking better. We can also change the color of that to like crimson or cyan, and come on, cyan, there we go. And yeah, it is looking kind of cool, but yeah, this is how it looks like. Next, we have to create the rotate on drag. So what do we have to do? We have to create a box that rotates when we drag there. So we have to use motion.dev to represent a box. We have to use the on drag event to calculate the rotation angle. Then we have to animate the rotation of the box based on the drag moment. So you know what, let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and create my component with the name of rotate on drag in .tsx. And let's just use our RAFC inside there. Go to the app, comment this line out, and render the right in here. Save this file, and here you can see we are now getting this text, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So I'll just go to the top and import my motion from where? From the framer motion. Next we have to define our rotation, so I'll use like rotation and then set rotation. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. And now we have to make that as a rotatable box, so I'll just change that to the motion.dev, and here we have to specify the, you know, let me just hit enter right here, drag, and also we have to use our own drag event, and here we're going to be passing our handle drag, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So you know what, let's just do that. I'm going to copy the name of that and define this function right here. So I'll use like const and then handle drag. It's going to take event as an object, so I'm going to just annotate that with any for now. Also, it's going to take the info, and I'm going to also annotate that as any. So inside there, we're going to be using our new rotation. It's going to be set to rotation times the info dot offset dot x value. So basically, these are just the calculation of the rotation based on our drag. Okay, so I'll just provide that for our rotation state. So I'll use like new rotation, and I'm going to save this file. Okay, so we don't need that. You know what, I'm gonna just provide that and annotate that with any. Now this looking better. I'm gonna go ahead and provide a bit of styling today. So I'll use like class name, and width will be set to 32. Height will also be set to 32. Background will be set to totally red of 500. Totally rounded large, and flex items will be set to center. Justify will also be set to center. And it's gonna say like drag me or something like that. Let me check this out. So if I drag there, it is not rotatable. So we have to provide our style. So for this style, I'm going to be setting the rotate property to the rotation, which is coming from our state right here. I'm going to test this out. So if I drag there, here you can see it is now rotating. I know the rotation is a bit funky, but yeah, this is what it is. I'm going to also provide a bit of duration to this. So I'll use like transition. And here I'm going to define my duration, and duration will be set to maybe 3 seconds. Okay, and now let me just refresh there, and still we are getting that super fast, but yeah, you get the idea. So that's also cool. So let's just remove that line of code. And next we have to create our tap on change color. So create a box that changes the color when we tap on it. So create a motion.diff for the box, and then use the on tap event to change the box color. You can either use a Tailwind CSS or just CSS for the classes. I mean like for the styling. So yeah, let's just work on that. I'm gonna go ahead and define my component right here with the name of tap to change color.tsx, and I'm gonna be using my RAFCE inside there. Let's just go into the app, comment this line out, and register my component right here. I'm gonna go ahead and first of all we have to import the main thing, which is the motion object. From where? From the framer motion. Next we have to define our colors. So this is how our color will look like. So we have a blue, green, red, and also the yellow color, which are the Tailwind CSS classes. Next we have to define our color state. So I'm going to be using like color index, and then we have to set that to the set color index, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And here we have to annotate that or provide a value of 0 to that. I'm going to remove that from here and change that to tap me, and change that to the motion.dev. I'm going to be providing a classes, so I'll use like class names, and we're going to be rendering our classes totally dynamically. So I'll use like width will be set to 32, height will also be set to 32, and let's just render our colors. So I'm going to be using like colors. You know what, we have to get that colors, god damn it. So I'll use like colors, and then color index we're going to be providing there right here. So essentially these colors are coming from these main colors, and now we are providing a specific index to them. So which means like it's going to start from 0 and then we will increment there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide like rounded, large, and flex, and items. Come on, items will be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center. I'm going to save this file right now, and when somebody tap on it, so let's just use the on tap, not capture, but when somebody use the on tap, then you want to fire this function, which is a handle tap function. So I'm going to copy the name of that and register this function right here. So I'm going to go back and use handle tap, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function, and inside there we have to use the set color index and provide our previous index, and here we have to use like the previous index plus 1, and we are going to be rounding them by using this modulo operator, and then we have to get the colors dot length. So we wanted to divide both of these value and get the remainder of them by using this modulo operator. So that's done. We don't need this color from the framer motion. And you know what, let's just try this out. Here, tap me. If I click on there, here you can see it's going to change the color to, whenever I click on this, it's going to just change the color. But I'm going to also provide the cursor of pointer to this. So cursor will be set to pointer. Come on, let's just write the pointer. And now if I click on this, anytime I click on this, it's going to just change the color to these different colors, which we are now specifying right here. That's also something that I want to show you that we can build. Next, we have to create long press to change the size. So create a box that changes the size when we long press on them. So you can use the motion.dev and on tab and animate the size of there. So yeah, let's just do that. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our component with the name of long press to change the size.tsx, and RAFCE, go to our app and register there right here. So long press to change the size. I'm gonna go into this component, and first of all we have to grab the motion object from the framer motion. So motion from where? From the framer motion. And next we have to provide the size. So I'll use like is large, and then set is large is going to be equals to the use stat, and provide the initial value of false to them. I'm going to remove them and change that to, you know, first of all change that to the motion.dev, and I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like the class of come on, width will be set to 32, height will be also set to 32, and background will be set to totally blue 500, rounded totally large, and the flex items will be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center, and transition will be set to all, and duration will be set to 300. I'm gonna also change the cursor to totally pointer, and here we have to render our data dynamically. So if we have the large icon, so we are going to be using like width will be set to 48, come on 48, and also the height will be set to 48. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to empty string like that. And for the label, I'll just provide like long press me or something like that. And if I save this file, check this out. If I click on there, nothing will happen. Now I can provide my events. So I can use like on tap start, and here we can specify the handle long press start. I'm going to be creating that in a few seconds. Now let me define another event, which will be the on tap cancel, and here we have to specify the handle long press end. And now finally we have to define the on tap, and here we're going to be using like handle long press end one more time. Okay, first of all we are going to be creating this function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define this function right here, and now we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but we're going to be using like set is large and change that to true. Now that's done, we have to create this function. So I'm going to copy the name of that and duplicate this line of code and change the name of that to handle long press end, and I'm going to set that to false in this case. So now if I save my file, test this out. So if I click on that, it's going to increase the size of that, but if I leave it down, it's going to back it to its normal size. Next we have to create a gesture based image gallery. So create an image gallery that can be navigated using a vertical swipe gesture. So you can use the motion.dev for the gallery that contains the images. Implement the swipe gesture to navigate between images vertically and down, and then use the animate presence for the smooth transitions between the images. So let's just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and create my component right here with the name of gesture based image gallery.tsx, and define my component, and go ahead and go to our file and register that right in here just like that. I'm gonna close that. let's just go ahead and define there, remove that one. You know, I'm going to remove every single thing and go to this just a function or component rather. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the motion object from where, from the frame and motion. That's going to be the first thing. Next, we have to render these images. You can get these images from my GitHub repository, or if you want to use your own images, you are more than welcome to use them. Now we have to create our current index for our image. So I'll use like const current index and then set current index, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. Now I'm going to go ahead and remove that from here and provide my class name. First of all, we are going to be providing the relative class, which will be set to 72. The height will be set to 72 once again, and overflow will be set to, not overline, but overflow will be set to totally hidden. Inside there, what do we have to do? We have to create our animate presence for the smooth transition. So I'll use like animate presence and close it. And inside this animate presence, we are going to be defining our image. So I'll use like img to define my image. But first of all, we have to convert this image to the motion.image. Okay, so for the source, we are going to be using the, what do we call it? The images. Come on, this images, you know, let me just go to the top. We are going to be using this variable, which is now holding all of their images, and I'm going to place that right here. And inside there, we have to specify this current index right here. So I'm going to copy the name of the and place there. But what the hell am I doing? We have to convert that to the curly braces like so. I'm going to also convert that one. And for the alternative text, I'll just change that to, I don't know, maybe slide, and then I'm going to provide that current index right here. So current index. And I'm going to save my file. So this is how currently things looks like. And I also forgot that I'm going to also provide the key, and that key will be coming from the current index. So now let's just save there. Now that's looking better. I can also make it draggable, so I can use like drag on the y-axis. In this case, I'm going to also provide a drag constraint today. And for these drag constraints, we're going to be using like top will be set to totally 0 and bottom will be also set to 0. Okay, and now let's just use the on drag end function, and here we're going to be creating this function like handle swipe. I'm going to copy the name of them and create this function right here. So once again, we're going to be defining this function. It's not going to take any data. We're going to be annotating there with any, and now we have to also annotate the information to any. And now we have to check if we have the info dot, come on, offset dot y value greater than 100. So in this situation, we are going to be setting the current value to the previous, current value to the previous one. And let's just remove 1 from this. So I'll use like previous minus 1 and then times the images dot length. Okay, and we also have to divide there. So if I want to divide there, first of all, we have to wrap there inside these parentheses. And then I'm going to divide them by the images dot length. Let's just use the images dot length right here. So that's the formula to swipe it down. Now if that's not the case, so what do we have to do? We have to use our else if block and use our info dot offset on the y-axis if that is less than minus 100. So in that situation, we're going to be setting the current index to the previous one, and then we can multiply there. So I'll use like previous times 1, and I'm going to also wrap there inside the parentheses, and then let's just divide all of them by images dot length. Okay, that was a lot of talking. I'm gonna save this file right now, and now let me test this out. If I drag there, nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening right now. So I'm gonna also provide the initial and all of that kind of transition. So I'll use like initial, and for the initial, we're going to be providing the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. So that's gonna be the initial stage of my animation. And when we want to animate there, then we are going to be increasing the opacity to 1. And also on the exit, we want to set the opacity to totally 0. I'm going to also provide the class name, and the class name will be set to totally full width. It will also be set to totally full and totally rounded. So now let me just save there, test this out, and if I swipe there to the top, we're not getting a new image. I don't know why. Let's just test this out. Oh, this shouldn't be times. This should be a plus symbol. Now let me save there, and if I drag that to the top, still nothing is happening. And this should be a plus. So now let me write a plus, and now let me just test this out. Here you can see it's going to remove there from the DOM. And now if I swipe there to the top, it's going to remove that image. It's going to give us the new image. If I scroll there to the bottom, it's going to remove there and gives us a new image like so. So yeah, that's amazing looking gallery. If you care about that, you can implement that in your projects. But if you don't care about that, you don't even have to worry about that. So yeah, that was the gesture practice. Welcome to the Stagger animation practice. So in this one, we're going to be building amazing animation. So first of all, we are going to be creating a Stagger list item, then the Stagger image gallery, then the Stagger button press, Stagger grid layout, and finally we are going to be building a Stagger text review. Starting from the first one, we create a list item that animates into a view with a stagger effect. And you guys already know what a stagger effect is. So what do we have to do? We have to create an array of items like strings or something like that. Then we can use the motion.div to display each item, implement a stagger effect so that each item appears one after the other when the component first mounts. So now let's start working on that. So I'm going to go ahead and create my components folder, and inside there we're going to be defining a stagger list.tsx file. I'm going to be using the RAFCE, and now let me just save that. I'm going to go ahead and go to my app and register that component right here, just like that. This is how it looks like. So I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to it. So the height will be set to totally screen, flex and justify will be set to totally center, and items will also be set to center. Background will be set to this background like 0D1017. I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like. I always forget this text of white. So yeah, that's looking great. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the motion from where? From the framer motion. Next we have to define our items. So I'm going to be using like items, and I'll say like item 1 and then item 2 and then I don't know, item 3 and also item 4, finally item 5, and I guess that's going to be fine. Next we have to go into the UI and remove them and change that to the motion.div. Inside them we have to iterate over through all of that item. So I'm going to be using like items.map method. We want to get the item and also its index. So now inside them, what do we have to do? We have to first of all create one motion.li, and inside this li, first of all we're going to be providing the key, and the key will be coming from that index. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So margin for the bottom will be set to 2, pairing all around will be set to 5, background yellow 300 like so. Okay, and here we are going to be rendering each of the items. So I'll just save my file, test this out. So yeah, we are now getting these amazing items. Yeah, you get the idea. Next we have to define our variants. So I'll just define like const stagger, come on, stagger stagger variants, and it's going to be equals to this object, and we are going to be providing the hidden property, and the opacity will be set to 0. I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to visible, and change the opacity to only 1. I'm gonna go ahead and provide my variants right here as well. We can also make this separately if you wanted to, but you know what, I guess that's gonna be fine. So I'll use like variants, and inside there we have to provide our visible flag. So visible, and inside that visible we're going to be using the transition, and for this transition transition, for this transition, I already explained that we have a stagger children property. So we're going to be using the stagger children and provide a 0.2 delay for each element to animate. Now I'm going to use this stagger variant. So I'm going to copy the name of that and use that inside our li. So I'll use like variants and provide that right here. Let's just save our file, test this out. So now if I just refresh there, nothing is happening. I don't know why. But now let's just test this out. Oh, that's because we also have to use the initial state. So I'll use like the initial state and set that to hidden. I'm going to also use the animate, and for this animate we're going to be setting that to visible. And now let's just refresh there, and now we are getting like each item one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go ahead and remove this item from there. And also I'm going to change that to, instead of a li, I'm going to change that to div. Now that's looking better. So if I just refresh there, yep, that's looking cool. I can also change the timing of that to like 1 second or something like that, and refresh there. 1, 2, 3, bang, bang. That's cool. What do we have to do next? I'm gonna go in there, and next we have to define our stagger image gallery. So what do we have to do? We have to create an image gallery where the image fades in with the stagger effect when loaded. Yeah. Create array with image URLs, and then use the motion.image to display each image, and then implement the stagger effect for each image to fade in as they loaded. So let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to our component folder and register my stagger image gallery.tsx right here. I'm gonna be using the RAFCE. Go to our app and register there right in here, just like that. I'll go to my component, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the motion from where? From the framer motion. We also have to define these images, which you can get from my GitHub repository, or if you want to provide your own, you are more than welcome to do that. So I'll just remove that from here, change that to the motion.dev, and here we have to specify the class name of flex. Now we have to go into this div, and I'm going to be iterating over through all of that images. So I'll use like images.map method, and it's going to take the source and also the index, and inside there I'm going to use the motion.image, and here let's just close that. It's going to take the key. So for the key we're going to be passing our index inside there. For the source, let's just pass our source. For the alternative text, I'll use like provide my index totally dynamically. So I'll use like index, and here we also have to provide the variants, and for this variants we're going to be passing our stagger variants, which we are going to be defining in a few seconds. So stagger variants like so, and I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like width will be set to 20 rem, and also height will be set to auto, margin for the left will be set to rem, and totally rounded, rounded like so. So if I save my file, I'm gonna define this variant at the top here. So I'll use like const stagger variants, and inside there we have to define our hidden, and when it is hidden, so you want to change the opacity to 0, and if that is set to visible, we want to change the opacity to 1. That's totally done. I'm gonna go into this div and provide my animation right here. So I'll use like for the initial prop or initial. Okay, so you want to use the hidden, but if that's not the case, so on the animate you want to use the animate, not animate but over visible. And also we are going to be defining our variants. I'll use like VARINTS, and we are going to be providing the visible stat. And for the visible stat, once again we are going to be using that same transition. So let's just provide this transition, and for this transition we have a special property called the stagger children, and I'm going to provide like maybe 1 second would be fine. So now let me just save there, test this out. So let's just refresh there, and here you can see we're now getting 1 2 3 all of that images. So let me just refresh there once again. First of all, it's going to give us that image, then that one, and then this one. I provided a lot of time, but you can change that to like 0.5 or 6 or something like that, and it will work totally fine. So now let me just refresh there, and I guess that's looking a bit cool. You can also change that to like 0.2. Now let me just refresh there. Yep, it is super quick. Yeah, this one is super quick. I can totally change that to, I guess 5 would be fine. Definitely 5 would be great. Yeah, that was the stagger image gallery. What do we have to do next? We have to define our stagger button press. Create a set of buttons that animate into the view with the stagger effect when we hover over it. So we have to create a set of buttons, then we can use the motion.dev to animate each button, and then we can implement a stagger animation effect when hovering over the button container. That's going to be quite simple and easy. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my component folder. I did it again. God damn it. So we have to create a stagger button press.tsx file, and I'm going to be using the RAFCE inside there. Go to the app, comment this line out, and register my stagger animate. Come on, stagger press button there. Oh my god, stagger button press. There we go. I can't even speak no more. I speak a lot today because I was recording this course, so it took me way much time and energy to record this course. But yeah, let's just first of all create our buttons. So I'll use like array, and we are going to be using like button 1, button 2, and button 3. Also button 4 would be fine. Okay, so we're going to be going in there and change there to the motion.dev, and inside there let's just iterate over through all of their buttons. Buttons.map method, here we have to specify the label and also the index inside there. Okay, so inside this one we are going to be using our motion.button and define our buttons right here. So it's going to take that label. I'm going to render that label right here, save our file, and it's going to give us that what do we call it, button 1 2 3 and 4th one. So I can also totally style them. I can provide first of all the key, and the key will be set to the index. I'm going to use the class name. Padding all around will be set to 2, background will be set to blue of 500, text totally white and rounded. Save our file. This is how it looks like right now. I'm going to also provide a bit of margins, so margin 2 rems would be fine. Yeah, they are looking cool. Now underneath there, let's just use when somebody hover over there, so I can use like while hover, so we can just increase the scaling of this. So I'll use like scale 101, I mean like 1.1, and now if I hover over there, so it's going to increase the scaling of these buttons, and they are looking cool. Next, I'm going to also use my stagger on this button, I mean like on this div. So I'll use like the class name, and the class will be set to flex, and space on the x-axis will be set to 4, like so. And when somebody hover over there, while hover, so we're going to be using the transition property, and we want to use our stagger children and set that to 0.2. Now if I hover my mouse over to there, so yeah, we are getting this kind of a smooth transition, but I wouldn't call it as a stagger animation. I don't know why I put that in this practice, but yeah, we have a little bit of practice about what do we call it, the while hover effect or the while hover prop as well. So you know what, I'm going to either crop this part out or I'll just remove that from the GitHub repository. Anyways, let's talk about the stagger. That was the button. So now let's talk about the stagger grid layout. So what we have to do, we have to create a grid layout of item that animate into the view with the stagger effect. And you guys already know what a stagger effect is. So we have to create an array of items that can be displayed into a grid format. And then we can use the motion.div for each grid item. We can implement the stagger effect so that each grid item animate with a slightly delay relative to its position. So let's start working on that one. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define this stagger grid layout.tsx, and I'm going to be using my array-fce. Inside there, go there, comment that line out, and register my component right here. So I'll use this layout, save my file, and let's just start working on that by importing first of all the motion from where, from the framer motion. Now I'll also define my items, so I'll use like item 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth until item 6. Now we also have to convert that to the motion.div, and I'm going to also provide a class name of grid. Grid will be set to columns 3, and gap I'm going to provide like 4 inside this div. Let's just iterate over through all of that item. So I'll use like the map method and specify the item and also the index inside there. Okay, so I'll use like the motion.div and close there. Duplicate this line of code and close it like so. I'm going to provide the key, and for the key which will be coming from the index, I'm going to also provide the class name. Padding will all around will be set to 4. Background gray will be set to 200. Come on, 200, and round it totally. So I'm going to save my file right now. Check this out. So yeah, this is our simple basic grid layout. So now let's just provide a bit of styling today. But first of all, I'm going to also render the items. So let's just check this out. We have all of that items. You want to change the color of that to text. Come on, text totally black. The color is now changed to totally black. And you know what, let's just provide a bit of animation to that. So I'm gonna go to the top and define my stagger right here. Not a stagger, but my variant. So I'll use like const stagger variance, and it's gonna be equals to the hidden prop, and the opacity will be set to 0 initially. On the visible, the opacity will be set to 1, and we have to specify a comma in there. Copy the name of that, put that stagger variance right here. So I'll use like the variant, not the viewport, but the variant, variants, and provide my stagger variants in there. Here for this div, I'm gonna also provide my variants, and for this variant, what do we have to do? We have to provide our visible, and I'm gonna say the transition, that stagger children, and provide 0.2 as a delay to them. We're going to be also using the initial state, and for the initial state, we want to use the hidden, and for the animate state, we want to use the visible, visible. Now let me just save my file, test this out. So if I just refresh there, and it's gonna give us this amazing look right here, amazing grid. So yeah, and you know what, that is looking horrible, so I'm gonna have to remove that one and close that manually like so. Now let me just refresh there. Here you can see it's gonna give us this layout. I can also change the styling of that to 1 second. And now let's just refresh there, and 1, 2, 3, slightly slow. Okay, so that was our stagger grid layout. The final thing that we have to do is that we have to define our stagger text review. Create a title where each letter animate into the view with a stagger effect. How are we going to be doing this? Split a string into array of characters, then use the motion.span to display each character. Implement a stagger animation effect for the character to appear one after the other. So let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and define my component right here with the name of stagger text stagger text reveal.tsx. And let's just use our array-fce inside there. Go to the app, comment this line out, and define my component right here just like that. I'm gonna go into that component. Now let's start working on that. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the motion from where? From the framer motion. So we have to define our text. So I'll use like const text, and it's going to be equals to my name, like Hussein WebDev. Or you know, instead of writing my name, I'm going to write like hello. I'm going to save that, but providing a comma, I'm going to provide a space. Next, we have to remove that and change that to the motion.h1. And here, I'm going to provide the class name of text for Excel. Font will be set to bold. Text will be set to totally white, and here we have to render our text. So I cannot render my text like that, but you know what, I'm gonna hit enter right here. The first thing that I can do is that I can use the text.split method, and then I can just provide an empty string, so it's gonna convert my string to array. So now let me just save there, and here you can see it's gonna give us that string, but basically this is array right now because we are now using the split method on there, so it's gonna convert there to array. So which means like I can also iterate over through there. So I'll use like the map method. I'm gonna get the character and also its index. Like for each character, we're going to be also getting its index. Now I can use like motion.span, and I'm gonna close them. And here we also have to specify the key, and for the key we're going to be passing the index. And yeah, now let me just paste that character right here, the character name to be precise. We can totally see there right now, but now we have to animate there. So if you want to animate there, first of all, we have to animate this h1, then we are going to be animating this div. I mean like this span to be precise. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify my variants. Come on, variants, and for these variants, we're going to be using the visible and provide our transitions on there. So let's just choose this transition and provide our stagger children. And for this stagger children, I'm going to provide like 0.1 seconds for the delay. I'm going to also use the initial. When initially it renders, we are going to be using the hidden prop, and on the animate, we want to use the visible. And now if I just refresh there, nothing will still happen because we also have to split this out. I mean like we already split this out, but we have to animate there. So to animate there, I'm going to go to the top, and first of all, we have to create our stagger variant. So I'll use like const stagger variants, and inside there, we have to use the hidden prop, and the opacity will be set to 0. Put a comma in there, change that to visible, and change that to 1. I'm gonna copy the name of that, go to the bottom, and provide my variants right here, and paste the stagger variants. Check this out. So now let me just refresh that, and we are now getting each character one by one. Let's just refresh that once again. That's a cool effect. That's a cool 2007 effect. Yeah, I know, 2007 effect. So now let's just change that to like maybe 1 second, save our file. And now if I just refresh there, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it will take forever. But yeah, that was our amazing stagger animation practice, and I hope you loved it. Welcome to the useMotion value hook practice. So in this one, we're going to be building amazing animation. So first of all, we're going to be creating a draggable box, then hover link scale. After that, we are going to be building a string animated position and dynamic rotation. So let's start from the first one, which is a draggable box. So create a draggable box that updates its position using the useMotion value. So here are the instructions. Create a motion.div that can be dragged around. So use the useMotion value to track the X value and also the Y position of the box. Finally, we have to display the current position of the box as a text. So let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and create my components folder, and inside there we have to create a draggable box.tsx, and I'm gonna just write my RAFCE. Inside there, go to my app and register this component right in here like so. I'm gonna save this file. I'll use npm run dev, run there. So this is how it looks like. So I'll also provide a classes. I'm gonna say like the height will be set to screen, flex, and justify will be set to center. Items will also be set to center. Background will be this color, so which is a 0D1017. And let's just close this, save our file. And this is how it looks like. Also change the text to totally white. Now let's start working on our draggable box. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab the motion from where? From the framer motion. Next, I'm going to define my motion value. So I'll use like const x, and it's going to be equals to the useMotion value hook, not a template by useMotion value, and the initial value will be set to 0. I'm going to also duplicate that and change the variable name to y. So now we are creating two motion values, and now we have to use them inside our UI. So I'll provide a class name, and it's going to be set to flex, and flex will be set to column, and items will also be set to center. So inside this div, now I'm going to be defining my motion.div. So I'll use like motion.div and close that like so. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to style that a bit. So I'll provide the width of 32. The height will also be set to 32. Background will be set to totally blue 500. Totally rounded. So now let me just save my file. And this is how it looks like. I'm going to also provide my drag. And then I'll provide the drag. Then I'm going to provide the style. And for this style, I'm going to specify the X value and also the Y value, which is now coming from these motion values. So now underneath this div, I'm going to create a paragraph. And now this paragraph will have the text of totally white, white like so. Now I'm gonna render my position, so I'll use like position, come on, position, and here we have to render our position, so I'll use like x.get, and it's gonna give us the x value. I'm gonna also provide a comma here, and I'm gonna say like y.get, and it's gonna give us, you know what, outside from this one, I'm gonna say like y.get, and it's gonna give us the y position. So now let me just save my file. And now here is the catch. If I move there, nothing will show up right here inside this position area. But if I leave there and make some changes, like for instance, if I just remove this class name from here, save my file, now we are getting that value. Look at these values. They are super long. So I'm going to change that to 2fix. So I'll use like .2fixed and fix that with 2 numbers. I'm going to also provide the 2fix right here and fix that with 2 numbers. Save our file, and now we are getting the actual value. So yeah, if I move there, nothing will show up. Like, yeah, nothing is showing up right here. But now, if I go ahead and just make some sort of a changes, like I'm going to specify the class name of, I don't know, something like that. And now let me just save my file. Now I can totally see the changes. So yeah, that was our first draggable box. Next, we have to create the hover link scale. So create a button that scales up when hovered using the useMotion value in this case. Okay, so just create a motion dot button, and then you can use the useMotion value for the motion value to control the scale of the button, and also update the scale value on hover and reset there when we are not hovering. So you know what, if you want to give it your best shot, you totally can. But now let me just create this component with the name of hover link scale.tsx, and I'm going to use my RAFCE inside there. Go to my app, comment this line out, and register this component right here. I'm going to go to this component. And now let's start working on this. So the first thing that I will need is the motion, and we will also need the useMotion. Come on, the useMotion value from where? From the framer motion. Now we can totally do that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to define my scale motion value. So I'll just give it the name of like scale, and it's going to be equals to the useMotion value. And the initial value, I'm going to specify 0 to that, because if I specify 0 value, we would not be able to see anything. So I want to specify the motion value of 1 to there, so that we would be able to see something. And now I'm going to also change that to motion.div, and inside this div, you know, I'm going to say like hover me or something like that. And now let me just style that a bit. So I'll use like class name, pairing all around will be set to 4, background totally blue of 500, text totally white and rounded. Now let me save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our boring button. But now I'm going to make a few changes to that. On hover start, we're going to be firing this function, which is the arrow function, and we're going to be getting the scale.get value, and then we have to specify like 0.2 in there. Okay, so now let me just save my file, not get but set. God damn it, this is how we are going to be setting there. So now I'm going to also provide the on hover end, and here we also have to specify the arrow function. And on this arrow function, we are going to be using the scale and then setting a new value to there. So I'll just provide like 1 to there, and I'm going to also render my scale inside this style. So I'll use like scale right here, save our file. And now if I hover over there, so it's going to bump it up. And now if I leave the mouse, so it's going to throw it back. Here you can see this is not looking that much cool, but yeah, we are achieving this animation by using the motion value from framer motion. Next, we have to create a spring animated position. So create a box that spring to a new position when we click on it. And to achieve that, we are going to be using the useMotion value hook. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a motion.div that can be clicked to move to a new position. We can use the useMotion value for controlling the X and also the Y position, and animate the box to a new position with the spring effect. So you know what, let's just start working on that. I'm going to create this new file with the name of spring animated position.tsx, and I'll use my RAFCE inside there. Go to the app, comment this line out, and register there right in here like so. Now let me go in there, and the first thing that we would need is the motion, and obviously we would need the useMotion value hook from where? From the framer motion. Now inside there, we're going to be defining the X value, and X going to be equals to the useMotion value, and the initial value will be set to 0. I'm going to also specify there for the Y axis as well. And now we have to change this div to the motion dot, or you know what, we're not going to be changing this div, but we are going to be defining yet another div inside there. So I'll use like motion dot div and close there. I'm going to also specify the class name of width will be set to 32, height will also be set to 32, and background totally blue 500, totally rounded. And I'm going to say like click me, save my file, and we are now getting this amazing box once again. Now let me render the x and y values by using the style. So I'll provide the x value will be set to this x motion value, and also we are going to be setting the y-axis value to this motion value as well. And now let me attach the on click event handler. So when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be moving the box. So how are we going to be doing there? This is how we are going to be doing there. So I'll just create a new function with the name of move box, and inside this function we are going to be getting the x value. Then we can use the set method, and now we need a random position. So I'll use like met.random, and then I'm going to just multiply there by, I don't know, maybe 300. I guess 300 would be fine. I'm going to also duplicate there and change that to the y-axis as well. And this is how we are going to be getting a random number. We are going to be getting a random position once we click on that box. If I click on there, it's going to move it to the bottom. If I click on there, so it's going to move it right here anytime I clicked on it. So yeah, this is also something that we achieve by using the useMotion value. That's also looking cool. So now let's start working on the next one. What do we have to do next? We have to create a dynamic rotation. So create a component that rotates based on a motion value. Create a motion.div that rotates when the button is clicked, and use the useMotion value to track the rotation angle. Animate the rotation of the box based on a motion value. Now let's start working on that. I'm gonna go in there and define my dynamic rotation.tsx file. Now I'll use my RAFCE inside there, go to the app, comment this line out, and render there right in here, just like that. I'm gonna go into this component, and the first thing that I would do is that I would need the motion and also the useMotion value. From where? From the frame on motion. Next we have to define our rotation, so I'll use like const rotation is going to be equals to this useMotion value, and the initial value I'm going to set there to 0. Now let me just remove that and change that to the motion.div, and here I'm going to provide the classes. So I'll use like width will be set to 32, and that's same exactly the same classes. So I'll use like background of blue 500, totally rounded. And now it's going to say like click me once again, save our file. I'm going to render the rotation, so I'll use like style, and we have to set that to rotate, and rotate will be set to this rotation, which is coming from this. You know what, I'm going to copy the name of this rotation, I mean like rotate, and we no longer have to specify this rotation. Now let me save my file, and I'm going to also attach the on click event handler. So I'll use like on click, and we have to specify the rotate box function inside there, and let's just create this function. So I'll use like const rotate box and then we have to call this function. We have to use the rotate, we have to use the set method on there. Here we're going to be using the rotate once again, and then the dot get value, so it's going to give us that new value, and then we have to add like 45 to there, 45 like so. So now let me save my file, and now if I click on there, here you can see it's going to start rotating. What the hell was there? But yeah, we are now getting them by using the useMotion value, and it is not looking that impressive, to be honest, but yeah, we are achieving something. Like, this is just a practice of useMotion value. We are now working with the motion values. We are not making some amazing animation, which we will in this course. But yeah, that was amazing practice about the useMotion value. Now very quickly we have to change all of that useMotion value to use the useSpring animation. So I'm gonna copy the name of that and change that right here, save my file, and test this out. So now if I just refresh there, still we are now getting this amazing animation. Okay, that's super bouncy, super duper bouncy. But now if I change something inside there, like, you know what, I'm gonna change this text white, and here you can see we are still getting that same result, but now we are getting that spring animation. I'm gonna go there, comment this line out, uncomment there, save this file, go in there once again and change there to the useSpring. Okay, useSpring, save our file. Now if I just hover over there, it's gonna give us that springy animation. Cool. I'm gonna also comment that one out and uncomment this one, go in there and change both of them to the useSpring animation, save my file, and now if I click on there, here you can see it's gonna move there right here, but that is smooth animation. So if I click on there, that is looking super cool. I'm gonna go to my app and comment that one out, uncomment the dynamic rotation, go there and change the change there to the useSpring. Okay, so our file once again, If I click on there, it's going to rotate there, but it's going to also apply the spring animation to there. So that's also looking cool, and that was the use spring animation challenge, or practice to be precise. Welcome to the while in view prop challenge, or exercises, or practice, whatever you want to call there. So in this one we are going to be building amazing stuff. So the first thing that we are going to be doing is that we are going to be defining the stagger fade in and slide in. Then we are going to be creating a card flip animation. After that, complex timeline animation, and finally interactive hover and in view animation. So let's just start from the first one, which is a stagger fade and slide animation. So what do we have to do? We have to create a list of items that fades and slide in staggered when they move into the view. What do we have to do? We have to create an array of items to display there. Then we have to use the motion.ul for the list and motion.li for each item. Finally, we have to implement the staggered animation by using the variants and the transition prop. So now let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and define my component folder, and inside there we are going to be defining our staggered list.tsx file. And now let's just use our RAFCE inside there. Go to our app and register this component right in here, just like that. And we are now getting the staggered animation. And now I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes to this one. So I'll use like class name, and height will be set to 150 rem. And then I'm gonna provide the flex, and justify will be set to center, and items will also be set to center. Background will be set to 0D1017 and close there. I'm gonna save my file, test this out. So we are not even able to see something because we are now providing a lot of height to there, and now you'll be able to see that staggered list. I'm gonna also change the color of that to totally white, and now that's looking better. Let's go to the stagger animation. So the first thing that we have to do is that obviously we have to import the motion from where? From the framer motion. Now inside there we have to define the items. So I'll use like items, and it's gonna be equals to like item 1, and then I'm gonna provide like item 2, item 3, and then we have to specify the item 4. Finally, we have to provide our item 5 inside there. Here we have to remove that and change that to the motion.ul. And inside this motion.ul, first of all, I'm gonna provide the class names. It's gonna be set to flex, and flex will be set to column, and items will be set to center. Come on, item center. And now inside this UL, we have to iterate over through all of our items. So I'll use like items.map. We need the item. We also need the index inside there. And inside this one, we are going to be using the motion.li, not just the motion, but .li, and close there. And here we have to just render our items inside there. I'm going to save this file. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our variants. So I'm going to go ahead and define my list variants, and it's going to be equals to this object. We have to specify the hidden prop, and it's going to be set to opacity of 0. And now I'm going to just duplicate this line of code and change that to visible, and change the opacity of that to 1. Now we have to use this list variant inside this UL. So I'm going to hit enter right here and provide my variants. And for these variants, we are going to be using the list variant. I'm going to also provide the initial state, and for the initial state, it's going to be set to hidden. And then we have to provide the while, the while in view. When it is in view, then we want to set there to visible, like so. That's totally done. I'm going to also provide the transition to there. So for this transition, we have to use the stagger children and set the transition to 0.3. I'm going to also animate each of these LIs. So I'll use like, first of all, we have to provide the key, and key will be set to the index. We also have to provide a bit of classes to there, like background will be set to totally blue of 500. Padding all around will be set to 4. Text will be set to totally white. Margin for the y-axis will be set to 2. Totally rounded large. I'm going to save this file and provide my initial state. And for this initial state, what do we have to do? We have to provide the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. And on the y-axis, we want to set that to 20. While our item is in view, so I'll use like while in view. And in this situation, we're going to be providing the opacity, and opacity will be set to 1. And the y-axis will be set to 0. I'm going to also provide a transition. Come on, transition. And for this transition, we're going to be setting that to a duration of 0.5 seconds. Now let me just save my file. So we would not able to see that. Now let me just refresh there. And if I scroll down, watch what happens. And bang, 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 bang. You're now getting that animation. That is looking super cool. And watch what happened. Like initially that's going to be set to hidden, but now as soon as I scroll there, each of the items are now coming up very smoothly, and we're now providing this amazing transition to there. So yeah, you can totally change the colors of there. You can totally change whatever you want to change inside there. But in my case, the stagger fade in is done. Next, we have to create a flipping animation or card flip animation. So here are the steps. Create a card component with the front and also the back side. And then we have to use the useMotion, use whileInView prop to animate the rotation along with the y-axis. And you can either use the Tailwind CSS or just use a pure CSS for that. Time to define our flipping card. So let's just use our card.flip, cardflip.tsx and define my RAFCE inside there. Go to the app, comment this line out, and here we have to render our component like so. Okay, so I'm gonna go in there. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to start from by importing the motion. So I'll use like import motion from where? From the framer motion. I'm gonna save this file. And now I'm going to remove that from here and provide my class name. So I'll use like perspective 1000, and width will be set to 64 and height will also be set to 64. Inside there, we have to define our motion.dev and close there. And inside this motion dev, we have to define our class with the name of absolute. Come on, absolute, and also width will be set to totally full. Height will also be set to totally full. And we have to provide the background of totally blue 500. Text will be set to totally white, and we have to provide the flex and items will be set to center. Justify will be center and totally rounded. So I'll use like rounded and save my file. Okay, so here I'm gonna say like front side. Now I'm gonna duplicate there and change that to the back side. Okay, so I'll use like back like so, but I'm gonna also specify the animate. So I'll use like on animate. Come on, we have to also change this one to the motion.dev. So I'll use like motion.dev. And here we have to specify the animate prop, and on the animate prop we are going to be using the y-axis and we have to change that to 180 degree. Now we have to specify our motion values. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna hide this one, and what the hell am I doing? Comment that, hide that. Now I'm gonna provide a bit of classes to this div. So it's gonna be set to relative, width will be set to full, and height will also be set to full or screen, whatever you want to call that. Now if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting these divs, but they are not looking that cool. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify the initial and all of their states. So I'll use like initial, and for the initial state you want to rotate the y-axis. So I'll use like rotate on the y-axis and set that to 0. While this is in view, then you want to change the rotation of the y-axis to 180 degree. Then we have to also specify the transition, and for this transition we have to provide the duration of 0.6 seconds. I'm going to also use the style and provide the perspective to there. So I'll use like transform style. Transform style. I'm going to choose there and set there to preserve 3D. And I just realized that I cannot do the animation right here. So instead I'm going to have to use the style and provide my transform property and change that to the rotate on the y-axis and change that to 180 degree like so. Let me just close this, save my file. Now if I refresh that and go to the bottom and watch what happens. So we are now getting this flipping animation. Go to the top, we are now getting that back. First of all, we are going to be getting the front, then we are going to be getting that back. If I scroll to the top, still we are now getting that flipping card animation. And I guess you've seen that in a lot of websites, but I cannot just give you a quick example of that because I'm gonna have to do a lot of research for that, but you get the idea. Now we are getting this amazing animation or amazing card flipper. Okay, so next we have to define our timeline animation. So what do we have to do? We have to create a complex timeline animation, create a sequence of animation that occurs when the section comes into the view, including the rotation, scaling, and also the fading. So what do we have to do? We have to set up a multiple element that will animate in a sequence. Then we can use the variant for the complex animation, like we define the rotation, scaling, and also the fading. And we can control the animation by using these transition properties. So let's just start working on that. I'm going to go ahead and define my component with the name of timeline animation.tsx, and I'm going to be using the RAFCE inside there. Go to the app, comment this line out, and define my timeline animation like so. And let's just start working on that. The first thing I would need is the motion. So I'll use like motion from framer motion. So I'll use like framer motion like so. Next, we have to change that to the motion.dev. So I'll use like motion.dev, and inside there, we're going to be defining our, you know what, I'm going to use like 1, 2, 3 like so, and we are going to be iterating over through there. So I'll provide a map, item inside there, and now we have to define our motion.dev once again. So I'll use like motion.dev and close there right here. I'm going to also provide the key, and key will be set to this item, and I'm going to also provide the class name and set there to background totally purple. of 500, and margin for the left will be set to 2 rems. I'm gonna also provide a padding. All around will be set to 4. Text will be set to totally wide. Margin for the y-axis will be set to 2. Rounded totally large. Save this file, and now we have to render. Our items right here. So I'll use like item. Next we have to define our variants. So I'll use like cons item. Variants is going to be set to this object, and we have to provide the hidden prop. And on the hidden prop, we are going to be changing not the MD opacity, but just the opacity. Set that to 0. Provide a scaling. So scale will be set to 0.5, and rotation will be set to 180 degree. I'm gonna duplicate this line of code and change that to visible, and the opacity will be set to 1, the scaling will be set to 1, and the rotation will be set to 0. Now I'm gonna copy the name of there and use there right here for each item. So I'll use like variants, and here we have to specify the item's variant. Now I'm gonna go to the top and also provide my animation and stuff. So I'll use like flex, and items will be set to totally center. And now here I'm gonna hit enter a few times, and for the initial state we're going to be providing a hidden state, and while this is in view, then we're going to be setting there to visible. Now underneath there, let's just also provide a transition, and the transition will be set to stagger children and set that to 0.5. I'm gonna save this file, and now if I just refresh there, so 1 2 3, that's cool and everything. But now let me just refresh there once again, and now let me scroll down, so animation will start right here just like that. Let me try that once again. That's an amazing animation. Okay, yeah, I know that's simple, but still, that's an amazing animation, and a creative one, to be honest. Let's create the final one, which is an interactive hover and in-view animation. So create a grid of card that scale and changes the color when we hover over there, and animate them when they are in the view. So what do we have to do? We have to create a grid of layout card, and then we can use the whileInView prop for the entrance of the animation, and we can provide the hover effect by using a Tailwind CSS in the framer motion. So you know what, let's just start working on that. I'm gonna go ahead and create a component with the name of interactive cards.tsx, not tsds or something like that. Let's just create this component and go to our app and define the right here. So I'll just remove the creative or interactive animated cards. Let's just go to there. The first thing that we would need is the motion. From where? From the framer motion. Next, you have to create our grid. So I'll provide a class names, and the class will be set to grid, and grid columns will be set to 2, gap will be set to 4. Inside there, we have to create a few items like 1 2 3 4. Now we have to iterate over through there. So I'll use like only the item. We don't need the index. Or yeah, you know what, I'm gonna also specify the index right here. And inside there, we are going to be using our motion.dev. Let's just use our motion.dev and close, or you know, we're not going to be closing there like this. We're going to be closing there like so. So I'm going to use like h3, and I will say like card and render my items inside there. I'm going to also provide a class name of text2xl and save my file. This is how they looks like. So we are now getting card 1 2 3 and 4. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like background blue of 500, and padding all around will be set to 6. Text will be set to totally white, and text will be set to center. And we also have to make it totally rounded large. Save our file. And now we are getting these cards right here. I'll also provide the key. So for this key, we have to provide our index. Save my file. And next we have to provide our initial state. So initially my animation will start like this. So we have to provide the scale, and scale will be set to 0.8. And while they are in the view, so in that situation we are going to be scaling it up to 1. While somebody hover over there, so in that case we are going to be scaling there to 1.1, and we are going to be also changing its background color to totally 3b at 2 f6 like so. And I'm going to also provide a bit of transitions. So for this transition, the duration will be set to 0.3 seconds. Now let me save my file, and now if I just refresh there, here you can see they are now appearing. If I hover my mouse over to there, they are also looking cool. But now if I scroll up, and now if I scroll down, here you can see we're now getting this smooth kind of a yeah, we are getting this animation, but we can totally change the duration to like, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 seconds rather. Now let's just refresh there and scroll down. So it's gonna take a while to complete this animation. I'm gonna change that to like maybe 1 second, complete 1 second. Let's go to the top, and when they are in the view, so now we are getting these items right here. So yeah, that was our whileInView prop practice. Welcome to the projects module. So in this one, we're going to be building a lot of projects. So we're going to be starting from the very basics project, and then we're going to be jumping into a bit advanced. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal right here, and I'm going to make it a bit bigger so you guys can see it a bit clear like so. I'm going to use npm create with add latest and hit enter right here. I'm going to give it the name of like FM, like for the frame or motion projects or something like that. I'm going to choose React.Js and TypeScript. Let's just go into the FM projects and use npm I to install all of the packages. Now that's successfully done. I'm going to go ahead and go to the framer motion, not a framer.com, but we want to go into the framer dash motion. Okay, so we are now inside the framer motion. I'm going to click on the getting started. I'm going to copy this script and place it right here inside the terminal. Whilst doing that, I'm going to also go ahead and go to the Tailwind CSS, click on the getting started, and then I'm going to choose the framework and guides, go to the weed and copy all of them, place them right here. So it's going to install the Tailwind CSS, and I'm going to also initialize the only hitting enter. Okay, so now let me just hit enter. So it's going to also initialize my Tailwind CSS. I'm going to copy all of that content, and now let me open that in my VS Code. Next, I'm going to go into the where is my tailwind.config file. I'm going to replace that with this new content. I'm going to also use npm run dev. I'm going to do that in a few seconds, but first of all, we have to remove the public folder, also the assets folder, the app.css file, and remove every single thing from the app.tsx and replace that with the rafce and remove every single thing from there as well. And now I'm going to copy all of that component, place it right here, and then we have to just test this out. So I'll go ahead and go to my app and replace that with this new content. I'm going to use npm run dev to run there on my local host 5173. Yep, everything is working the way we expect him to work. I'm gonna also quickly go ahead and go to the package.json and check for the, oh, there we go. We are now using a framer motion, which means like this is the correct version of the framer motion. The first project that we are going to be building will be super basic project. So what are we building? We are building, you guessed it, first of all we have to create a components folder, and we are now building a scroll indicator. And now let me just create a .tsx file, and I'm going to be using the rafce inside there. Go to my app once again and register there right in here. So I'll just remove that and replace it with the div. And I'm going to be rendering my scroll indicator and close there. Check this out. So now we are getting that scroll indicator, which is looking cool. So let's just start working on them. I'm going to go back. And the first thing that we would need is obviously we would need the motion from the framer motion. Come on, from the framer motion. I'm gonna save this file. Next we have to provide a bit of height to this, so I'll just provide like class name, and the height will be set to 200 viewport height, and also the padding will be set to 20 pixel. I'm gonna save this file, and inside there we have to create first of all our red line, okay, or indicator line, whatever you want to call them. So to create there, I'm gonna only use the motion.dev. Come on, we have to use our motion.dev, and I'm gonna close them like so. I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this, so it's going to be set to fix, and the top will be set to 0, left will also be set to 0, height will be set to 5 pixel. You can increase and decrease there if you wanted to, and then we're going to be changing the color of that to like red 500 like so. I'm going to save this file and go back. Check this out. So we are not able to see anything. That's because we are now setting the top value to 0 and also the left value to 0. So that's why we cannot see something, but we will see that in a few seconds. Next, we have to create a random text. So if you want to get a lot of text, first of all, we are going to be creating a div with the class of margin for the top. There's going to be an arbitrary class. So I'm going to be providing like 50 pixel to there. And inside this div, I'm going to be using like my array. So I'll use like dot 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 array, and then here I'm going to provide like 100 item. Now you want to iterate over through all of that 100 item. We don't need the data, we only need the index. Okay, so inside there, I'm going to be using my paragraph, and I'm going to close there, and I'll just say like lorem ipsum or something like that. And here we also have to specify margin for the top of 20 pixel, and here for the key I'm going to also specify the index right here. So if I save that, now we are getting this UI, and we are also getting a lot of text which we can scroll through. Finally, we have to work on our indicator. So to work on that, the first thing that we would need is the scroll on the y-axis progress, from where you guessed it, from the useScroll function. So now we are going to be getting there, and this should be, god damn it, scroll y progress. Okay, so we are going to need that. Next we have to use our useTransform for the line width. So I'll use like const line width, and that's going to be set to the useTransform hook, not a stat but transform hook. For the initial value, we are going to be providing this motion value, which is a scroll y progress, and I'm going to specify the comma, And what do we have to do? I'm going to provide both of these states. On the initial state, when it starts from 0, we want to set the width to be 0%. But when it reaches to the 1, we want to change that to 100%. As simple as that. Okay, and now we have to render that inside our dev. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using my style, because now in this case we cannot use the animate prop. And for the width, I'm going to set that to the line width. I'm going to also provide a bit of transition to this, so I'll just use like transition, and for this transition it's going to be set to like width and 0.1 second and ease. Let me just save my file. Check this out. So now if I scroll there, I want you to notice this area right here. So as soon as I scroll there, it will scroll with me, and this is a lot of text. So here you can see we are now getting this amazing indicator, and you can totally change the shape of there, you can totally change the color of there, you can do a lot of stuff with there. But yeah, I am done with this basic scroll indicator project, and that was our basic first project. Welcome to the basics project number 2. So in this one, we are going to be creating amazing loader. So how are we going to be doing that? First of all, we have to create our components folder, and inside there we have to define our loader.tsx file. And I'm going to be using my RAFCE and render there right here to the DOM, like so. Check this out. We are now getting a loader, which is looking cool. So first thing first, if I can get my cursor today, I'm gonna have to grab the motion from where you guessed it, and then we have to provide our classes to it. So I'll use like flex, and also items will be set to totally center, justify will also be set to center, and height will be set to totally screen, so that we can set every single thing totally on the center of the view. Next we have to define our div. So I'll define my div, and I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes today. It's gonna be set to relative, and the width will be set to 16. The height will also be set to 16. Border all around will be set to 4, and border for the top will be set to 4, and border color will be set to blue 500. Border will be totally solid rounded. So now let me save my file and check this out. So now we are getting this amazing circle at the middle of the viewport. Next we have to define another div. So I'll use like div once again. I'm going to also specify classes to it, so it's going to be set to absolute, and here we are going to be using inset of 0. Border, come on, border will be set to 4. Border color will be set to blue 300, and border totally solid. Make it totally rounded 4, and save my file. Let's just test this out. We are now getting this inner border inside there. Finally, we have to animate there, and to animate there, we are going to be converting our div to the motion div, and also convert this div to the motion.div, like so. Okay, and now we can specify our animation inside there. So I'll use like animate, and on the animate we're going to be rotating there. Let's just use the rotate, and rotate come on, rotate rotate there on the 360 degree. I'm going to also specify transitions to there. For the transition we're going to be providing a duration, and duration will be set to 1, and it's going to repeat infinitely. I'm going to also provide the easing, and easing will be set to linear. Save our file, and now it's not going to do anything for now, because we also have to change this one to the motion.div and also specify animation for that. So I'll use like motion.div. Now we can specify our animation inside their div. I'll use animate, and on this animate I'm going to provide the opacity, and on this opacity we are going to be using our keyframe. So start from 0, start from 1, and then go to 0.5, and then go to 1 back. Okay, so we are going to be also copying this transition. Now let me just place that right here, save our file, and let me just refresh there. Nothing is happening, I don't know why. Oh, I forgot to include the transparency, so I'll use like style, and here for the style we're going to be setting the border top color. We have to make that as a transparent. So now if I just provide this, save my file, and now we are getting this amazing loader right here. So we only have to write this amount of code, like we have to provide the animate and set there to like 360 degree, and then we can specify the transition and duration, stuff like that, and we have to set the border top color to transparent, and it's going to give us this amazing loader animation right here. Welcome to the project number 3. So in this one we are going to be creating our draggable card, and trust me, this is not going to be just a simple draggable card. Okay, so let's just work on that. First of all, we are going to be creating our components folder, and inside there we're going to be creating our draggable card.tsx file, not txcs file, just a tsx, and I'm going to be defining my RAFCE inside there. Go to our app component and register there right in here. Not like this, but we're going to be closing there, because here we are going to be also specifying a text inside there. So I'll use like card1, and then I'm going to save there. I'm going to duplicate there a few times. So now let's just change that to card 2 and card 3. We are going to be also providing different styles today. So for this styling, we are going to be specifying something called the linear gradient. Okay, so I'll use like background, and I'm going to provide a linear gradient for all of these components. So I'll use like linear and then gradient and close there. So for the first one, 135 degree, and then we're going to be providing this color like F093FB, and starting from the 0%. Now we have to specify the last color, so I'll use like F5576 and then C, and we want to show that totally 100%. That's going to be the first gradient. Now for the second one, we are going to be providing 135 degree once again. Let's use our degree, and we are going to be using this color like 5EE7DF. It's going to start from the 0%, and then we want to use this color like B490, come on, 90, and then CA, and we will show there 100%. And now we have to provide like 135 degree once again, and provide this color like FF9A, 9E, and starting from the 0, then provide like FECFEF 99% like that. I'm gonna save this file, and yeah, this is how we're going to be providing our background color of linear gradient today. And now let's start working on our draggable component. The first thing that we would need is our motion. So I'll use like motion, come on, motion, from where? From the framer motion. And inside there we are going to be destructuring all of the children, like this text which you can see right here, like this card 2, card 3, and so on and so forth. And we would also destructure the styling, which we are now providing right here, like this style which will have the background of this linear gradient. Okay, so now we are destructuring them, but we are going to be also creating an interface for this. So I'll use like interface. This is just a TypeScript stuff. If you don't know TypeScript, you don't even have to worry about that. And I'm going to say like Draggable Card prop. Okay, so I'll just create that right here, and I'm going to provide the children, and children will be coming from the React node. And then come on, let's just grab that from the React node, and then we're going to be using the style property, and we shouldn't have to provide the comma in there, and the style will be a CSS properties like that. Now I'm going to copy the name of that and annotate that right here, just like that. Now we have to use that inside our UI, so I'll just change that to like motion.dev. And here I'm gonna render their children, so I'll use like children like so. And inside there, let's just provide our class name, so I'll use like poly rounded 2XL, and shadow will be set to large, padding all around will be set to 5, margin for all around will be set to 2, width will be set to 52, and height will be set to 72 in this case. Let's just use our 72 flex, and items will be set to center. Justify will be set to center. God damn it, I can't even type today. And text will be set to white, text will be set to extra large. So these are going to be forward styling. Now here we are going to be also rendering our background gradient, which we are now specifying right here. So we have to use a style prop for that, and then we are going to be getting that style, and we have to paste that right here. And now if I save my file, this is what we are getting right now. We are now getting the card 1, 2, and 3, and they are looking cool. I'm gonna also make them center, so I'm gonna go into my app once again, and here for this div, we are going to be providing a class name, and it's going to be set to flex, and justify will be set to center, and also items will be set to center, and height will be set to 100 VH. Close there, and I'm going to also provide a background color of F3, F3, F3. Close there, and here you can see we are now getting our cards, but they are not draggable. So now let's just make them draggable. And to make them draggable, they are super amazing to make draggable. So I'll use like drag, and I'm gonna also provide a constraints for them. And for these constraints, we're going to be providing a left value, and it's gonna be set to -200. I'm gonna also provide the right value, and it's gonna be set to +200, and the top value will be set to -200 once again, and provide the bottom value of 200. So now let me just save my file, and this is how they looks like, but they are not looking still that cool. I also want to provide the while hover animation, so while somebody hover over there, so we want to do something with them. So I'm gonna provide the while hover, and here we have to provide the scaling, and scaling will be set to 1.1. We just only want to increase there by 1%. Let me test this out, so let's just refresh there. If I hover over them, yep, they are looking cool. But now I'm gonna also provide the while tap when somebody taps over there. So when I tap them, So while tap, and on the while tap I'm gonna provide the scaling of 0. I was trying to be some goddamn fucking pervert. So if I just hover over there and click on there, we are now getting this animation, and that's looking super cool. And yeah, you can provide transitions if you want to. So I'll just write like transitions of duration 2 seconds. And now if I hover over there, it's gonna give us a slow transition. Let me change that to 1, and here you can see still they are looking cool, but this is super slow. I'm gonna also change that to like 0.6 or something like that. Let me hover over there, and yeah, they are now looking a bit cool in my opinion. That was our card or draggable card project in the Framer Motion. Welcome to the project number 4. So in this one, we are going to be building amazing carousel. So I'm going to go ahead and create a components folder, and inside there, I'm going to define the carousel.tsx file. I'll use the RAFCE, save this file, and now register there inside our app component like so. So I'm going to save this file and test this out. So here you can see we are now getting the carousel, but this is not something that we want. So I'm going to go ahead and make that totally center. So I'll use like flex, and justify will be set to center, and items will also be set to totally center, and height will be set to totally screen. And here you can see we are now getting a carousel, which is now perfectly at the center of the viewport. Next, I'm going to go into the carousel, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the motion from where? From the Framer Motion. Next, we also have to define our images. So here are all of the images that I'm going to be using inside this project. So if you want to use these same images, you are more than welcome to use there, or if you want to use your own one, you are still more than welcome to use your own one if you wanted to. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to the index.css file and place a bit of styling right here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the background color to totally black. For the button, the background color will be set to black, border will be set to none, padding 10 pixel, cursor position top will be set to 50, transform property will be set to translate on the y-axis of -50%, z-index will be set to 10, color will be set to totally white, and font size will be set to 1.5 rem. And when somebody hover over there, so we are going to be changing its color to like the opacity of that. So you know what, this is how it looks like right here. Currently we cannot see anything because we don't have any content inside there. So now let me go ahead and start working on that. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my stats. So I'll use like first of all the current index, and it's going to be set to the set current index. And now we are going to be using our use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. I'm going to also define for the hover state. So I'll use like is hover, and then set is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. I'm going to also create one more for the thumbnail. So I'll use like show thumbnails, and then set show thumbnails. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. So that's cool. Now let me go ahead and go to the UI and remove this carousel from there. And here I'm going to provide a bit of styling today. So I'll use like class name relative, and width will be set to 50%, and also totally rounded large. Overflow will be also set to hidden. Inside this div, we're going to be first of all defining our clickable thumbnails. So I'll just write like clickable, come on, clickable thumbnails just for myself. I'm going to use the motion.div because we are going to be animating there. So now let me render the div, and this div will have a few classes. So I'll use like the class name, and we are going to be rendering all of that classes totally dynamically. So that's why I'm using this template literal. So I'll use like flex, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2 rem, and transition come on, this is not transition all, and transition will be set to opacity, and duration will be set to 300. Now we are going to be rendering our thumbnail totally dynamically. So if show thumbnail or is hover, if that is the case, so then we are going to be changing the opacity to 100. But if that's not the case, so what do we have to do? We have to use the opacity of 0 inside there. Okay, that's also done. Now here inside this div, we are going to be iterating over through all of their images that we are now currently setting. Okay, so now let me just provide that right here, and inside there I can use the map method on there, and I can get the image and also the image index. So inside there we also have to define our div. I'm going to duplicate this line of code and close there, and here we have to specify the key, and the key will be set to this index. So I'm going to copy the name of them and place it right here, and I'm going to also attach a lot of classes to there. And once again we are going to be using a dynamic class, so that's why we are now using these template literals. So I'll use like width will be set to 10 rem, and also height will be set to 5 rem, and then outside from there margin for the top will be set to 2 rems. I'm going to also set the cursor to totally pointer, and rounded large. Overflow will be set to totally hidden, border all around will be set to 2. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it, but I'm going to also render my content dynamically. So if our current index is equal to this index, let me just write triple equals to, if that is set to this specific image index, so in that situation we want to provide the border blue of 500. But if that's not the case, we are going to be changing the border to totally transparent. So now let me just save there, and inside this div I'm gonna render my image. So I'll use like the img tag, also the src for the source, and for the source we are going to be rendering that image which we are now iterating over through. Okay, so we are going to be rendering all of that images, and now I'm gonna also provide the alternative text for that. So I'll use like alt, and for this alt I'm gonna say like I don't know, thumbnail or something like that, and then index. Come on, index +1. I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes today. So width will be set to totally full, and height will also be set to totally full. Object totally cover, and come on, cover, and close there like so. So I'm gonna save my file, and now let me just refresh there. We are now getting our images. We cannot see anything, and the reason is we are now setting that to false. So now if I set that to true, come on, let's just write a true and save my file. So now we are getting these images. I can also change that to like maybe 2 or something like that, and now if I just refresh there, we would be able to see this image selected right here. Okay, so if I change that to, I don't know, maybe 1, and now if I save my file, so it's gonna select this image right here, so which is something, yeah, that we want. Okay, so that's our basic thumbnail images, and now let's work on the real images. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna comment or hide them from the UI, and next we are going to be rendering the actual actual images right here. So now underneath them we're going to be creating our div, and this div will have the class name of legs, and also inside this div, what do you want to do? We want to define another div. So for this div we are going to be iterating over through all of our items. So I'll use like the images once again. Come on, that images, and now let's just iterate over through this. So I'll use the map method and provide the image and also the index itself. So inside there we're going to be using a div, and now let me just duplicate that and change that to a div one more time. And here I'm going to have to specify the index like so, and also I'm going to provide the class name of minimum height will be set to totally. Okay, so I mean like minimum width will be set to totally full, and here we have to also render our image. So I'm going to also provide the src, and for the source we're going to be providing the image, and for the alternative text I'm going to say like slide, come on, slide, and here we have to render our index +1, and that's totally done. I'm going to close there, but I'm going to also provide the class name of width will be set to totally full. Save my file, and we are now getting these images which are not looking that great, to be honest, but yeah, we are going somewhere, and now we are getting these images. You know what, I'm going to also go ahead and provide the class name of flex to this one. Now if I save my file, and our UI is looking more than great right here. So we are now getting all of their images. And by the way, you can also definitely go ahead and change these images to something else that you prefer, but in my case that's going to be it. I'm going to also hide them, and now underneath there we are going to be providing our buttons. So let's just write like render buttons or something like that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my button, and this button will have a lot of classes, but I'm going to provide my left icon. So I'll use like the HTML entity, which is to use the end and then #1094. This is a special HTML entity, and I also forgot to close there, so we are going to be also closing there. Now if I save my file, so here you can see we are now getting this left or right entity or whatever you want to call it. I'm talking about this icon right here. So this is basically something called the HTML entity. If you guys don't know about that, you can definitely go ahead and check out my HTML and CSS course if you prefer there. But I'm going to provide the class names, and these class names will be totally dynamic. So I'm going to use like the absolute, and the left value will be set to 4 transform, and here not translate but transform, and here we also have to set the translate to the y-axis. So I'll use like y-axis on 1 or 2, and then padding all around will be set to 2. We are going to be also providing a bit of transition to that, so let's just use our transition, and the transition will be set to the opacity, and I'm going to also provide the duration of 300 in this case. And now we have to render our content totally dynamically, so it's hovered. So in that situation we are going to be providing the opacity of 100, but if that's not the case, we're going to be providing the opacity of 0 to that. So now let me show you that. Here you can see nothing is happening, but now if I hover over there, oh, you cannot see that because we also have to change the set. I forgot to do that. So I'm gonna duplicate this line of code like so, and here I'm gonna also change the HTML entity to something else. So I'll use like instead of providing a 4, I'm gonna change that to 5, and this is how it looks like. We cannot see there, but you will see them very soon. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take care of the UI and also the stats. I'm going to hide there. So let's start from the thumbnails. I'm going to expand there, and here we're going to be attaching the, what do we call it, our event handler. So I'll use like the key, and the key will be set to the index. I'm going to also attach the on click event handler. When somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function, which is a selected slide, and here we have to specify our index inside there. Now let me go ahead and create this selected slide. So I'll use like const selected slide. It's going to take an index, and index will be set to a number. We have to annotate it as a number for our TypeScript, and now we are going to be using like set current index, and it's going to be set to that index which we are now getting. And we also have to provide like set show thumbnail, and we have to set that to true. And also I'm going to be using a Windows objects, and obviously gives us a TypeScript error, so I'll use like Windows set timeout. Come on, set timeout, and here we have to specify or set show thumbnail, and we're going to be setting that to false, and the duration will be set to 5 seconds. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to copy the name of there and provide there right here. Instead of a selected, we're going to be changing that to a select. Oh, and what the hell am I doing? I'm going to have to cut that from there and put there right here like so. So now let me just save my file. Now if I just refresh there, here you can see we are now getting the images, but now if I click on this one, it's going to select that one. If I remove my cursor from there, and here you can see that images will disappear. So if I hover them back and click on there, here you can see it's going to make it appear once again. So that's also cool. But now let's just take care of these images. So like whenever I choose some image from there, we also want to update that image. First thing first, I'm going to hide that, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the actual images and expand this one. Now let me attach my on mouse enter, and here we have to set that to the set is hovered, and that's going to be set to true. And now I'm going to also provide the on mouse leave, and here it's going to be set to come on, what the hell, it's going to be set to the is hovered, and that's going to be set to false in this case. So I'm going to save my file. Inside this div, I'm going to make that as a motion div, so I'll just change that to motion.div, and I'm going to also change this one to the motion.div. Okay, so I'll just use like motion.div, and let's just save there. We are getting some sort of error, and we did import it there. I don't know why we are getting this error. What the hell? We are now closing the here. You know, I'm gonna change there. Okay, now that's looking better. And now if I save my file and test this out, so here you can see we're now getting these images, and now if I hover over there, we're also getting these HTML entities right here, which is also something that we want, but I don't know why the hell we are getting these images. I'm gonna go to the top, and you guessed it, I forgot to include the N. Now let me just save there. We are only getting this one image, and I'm gonna also take care of this HTML entity. So let's just go to the bottom, and here instead of providing a left, I'm gonna change there to the right. And now if I hover over there, so now we are getting this amazing UI. I can also choose different images if I wanted to, but now if I click on this image, or if I click on these buttons, I want to change this image. How can I go about doing that? This is how we are going to be doing this. So let's just go ahead and go to the button and attach my own click event handler on there in previous slide. Okay, so this is going to be a function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And also on this one, we are going to be attaching the event handler, and we're going to be saying like next slide. Okay, so now let me just copy this previous one, and let's just start working on that one. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my previous one. So I'll use like const previous slide, and inside there we have to define our set current index, and inside this set current index we are going to be providing our previous index. Now here what do we have to do? We have to get the previous index, and then -1 times the images dot length. Then we have to multiply there, and we also want to get the remainder, so that's why we are using this modulo operator. So let's just use our images dot length. Okay, so it's going to give us a previous image. So now let me just refresh there. We are not going to be able to see anything, and that's because of this function. So I'm going to also go ahead and create this function right here up above. So I'll use like const next slide, and inside there we are going to be setting the current index to the previous index. Come on, previous index, and then here we have to use our previous index once again, and then +1. Now we have to use the modulo operator on the images dot length. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this UI. If I click on there, it's going to give us the next image right here, but it is not updating this one. Okay, so I can also click on that one. I can also click on this previous one. It's going to also update there. So here you can see if I click on that one, and click on the previous one. Okay, it is not even showing nothing. So to fix that issue, we're going to be first of all providing our initial state, and for this initial state we're going to be setting there to the x-axis of -100%, and also underneath there we are going to be using the animate prop, and on this animate prop we are going to be changing there to this minus the current index and then times, come on, times 100%, not 1000 but just 100%. And also you want to provide a bit of transitions to this, so I'll use like the duration, and the duration will be set to 1. And here you can see if I just click on this image, it's going to show us that image. If I click on there, it's going to show us this image. But now if I click on this one, I don't know what just happened. This is some kind of a bug or something. No, this is cool. We are now getting these images. If I click on there, it's going to bring it back. This is not something that I wanted. Let's just go ahead and figure this out. So we have a previous slide and then we have a next slide. I guess there is something wrong with the previous slide. Oh, you know what? I'm providing a times. Instead of a times, we have to change that to plus symbol. So now if I just refresh there, we are going to be getting all of that images. If I click on this one, so it's going to give us the last image, then the next one, and then the next one, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that was our basic carousel by using our framer motion. Welcome to the 5th project of this course. So in this one, we're going to be building amazing animated sidebar. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my components folder, and inside there we're going to be defining the sidebar.tsx file. So I'll use like the RAFCE, save my file, and register there right here, just like that. I'm going to also make it totally perfectly centered, so I'll use like flex, and justify will be set to center, and also items will be set to totally center. The height will be set to screen, width will be full, and also background gray of 950. Let's just save our file, and this is how it looks like. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also specify the text of totally white, and yeah, this is how it looks like currently. Now let's get into the sidebar and start working on there. The first thing I would do is that I'm going to import the motion from where? From the framer motion. We're going to be also defining our state, like whether our sidebar is open or closed. So I'll use like is open, and then set is open. It's going to be equals to the use state, and here we have to specify the initial value of false to there. Now let's get into the UI. So I'll just remove them and provide the class of relative to there. Okay, so inside there we're going to be first of all defining our backdrop, which we are going to be doing in a few seconds. But now underneath there we have to start working on our actual sidebar content. Okay, so I'll use like sidebar content, and here we can use our motion.div. So I'll use like motion.div and close there, and inside this motion div I'm going to specify a few classes, like it's going to be set to totally fixed, top will be set to 0, and left will be also set to 0, height will be set to totally full, and width will be set to 64. Come on, 64, like that. Background gray of 900, and text totally white. Shadow will be set to totally large. So now let me just save this file. Next we're going to be defining our variants. So I'm going to go to the top and define my sidebar variants right here. So I'll first of all provide the open state. When it is open, so we want to set the initial x value to 0, and I'm going to also specify the opacity to 1, and the scaling will be also set to 1. So now I'm going to just provide a comma, and I'm going to also provide the closed one. So close, so when it is closed, we want to set the x-axis to -100%, and also the opacity will be set to 0, and scaling will also be set to 0.8. So I'm going to copy the name of there and provide there right here inside or sidebar. Okay, so I'll use like the variants, and for these variants we're going to be providing our sidebar variants now, which means like I can definitely use my initial state, and for the initial state we're going to be setting there to closed. I can also use the animate. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass my content totally dynamically. So if this is open, you want to use the open state, but if that's not the case, so you want to use the closed state. I'm going to also provide the transition to this, so I'll use like the transition. The type will be set to one of my favorite type, which is a spring, and also the stiffness will be set to 300, and damping will be set to 30. Now let me just save there. Inside there you cannot see anything, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide a bit of content to there. So I'll use like pairing all around will be set to 4, and inside there we have to define our button. And this button will also have a few classes like absolute. Also the top will be set to 4, right will be set to 4, and z index will be 10. So now let me just hit tab. We also have to specify padding all around to 2, and background gray of 800, text totally white, and rounded full. And on the focus state we want to change the outline to totally none, and it's gonna just say like you know what, we have to render the icon. First of all, we have to install our icons library. So I'm going to be using like npm I and then react icons. So it's going to install them inside my project. Now then successfully installed, so I'll use like npm run dev. Now here we have to render our IOMD arrow back. Okay, so I'll just render there, and I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to it. So I'll use like the height will be set to 6 and the width will be also set to 6. So now let me just save my file and refresh there. We cannot see anything. That's because now our initial state is set to false. So if I set that to true, save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this sidebar with this icon. So if I set that to the false once again, save my file, yeah, that will totally make it disappear. Now I'm going to collapse this button, and underneath this button I'm going to specify my h2. So I'll use like h2 with the class of text to XL, and font will be set to totally bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and I'll use like filters inside there. You know what, I'm going to go to the top and make them as a true so that we can see them. And here you can see we're now getting our filters, which is something that we want. And now underneath this h2, what do we have to do? We have to once again define our motion.dev. So I'll use like motion.dev and close them. Inside this motion.dev, I'm going to specify the classes of space on the y-axis of 4. I'm going to also provide the variants. So I'll go to the top like so and define my variants right here. And these variants are going to be a lot of variants. So I'll use like const, and here we have to create our container variants. And inside there, first of all, we are going to be providing the open state. Then we are going to be also providing the closed state. Okay, so let's start from the first one, which is the open state. So we are going to be using our transition. Come on, transition, and inside this transition we are going to be providing a stagger. Come on, stagger children, stagger children, and that's going to be set to, come on, stagger children will be set to 0.2, and I'm going to also provide the delay between them. So delay between the children is going to be set to 0.1, and same thing will apply for this closed one. So I'm going to copy them. Now let me just place it right here, and instead of providing a 1, I'm going to change there to 0, and I guess that's going to be fine. Now I'm going to copy the name of them and go to the bottom, and here we have to specify there right here. So I'll use like the variants and provide my container variants inside there. So now let me just save my file, and which also means that now I can use the initial state, and initially my state will be set to closed, and on the animate we want to use like if it is open, then we want to use like the open state. If that's not the case, so we want to choose the closed one. So now let me just save my file. Inside this div, we are going to be defining yet another div, which will be also motion.dev. So now let me just close them. And here for this motion.dev, we are going to be also providing a variants. So I'm going to go to the top once again, and here we have to specify our item variants. So I'll use like const item variants, and inside there we have to use the open state. And for this open state, we're going to be setting the opacity to 1, and on the y-axis is going to be set to 0. And for the scale, we are going to be increasing there to 1. Now here we also have to provide for the closed state. So I'll use like the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. On the y-axis is going to be set to -20. And for the scaling, we are going to be using like 0.95. I'm going to go ahead and copy the name of there and place there right here for this div. So I'll use like the variants, and here we have to specify our items variants inside there. First of all, I'm going to be using the h3 with the classes of text only extra large, and the font will be set to semi bold. It's going to say like category or categories rather. And here now underneath them, we are going to be using our ul and then li, and for this each li we are going to be defining a label with the class of inline flags, and also the items will be set to center, and margin for the top will be set to 2. We're not going to be providing the HTML4, and for the label we're going to be defining our input field with the type of checkbox. So I'll use like checkbox, and then we are going to be also providing a class names, and the form is going to be set to a form checkbox like so. Underneath that we also have to provide our span, and it will have the margin for the left, and it's going to be set to 2, and here we have to specify like the option 1. Now let me save there. Check this out. So here you can see we are now getting this checkbox, and we are also getting these categories right here, which is something that we wanted. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to duplicate that like a few times, maybe 3 times. So I'll just select this li, and I am going to just duplicate that 1 time and another time. So I'll just change that to like 2, and this one 2, 3. Let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. Now underneath this div, I'm gonna collapse this div. We're going to be defining yet another div. So I'll use like the motion.div once again and close them. And here we have to specify not the class name but the variants, and we're going to be using that item variants once again. Okay, so inside this div, we're going to be defining the h3 with the class of text Excel, and the font will also be set to totally semi-bold. It's gonna say like price range. So now if I save there, test this out, so we are now getting our price range right here. Now underneath this h3 we are going to be defining the input field, and it's going to have the type of range, and also you want to specify the minimum height, and the minimum will be set to 0. We also want to provide the maximum, and for the maximum we are going to be setting there to like 100, and the class name will be set to full. And I'm going to also provide the step, not stop but step, and step will be equals to 10. So if I save them, now we are getting this awful looking slider. If I weren't using Tailwind CSS, there wouldn't be cool slider, but yeah, we are getting this awful slider. You can definitely go ahead and change that if you wanted to, but in my case, that's gonna be it. So I'll just collapse that, and underneath this one we have to define yet another div. So I'll use like the motion.div once again, close them, and here we have to provide our variants once again. So I'll use like the items variant, and inside there we have to define the h3 with a class of text XL, and the font will be set to semi-bold. Inside there I'll provide the rating, save our file, and here you can see we're now getting the rating. Now underneath there we're going to be using the ul and then the li. For each li we're going to be providing a label, and for this label we're going to be providing like inline inline flex, and also the items will be set to totally center. Margin for the top will be set to 2. Inside there, not the HTML4, inside this label we're going to be defining our input field with the type of radio in this case, and here we have to provide the name, and the name will be set to rating, and the value will be set to 1. I'm going to also provide the class name of like form radio. You know, we're not going to be providing that. Let's just remove the class name from there, save our file, and yeah, we are now getting what you want to call that. So now underneath there we are going to be also using a span with the class of margin for the left of 2. It's going to say like first star, and here you can see we're now getting the stars, and I'm going to also duplicate this li a few times, so that's star 1 2 3 4, and I guess 4 would be fine. So I'll just change there to star 2, and this one to star 3, this one to star 4, and you know what, we want to make it as a 5 star, so I'm gonna also duplicate there one more time and change there to the star 5. That's totally done. So now let's just save our file, and here you can see if I just refresh there, okay, we first of all you have to save there. If I just refresh there, we are now getting this amazing looking UI and also the animation. So if I just refresh there once again, yeah, you will see that in a few seconds. So now underneath this div, I'm gonna collapse this div right here. Underneath this div we are going to be defining our button, which will allow us to hide or show that sidebar. So I'll use the button with the class of absolute, and also the top value will be set to 4, the left value will be also set to 4, the z index will be set to 10, pairing all around will be set to 2, background gray of 800, text totally white and rounded full. Focus stat, we are going to be taking care of the focus stat in a few seconds. So I'll use like the outline will be set to none, and for the label we are going to be providing this label totally dynamically. So if our stat is open, in that situation you want to show one icon, but if that's not the case, you want to show another icon. So I'll use like IOMD and then arrow back. Okay, so I'll also provide the class name of height will be set to 6, width will be also set to 6, and close them. Now here, if that's not the case, we are going to be using like the IOMD arrow forward, and we also have to provide these classes like the height will be set to 6, the width will be also set to 6, and close them. Now this is how it looks like. So if I click on there, nothing will happen. And why? Because we have to provide our event listener on there, or attach our event listener on there. So when somebody try to click on there, we are going to be firing this function, which is a set is open and not is open. So now let me just save my file. If I click on there, that's gone. If I click on there once again, it will make it appear. I also want to make it so that if I click on this icon, I want to hide there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the top, and here on this icon, if somebody tried to click on there, on click, so we're going to be firing this function, which is a set is open and not is open. Okay, so now let me just save there. If I click on there, it's going to hide it. If I click on there once again, so it's going to show there, and this is how it looks like. I'm going to also take care of this backdrop, so that's going to be a lot of fun, but this is super simple. So I'll just create a motion.div and close that like so. And here we have to specify our class name, so I'll use like only fix, and inset will be set to 0, background gray of 800 like so. And also on the initial state, it's going to be set to closed, And then on the animate state, we can totally show there and also hide there. So if this is open, like if our state is open, then we want to provide the state of open to there from the variants. But if that's not the case, we want to set there to close state. Okay, so we are going to be also providing a variants to there. I'm going to also provide this variants right here. So I'm going to go to the top and create this variant right here. And this is going to be quite simple and easy. So I'll use like const backdrop variant, and inside there we have to provide the open state, and on this open state we're going to be setting the opacity to 0.6, and now underneath there on the close state we want to change the opacity to totally 0. Okay, so now we successfully provided there. Next, I'm gonna also specify the transition, so I'll use like the transition, and the duration will be set to 0.3, and when somebody clicks on there we're going to be setting that set is open to false. Now let me just save my file. Now if I click on there once again, it's gonna hide it. Okay, so yeah, that was our basic project. Time to create one of my favorite project, which is called the scrollable carousel, but we are going to be animating there. So first of all, I want to talk about this utils folder. So inside this utils folder, we have this data.ts file. And here you can see I have a few images which I copied from the unsplash.com. If you care to use these images, you can totally find them in my GitHub repository. But if you don't want to use them, you can definitely use your own one if you wanted to. But yeah, I'm going to be using this data for my card images. So I'll just close them. And now let's start working on them. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to define my components. Come on. Components folder, and inside there we are going to be defining our scroll carousel.tsx. I'll use the RAFCE and go to my app and register this component right in here. Oh my goodness. And now I'm gonna close there, save my file. Let's get into the scrollable carousel and start working on there. Okay, so I'll use like import motion from where? From the framer motion. I'll save there. Or you know what, we're not gonna be using any framer motion in this one. So yeah, we are going to be using there. I'm gonna also go ahead and define the card.tsx file and use my RAFCE inside there and import them inside this scrollable carousel. So I'll use like import card, and from card we would also need to grab our data. So I'll use like import, come on, import the cards from where? Come on, cards. From where? From the, let's just go ahead and go to the top, go to the utils folder and choose this data from there. Now that we successfully grab all of the data, we're going to be actually interacting with the DOM. So for that we have to use our target ref. So I'll use like the use ref, and here for the initial value I'm going to set there to no. We're going to be scrolling, so which means like we would need the use scroll hook from the framer motion. I'll just grab the y scroll from there, so I'll just destructure there from here. I'm going to say like the scroll on the y progress, we only want to get there. I'm going to also provide the target, so I'll use like the target, and the target will be coming from the target ref, okay, which we are now specifying as a reference right here. Next we have to define our transform property, so I'll use like the use transform, and here first of all we are going to be providing our scroll on the y progress as a motion value, and then we have to specify our initial state and also our ending state. So when our animation starts from 0, so we want to make the 1%. But if it reaches to 1%, then we want to make it minus 95%, just like that. I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to also store that in the X variable. Now let me go ahead and go to this UI and remove that from here. And I'm going to provide the class names, and it's going to be set to relative. The height will be set to 300 VH, like the viewport height, and background will be set to neutral 900, like so. And for the ref, we are going to be providing our target, come on, target ref inside there. Now inside this div, we are going to be defining yet another div with the class of sticky. The top will be set to 0, flex, and height will be also set to screen, items totally center, and overflow will be hidden. Okay, so inside this div, we are going to be defining our motion.div and close them. I'm going to also provide the class name of flex, and the gapping will be set to 4. And for the styling, let me just provide the style right here. We're going to be using this transform value, which is now set to this X. So I'm going to copy that and place it right here. Inside this motion div, we're going to be iterating over through all of that card. So I'll use like cards.map, and here we have to specify each card. And now inside there, let's just render our card component, which we just created. It's going to take the prop of card, and now let me just close them. We're now using this cards. We're now iterating over through all of that cards, and then we are creating a separate card inside there, as you can see, and we are now passing that each image as a card prop to them. So now let me go ahead and go to the card and start working on this card. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the top, and here we are going to be destructuring the cards. Or was there a cards? Or yeah, it's just a card. So I'm going to just destructure them and annotate them as a string maybe, or you know what, card and then string. So now let me just save my file, and now we have to use the, I'll remove this card from here, and I'm going to also provide a bit of class, or you know what, we're going to be providing the key. I'm going to provide the key right here. So key or index or idx would be fine. So for the idx, we're going to be passing this index, which will be coming from this card index right here. So I'll just also destructure this index. Let's just destructure them, and I'm going to also annotate that right here. So I'll use like idk, it should be idx, god damn it, idx, come on, idx. And now let me just copy the name of the and destructure the idx instead, and also this idx, this will be a number. So now let me just save there. This is how we are going to be annotating there, but I'm going to also specify this idx right here. That's totally done. I'm going to also provide the class names, and it's going to be set to group, and also relative width will be set to nrem, come on, nrem. And I'm going to also provide the height of 10 rem. Overflow will be set to totally hidden, and the background will be set to neutral 200. Inside this div, we're going to be defining another div, and here we're going to be rendering our image. So I'll use like the styling right here, and for this styling, I'll provide the background image first of all, and it's going to be set to this URL. Let's just write a URL and close them. And here we're going to be rendering our image only dynamically. So I'll use like card.url. And now let me just save this file. And now underneath there, we are going to be also providing the background. Come on, not backdrop, but the background will be set to size, and it's going to be set to totally cover. I'm going to also provide the background position, and the background position will be set to totally center, like so. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like only absolute, and the inset will be set to 0, z index will be set to and the transition will be set to transform. I'm going to also provide the duration, and duration will be set to 300. We are going to be setting there to scale of 110. Now let me save my file. Now let me just refresh my file, and now if I scroll down here, you can see we are now getting all of that carousel images right here. And now if I hover my mouse over to each of these images, we are now getting that kind of amazing animation right here. That's also looking cool, and that was our scrollable animation. I'm not scrolling on the x-axis, I'm scrolling on the y-axis, and now if I scroll there, we are now getting all of that images, and that's looking super amazing. Welcome to the new project. So in this one, we are going to be building advanced level sticky navigation bar by using the framer motion. So what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to go ahead and define my components folder, and inside there we are going to be defining a sticky nav.tsx file. I'm going to also define the card.tsx file as well. Okay, so I'll use the RAFC inside the sticky navigation bar, and also the RAFC inside the card. I'm going to go ahead and define my what do we call it, sticky navigation inside our app. I'm going to save this file, and now let's just start working on that. Okay, so yeah, we already started there. I'm going to import something called the motion. From where? From the framer motion. That's going to be the first thing that we have to do. Next, we have to define our variants so that we can use them inside our animation. So I'll use like, first of all, we are going to be creating the menu variants. Here we have to define our hidden state. When it is hidden, so we are going to be changing the height to 5.6 rem. Okay, and when it is visible, so in that situation, let's just write a visible. In that situation, it's going to be set to 29 rems, and I'm going to also provide a transition to that. So let's just use a transition, and it's going to be set to the duration, and the duration will be set to 0.3 seconds. So that's going to be it for our menu variants. And now let's just create one more for the expand row variants. So I'll use like expand. What do we have to do? We have to first of all define the hidden state, and when it is hidden, so we are going to be changing the opacity to 0, and also the y-axis will be set to 50. And now underneath there, we also have to define our visible state, and it's going to take the index, and index can be basically anything, so I'll just write like any. I'm going to define the opacity, and the opacity will be set to 1. Y-axis will be set to 0 in this case, and also we are going to be attaching a bit of transitions to there. But first of all, we have to wrap that inside the parentheses. So let me just wrap that. Now here we have to specify our transition, so I'll use like transition. That transition will take the delay, and now let's just use the index times 0.1, and then we have to provide the duration, and duration will be set to 0.6. I'm gonna save my file. I'm gonna collapse this one and also collapse that variants. Now let's just go ahead and go to our UI, and I'm gonna remove that from here. I'll use the classes, so I'll use like background of totally black, and minimum height will be set to totally screen. Inside this div, we have to define our motion.div, and I'm going to close that. So here I'm going to specify the class name, like it's going to be set to totally fixed. The top value will be set to 0, the width will be set to totally full, and padding all around will be set to 8, background totally white, and text totally black, rounded totally large, and shadow will also be set to large. So I'm going to save my file right now, and here now we have to specify our variants. So I'll use like the variants, and now we are going to be providing our menu variants inside there. I'm going to also provide the initial state, and for the initial state we're going to be setting that to hidden, and also when somebody hover over there, so in that situation we're going to be setting the state of that to visible, so visible. Inside this motion div, we're going to be defining our div once again, and it's going to have the classes of flex and also the flex of totally column. Inside this div, we're going to be defining yet another div which will have the class of flex. Justify will be set to between, and items will be set to totally center. Inside there, we also have to create one more for the items, so let's just use like item center, and I'm going to also specify margin for the left of 2, and font will be set to semi bold. I'm going to also provide the uppercase on there. Okay, so I'll just write my own name like Hussein. Check this out. So here you can see we're now getting this navigation area. So if I hover over there, so here you can see we're now getting this expanding navigation. So if I leave it back, so it's going to expand it back. Now let me go ahead and take care of the rest of the UI. So now underneath this div, I'm going to go ahead and define another div, so which will have the class of hidden, and also on the medium screen I'm going to set that to totally flex, and also the spaces on the x-axis will be set to 5, and text of totally center. Inside this div, we are going to be providing an anchor tag which will have the class of text totally black and font of totally bold. And I'm going to just write like this pound symbol inside there, and I'm going to say like products. I'm going to duplicate that a few times, so I'll just change that to like use cases, and also change this one to resources. I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to pricing. Now underneath this div, we are going to be defining a div. So let's just write like flex, and it's going to be set to the items totally center. Inside there, I'm going to create my anchor tag once again, and which will take this pound symbol, and I'm going to say join. I'm going to also provide the class of text totally black and font of totally light inside there. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this amazing sidebar, but this is not looking that cool. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this font of light from there, and yeah, I guess that's looking better. I can also remove this font of totally boldness from there, so I'll just select there and remove there, and yeah, I guess that's looking cool. Now underneath this div, I'm going to define my motion div once again. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my motion.div, and I'm going to close there. Inside there, I'm going to also define the classes of flex, and flex will be set to totally column, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to totally 6. Okay, and I'm going to also define the variants inside there. We already created this expand variants, so I'm going to use that inside there. Okay, so now inside this div, we're going to be defining a span which will have the class of totally block. Width will be set to totally full, and also height will be set to px, and background gray of 300. And now underneath there, I'm going to define the motion div once again and close them. I'm going to first of all define my variants, and it's going to take the expandable card or expandable row variants. I'm going to also specify the custom value to there, so custom, and here we have to specify 1 inside there. And for the classes, we're going to be using a flex, and also items will be set to totally center. Margin for the top will be set to 5. Inside there, we have to define our span, and span will have the class of border, and also border totally black, totally rounded full, and pairing for the x-axis of 2, and text will be set to smaller, extra small rather, and it's gonna say apple. Let me just save my file. If I hover over this, we are now getting this line and also this spill of apple. So yeah, that's looking cool. Now underneath this pen, I'm gonna define a paragraph which will have the margin for the left of 2, and I'm gonna say like MacBook Pro. Let's just save our file and hover over there. So now we are getting this MacBook Pro, and now finally we have to start working on our custom card. I'm gonna start working on there, but now underneath this div we have to define yet another div. So I'll use like motion.div once again and close them, and here we have to specify that exact same value. So I'm gonna copy the name of the classes of there and place it right here. So we're going to be using the variants. Custom will be set to 1, and also here we are not going to be providing all of that, but we are going to be only providing a flex, and margin for the top will be set to 5. Okay, so now here we already created this card component, so we have to use that inside this div. So I'll use like card and execute that like so, and this card is going to take a few props. So I'll use like title, and I'm going to set that to like my amazing card or something like that, and the description I'll say like this is some random description or something like that. And also I'm going to specify the image URL, so I'll use like the image URL, and it's going to be set to this image URL. So you know what, we have to specify it like this. I'm going to place the image URL right here, and this should be HTTP. So let's just write H right here. Check this out. So if I hover my mouse over to there, we are only getting this card because we did not create this card. So now let me just go ahead and go to this card and start working on there. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to destructure all of the prompts that we are now taking. So I'll use like title. I'm going to also provide the description, description, and also the image URL. Okay, so now we have to create an interface for this. So I'll use like the interface, and then I'm going to give it the name of like card prompts. And if you guys don't know what in the world is the interface, so you should definitely go ahead and check out my TypeScript course about that. And I'm going to be using a title, and title will be set to a string. Description will be set to string, and also the image, the image URL will be also set to string. I'm going to save my file, copy the name of there. Let's just copy the name of there and annotate there with this card props. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use this. So I'll just remove that from here. I'm going to specify a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like flex, and flex will be set to column, and margin all around will be set to 5. Background wholly white, rounded large, and shadow will be set to totally large. I'm going to also provide the overflow, and overflow will be set to totally hidden. Okay, so now inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to use our image. So I'll use like the image. I'm going to also specify the source to there, and also the alternative text to there. I'm going to also use the class name, so the width will be set to totally full, and the height will be also set to 28. I'm going to also set that to object totally cover, and close there like so. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to grab the image URL, and we have to place there as a source. I'm going to also copy the title and place there as alternative text. So now let me just save my file, and now if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to give us the image of that MacBook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also use this description. So I'm going to copy the name of there. We have to define a div with the class of padding all around will be set to 4, and inside there we have to use the h3 with the class of font totally bold and text totally large. It's going to take their title. First of all, we have to render the title, and then we are going to be rendering the description. So I'll use like text of totally gray, 700, and also margin for top will be set to 2, and here we have to render their description. Underneath there, we are going to be creating a button which will have a few classes. So I'll use like margin for top of 4, and background totally black, text totally white, and also pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, totally rounded. So I'll just say like learn more or something like that. Now let me just refresh there, and if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to give us that card. So if I want that card to be like a lot of time, so I can just duplicate this card, and it's going to give us that card like a lot of time. So yeah, you can totally change the UI if you wanted to, but that was our amazing animated navigation, or sticky navigation to be precise. So before we get into this project, I want you to keep in mind one thing. This project will be a bit advanced, so let's just start working on there. What in the world are we building, and how are we even going to be building there? We are building something called the progress steps, and you will see there in a few seconds. So first of all, we are going to be creating a components folder, components, and we have to define our progress step.tsx file inside there. I'll use the RAFCE. Go ahead and go to our app and register their progress steps right here. And I also want to mention one more thing. So if I go ahead and go to the index.css file, I already specify the background color, and the background color is now set to this color, and we are also changing the color to totally white. Okay, so that's the first thing that we have to do. Next, we have to import something called the framer motion from the motion. I said it wrong. The motion from the framer motion. Okay, so next we have to define our steps. So I'll use like const steps. And here we are going to be creating an array, and inside this array we are going to be defining a few objects. So I'll just provide like the title, and the title will be set to step 1. And also I'm going to be providing a bit of description to them, and for this description I'm going to just say like, I don't know, some sort of like random description. So I'll say like this is the first step or something like that, and I'm going to provide a comma there, and I'm going to duplicate there a few times. So I'll just change that to, I'm going to select there, and yeah, we have to just change the 2, 3, and 4. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to my component, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to define our current step, and then we have to define our set current step. It's going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value we have to specify 0 to there. That's done. We also have to go ahead and go to the UI, and provide a bit of classes to this. I'll use like flex, and flex will be set to column, and items will be also set to center. Padding all around will be set to 5. Inside their div, we have to define yet another div which will have like relative, and also flex justify will be set to totally between, 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 and also the width will be set to 40 rem. So I'll use like 40 rem and close there. I'm gonna also specify margin for the bottom, and inside this div we have to define our motion.div. So I'll use like motion.div, come on div, and close there. On this motion div, I'm gonna specify a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like absolute, because we are now providing a relative, so this class will be absolute to this relative class. That's done. And also background will be set to totally blue of 500, and I'm going to provide a margin for the top of 1 rem to them. I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this, so I'll use like the style, and here we have to specify our styling dynamically. So I'll just change the width, and the width will be the dynamic width. So what am I going to do? I'm going to first of all add one parenthesis, and inside there I'm going to attach yet another parenthesis. So I want you to notice we are now working with double parentheses. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab this current step, and I'm going to place there. Then we're going to be adding only 0 to there, and now outside from there we are going to be defining the steps dot length, like how many items we have there. You want to divide there by current step plus 1. Okay, outside from there we also have to multiply there to 130%, just like this. Okay, so that's going to be it for our width. I'm going to also specify the transition, so I'll use like the transition, and here we have to specify the width and 0.3 seconds and ease. This is right there, and I'm going to also specify a comma inside there. I'm going to save this file, and now inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to iterate over through all of our steps. So I'll use like steps dot map, and we also need the step inside there. Come on, step, and also the index from there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and define, come on, let's just use our parentheses if I can do that today. I'm going to define my div, and inside this div is going to take a key. So I'll just write a key, and key will be set to an index. I'm going to also provide a class name to there. This is going to take a flex, and flex will be set to totally column, and items will be set to totally center, and it's going to be also set to totally relative. Inside there we have to define our motion.div once again and close there. And for this motion div, we are going to be attaching a class names, and we are going to be rendering our classes dynamically. So that's why we are now using this template literal. So I'll use like the height will be set to totally 10, width will be set to totally 10, flex and justify will be also set to center. I'm going to also provide the items of totally center today, rounded totally full, and border will be set to 2. So I'm going to save my file right now. And then here we have to specify our styling totally dynamically. So I'll just say like if the index which we are now getting by iterating over through all of the steps, so if that index is less than or equal to the current step, which is the state of our entire component. So if that's the case, so what do we have to do in that situation? We have to change the background color to totally blue of 500. But if that's not the case, we wanted to keep it as background gray of 200. And when somebody hover over this, I'm going to be using like while hover. We only want to scale that to 1.1. And I'm going to also specify the transition. And for the transition, we're going to be setting the duration to 0.2 seconds. Inside this div, we're going to be rendering our index. So I'll use like if our index is less than the current step, which is going to be our state. So in this situation, I'm going to only write this check mark. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting that to null. Okay, this should be a question mark because we are now using a ternary. And now underneath this div, we have to define the paragraph, and it's going to have a few classes. So I'll just define there. And here we have to render our step.title. And now we are going to be defining our class names, and we are going to be defining there totally dynamically. So I'll just use like margin for the top of 2. And here we have to define our index. So if our index is less than or equal to the current step, so in this situation, once again, we are going to be changing the text to totally blue of 500. But if that's not the case, we are going to be changing the text to totally gray of 500. So now let me just save my file, test this out. So we are now getting this awful looking UI. We will fix that in a few seconds, but yeah, we have to take care of this UI first of all. Underneath this div, we are going to be defining our motion div once again. So I'll use like motion.div, close there, and here inside there, first of all, we have to provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like text of totally center, padding all around of 5, and the width will be set to 40 rem. Close there, and provide the height of 10 rem to there. I'm going to also provide the border and round it totally large. Shadow will be set to totally medium. I'm going to also specify the key, and the key will be that current step. I'm going to also provide the initial state, and initially it's going to be set to the opacity, and opacity will be set to 0. The y-axis will be set to -20. Let's just save our file. Underneath this initial state, we have to provide our animate state, and for this animate state, we have to provide the opacity of 1, and the y-axis will be set to 0. I'm going to also provide the exit prop, and for this exit, let's just define our opacity, and opacity will be set to 0, and the y-axis will be set to -20. I'm going to also define the transition, and for this transition we have to define the duration of 0.3 seconds to there. Okay, so finally we have to render our main card. So I'll use the h2, and the classes will be set to text totally extra large and font totally bold. And here we have to render our steps. Come on, steps. And now let's just use our current step, and now get the title out of there. I'm going to duplicate this. Oh, you know, we're not going to be duplicating there. I'm going to be creating a paragraph with the class of margin for the top of 2, and I'm going to duplicate this step right here. So let's just copy there and place there. Instead of providing a title, I'm going to change there to the description. So let's just save our file, and here you can see we're now getting our card, and this is not something that I want, but yeah, we are getting there. Now underneath this motion div, we have to define just a regular div, and we are going to be setting that to flex, margin for the top of 5, and spaces on the x-axis will be set to 4. Inside there we have to create a button, and this button will have a few classes. So first of all, we have to write a previous button, and then we're going to be also creating one more button for the next one. So let's just add there. So I'll use like you know what, change that to the dynamic classes, and pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, text of totally white, background blue 500, rounded, and here we have to render our classes totally dynamically. So if our current step is triple equals to 0, so in that situation what we have to do, we have to use the opacity and set that to 50, and also the cursor will be not allowed. Okay, but if that's not the case, we're going to be only using the empty string, which means like we don't want to provide nothing to them. Now underneath there, we're going to be also attaching the disable state, and for the disable state, if the current step is equal to the 0, so you want to just disable this button. And I'm gonna copy this button and duplicate there one time and change a few things inside there. So if our current step in this situation is equal to the steps.length -1, which means like the last element, so in that situation we are going to be setting the opacity to 50, and cursor will not be allowed. And here, instead of providing a current step is equal to 0, we're now going to be attaching like steps.length -1, which means like gives us the last element. And also we are going to be changing that to next. So I'm going to save my file, and something is awfully wrong with my component, and I don't know why. Let me just click on there. So it's going to give us the next one and the previous one, but we also have to attach the on-click event handler. I'm going to attach there, but I don't know what's wrong with my UI. There is something off going on with my UI, so I'm going to have to fix that. First of all, I'll just hide there. Oh, you know what, we have to take all of that steps logic, and then we have to close this div like so. And now underneath this div, you know, we have to remove there and render our content right here. Now let me just save my file, and yeah, this is now looking better. And now if I click on there, nothing will happen. But now let me just go ahead and define or attach the event handler on the next button and also on the previous button. Let me just go ahead and go to the previous button, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this function, which is a previous step. I'm going to copy the name of there, and also we are going to be attaching event handler on the next button. So when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing a next step function. So now let me just go to the top and define there right here. First of all, let's just take care of the previous one, or you know, first of all we have to take care of the next one. So I'll use like next step, and it's going to be equals to this function, and inside there we have to first of all check if our current step is less than the steps.length -1, which means like the last element. Okay, then we are going to be changing the current step to the current step +1, which means like basically we are going to be incrementing there. But if that's not the case, like if somebody did not click on the next button and they instead click on the previous button, so we're going to be creating this function. So I'll use like const previous button, and inside there we have to check. So if the current index or the current step is greater than 0, then we're going to be setting the current step to the current step -1. I'm going to save my file right now. Now here you can see we're now basically getting our basic animation. If I click on there, here you can see we're now getting a checkbox, and also we are getting this line. If I click on the previous button one more time, we are not allowed to click on there once again because this is the first item. If I click on there once again, the content will totally update, the description will totally update. We're going to be getting an animation, and also this line will cross out to the next step. If I go ahead and click on that once again, we're now getting that same animation, and which is looking cool. So yeah, that's an amazing project. And it was a lot of typing. I know, trust me, that was a lot of typing. So yeah, that was our basic, or not a basic, but our advanced level progress step. So what is Zustand? Zustand is a lightweight state management library for React applications. It helps you manage and share state across different parts of your application without needing to pass prop through many layers or use some complex solution like context APIs, or using the use context hook, or also using the Redux Toolkit, which is something which we are going to be also learning throughout the course. But yeah, that was just a definition of what a Zustand is. But now let's talk about why should I even care about learning Zustand. So here you can see I have a component hierarchy. So I have a app, header, nav, card, users, date and time component, and inside the app component I have some sort of a data. And let's suppose if I want to use that data inside the date components, so how can I go about using that? Well, to use that, first of all, we are going to be passing that data to the card component. Then we are going to be passing that data to the user component, and after that we are going to be passing that data to the date component, and then we will be able to use that. We can also solve this problem by using a context API. But let's imagine for a second that you are working with a Google. So you will just wrap your entire application by using the context API? Of course not. So you're going to be using some sort of other solution, either using the Redux Toolkit or also using a Zustand. So now in this case we are learning about the Zustand. So first of all, we are going to be creating some sort of a store. Inside that store we are going to be putting our data, and then we can use that data in any component that we like. Suppose if you want to use the inside the card component, we can totally use them. And if you want to use them in the navigation, totally allowed to do that. And finally, if you want to use them inside the date component, so we can totally use them. So this is how we are going to be extracting our state from our components, and we're going to be storing them in the store, and then we can use them in any component that we desire. So now let's just make a setup for a Zustand. Now to make a setup, first of all, we have to open our terminal. I'm going to use npm create read at latest. I'll give it the name of like Zeus demos, and I'm going to choose React.Js with TypeScript. Now let me go into the Zeus demos folder, and I'm going to install every single thing inside there. So that's successfully done. I'm going to open that in my VS Code. Inside my VS Code, I'll open my terminal, and now we are going to be installing Zustand inside our project. So I'm going to use npm i, or you can also use install if you prefer that. So I'm going to use npm i and then Zustand, and I'm going to hit enter. Now that's successfully done. Now let me open that in my VS Code, and this is how everything looks like. So now let me just make a bit of cleanup. We don't need this public folder, so I'm going to delete that. We also don't need this ss folder and also app.css, and I'm going to also remove every single thing from the, or you know what, let me just delete this folder or file to be precise. I'm going to also remove this import and go into my app component, remove every single thing from there. And I'm going to just use my rafce, save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So that was it about for the setup. Now let's create our store. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a file with the name of store.ts, and inside there we're going to be defining our state, and we're going to be also telling it like how we're going to be modifying, updating, or mutating or changing our state. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the create function. From where? From the Zustand library. And this create function is the heart of this Zustand. Okay, so this is how we are going to be importing there. Next, we have to create our custom hook. So to do that, we are going to be using like use counter, and basically you can give it any name that you prefer. You can give it the name of Hussein, you can give it the name of Banana, you can give it the name of Alex, you can give it any name that you like. But in my case, I'm going to only give it the name of like use counter, and that's going to be equals to this create function. Now we are going to be calling that function from the Zustand, and here it will also take a callback function. So I'll just put a callback function right here, just like that. Now we have to tell it like what will be the initial value of my store. So I'll just write like count, and count will be set to 0. You can also set that to some sort of a string. You can also provide some sort of array if you wanted to, and also the object if you wanted to. But in my case, I'm going to only provide this counter, and the value will be set to 0. Next, we're going to be taking something called the set perimeter, and keep in mind this set is a special name. It's gonna allow us to change our value, like change our state. So this is how we are going to be defining our initial state, and this set method will allow us to change our initial state. So how are we going to be doing them? You know what, let me just create a function with the name of like increment, and that's going to be just an arrow function like so. And I'm going to use that set method, and inside this set method we are going to be also providing a callback function once again. So I'll just use like stat, and then we're going to be getting our data. So to get our data, I'm going to just use like count, and that count will be coming from a stat.count, and we will just increment 1 with there. And here I forgot to include the parentheses, so now let me just add that parentheses right there, and also at the end. And we are not going to be using this colon, we are going to be using a commas there. Okay, so that's totally done. And this is how we are going to be defining our stat, and this is how we are going to be changing the value of our stat. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this curly braces from here. We also don't need that, so I can just totally remove that if I wanted to. And also just put a comma there. And this is how we are going to be making that as a one-liner. But now we are getting a few errors from a TypeScript. So now let me just fix that. So I'll just create a type with the name of like counter, or counter store will be fine. And inside there we are going to be defining our count, and count will be set to number. And also we have an increment function, and here we're going to be only returning the void from there. Duplicate that, change that to decrement, decrement. There we go. I'm gonna copy them and annotate my create function with counter store. So now let me just save there, and now we have to define this decrement function. So I'm going to just duplicate this line of code, go back and just write a decrement right here. Instead of providing this plus, we're going to be removing that and replace that with this minus, and that was it. That was it. So finally we have to just export that so that we can use that in other file. Let me just say that once again. First of all, we are going to be importing the heart of Zustand, which is called the create function. Then we are going to be defining our custom hook, and we are going to be defining there by using this create method or function, whatever you want to call that. And this create function will take a callback function, and here we are going to be defining our initial value. And then we have a set method which will allows us to change or mutate or update or whatever you want to call that our state. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing an increment function, and this is how we are going to be providing a decrement function to change our values. So this is how we are going to be creating our custom hook. But now let's talk about how we are going to be accessing them inside our component. So to access them, obviously we would need our use counter. So if I just use that and hit enter, so it's gonna auto import that from my store like so. So now inside there, if you want to get the stat or the count value from there, so there are a few ways to do them. The first way is to just provide an arrow function. So I'll just use like stat, and then I'll just write like stat.count, and we can store it in some sort of a variable like const count or something, and that's going to be equals to this custom hook. And now we can totally render there by using this h1, and I'll just write like count, and here we have to render the value of that count. So now let me just save my file and go back, and what are we getting? We are now getting our count of 0, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So I can also change this initial value to like 10 or 100 or something like that. So it's going to give us that count and that specific value from our counter, which means like everything is working. So this is how we are going to be accessing the data. That's the first way to access our data. Now the second way is to destructure our data. So we can just destructure our increment function like increment, and we can also destructure our decrement function from this stat. Then we don't have to specify this dot count there. So I'm going to just remove that from there, and now we can just create two buttons like button, and I'll just write like increment, and I'm going to also duplicate that and just write a decrement right here. I'm going to attach my own click event handler, and the first one will just say like increment, and the second one will just say decrement. Okay, and now if I click on the increment, so it's going to increment my counter by 1, and now if I click on the decrement, so it's going to decrement my counter by 1, which means like both of these functions are working. But now in this case we also don't have to specify this arrow function, so I can totally remove that. Now if I save my file, and now let me just refresh that, I can totally click on this, so it's going to increment my counter, and I can totally click on this one, so it's going to decrement my counter. So yeah, this is how we are going to be accessing the data, but this is not how I want to access my data. I'm going to just remove that, and now let me give you one more example of how we are going to be using our store or stat inside other components. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to only access my count from the use store, and not stat, goddammit, use counter to be precise. We're going to be accessing our data by use counter, and I'm going to just destructure that value, and as you can see right here, we are now getting the value of 0. So next I'm going to also create another component with the name of other component.tsx, and inside there let's just use our RAFC inside there, and now I can totally access my data separately if I wanted to. So now let me just write like increment, it's going to be equals to our use counter, and we can totally access our data by providing our arrow function like stat.increment, and we can also get our data by just using stat.decrement. Copy the name of that, place that right here, and I can just say like button, and which will say increment. Let me just write increment right here, change that to decrement, and provide my own click event handler on there. The first one will increment our counter, the second one will just decrement our counter. Now I can totally use this component inside my app.tsx file. So I'll just run this component right here. I'm going to import that, save my file, and now here you can see we have two buttons. I can increment and I can also decrement my counter, which means like everything is working. Now let me just go ahead and like, yeah, this is just a one way importing or using our stored data, but this is not the better way. So as I showed you a few seconds ago, like we don't have to specify this arrow function. We can just totally access our data by using this method like increment and then decrement, and this is something called destructuring in JavaScript, and still it will work. So if I increment there, and I can also decrement there. So yeah, that was the entire theory and the entire story about Zustand. First of all, we have to import there, then we have to grab there, and then we have to use there and provide our rules inside there. And now if you want to access there, we just have to access there by using this use counter, and then we can destructure the data, or yeah, the data or the state, or we can also just get our data by using the dot notation which I just showed you. Evil is evil. Lesser, greater, middling. Makes no difference. The degree is arbitrary. The definition is blurred. If I have to choose between one evil and another, I would rather not choose at all. Okay, that was a lot of which are wise. God damn it. So now let's just make a setup for our coding journey, and then we are going to be making a lot of projects, like 10 amazing projects. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write like npm create with at latest god damn it, create with at latest, like so. I'm gonna give it the name of like Zeus projects, and now I'm gonna choose React.Js with TypeScript, go into the Zeus project, and I'm gonna install every single thing inside there. I'll also install the Zustand, so I'll use like npm install Zustand. It's gonna install that in my machine. That's already done, so I'm gonna open that in my VS Code, and that's looking better. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just remove this public folder. I'm gonna also remove this assets f.css, and also we have to remove every single thing from there. Now let me just search for the tailwindcss.com. Let's just go to the Tailwind CSS, and I'm going to click on this getting started button. Now I'm going to choose framework and guides, go to the Vite, and copy this command, open my terminal, and place this command right here. Once again, hit enter. So it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS. So that's totally done. I'm going to copy that, go into my Tailwind config file, and replace it with this new content. That's totally done. I'm going to also go into my index.css and replace that with these new directives. Okay, and finally we also have to copy this h1 to test it out. So I'm going to go into my app.css but app.tsx, and now I'm going to replace that with this content. I'm going to use my npm run dev to run my server, and now let's just go into my local host, run there. Yep, this is working. First thing first, we have to define our store or create our store. So I'll just give it the name of like store, and inside there we are going to be defining our usestore.tsx, or ts to be precise. First we have to import the create from where? From the Zustand. Now underneath them, let's just create our custom hook with the name of like useStore. You can give it like basically any name that you prefer, and I'm going to use my create function. It's going to take a set as a parameter and also this callback function, but we have to wrap them inside these parentheses. First of all, we would need our initial state, so I'll just write like recipes, recipes, and recipes will be empty array, and then we would be able to add a recipe and also remove a recipe. So I'll write like add recipe is going to be a function, so it's going to take a parameter of like recipe, like so. And now let me just create my arrow function without providing these curly braces. I'll call my set method, and inside this set method once again we have to call our state, and now we have to define our initial state. So we are going to be taking our recipes, that array, so I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place that right here. And we are going to be first of all making a clone of the existing recipes. So we are going to be saying like ... which means like spread operator, and we are going to be making a clone of these recipes. After that, we are going to be providing our new recipe, which we are taking as a parameter from this function. So that's totally done. Now we also have to provide our types. So first of all, let me just create an interface, or you can also create a type if you wanted to. And I'm going to give it the name of like recipe, like so. And inside this interface, we are going to be providing the ID. ID will be set to number. We're going to be also providing a name of the recipe, and that's going to be set to string. We're going to be also including the ingredients, and ingredients will be a string of array. After that, we're going to be also providing the instructions, and instructions are going to be a string. Okay, now let me also create an interface for the store. So I'm going to go ahead and create an interface, and that's going to be the recipe. And inside that, let's just define our recipes. That's going to be set to that recipes which we have created up above. You know what, let me just copy the name of that. I'm going to copy the name of that, place it right here, and we're going to be passing array of recipes. After that, we would also need the add recipe function, which we have already defined right here. So I'm going to copy the name of that and place it right here, and that's going to be a name. So we have to specify the recipe as a parameter, and that recipe will be that recipe type. So now let me just also define that right here, and it's going to just return the void. After that, we would also need to remove that recipe. So I'll just write like remove recipe, like so, and it's going to take the parameter of ID, and then that ID will be a number. So that's what we have to do right now. We also have to annotate our create function with our recipe store, and we have to close that. Now it is freaking out because we also have to create our remove recipe function. So I'll just write like remove recipe, and that's going to take the ID, and inside there we're going to be once again using our set method. Let's just pass our stat inside there, like so, and then we're going to be providing our object, and inside there we're going to be getting that recipes once again, and we have to get that from the stat.recipes, and we're going to be using the filter method on there, and now we are going to be filtering out all of the recipes. So I'll just write a recipe right here, and yeah, I'm gonna have to store that in the parentheses. Now outside from there, we have to check if recipe.id is not equal to what? Not equal to this ID right here. So if I copy that and place that, then we want to remove that specific recipe equal to sign. So we have to provide 3 equal to sign, and that's done. Finally, we have to export that so we can use that. So I'll just use like export, and that's totally it about the stat. So this is how we're going to be defining our stat, and then this is how we're going to be adding our recipe. This is how we are going to be removing our recipe. The store part is done. Now let's use the inside our component. I'm going to create a folder with the name of components, and inside there we're going to be defining our recipe.tsx. Now I'll use my RFC inside there, and I'm going to go into my app and render there right in here like recipe app and close there. Yep, we are getting our recipe app. Now let me go into that recipe app and start working on that. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to define my state. Or you know what, first of all, we're going to be importing a lot of stuff from our use store. Okay, and what are we going to be importing? We are going to be importing or destructuring the first of all the recipes, also the add recipe, remove recipe, and that's going to be it. Now underneath there we also have to define our state. So I'll just write name and set name, and that's going to be equal to the use state, not store but use state. God damn it, use state. There we go. Let me just import that, and for the initial value I'm going to specify string, and I'm going to also annotate that with the string, because I know a lot of people will ask me, Hussein, you are not using TypeScript. So now I am using that. Next we're going to be defining a state for the ingredients, and set ingredients is going to be equals to the use state once again, and the initial value will be still that empty string. So I'll just write a string inside there, and now underneath there let's just create for the instructions. This should be const. So we have instructions, and also set instruction is going to be equals to the use state once again, and the initial value will be empty string, and I'm going to also annotate that with the empty string. Finally, let's just write our editing recipe. So I'll use like editing recipe, and then set editing recipe. It's going to be equals to the use state, and for the initial value it's going to be set to null. So I'm going to annotate that with, first of all, you know what, let me just create a state for that, or not a state but a types. So let's just define our interface with not infer but the interface, and I'm going to give it the name of like recipe, and inside there the ID will be set to the number, and also we have a name will be set to string. We have ingredients, and ingredients will be set to string of array. Now underneath there finally we have to provide our instructions like so. instructions instruction will be also set to string. So now let me just annotate that by either using the recipe or using null value. So now we are providing the initial value of null to there. So now the final thing that we have to do is that we have to use all of them. Let me go inside the UI and start using this. So I'll just remove that from here. And first of all, I'm going to define a lot of classes for the first div. So the min height will be set to screen. Let me go back. I'm going to provide a flex and items will be set to center. Justify will be also set to center. Background will be set to totally green of 100. And inside this div, we're going to be creating a div with a class of background totally white, and padding all around will be set to 6, rounded totally large, and shadow will be also set to large, width will be 4, and maximum width will be set to 2xl. Inside this div, we are going to be creating our h1, which will be the text 3xl, and the font will be set to bold, and margin for the bottom will be set to 6, text will be set to center, green of 800 like so, and I'm gonna only say like recipe book or something like that. Now let me just test this out. So we are getting some sort of error. Okay. Cannot read the property of undefined reading subscribe. Cannot read the property of undefined reading subscribe. And I realized that we are now importing that from the Zustand and we shouldn't be doing this. Let's just remove that and import my use store from where? From my use store inside this store. So now if I save my file, check this out, and yeah, this is now looking cool. Let me go back. I way zoomed in. So now this is looking cool. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just take care of the rest of the UI. Now underneath this h1, I'm going to create a div with a class of space. On the y-axis will be set to 4, and margin for the bottom will be set to 6. Inside there, create our input field with the type. Let's just create our input field with the type of text, and I'm going to also provide the value, and value it will take the name which is coming from the state, like this name. And here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide the on change event handler, and when somebody types something inside there, we're going to be firing this function like set name, and the initial value will be set to e.target dot value. I'm going to also provide a placeholder which will say like recipe, and let's just put a bit of classes to there like styling. So width will be set to totally full, padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, border and totally rounded, large and border will be set to gray of 300, and for the focus state I'll just provide the outline, and that's going to be set to none. And for the focus, once again, we are going to be providing a ring of 2, and focus ring will be set to totally green of 500. So now let me just save my file. And by the way, if you guys don't know what I'm typing right here, you should definitely watch my Tailwind CSS course. And yep, we are getting our amazing input field, and that's looking great. Underneath there, or you know what, let me just duplicate this input field for a few times. So first of all, we would have for the name. Next we will have for the ingredients. So I'll just write like ingredients right here, and then set ingredients like so. And I'm gonna just replace this placeholder with ingredients and then comma separated, and the styling would be fine. Yep, that's looking cool. I'm going to also duplicate there once again for the instructions. So let's just duplicate there for the instructions. Instead of providing these ingredients, I'm gonna write like instructions and then set instructions. And for the label, I'm gonna only copy this instruction and put there right here for this placeholder like so. Yep, that's also looking cool. Oh, and this should be a text area instead. So I'll just change that to text area, and yep, that's looking cool. But I'm going to also remove that type, and now that's looking better. And now underneath this text area, we are going to be rendering all of our recipes. So I'll just write like div with the name of, or with the class of flex, and justify will be set to between. And inside there, we are going to be first of all checking like if we have the editing recipe, then we are going to be, come on, if we have the editing recipe, then we are going to be rendering this UI. So inside this UI, I'll just write a React fragments like so. And for now, I'll just create a button, and let me just save there. Yep, we are getting some sort of error. I don't know why, but we are getting this error. Now that error is gone, so I'm going to just create my React fragments. And inside this React fragments, first of all, we are going to be defining our button. And I guess we are getting that error because of that React fragments. Not quite sure, but I'm gonna just leave it right here just for now. Or you know what, let me just change that to dev. What the hell? So I'm gonna just change that to dev. Still getting that error, by the way. Okay, so cut there. You know what, let me just leave that the way it is. And I'm going to write like update recipe here. But what the hell is wrong with this? Oh, that's because here we are not providing the closing tag. So I'm going to provide my closing fragments right here, and also the opening and closing there. Now this is looking better. I'm going to just, god damn it. So I'm going to just replace it with this new one. And I'm going to just change this div to just a React fragments. When somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this function like handle update recipe, and we're going to be creating this function in a few seconds. But now let me just put a bit of classing to this button. So I'll just write a background of totally yellow 500, and text will be set to totally white. Pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, totally rounded, and then large. When somebody hover over this button, we just want to change the color of that to yellow of 600. We also want to provide the focus state of outline of none, and also for the focus we want to provide the ring of 2, and on the focus the ring will be set to yellow 500. So now let me just save my file. We are going to be creating this function in a few seconds. Underneath there, we're going to be defining one more button. So I'll just create a button, and inside this button I'll just say like cancel, and I'm gonna just provide a bit of styling to that. And also when somebody click on this button, we're going to be firing like handle cancel edit, and I'm gonna provide a classes of, you know what, exactly their same classes, but instead of providing that yellow, here we are providing this gray color right here. So if I save there, now let me take care of these two. But you know what, first of all let me also take care of this area, then we're going to be taking care of that other one. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a button once again. It's going to say like add recipe, and when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function which is a handle add recipe, like so. I'm going to also provide a classes to there, so I'm not going to waste your time. Let me just provide these classes right here, and yeah, you can pause the video and just provide these classes. So now underneath this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a UL with a class of space on the y-axis will be set to 4, and now let me iterate over through all of that recipes. So I'll just use like recipes dot, god damn it, rec, yeah, there we go. And now we are going to be rendering all of our recipes. So I'll just use like recipe, and inside there I'm going to render my li, and inside this li, first of all let me just provide a key, and the key will be coming from that recipe.id. I'm going to also provide the class name to there. So pairing for all around will be set to 4, and background will be set to totally green of 50, rounded large, shadow small. Inside this li, we are going to be rendering our h2, which will say like text will be set to totally extra large, font will be set to semi bold, text will be set to green, add 100, let me just write add 100, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2. Here inside there we have to render our recipe and then name their specific recipe name. Underneath this h2, we have to also render our ingredients. So I'll just write a paragraph with the class of text totally gray of 700, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and we are going to be using a strong tag inside there, and I'm going to write like ingredients. That ingredient will be set to recipe, not recipes, but just a singular recipe. I'm not even getting a recipe. And then that ingredients dot join, and here we have to just put a comma here and space. It should be a recipe instead. Underneath this paragraph, I'm going to create a div with a class of flex, and justify will be set to center, or not even center but between. We're going to be also creating a button which will say like edit, and I'm going to also provide the on click event handler to there, and when somebody clicks on this, we're going to be firing this handle edit recipe function. It's going to take a recipe as a perimeter, and let's just provide our classing to there. So I'm going to place this classing right here, and now underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to create yet another button, and which will say like delete. I'm going to also provide the on click event handler on this one, so when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function which is a remove recipe. There we go. And it's going to take a recipe.id, just a singular recipe.id. There we go. I'm going to also provide a classes to this one so that we can style that a bit, and this should be a recipe. recipe. There we go. I'm going to copy this one, put that right here, also in there, also here, and recipe.id, and it's going to take a recipe. There we go. Now that's looking better. I'm going to create these functions like handle edit recipe, handle delete recipe, and so on and so forth. So now let me just go to the top and create them. So we'll start by first of all adding the recipe. So I'll use like handle add recipe, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function. And first of all, we are going to be checking we have name.trim. We also want to remove that empty spaces from there. If that is equal to empty string, or ingredients.trim, going to be also removing empty spaces from there. If that is equal to empty string, or instructions.trim, if that is equal to empty string. So in that situation, what do you want to do? we just only want to return. But if that's not the case, so we're going to be creating our recipe. So I'll use like add recipe, and here we have to specify the ID, and that's going to be equals to date.now. And also I'm going to be providing a name to them, and here we have to specify the ingredients.id or just ingredients. So I'll use not instruction but ingredients, and that's going to be also set to this ingredients from the start. And we're going to be using a split method on there, and we only want to split there by a comma, and then we want to iterate over through all of there. And let's just provide our ingredients as a perimeter for this function, and we're going to be removing empty spaces from them. So I'll use like trim method inside there. And also let me just provide a comma, and here we have to also render the instructions. Now let me just save my file, and whenever we add our ingredients, we also want to empty out our states. So I'll write like set name and empty this out, and set ingredients, empty this out, and also set instructions, empty that out as well. Let me test this out. So I'll just write like no, and then I don't know 1, I don't know 2, and then I don't know. And if I click on this add recipe, we cannot edit there, but we can totally delete that if you wanted to. Now let me take care of the handle edit recipe. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a function with the name of handle edit recipe, like so, and it's going to be taking a recipe as a parameter, just a single recipe, and we have to annotate there with our recipe like so. And inside there we are going to be using like set editing recipe, and we have to provide our recipe as a parameter to them. Now for the name, we are going to be also providing a recipe.name, and now underneath them we are going to be using our set ingredients, and for the ingredients we are going to be providing the recipe.ingredients, and we also have to use the join method on there, and we have to join there by just providing a comma. We also have to take care of the instructions. We are going to be using like set instructions. You have to provide the recipe.instructions right here, and that's going to be it for the handle edit recipe. Now let me test this out. So I'll write like test, and then test2, and testing dot. Click on the add recipe. I can click on this edit, so it's going to give us an error. Let me just go to the console, go to the top, and handle update recipe. Oh, we also have to update there. So you know what, let me just also take care of that right here. So now let me just create my handle update recipe. So I'll use like const, then handle update recipe. It's going to be equals to this arrow function. It's not going to take any parameters, and I'm going to go ahead and copy a few things from this function. So I'm going to copy there and put there right here inside this function. So that's done. Now underneath there, we're going to be first of all checking. So if we have editing recipe, in that situation we're going to be removing our recipe by providing our editing recipe.id to there. Next we're going to be creating our recipe. So I'll just go to the top, and then I'm going to just copy this stuff and put there right here. And now underneath this one, we're going to be just providing like set editing recipe, and we only have to provide a null value to them. And finally, let me just go to the top once again and copy all of that empty stuff, copy there and put there right here inside or set updating recipe. Now let me just save my file, and then that's going to be it for the handle update recipe. Let's just test this out. So I'll just write like test, and then test2, and then testing. Now if I click on this add, now I can click on the edit, still getting an error. And I know why we are getting this error. That's because we also have to create this handle cancel edit component or a function. So I'll just collapse this one, and I'm gonna also collapse that one, and you know what, I'm gonna also collapse this function. And now finally we have to just create our handle cancel edit, and that's going to be the most easiest one. So I'll use like const handle cancel edit. That's going to be equals to this arrow function, and we have to write like set editing recipe, and we have to set that to now. And we also have to change like all of that stuff. So you know, I'm going to copy that from here. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to copy both of these three, or all of that three, and put that right here, and that's going to be it for the canceling. So if I click on this edit, so it's going to allow us to edit our recipe. So I'll just write like Hosan, then Hosan 2, and then Hosan 2. Now I can click on this update recipe, so it's going to update that to Hosan and also Hosan 2 and all of that, and I can totally delete that. And by the way, if I click on this edit once again, I can totally cancel this edit if I wanted to. Now I can totally delete that, and yeah, we can add our recipe like computers, and then chat GPT, and then amazing AI stuff. That's gonna be my recipe book. And if I click on there, and yep, they are now successfully added to my list. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our first project by using Zustand. So now let's make a setup for our expense tracker project. So I'm going to open my terminal right here. And now let's just use our npm create with at latest. I'm going to give it the name of like expense tracker. I'll choose React.Js with TypeScript. Let's just go into our expense tracker project, and I'm going to use npm i to install every single thing inside there. I'm going to also install Zustand, so I'm going to use like npm i Zustand, Zustand. So it's going to install Zustand inside our project. That's done. Now I'm going to go into my Tailwind CSS and click on the getting started. Now I'm going to choose framework guides, go to the read and copy this command and place it right here. Let me hit enter one more time. So it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS right here, and finally we have to open that inside our VS Code. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this content, and let me just go into my Tailwind config.js and replace that with this new content. So that's done. We also have to provide there for our index file. So I'm going to open my index.css, remove every single thing from there, and place my components right there. So that's done. I'm going to also remove the public folder, the assets folder, the app.css, and I'm going to remove every single thing from the app, and I'm going to replace that with the RAFCE and go into my index.css, and that's cool. So you know what? Let me test this out by providing this h1. So I'll just copy there, go into my app, and provide there right here, save my file, open my terminal, and I'm going to write like npm run dev, and let's just test this out right here. And yep, the styling is working and everything is now totally done. That's done. Now we have to create our store to initialize our state inside this. I'll just create a file with the name of store.ts. And now the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the create function from where? From the Zustand. And now underneath them, we're going to be defining our use store once again, and that's going to be equals to the create function. And here inside there, we're going to be providing a callback function which will take a set as a parameter, and inside there we are going to be providing our initial state. So that's going to be set to expenses, and the expenses will be equal to this empty array. I'm going to provide a comma, so we would be able to add our expense and also remove our expense. And then in the UI, we are going to be also calculating our expense. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like add expense, and that's going to be equals to this arrow function, and it's going to take the expense right here, expense, and here inside there we're going to be using our set method to change our state, and I'm going to provide my callback function right here. And inside this callback function, first of all, we are going to be getting all of our expenses, and we are going to be making a clone of this. So I'll use like dot 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 and then stat.expense, and then we have to provide our new expense which we are now taking as a parameter for this function, like so. I'm going to save my file. So we are now getting a lot of TypeScript error. The first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to export this so that I can use that in other file. Next, we have to create our interface for the expense. So I'll just create an interface for the expense, expense, and inside there we are going to be providing the ID, and ID will be set to number. We are going to be also providing the description, and description will be a string. And finally, we also have to provide the amount. So amount will be set to number. So that's going to be the first interface. Now we are going to be creating yet another one for the expense store. So I'll just write like expense store, and inside there, what do we want to do? We just want to initialize our expense, like so, or expenses rather, and that's going to be equals to our expense interface which we've created up above, like this one, and that's going to be equals to array of that expenses. Now underneath there, we're going to be also adding the expense and also removing our expense. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like add expense, and that is going to be taking an expense as a parameter, and now we have to annotate there with this expense parameter. Now we have to just return our void from there, and that's going to be done. I'm going to also duplicate that and change the name of that to like remove expense, and here instead of providing an expense, I'm going to write like ID, and ID will be set to a number, and that's done. Now we have to annotate our create method by using our expense store, like so, and I'm gonna close them. Now this one is freaking out because we also have to add our remove expense. So I'll just write like remove expense, and here it's gonna take the ID, and now we're going to be using our set method, and inside this set method we're going to be providing our callback function. And here we also have to first of all get all of our expenses, and to get there we are going to be getting there from the state.expenses, and now we have to use the filter method on there. So now we can use like filter method, and for this filter method we're going to be providing our expense as a parameter. So I'll write like expense, and then we have to use our expense.id, and if that id does not equal to this id which you are now taking as a parameter for this function, so then we want to just remove that specific expense. And this is freaking out because we have to provide a s inside there, and that's done, and also s here. expenses. Now that's looking better. Okay, so that was it about for our store, and now let's just implement that inside our UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder with the name of components, and inside there we're going to be creating our expense tracker.tsx component inside there. I'll just use my RAFCE, save my file and go to my app, and here we have to render that component. So I'll just write like expense tracker, and I'm gonna also close that. And you know what, I'm gonna also just stay inside the div, and inside this div we're going to be calling our expense tracker. So that's done. Let me test this out. So yep, we are getting our expense tracker. So the first thing that we want to do is that we want to grab the expenses, add expense, and also the remove expense from the use store, not a stat, goddammit, use store, which we've just created, but not from Zustand. What the hell am I doing today? God damn it. You know what, let me just import them manually. So I'm going to import the use store from where? From, let's just go ahead and go to our store, from our store. There we go. Now we have to use that. So to use that, we're going to be using our use store and initialize that. And now we're going to be destructuring the expenses. So I'll use like expnses, and also that's going to be equals to this use store. Now we are going to be also importing or destructuring the add expense and also the remove expense. Now we are going to be getting there from the use store. We are going to be also creating a few stat for our description and also for our amount. So I'll just write like description and then set description. There we go. It's going to be equals to the use stat and not store but use stat in this case, and the initial value will be just empty string. I'm going to also just annotate that with a string. It doesn't really matter, but I'm going to still do that. Now we have to create one for the amount and then set amount, and that's going to be equals to the use stat, and for this stat that's going to be also equals to empty string. But now we have to annotate that with either the number or empty string like so. And now I'm going to close that. We are getting a lot of errors. I don't know why. We are getting these errors. I'm going to destructure that. And now that error is gone. So now we have to just use that inside our project, and then that's going to be done. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my UI and remove that from there and provide a lot of styling to there. So I'm not going to go ahead and tell you every single Tailwind CSS class, but we are going to be providing these classes to it, so you can totally pause the video and provide the styling to there if you wanted to. If you don't want to provide the styling, I totally get it. Like, you don't even have to provide all of that styling. So I'm going to just fast forward this video. I'll create a div first of all, and inside this div we're going to be providing these classes. So you know what, let me just highlight there for you. We are going to be providing these classes, so you can totally pause the video once again and provide there. Now I'll create my h1, and inside this h1 we're going to be providing these classes. And now inside this h1 I'll just write like expense tracker, and now if I save my file, and this is how it looks like, baby. That's looking cool. And now underneath this h1, what do you want to do? We just want to create our div with a class of space on the y-axis of 4, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 6, and inside there let's just create our input field with the type of text, and also the value will be set to description. And when somebody try to type something inside there, so we are going to be firing this function which will be equal to the set description, and let's just provide our event.target.value inside there. Okay, now outside from there we are going to be also providing our placeholder which will say like expense descript descriptio. And now let me just save my file, and finally we have to provide these classes to it for the styling. So let's just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better, and that's looking cool. Yep, we are getting our expense, and that's looking great. That's going to be for the first one. Now I'm going to create yet another input field with the type of number in this case, because we're going to be taking care of the amount. And here we have to specify the value of amount, that stat which we just created up above. And when somebody try to type something inside this, we are going to be firing this function which will be set to or set amount. And here we have to specify our event.target.value. If that is triple equals to empty string, so we are going to be setting that to just an empty string. But if that's not equal to empty string, then we are going to be getting the value of that, and we also have to convert that value to a number, because we are now working with the amount and we have to convert that amount to a number. So we can convert our amount to a number by just using this number constructor. You know, let me just highlight that. We can use this number constructor for that. Or there is another way. If you guys take my JavaScript course, you guys probably know that, but if you don't, that's completely okay. So now I can totally remove that and change that with this plus symbol. That's everything that I have to do for this input field. Now I'll also provide the placeholder to that, so I'll just use like placeholder which will say amount. Now underneath there I'm gonna also provide these classes to there. That's done. Now finally we have to create our button which will allows us to add our expense or remove our expense or on and so forth. So I'll just create a button with the label of add expense, and here when somebody clicks on their button, not change but on click, so we're going to be firing this function which is a handle add expense. Okay, we're going to be firing this function, and we also have to provide these classes to there. You can totally pause the video and just type there if you wanted to. Now let me take care of this add expense. So I'm going to copy the name of there, go to the top and use that right here. So what do you want to do? First of all, we have to create our handle handle. Yep, the spelling is correct. And we have to create this arrow function. Then we're going to be checking if our description dot, god damn it, description, if our description dot trim, we want to remove every single empty space from there. If that is equal to empty string, or the amount is equal to empty string, so in that situation we don't want to do nothing, but we only want to return. That's going to be it. Okay, but if that's not the case, we are going to be adding our expense. So how are we going to be doing there? We will just use our add expense function, which is coming from our Zustand store, and we have to provide the id, and id will be set to date.now. And then we also have to specify the description, and for this description we are going to be taking there from our state like this one. And finally we have to provide the amount, so I'll just write like amount, and amount will be set to a number, and we can just specify our amount, or we can just write a plus, and it's gonna also convert that to a number. So that's done. Now underneath there we also have to clear out our description and also our amount input field, so we can just say like set description, empty this out, and then set amount, empty this out, and that's done. Okay, so this is how we are going to be adding our expense. But now the question is, how are we going to be rendering there? Like I can totally add expense right here. I can provide some sort of amount to there. If I click on that, so it's going to empty this out, but we cannot see the result of there. So now to see the result of there, underneath this button, then we are going to be iterating over through our expenses. So I'll just use like ul, and this UL will take the classes of spaces on the y-axis of 4, and margin for the bottom will be set to 6. And now inside this UL we're going to be iterating over through our expenses, like expenses which we are now getting from our use store right here. Like we're now iterating over through all of our expenses, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be firing, or not even firing, but I'm going to be using a map method which will take an arrow function with the perimeter of expense, not expenses but just expense. Okay, and then we have to create this arrow function, and inside they we're going to be creating our li, and that li will take like the key, and the key will be coming from our expense.id, and we're going to be also providing these classes to there. And now inside this li, what do you want to do? First of all, we want to create our span, and classes will be text gray of 800, and also font will be set to semi bold. And inside this spans, first of all we have to render the expense description, so I'll use like expense.description. And then what do you want to do? We just want to render our description right here, like let's just use our expense.amount.toFix, and we want to just fix there with 2 characters or 2 numbers. Like let's suppose we have some sort of amount with the numbers of 20 dot this amounts. We want to remove every single thing, and we only want to provide these 2 numbers right here. So for that we are now using this fix method right here. Okay, so if you want to learn more about that, I already explained all of their topics in my JavaScript. So if you guys care about that, you can definitely go ahead and watch my course on that. Oh, I made a mistake. I'm going to have to cut that. And then we have to create a span with the class of text purple of 600. And inside that, then we're going to be rendering our expense. There we go. Now finally, we also have to create a button which allows us to remove our expense. So I'll just write like button. And when somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this function which will be a remove expense, which is coming from our store, and we are going to be providing our expense.id inside there. Now let me go ahead and just write a delete. Delete would be fine. And I'm going to also write some sort of a symbol like X. I'm going to also style there. So let's just provide a space and provide these classes. You can pause the video and provide these classes by yourself if you wanted to. And here you can see we're now getting that expense. So now let me just refresh there. I'll write like a computer with the amount of 4 million and add that. So here you can see we're now getting our the description and also the amount. And now if I click on the delete, it's gonna also delete there. Now what I'm going to do is that now underneath this UL, we're going to be creating a div with the class of text only center. And now inside that, let's just create our h2 with the class of text of 2xl, and the font will be set to semi bold, and text will be set to totally purple, and then 700. This is right, it's, god damn it, oh my god, 700, there we go. And write a total expenses, expenses, and here we are going to be rendering our entire expenses. So I'll use like spend with the class of text only purple and 600, and finally we have to write our dollar symbol. And now let's just use our expenses.reduce method on there, and on this reduce is going to take the total, and also for the accumulator value we're going to be providing our expense right here, not expenses but just expense. And then we have to use our total plus our expenses.amount, and then we have to provide the comma, and we want to accumulate there by 0. And then we are going to be getting some sort of a random value like 20 point something something. We want to just only prefix there with these two characters or two numbers. So for that, let's just use our dot to fix method, and here we have to specify only 2. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting a total amount, and if I write like some sort of a I don't know, and some sort of amount, and click on the add expense, so it's gonna add there right here. And then I can add something else, and then yep, another amount, and it's gonna add there right here. So that was our expense tracker by using React.Js, Tailwind CSS, and Zustand, and also TypeScript. Welcome to the Call of Duty Ghost Edition. I'm your host Charlie, Moist Critical, Penguin Z0. Okay, let's just build our project. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just open my terminal, and inside this terminal what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use npm create read at latest and hit enter. I'll give the name of password generator. I'm going to choose React.Js with TypeScript. Let's just go into the password generator and use npm I to install every single thing inside there. Now that's done, I'll also install a Zustand and hit enter. So it's going to install a Zustand inside my project. Next, I'm going to go into my Tailwind CSS, go to the framework guides, go to the Vite, copy there, place it here, and paste it anyways. And yep, hit enter one more time to initialize Tailwind CSS inside our project. That's cool and everything. So I'm going to open there in my VS Code. So I'll use like code dot, and it's going to open there in my VS Code. Time to go to our Tailwind config file. I'll use my Tailwind config and replace that with this new one. Copy the index.css stuff and replace that with this one. And also copy this h1 from there. Go to my app.tsx and remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to use my arrayfce, save my file, and replace that with this new one. Finally, let's just run there by using npm run dev. Go to my local host, hit enter, so it's going to open there right here, and that's looking cool. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just make a bit of cleanup. So we don't need the ss folder, the app.css folder. We need the index.css folder file, and I'm going to also remove the public folder. And that's done. And now let's just start working on our store. Let's just create our store.ts file. And here first we need the create function from our Zustand. And now underneath that we have to create our custom hook by defining use password store. And here we have to use our create method. And let's just provide our callback function with the name of set. And that's going to be it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm not going to waste your time by defining the interface, but I'm going to just place that interface right here. Let me go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. First of all, we have our password stat or store, whatever you want to call it. It's going to take the property of length, which will be a number. It's going to take the property of include numbers, which will be a boolean, then include symbol, then include uppercase, include lowercase, generated password, set password, which will be a function, and the rest of these will be a functions too, and toggle number, then toggle symbol, then toggle uppercase, toggle lowercase, and generate password. So that's our stat or interface to be precise. So now let's just annotate our create function by providing our password stat like so. I'm going to save my file and go into my store. First we have to provide our length, and length will be set to 12. That's going to be just my initial value. Okay, we also have to provide the initial value for the include numbers, which will be set to true. We also have to provide for the include symbol or symbols rather, that's going to be set to false. We also have to provide there for the include uppercase, that's going to be set to true. We also have to provide there for the include lowercase, and that's going to be set to true once again. We also have to provide there for the generated generated password, and generated password will be set to empty string. So that's done. Now we have to define like how we are going to be changing these stats. So to do that, I'm going to be creating first of all the set length function, which will allows us to change our length. Okay, so I'll just write like length as a parameter to this function, and we're going to be using this set method, and here we just have to provide the value of our length, which we're now taking as a parameter for this function. So that's done. Now we also have to specify the toggle number, and that's going to be a function too. So here it's not going to take any parameters, but now we're going to be providing a set method, and inside there let's just provide our set method. It's going to also take the callback function, so I'll provide a parameter of stat, and here we only have to get first of all our include numbers, and that's going to be set to not state dot include, come on, include numbers. There we go. So if this value gives us true, this will make it false. If this value gives us false, it's going to make it true. So this is how we are going to be toggling that number. Okay, now I'm going to also provide a comma there, and we also have to create our toggle sample function, and here we have to once again define our arrow function, and let's just provide our set method. It's going to take a stat, and what we want to do is that we want to just fire this function like so, and let's just get our include samples. That's going to be equals to the not stat dot include samples in this case. Once again, if this is true, it's going to make it false. If this is false, it's going to make it true once again. Okay, now we also have to create a toggle uppercase, and here we have to specify our callback function. Let's just provide our stat inside there. What the hell am I doing? And here we have to get our include uppercase, and that's going to be still stat dot include uppercase. Finally, we also have to get our toggle lowercase, and that's going to be equals to this stat function, or you know what the hell am I doing? That's going to be equals to this arrow function, and it's going to take a set as a parameter, and also we have to provide our stat inside there, and once again include uppercase in this case, and then that's going to be not equals to a stat dot include, and this shouldn't be uppercase, this should be include lowercase, because now we are working with the lowercase values. That's done. And now for the final function, which is a generated or generate password, that's going to be a bit complicated, so I'll just create this function right away like so. And what you want to do is that you just want to fire this set function. It's going to take a stat as a parameter, and we have to provide our callback function to there, and inside this callback function first we have to define our numbers. So I'll use like numbers, and we're going to be starting our number from 0 through 9. Let me just place there. Then we also have to create our samples, so I'll just write like const sample SYMBOLS, and samples will be equals to, so if you just hold shift and hit 1, so it's going to give us this one. If you hold shift and then hit 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be our samples. Then create an uppercase letter, so I'll just write like const uppercase, and it's going to be equals to all of the uppercase letters starting from A through Z. Okay, then we also have to create a lowercase, so I'll just use like lowercase. It's going to be equals to all of the lowercase characters starting from A through Z. Next, we have to define our characters, so I'll just use like characters, and it's going to be equals to this empty string. Now we have to provide a lot of checks. Okay, so if or stat dot include numbers, so in that situation we're going to be getting that characters, this variable which we are now defining right here, and then we're going to be using the plus equals to the numbers from our stat, like these numbers. Okay, so that's going to be for the first one. And now, you know, let me just duplicate that a few times. Now we're going to be changing this value, like we have include samples, and then we're going to be using the sample right here, like sample. There we go. We also have to change that to the include uppercase, and change this number to the uppercase, and finally we have to change this include numbers to the include lowercase, and we have to change that to the lowercase. There we go. Now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to create our password, so that password will be equals to this empty string, and now we have to iterate over through our stat. So I'll use like for let I equals to 0, and then I is less than stat dot length. Okay, and then I plus plus. So where in the world is our stat? If I hold control and hover over this, and if I click on there, here is our stat, which is a parameter for this function. Okay, so yeah, now we are going to be iterating over through all of that stat. Then we are going to be getting our password variable, and which is that password variable which we just defined a few seconds ago, and that's going to be plus equals to that all of that characters, and here we have to only get the random password, like the random character out of there. We can get a random character by using floor, everybody knows that, and then excuse me, mat.random, and then we have to multiply that by the length of our characters. So we're going to be using like characters.length. So basically it's going to give us a random character each time. Now we are iterating over through there, and finally we just have to return our generated password, and that's going to be set to our password. So that was a lot of explanation. Now finally we also have to export our function like export default. Let's just write export default and use password store like so, and that's already done, but I don't know why we are getting this error from. And it took me a lot of time but finally I figured out like why we are getting this error. Here you can see we are now setting this generated password to string, and now we are returning the generated password right here. This shouldn't be generated, it should be generated. So now let me just replace that with this generated pass. Oh my goodness. What the hell am I doing today? Let me just copy this generated, copy that from there and put that right here like so. And now here you can see that error is now successfully gone, but we also made a typo right here. This should be length. I'm gonna copy that, and now here you can see we are also getting this length. So that was it about for our state. Next we're going to be implementing all of that state inside our component. Time to create our components. So I'll create a folder with the name of components, and then generate or password generator.tsx. Let's just use our RAFC inside there. Go to my app.tsx and remove this return statement and replace that with our password generator. And you know what, I'm going to cut that. First of all, we need a div with a class of minimum height of screen like so. Background will be gray of 50. Flex will be also set to items, and then center justify will be set to center. Now inside there, let's just put our password generator. And here you can see we are now getting our password generator, which is looking cool. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my use password generator, and we have to use that right here. So now we are going to be importing a lot of data, like we're going to be destructuring a lot of data. So what are we doing? Here you can see we have our constant, then we are now destructuring all of that data from our use password generator, or use password store to be precise. So we are now destructuring the length. Set length include number, toggle number, include symbol, and then toggle symbol, include uppercase, toggle uppercase, include lowercase, and then toggle lowercase, generated password, and then generate password. Okay, so now we are going to be importing all of that. Next we have to take care of this UI. I'm going to remove this password and provide a bit of classes to this one. So now let me just place the styling. And inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create our h1 with the class of text to XL, and the font will be set to totally bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and here I'll just write like password generator semi-file, and yeah, we are getting our password generator, which is looking cool. Now underneath this h1, we are going to be creating a div with the class of flex, and flex will be set to column, and gap will be set to 4. Inside there, we're going to be defining our empty div, and inside this div, let's just create our label. For the HTML4, I'll just write like length, and here I'll just write like password length like so, length. There we go. I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like block, text totally small, and font will be set to medium, and text gray of 700. So that's gonna be our label. Now underneath this label, we also have to define our input field. So I'll create an input field with a type of text, or you know what, instead of a text, we have to change that to a number. And then the ID will be set to a length, and also provide the value, and value will be coming from this length. Here you can see we're now grabbing that from our use store. Now we have to put that inside our value. Now when somebody types something inside there, we're going to be firing this function, which will be a set length once again, which is coming from our store, and we have to convert that to a number by using this constructor. So I'll use like event.target.value, or we can use just a plus. So I'll remove that and just write a plus. So it's going to also convert that to the number. There we go. Now I'm going to also provide the minimum value, which will be set to 4, and the maximum value will be set to 64. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like. But finally, we also have to provide these classes for the styling. And here you can see we are now getting our input field with the type of, or the value of 12. And where in the world is this 12 coming from? This 12 is coming from this length right here. Okay, Now underneath this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create yet another div with the class of flex, and items will be set to center. And inside there, let's just create our input field with the type of checkbox, and also provide our checked, and checked will be equals to the include numbers, which is coming from our store. And then when somebody change there, we are going to be firing this toggle numbers. Underneath there, we also have to create a label with the class of margin for the left will be 2. Text will be set to small, and I'll just write not provide HTML4, goddammit. And for the label, we will just say like include numbers, and that's going to be it. There we go. And here you can see we are now getting our checkbox, and we are now getting our include numbers, which is looking cool. Now we also have to duplicate there like a few times, so I'm going to just select this first one. We're going to be duplicating there for the symbols. We would also need to duplicate there for the uppercase, also for the lowercase, and generate passwords. So yeah, here I'm going to go to the top one. That's totally done. Okay, so instead of providing this include number, I'm going to change that to include symbol. Come on, include symbols, SYMBOLS, and then toggle symbols. And here also change this label to symbols, like so. Change this one to include uppercase, this one, and also change this toggle one to toggle uppercase, and also change this include to include uppercase, and then letters, like so. Now let me change this value. Instead of providing an include numbers, I'll write like include lowercase, and then toggle lowercase. Change this one to include lowercase letters, like so. And we don't need this one, so I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to also remove this label. And you know what, we also don't need that, so I'll just also remove that. Create a button, and yeah, and it's going to say like generate password. When somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this handle generate, come on, handle generate password function, which is going to be just a one-liner function which we are going to be creating right now, and provide a classes to this one right here. I'm going to copy the name of that and go to the top and create this function right here, which is going to be just a one-liner function. Okay, so let's just create our const handle generate password. That's going to be equals to this arrow function. Now we are going to be only firing this generate password function from our store, and that's done. Okay, and finally we have to render our password somewhere so that we can see what we got. Okay, so we are going to be rendering there underneath this button. And I'll just say like if we have the generated password, then we want to show this UI, so I'll use the AND operator, and then we want to show this div with the class of margin for the top of 4, and padding for padding all around will be set to 4, background will be set to gray 100, and totally rounded large. Inside this div, create our paragraph with the class of text totally large, and break will be set to all. And here we have to set like generated or generate pass generated password. There we go. Now let me save my file. This should also be a generated password. And here you can see we are now getting our password generator, which is looking cool. So if I just remove the include numbers, include symbols and everything, and if I just set there to the include numbers and click on the generate password, so it's going to give us only the numbers. If I also want to get like the symbols, so I'm going to just provide the symbols and remove this numbers, so I'm going to click on the generate, so it's going to only give us that symbols. If I only want to get the uppercase letter, so I can just provide an uppercase letter, and for that we also have to provide some sort of, I'll just provide an uppercase letter, so it's going to only give us uppercase letters. And now if I want to get like the lowercase letters, so now if I click on there, so it's going to give us a lowercase one. And if I want to get like all of them, so I can just check all of them and generate the password. Now it's going to give us only 12 characters. But now if I want to change that to like, I don't know, maybe 100 maybe, and then I can click on this generate password. So now it's going to give us all of that generate password. And if I want to only get just the numbers, and here if I click on that, so it's going to only give us a number, and that's going to be a very strong password to remember. So yeah, that was our password generator by using React.Js, Zustand, TypeScript, and Tailwind CSS. Oracle, I want you to give me an update about the scarecrow. I mean the penguin. I mean the kitten. I mean the penguin, yeah. Okay, so let's just make a setup. So I'm going to go into my terminal, and I'll use npm create with at latest. Now we are going to be building a meals, meals, and I'm going to choose React.js with TypeScript, go into the meals, and use npm i to install every single thing inside there. Also install Zustand, so use npm i Zustand, and it's going to install the in my project. I'm going to open that in my VS Code. Now I'll also go to my Tailwind CSS, go to Framework Guides, Vite, and copy there, place that here. Hit enter to initialize there, and I'm going to also copy this content, go into my, Tailwind, there we go. And then I'm going to replace this content with this new one. I'm going to also copy these components and go into my index.css and replace that with this new components. Now let me just make a bit of cleanup so we don't need the public folder, assets folder, app.css folder. Now let me go into the app.tsx file and replace that with this app. Just app would be fine. And finally, let me test this out. So I'm going to copy this h1 and place that here and use my npm run dev to run my server and open that server right here. But god, localhost 3000 3000, we are not using create react app, and yep, that's working totally fine. Now let me go ahead and define my store.ts, and first of all we would need the create function from the Zustand library. I'm going to save this file. Now we have to export our use store. You can give it any name that you like, and let's just create our store. It's going to take the callback function of state, and inside there we are going to be also providing our state with the name of meals, and here we just have to store there inside this array. We would also need our search query, and search query will be set to empty string. I'm going to also provide the set meals function, and here we have to specify the meals. And now let's just use our set method and provide my meals inside. My meals, what the hell am I saying? And then write a set search query and provide my query there, and it's going to take a set as a parameter. And here we also have to provide our search query, and that's going to be equals to this query. So now let me just add a bit of TypeScript to that. So first of all, let's just create an interface for the meals. So I'll write like interface and then meals, and inside there the ID of the meal, and that's going to be set to string. Then we have a stir meal, the name, so this is going to be also set to string. And then we have a stir meal thumb like for the image, and that's going to be also set to a string. Now underneath there we also have to define an interface for our store. So I'll write like store dot, not dot but just a store state, provide our meals inside there. That's going to take a meal of array, and we also have to specify our search query, which will be set to a string, not a comma but closing tag. And now let's just use our set meals, and here we are going to be defining our meals, and it's going to take a meal as our array. And finally we have to return the void from there. So I'll use a void and then set search query. It's going to be taking a query as a parameter like query, and that's going to be a string. And here we also have to return void from there. Okay, this should be meal, so I'm going to copy there and place that there and also there. Now let me annotate there with or store state and close there. Now that's done, but I'm going to also provide my meals right here. So I'll use like meals and annotate there with this one, and this one should be a string too. That's totally done, and we are now totally done with our store and also our state. Now let me use the inside our component. So I'll just create a file with our folder with the name of components, and inside there we're going to be defining our meal.tsx. Let's just use our RAFC inside there. Go to my app and remove this h1. Just create a section, and inside this section define or render our meals inside there. Save my file and check this out. Yep, we are getting our meals. Remove them. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to get my store. So I'll use like use store from where, not from Zustand but from our store. There we go. We would also need the use effect, so I'll just import that right here because we are going to be fetching our data, and which means like we are going to be doing some sort of a side effect. So for that we are going to be using the use effect. So I'll just use like use store, and from this use store we're going to be destructuring a few things. So now let's just destructure first of all the meals, then the meals in lowercase, then search query, and then set meals and set search query like so. And this should be a constant. Now let me fetch my data. So to fetch the data we are going to be using the use effect. So now let me go back, and inside this use effect we are going to be providing our callback function and just provide our empty dependency, or you know what, that's not going to be empty dependency array. Here we have to specify the set meals, and now here we are going to be rendering our data. So I'll just use like fetch meals, and it's going to be equals to the asynchronous function, and inside this async function we're going to be using our try and catch block. So for the catch, I'll just log to the console, but let me just use like console.error. If you got some sort of error, so we're going to be logging there. I'll use like error fetching data or something, and here we are going to be rendering our error inside there. And now for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to use our await and then fetch our data from this URL. Okay, and I'm gonna also store them in the response variable like so. And now underneath there, what do you want to do? We want to convert the data to the JSON, and I'm gonna also store that inside the data variable. And now we have to set that to our meals. So now here we have to specify our data.meals, and that's gonna be it for fetching our data. But now let me call that function right here like so. And then I'm going to hide this use effect from here. Now we are fetching our data totally successfully. So now we have to render that data inside our DOM. I'm going to provide these class names to this first div. Now inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create our h1, which will say like seafood and recipes. I'm going to provide these classes to this one. Let me just save my file. And here you can see we're now getting our seafood recipes, which is looking cool. Now underneath there, we are going to be creating an input field for our search. So I'll just create an input field with the type of text. The placeholder will just say like search for a meal. And you know what, dot 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 would be fine. For the value, I'll provide the search query. And also whenever someone try to type something inside there, so we're going to be firing this function which will say like search query. And it's going to take the event.target.value. And now let me just save there. And we also have to specify these classes to it. So let's just test this out. So here you can see we are now getting what input field. I know this is looking not that cool, but yeah, we are getting there. So that's totally done. So now I'm going to go to the top and filter my meal. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a function with the name of like filtered meals, and it's going to be equals to this meals.filter method. And here we have to specify our meal inside there. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like if meal.stir meal, which will be the name of that. We also have to make that as a lowercase, and then we're going to be checking if that includes the search query. And I'm going to also make this search query to lowercase. So I'll just write like to lowercase like so, and I'm going to also execute that. And we're going to be iterating over through these filter products, and if you have some sort of a filter product, we're going to be rendering there. But if you don't have any filter products, then we're going to be rendering all of the products. So what I'm going to do is then now underneath this input field, we're going to be creating a div, and inside there, let's just check if we have the filtered meal, and then let's just use our length.0. Like if we have some sort of a filter meal, in that situation we're going to be rendering one UI. But if that's not the case, then we're going to be rendering another UI. Let me just take care of this else class, then we're going to be taking care of the first one. So I'll just create a paragraph, and I'm going to also close them manually. And here, what do you want to do? We just want to write like no meals found or something like that. Now we have to iterate over through that meal. So we are going to be using like filtered meal, and let's just use our map method on there. And here we have to specify our meal. And now inside there, we're going to be creating a div. And inside this div, let's just close this div right here, just like that. We're going to be providing a key which will be a meal.id meal. And also we have to specify a classes to that. So let's just provide these classes. We're going to be first of all rendering the image. So I'll use like img tag for that and close that. For the source, I'll provide like meal.stir meal thumb, which will be the thumbnail of that specific meal. I'm going to also provide the alternative text, and alternative text will be a meal.stir meal. And I'm going to also provide a bit of classes today, which will be these classes. Now let me just save my file, and we are not getting anything. So you know what? Let's just go to my inspect element, go to the console, and cannot read the property of undefined using filter. So we did made something wrong. And I found out that bug. Here I'm using data.meal, but it should be meals with s. So now if I just save my file and refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting all of that images right here. You can provide more styling to that if you wanted to, but I'm not going to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bottom, and let me take care of the rest of the UI. So I'll just create a h2 with the class of, or you know what, let's just create what h2, which will take like meal.stir meal. And I'm going to also provide these classes to it. You should also provide these classes. And underneath there, let's just create a paragraph with the classes of text gray 600, and also text will be set to totally small. It's going to say like delicious seafood meal dot. There we go. And that's everything that we have to do. And now I can filter something. So let's suppose if I want to like filter this specific meal, I can totally provide there. And now it's going to only give us that specific meal. I can also search for something else like fish pie. Yeah. Copy there and place that here. And now we're getting fish pie like twice. And yeah, that was how we are going to be fetching our data and how we can store that data by using Zustand, and how we can do a filtering by also using Zustand. Forgiveness can be powerful, even for the unworthy. My wife Faye taught me that. Kratos. God damn it. That was a huge voice for a Kratos. So you know what? Let's just make a setup. I'm going to open my terminal right here. Let me zoom in a bit and use npm create read at latest. I'm gonna choose React.Js, but first of all I will give it the name of like form builder, and I'm gonna choose React.Js with TypeScript. Let's just go into the form builder and install every single thing inside there. That's done. I'm gonna also install Zustand. So let's just write npm I in Zustand, so it's gonna install that in project. So that's also done. Now let me open that in my VS Code. Next, we will also install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to click on this getting started, go to the framework and guides, go to the read, copy this command and place it right here inside our terminal like so. I'm going to hit enter, so it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS, and while it's doing that, I'm going to copy this content, go into my Tailwind config file and replace it with this new content. I'm going to also go into my index.css, so let's just go into index.css and replace it with this new one. Finally, I'm going to copy this line of code, go to my app.tsx, remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to be using rfne and replace that with this h1. So now let me open my terminal and use npm run dev, and then I'm going to write my local host right here, and yep, everything is working the way we expect him to work. I'm going to also do a bit of cleanup, so I'll just remove this public folder from there, also the ss folder, app.css, and then I'm going to go into yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. Okay, so now let's just define our store.ts. I'll import my Zustand my create function from the Zustand, and then we are going to be creating our custom hook. So I'll just create a constant with the name of like useForm store, and it's going to be equals to the create function, and here we just have to specify our set method and also our arrow function like so. And inside this arrow function, what do you want to do? First of all, we have to define our initial state. So I'll use like form fields, and that's going to be equals to this empty array. So now let me define my interface right here with the name of what do we call it, form, and then fields like so. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my label, and label will be a string, and the type will be a few types. So we can accept the type of text, we can also accept the type of number, we can also accept the type of password, and also the text area and the date, date, and also finally we can also accept the files, okay, like so. And now underneath there we're going to be also providing the value, and the value will be set to string. Now that's done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to define our interface once again, and the interface name will be form store state, and inside there first of all we have to define our form fields, and which will be coming from the form field which we just defined up above, and that's going to be array. Now I'm going to also provide a function which will be a add field, which we are going to be defining in a few seconds. So it's going to take a field as a parameter, and that's going to be equals to this form fields, and now we are going to be returning the void from there. We will also create the remove field function, and it's going to also take the index, and index will be a number, and we have to just return void from there. Now I'll just use like update field, and it's going to also take the index, and index will be a number. It's going to also take the updated field, and the updated field will be a form field which we just defined up above, and we're going to be returning a void from there. Finally, we just have to write for reset form, and that's going to be my arrow function which will only return the void from there. So now our interfaces are totally done, so I'm going to copy the name of there and put there and annotate there right here, just like that. We already specify our state. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our add field, and it's going to take a field as a parameter. And now let me just create my function with the state property, and here we have to specify our state like so, and we are going to be returning the form fields from there. And first of all, we have to make a clone of our state form fields which we have defined up above, and then we are going to be adding that new field which we are now taking as a parameter for this function. So that's also done. Next, we have to take care of the remove field. So I'll write like remove field, and here we have to specify our index, and inside there we are going to be using our set method. So it's going to take a state as a parameter, and we are going to be using Let's just write there, and we are going to be using the form fields, and form field will be coming from state.formFields.filter method. We have to provide our underscore. Let's just write our underscore, and also we need the index, which means like we don't need the value like the filtered value, but we only need this index right here. Okay, so that's why I'm providing that there. And here we only have to check if our index does not equals to the perimeter of that index, which you are now taking there as a perimeter. So then we just want to remove that specific field. I'll also provide the update field, so it's going to allow us to update our field by providing the index and also the updated field as well. Okay, so it's going to take the set, and here inside this set we're going to be providing our callback function by providing our state as a perimeter, and inside there we are going to be providing first of all our form field. So if you want to get there, we are going to be using state.form fields, and then we are going to be iterating over through all of them by using our map method. Here we have to specify our field and also our index. Okay, then we have to check if our index is triple equals to, which means like equals to our index. So in this situation we are going to be returning our updated field, but if that's not the case, we are going to be only returning our simple field like that. Now underneath this one I'm going to also provide a comma there. Finally we have to write our reset form, and then we have to specify our set function, and from this set function we are going to be only returning our form field, and that's going to be equals to this array. And what am I doing wrong? Yep, here we have to specify this comma, and that's totally done. Finally we have to export them so that we can use them in other file. So I'll use like export default and then use forms store like that. So yeah, the store is now totally done. Next we have to jump into our component and use them. Okay, so now let's define our form builder. I'm gonna go ahead and create my components folder, and inside there we're going to be defining our form builder.tsx, and let's just use our RAFCE inside there. Go to our app.tsx and register there right here. I'm going to remove that and provide my form builder and import that right here. Let me check this out, and yep, we are getting our form builder, which is looking cool. First thing first, let me go into this component. First of all, we have to import a lot of things from our use form store, and we have to execute there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be destructuring a lot of things. Like for instance, we're going to be destructuring the form fields, also the add field and remove field, update field, and reset field. Okay, reset form to be precise, not a field. And now underneath there, what do we have to do? We have to define our initial state, const new field, and then set new field, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And now inside there we are going to be providing our label, and which will be set to empty string. We're going to be also providing a type, and the initial value will be set to text. I'm going to also provide the value, and the value will be set to this empty string. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also define an interface for that, or type, whatever you want to call there, and I'll just give it the name of like new field. And inside there we're going to be defining our label, label, yeah, and then that's going to be equals to a string. We're going to be also providing the type. So you know what, let me go ahead and copy all of their type from here. I'm going to copy this entire line and place there right here. And next we also have to provide our value, and value will be set to string. Okay, so that's totally done, and I'm going to annotate my state by using that new field right here, and I'm going to close that. Next I'm going to go into the UI and start working on my UI. I will place these styling so you can totally pause the video and provide these styling by yourself. I'm gonna also write h1, and inside there I'll just use like form builder and also provide a classes to this one. And now underneath there we have to create our form, or you know what, not a form, let's just remove there. We have to create a div with a class of flex, and also flex will be set to column. Margin for the bottom will be set to 6 like so. And inside this div we are going to be defining our input fields. So I'll write like input with a type of text, and we're going to be providing a name of label today. I'm going to also provide the placeholder, which will say like field label, and also provide the value, which will be coming from the new field.label. And when somebody try to type something inside there, we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle field change. And I'm going to save my file right now. So this is how it looks like. I'll also provide a classes to this one, and I'm going to comment this line out for a few seconds. Check this out, and yep, this is how it looks like right here. I know it is looking awful, but we are now getting there. Now underneath this input field, let me just go back. We're going to be defining our select area. So I'll use like select, and we are not going to be providing any names and IDs to there. So let's just remove that from here. And what I want to do is that I want to just provide a name of type, and also the value will be coming from the new field. Let me just write a new field.type, and here we have to write on change when somebody tried to write something inside there. Still, we're going to be firing this handle change function once again, and we have to provide that same styling right here to this component as well. So now let me just hit enter, and inside there we're going to be providing a few options. So I'll just write like option, and for the first one I'm going to set that to text, and let me just write a text, and I'm going to duplicate there a few times. So that's going to be for the first one. So now let me just change that to a number, and also change this one to the text in lowercase text area, and this one to the date, and finally this last one to the file. Okay, so I'm gonna just make that as uppercase. So this one will be uppercase N, uppercase T, and uppercase D, and finally uppercase F. Now underneath this select statement, what do you want to do? We just want to create our div with the class of flex, and justify will be set to between, and inside there let's just create our button, and the type will be a button as well, and let's just provide our own click event handler. When somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle add field, and it's gonna say like add field right here. I'm gonna also provide a classes to this one. Save my file. Now underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to create yet another button with classes, a lot of classes, but it's gonna say like reset form, or it should be a reset like so. The type will be set to button in this case, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing like reset form function, and provide classes to this one. And let's just provide these classes. I'm gonna save my file. So obviously it's gonna give us an error. I'm gonna comment this line out. I'm gonna also comment this line out and comment that line out. Okay, so now if I save my file, I know they're not looking that great, but yeah, we can totally work with that if you wanted to. So we can totally change the styling of there. And by the way, if you are grabbing this code from my GitHub repository, the UI will be completely changed. I'm now recording this course and I am in a super hurry, so that's why I don't have a lot of time to provide a cool looking UI. But when you grab this code from my GitHub repository, you will see a lot of cool UIs. So I'll just iterate over through all of the form field and provide my field and also the index inside there. And here, what do you want to do? We just want to render our form field component, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And we have to specify the key as a prop, and it's going to take the index. And we also have to provide the field, and it's going to take there as a prop. We're going to be also providing the on update, and when somebody update there, we're going to be firing this handle field update function. And when somebody try to remove there, we're going to be firing this handle field remove function. So now I'm going to save my file, and first of all we have to comment these line out. Now that's looking cool, but first of all we have to take care of like how we're going to be adding the form, how we're going to be changing the form, and so on and so forth. So now let me just uncomment all of these functions. So I will just uncomment that one, uncomment this handle change function, and also handle add field. That's going to be my first function, and then reset form, and we're going to be taking care of the rest of them in a few seconds. So you know what, let's just define our functions right here. So first thing first, how we are going to be defining our handle add field function, like how we are going to be adding our new field. So to do that, we are going to be firing this handle add field function. It's going to take an arrow function, and inside there we have to use our add field, and here we have to specify our new field, and that new field is coming from this stat. Next, we also have to provide our set new field, and inside there we are going to be providing a label. Come on, let's just write a label, and label will be empty string. We are going to be also providing a type, and type will be set to empty string, or you know what, not an empty string, but we have to specify a text inside there, and also the value will be set to empty string like so. So this is how we are going to be adding our field. And now let's talk about how we are going to be changing our field. Like when somebody try to type something inside that input field, we are going to be firing that function, which is a handle field change, and it's going to be equals to this function. So it's going to take event as a parameter. And also, what do you want to do? We're going to be doing a lot of things, but now let me just annotate there. First of all, we're going to be annotating there by change event, and then we have to explicitly tell it, like we can either use the inside our HTML input element, or we can use the inside our HTML select element, or we can use the HTML text element, text area element to be precise. So that's the first thing that we have to do. Now we are totally able to use that. So what I'm going to do is that from this event target, I'm going to be destructuring a few things. So you know, let's just destructure the name and also the value out of this event. So let's just write our const right here. Let me just write a const, god damn it. and I'm gonna just use like set new field, and here inside then we have to specify our previous field, and then we have to make the clone of our previous field, and then we have to just use our name and provide the value which we are now grabbing from this event.target.value. Okay, so that's done. Identifier expected. Oh, here we have to use triple dots like so. Now let me just save my file. This is how we are going to be defining our handle field function. Next, we also have to take care of the handle field update. So I'll just create a function with the name of handle field update, and inside there it's gonna take an index as a parameter, and I'm gonna just annotate that with a number like so as a number, and I'm gonna provide a comma there. Let's just also write like updated field, and it's gonna take a new field which we've already defined up above. Okay, so I'll use like update field, and here we have to specify the index and also the update field right here. Now let me just save my file, and we're going to be passing this function as a prompt to this function like handle field update. Oh, that was handle field update, and I'm giving it the name of, yeah, the name is totally correct. Now let me also take care of the handle field remove. So I'll just use like handle field not change but remove like so, and it's going to take an index as a parameter, and we have to annotate that with a number. Okay, and I'm going to use like remove field and provide my index inside there, which we are now taking as a parameter. So now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. Now we have to provide there as a value for our component. So I'll just uncomment there. Now let me go ahead and create this form field component inside my component folder. So I'll use like form field.tsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there and import my form field component right here. Okay, so it's gonna take a key, the field, and also these two functions. So now let's just destructure them. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to destructure a lot of things like the field, the index, and also the onUpdate function and the onRemove function from there. Now let me just save my file, so obviously my TypeScript compiler will freak out. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just place this interface right here, and this interface is huge, like form field interface. So now inside there we're now defining our field, which will have a label, and that's going to be a string. It's going to also have a type, and type can either be a text, number, password, text area, date, or file. We are also providing a value which is now set to string. We are also providing an index which is now set to number, and when somebody try to update there or use that update function, so it's going to take an index as a parameter, and we are now providing a number as a type to there, and then on the updated field it's going to take that same property which you are now defining right here, and finally it's going to just return the void. And when somebody try to remove something, so it's going to take an index as a parameter, and that's going to be a number, and we are going to be returning the void from there. Okay, so now let me just hide there. I'm gonna copy the name of there and annotate my component like so. So I'll use like React.fc for the functional component, and here we have to provide our form field props right here. So now if I save my file, so this is how my component looks like. And now let me go into the UI and implement this UI. So I'll just hit enter right here and provide a styling to the first div. Now inside this div we are going to be using our label, and for this label let's just remove our HTML form, and here we are going to be rendering our field dot label. So let's just use our field dot label like so. I'm gonna also provide a classes to this one to style there, and now if I save my file, and obviously we're going to be getting some sort of an error because we have to use all of that stuff and provide this on update and also that functions. Why in the world are we getting these errors? Are we not providing a handle change function? That's why we are getting that error. I'm not quite sure about that. Oh, here you can see this is my mistake. Instead of providing a handle update, not update, but this function, you know what, this handle field change, I'm only providing this handle change. So now let me just replace that, and now if I save my file and test this out, so I can now provide anything I want. I can choose the number and I can add there, so it's going to add there right here. But now let me just take care of the rest of their stuff. So now let's just go into our field component and render all of that stuff. So now underneath this label, I'm going to first of all use my field.type, not file but field. God, FIELD, there we go, field.type. If that is triple equals to the text area, so in that situation we are going to be rendering the text area like so. But if that's not equal to the text area, then we're going to be using like field.type, FIELD, field. Oh my goodness, what the hell is going on with my IDE today? So I'm gonna copy them and place them right here. If that is equals to the file, then we're going to be rendering another UI. Then once again we have to provide another expression, and inside this expression we are going to be providing another UI. So you know what, let me just take care of this first one. If the field.type is equal to text area, so in that situation, what do you want to do? We only wanted to return our text area like so, and I'm going to close there. And inside this text area, we are going to be providing our value, and value will be coming from the field.value like so. And we are going to be also providing the onChange handler, and when somebody tried to type something inside there, we're going to be firing this handle change function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. Next, we are going to be also providing a UI to there for the styling. And now for this second one, if the field.type is equal to the file, so in that situation, we are going to be creating our input field, and inside this input field we have to provide the type, and the type will be set to file. And when somebody tried to type something inside, they were going to be firing this handle file change function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And for the UI, I'll just provide a border, and also the border will be set to totally gray of 300, and also totally rounded large. And now for the final one, we're going to be creating an input field with the type of type should be dynamic, so I'll just use like field.type field like so, field.type. And here we also have to specify the value. I don't know why I'm getting an error, so I'm going to copy that and place it right here. And for the value, we're going to be checking field.type triple equals to the file. So if that's the case, then we have to just provide empty string. But if that's not the case, so we're going to be just getting the field value like so, and this should be a field. So now let me just place that there. Now outside from there, if somebody types something inside this input field, so we are going to be firing this handle change function once again. And for this UI, we are going to be providing these styling. So now if I save my file, so this is what we are doing. First of all, we are checking the type. If the type is set to text area, we are going to be rendering the text area, and also the content will be coming from the field.value, and we are going to be also attaching this onChange event handler. Then if the type is set to file, so we're going to be providing a file as a type. If the type is not the file and also not the text area, then we're going to be grabbing all of that stuff. You know, let me just show you there. Then we're going to be working with text, number, password, and date. Okay, now everything is cool, but finally, let me just create a button which will allow us to remove all of that stuff. So I'll just use a remove button. It's going to take the type of button. And now outside from there, when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function, which is the remove, or just god damn it, on remove. There we go. It's going to also take an index as a parameter and provide a classes to it. Okay, so that's totally done. So now let me just take care of these function. Like we have a handle file change, and we also have a handle change. So let's just go ahead and go to the top, and here we're going to be defining our function. So first of all, we're going to be defining our handle change function. When somebody tried to type something inside their input field, so we're just going to take an event as an object, and here we only have to use our on update function. It's going to take an index, and it's going to also first of all make a clone of all of the field field. There we go. And then we're going to be providing a new value, and the new value will be coming from the event.target.value, and we are only allowed to do them on the react.change event like so. And we can use that on the HTML input element, or we can use that on the HTML text area element. And now let me just close there. So that's the first function that we have to write. Now for the second function, which is a handle file change, I'm going to create that right here. So const handle file file change, and it's going to be equals to this function once again, and it's going to also take an event as an object. And now here we are going to be updating this. So now let's just use like on update and provide my index to them. And here first of all, we have to make a clone of all of the fields, and then we have to provide a new value to them, and the new value will be coming from the event.target.files in this case, because we are now working with the files. And once again, we have to provide a types for this one. So I'll use like react.change event, and then we are going to be only allowed to use them on the HTML input elements. Now this is going to be the expression. So if we have the event.type.files, so in this situation we are going to be using the array.from, and here we have to specify like event.target.files. But if that's not the case, so we only want to provide the empty string. Okay, so now let's just iterate over through that. So let's just go back, and I'm going to provide a file as a name, and let's just use our file.name. And now from this one, we're going to be getting a join method, and we want to join there by only providing a comma and space. Okay, so that's totally done. And this shouldn't be a recording start, this should be a react. There we go, react start. Now that is looking cool, and everything should be working the way we expect him to work. And I just realized that I made a few mistakes. So let's just go ahead and go to the form component. And here we have to specify our index. So I'll just write like index, come on, index, and that index will be coming from this index which we are now providing as a function or parameter to that. And also here you can see I'm using a flex twice, so it shouldn't be a flex. I'll just provide a separator or dash to it. Now let me just save this file and let's just try this out. I'm going to just refresh there and I'll give it some sort of a name like text input or my text input would be fine, and I'm going to only choose the text one. So now let me just click on this add field and it's going to add there right here. Now I can totally write whatever I want to write. I can also totally remove there if I wanted to. Now I can also select the number and I'll write like bank account numbers only or something like that. And now if I hit enter, so it's going to give us this input, and now we are not allowed to type anything else except numbers. Okay, so we can totally add there. I can also click on the reset form, so it's going to reset my entire form right here. Okay, so I'll just write a gibberish right here and provide a text area or change that to some sort of a description area or something. I'm going to click on this add field and it's going to give us this text area right here. I can also add like some sort of date and my birth or enter your birthday or something like that. Now if I click on this one, so it's going to give us this field right here where I can choose my birthday or something. Now I can also select this field and provide a custom field, so I can just click on add there, and here you can see it's going to add there right here. So I can click on this reset form, so it's going to reset all of the form. So yeah, that was it about for our custom form builder. You can't fight who you are, Katia. You lose. Agent 47 tickets on sale now. Let's just open our terminal and make a setup. I'm gonna zoom in a bit, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to use like npm create v8 latest, and then the name will be to-do list. I know a lot of people will think, Hussein, like to-do list is just a simple application, but yeah, let me show you how simple it is. So I'm gonna go into the React.Js and choose TypeScript, go into the to-do list and use npm i to install every single thing. That's done. I'm going to use npm i and then Zustand to install Zustand inside this project. That's also done. And now let me open in my VS Code and search for the Tailwind CSS. Go to the getting started and go into the framework and guides. Choose Vite, copy this command, place it right here inside our terminal. It's going to take a bit of time to install Tailwind CSS inside this project. Hit enter on the npx create or npx tailwind css init-p, and now I'm going to copy this content from there, go into my tailwind css and replace it with this new content. Copy this index file, so I'll go into the index.css and replace it with this new one. Okay, and let's just test this out by going into our app.tsx file, remove every single thing from there and replace it with this new h1. I'm going to also remove this public folder, ss folder, app.css folder, and the rest of them will be totally fine. So let's just test this out. I'm going to use npm run dev, or whatever you call it, localhost. Yep, it is working the way we expect him to work. Okay, keyboard lover, so let's just create our store.ts file and import create function from the Zustand. Save this file. Now we have to define or use store, and that's going to be equals to the create function, which will take a callback function. We're going to be also providing this arrow function and create our to-dos as our initial value and define our interfaces. So I'll just go ahead and define my interface for the to-do, and inside they provide the id, and id will be set to number, text will be set to string, and also completed will be a boolean flag. Okay, that's also done. I'm going to also define the interface of to-do store, and inside there let's just define our to-dos, which will be equals to their to-do which we just created up above, and also define our add to-do, and then to-do will be coming from this to-do, and now that's going to be equals to this arrow function, and also provide our remove to-do, which will allows us to remove our to-do by using this id. I'll also return the void from there and provide our toggle to-do. Okay, and here we also have to specify the id, and id will be set to a number and return void from there. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my add to do right here. So I'll use like add to do, and here we have to specify our to do inside there, and let's just use our set function. And for this set function we're going to be providing our state, And then inside this state, first of all, we have to grab our to-dos and make the clone of our existing to-dos by using state.todos. And then I'm going to provide a comma here, add this new to-do which we are now taking as a parameter. Okay, that's also done. Now underneath this add to-do, we are going to be also defining our remove to-do function, which will take id as a parameter. And also let's just use our set method and provide our to there and use our to-do. First of all, let's just provide this syntax, and then we have to use our to-dos. Grab our to-dos by using state.todos.filter, and once again we are going to be using the filter method to provide our id to this. So I'll just use like to-do, and here we just have to use to-do.id. If that to-do.id does not equal to that id which we are now taking as a parameter for this function, that function will only remove that specific to-do. Next, we also have to just toggle our to-do. So I'll use like toggle to-do and provide my id to them. And now we have to use our function. Okay, so inside this function we have to use our set method and provide my state to them. And now what do you want to do? We just want to get our to-dos, like our entire to-dos, and you want to get there by using state.todos and iterate over through all of them. So I'll provide my to-do as a parameter, and let's just use if our to-do.id is triple equals to that specific id. Then we just want to make first of all the clone of our to-do, and we have to provide our completed flag to it. Okay, so completed flag will be equals to not to do, which means like not to do that complete, which means like, let me just what the hell am I saying today? Okay, so I'm going to explain this code in a few seconds, but now we have to just provide the else class, and for the else class let me just provide it to do. Okay, there's a lot of gibberish, so now let me just cut that from here. We don't need to provide all of that nonsense, so let's just remove that and also remove these ones. And then we have to provide this expression once again. Now if I save that, so this is how it looks like right here. And we also have to annotate that so that we can remove all of that error. So I'll use like to do store and annotate that with this new one. So this is how it looks like. Let me just say that. Here you can see we're now providing a set method which will take an arrow function, and here we are also taking our state. First of all, we are just mapping over through all of our to-dos, and then we are checking if our to-do.id is equal to that id which we are now taking as a parameter for this function. So in that situation, we are going to be first of all making a list or a clone of our existing to-do, and we have to provide this completed flag to it. Like, we are not interested in any of the to-do, we are only interested in this specific completed flag. So if that statement is true, we are going to be converting that to false. But if that statement is set to false, we are going to be converting that to true. If that is not the case, then we are going to be only returning our to do. That's it. Okay, so finally we have to export this so that we can use that inside our file. And I'm going to export that by using default. So let's just use our export default and then use store like so. So our store content is now completely done. Time to use this store inside our component. So I'll create a file with the name of components and then to do list.tsx. Use my RAFC inside there, go to my app and remove this h1 and render my to-do list component right here. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab every single thing from my store. So let's just zoom in a bit and let's just use store right here. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just grab a few things from my store. I'll change that to const and use my to-dos and then add to-do and also remove to-do, toggle to-do. We only want to grab all of them. Now underneath there, we are going to be also defining our set for our input. So I'll use like input or input value rather, and then set input value in value, and it's going to be equals to this use state function, not store but use state function. And inside this use state function, the initial value will be set to empty string. Now for the UI, I'm going to remove this to do and provide these classes to it. And now here we are going to be creating yet another div with the class of these amazing classes. So now let me just go back, and inside this div we are going to be defining our h1, and I will just say like to do, or you know what, to do like so, and list. I will also provide a classes to it. Now let me just save my file, test this out. Let's just refresh there, and we are getting some sort of error, and that error is coming from the subscribe. Oh, that is coming from the subscribe. We are getting there from the Zustand, and that's not what we want. So we have to use our use store. We have to grab that from our store. Now let me just save my file and refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our to-do list, which is looking cool. Now underneath this h1, what do you want to do? We want to define another div with the class of flex, and then items will be set to totally center, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4, And inside this div, let's just define our input field with the type of text, and the value will be coming from the input value which we just defined right here. There we go. And when somebody try to type something inside there, we're going to be firing this function which is a set input value, and here we have to specify event.target.value inside there. Okay, and I'm gonna also provide a placeholder which will say like add a new to do or to do. There we go, and provide these classes to it so that it looks a bit cool. And this is how it looks like right here, which is not that impressive to be honest, but yeah, it is looking cool. Now underneath this input field, we're going to be defining a button which allows us to do this. So I'll just use like add, and here I'm going to provide the on click event handler. When somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this handle add to do function, and we also have to provide these classes to it. Now let me copy the name of that and define this function right here. So let's just use our const handle add to do, and this function, first of all, we have to check if our input value dot trim, like if we don't have any spaces inside our input field, we want to check that if that is equal to empty string. If the user did not specify nothing, then we only want to return, like we don't want to do anything else in there. And now we have to add our to do, and if you want to add our to do, we are going to be first of all providing the ID, and the ID will be coming from date.now. We're going to be also providing a text, and the text will be coming from this input value. So I'm going to copy that and place it right here and provide my comma. And also for the completed flag, we're going to be setting that to false. And now underneath this add to do, we're going to be also setting our input value to empty string. Like we just want to clear this out. Now let me save my file, and that's done. So we are not only able to add our to do, like whenever I click on this, it's gonna empty out our input field, but we cannot see their to dos. So to see that, we have to go ahead and render that right here. I'll use a UL with the class of space on the y-axis will be set to 3, and now iterate over through all of the to-dos by using the map method and provide a to-do as a parameter. Inside that, let's just use our li, and here we have to specify the key, and the key will be coming from the to-do.id, and also provide these classes to it. So now inside this li, what do you want to do? We just want to create a div with the class of flex, and items will be set to center. And inside this div, we're going to be creating our input field with the type of checkbox. And then we also want to provide the check stat, and it's going to be check if you have to do dot completed. So it's going to either gives us true. So if it gives us true, that will be checked, but if it gives us false, so that's not going to be checked. So now let's just also provide the on change event handler, and here whenever somebody try to type something inside there, we're going to be firing this toggle to do function, and it's going to take a to do.id. And now outside from there, I'm going to also provide these classes to it. So now if I save my file, and here you can see this is how our checkbox looks like. If I add another item, so it's going to also give us that checkbox once again. And now underneath this checkbox, we want to show our label. Okay, so I'll use like span, and this span will only render the to do.text. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us that text, but now let me just format the embed. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and provide a classes to it, and that classes will be dynamic. So for that we have to use our template later on, and here we have to render our to do.completed flag totally dynamically. So if you have a completed flag, so in that situation we're going to be using this styling like line through, and also text will be set to gray of 400. Like if our state is completed, so then we are going to be using that styling. But if that's not the case, so we're going to be setting that to text totally gray of 700. Like so. So now if I save my file, and here you can see both of them are now set to this line through, but if I uncheck one of them, it's going to remove that line and also that styling. Okay, so that's what this line of code means. Now underneath there, we also want to create our button which will allows us to remove that specific to do. So I'll just use a button with the label of delete, and whenever somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function which will take like remove to do, and here we have to specify the to do.id to it. Okay, so now outside from there, we're going to be also providing these classes to it. So now let me just save there, and this is how it looks like right here. Let's suppose if I want to delete this one, I can click on there, so it's going to delete there. If I want to remove this one as well, so it's going to also remove there. I can also add like walk the dog, click on the add, so it's going to add there. I can mark the as check. I can also totally delete there if I wanted to. I can also say like walk the fish in this case and click on the add, and it's gonna add there, and I can say like record the React Native course. And now if I click on this one, so it's gonna also give us there. I can also totally remove there, check and remove there. So yeah, that was our basic to-do list application by using React.Js, TypeScript, Zustand, and also Tailwind CSS. What happened, Rick? I thought we ain't the good guys anymore, huh? I'm a better father than you, Rick. I'm better for Lori than you, man, because I'm a better man than you, Rick. And that was the Walking Dead dialogue. And I hope you guys appreciate that because I put a lot of efforts into it. So now let me open my terminal and make a setup for what amazing, amazing, amazing projects. Now let me zoom in a bit and use npm create read at latest. The name will be notes. I'm going to choose React.Js with TypeScript, go into the notes folder and use not nudes but just a notes folder and install every single thing which needs to be installed for the React.Js. Now that's done. We're going to be also installing a Zustand inside our project. That's also done. So now let me open that in my VS Code. Let me zoom in a bit. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to go into the Tailwind CSS and go into the framework guides, choose Vite and copy that from there and put it right here inside the terminal so it's going to install it inside my machine. So that's done, and copy the content from here, go into the Tailwind CSS and replace it with this new content like so. Save my file. Let me also copy that, go into the index.css and replace it with this new one. I guess the rest of them will be fine, but I'm going to also remove this public folder, assets folder, app.css folder, and I'm going to also remove every single thing from this app.tsx and replace them with this new h1. So I'm going to copy them and place them here. Then save my file and open my terminal. Use npm run dev to run there. Okay, so let's just use our local host of whatever. And now here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. But we would also need something called the React Quail or Quail, whatever you want to call this. So this is going to be the main website. So if I click on there, here, let me just click on there. Here is the main website. Basically, we are going to be using this Quail to render our editor. So here you can see we can totally change that to bold. We can also change that to italic or underline. And we can also make it as a link if you wanted to. We can make it as, what do we call it, as a order list, unordered list, lots of stuff with there. So we are going to be using the React Quail, which will give us this editor totally for free. So how are we going to be installing there? Let me go back and go to this React Quail once again. Here I'm going to go to the bottom. This is how we are going to be installing this. So I'm going to copy this line of code and stop my server once again and place this React Quail right here. There we go. And I'm going to hit enter so it's going to install it inside my. So that's done. Now I'm going to go ahead and create my component right here. Or you know what, we're not going to be creating any component, but I'm going to just remove this h1 and replace it with this div. Save my file, and I'm going to copy these two lines of code. Let's just copy them and put them right here on the top. So this is how we're going to be importing and using the React Quail inside our project. Okay, so now let me go ahead and create my store.ts. And first of all, we would need the create function from the Zustand. Now underneath that, we have to create our use node store, and it's going to be equals to this create function, and inside this create function we have to specify our callback function. And now inside this callback function, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff, but first of all, let me just create an interface. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my nodes, and nodes will be equals to this empty array. We are going to be also providing a search field because we are going to be also searching for nodes, and we would also need the editor content, which will be set to empty string. We are going to be also keeping track of the node color, and that's going to be equals to totally white color. We also need the current node index, and the current node index will be set to null. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a type for that. So let's just use like interface with the name of node, and inside there let's just use our text with the type of string and color with the type of string as well. Now underneath that, I'm going to be placing a huge interface and now let me explain that. Here you can see we have our node state interface, and inside there we have our nodes which will be coming from this node right here. Like we have our text and also the color which are both set to string, and we also have the search field which is set to string, editor string, node color string, current node index which will either be a number or a null, and the initial value set to null. And we have a set nodes function which will take update nodes as a parameter and return white. And then we have a set search function which will take search value as a parameter and return white. And then we have a set editor content, set node color, set current node index, and add or update node. And we also have the select node. Okay, so this is how my interface looks like. Now I'm going to copy the name of them and annotate my create function with this what do we call it, node state. now underneath that we have to define our set nodes, and that's going to be equals to the updated updated nodes. And here we have to use our set method, and for this set method we are going to be first of all providing our nodes. So I'll use like nodes, and nodes will be coming from this updated nodes from up above. And now underneath them we are going to be also providing our set search field, and it's going to take a search value as a parameter. And now inside this one we are going to be using the set method, and here we have to just use search, and the search will be coming from the search value which we also define up above. And now let's just use our set editor content. Is going to take a content as a parameter, and we're going to be using the set method one more time. And here inside them we have to use what do we call it, editor content, and that's going to be equals to this content. And now underneath there we're going to be using the set node color, and that's going to be equals to the color. And here we have to use the set, and inside this set first of all we have to get the node color. So we are going to be getting there by using this node color, and we have to define this color with there. That's also done. Now underneath this one we have to also provide the set current node index. It's going to take an index as a parameter, and we have to use our set function inside there. And here we also have to define our current node index, and that current node index will be set to newly added index. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be every single thing for the functions. And now we are only left with two other functions. So now let's just go back and create the and or node update and or update node to be precise. And we are going to be creating a body of there. But now let me also define the select node function as well. So it's going to take an index, and also I'm going to create a body of there in a few seconds. Okay, so let's just save our file. Okay, here we are making two mistakes. Let me remove this n, and here we also have to provide the separator, and that's going to be fine. Now let me take care of this and or update function. So inside there, or we are going to be removing this curly braces from there, and let's just use our set method and provide our state to them. First of all we have to destructure a lot of things from this state. So to destructure them we are going to be using the const result keyword, and we are going to be destructuring the editor content, the node the node color, and also the current node index, and also all of the nodes from this state. Now we also have to check, let me just go back, and we also have to check and we're going to be checking if the editor content.trim, which means like if we have some sort of a spaces inside there, then we're going to be also checking once again the editor node index. If that is not if that is not equals to no, so what do you want to do in that case? We want to update the existing node. So how are we going to be doing that? First of all we need the clone of our existing nodes, and I will just clone there, and I'm going to store that clone value inside the updated nodes variable like so. And next we can modify this. So to modify them we are going to be using our updated nodes once again, and we have to specify our current node index, and that's going to be equals to this newly created object. And inside there we have to specify our text, and the text will be set to editor content, and we also have to provide the color, and the color will be set to node color like so. And now underneath this if statement we only have to return this object which will have the nodes. Let's just write a nodes, and nodes will be equals to this updated nodes. And also underneath there we have to specify our editor content, and our editor content will be set to empty string. And we also have a node color, and I'm going to just provide there like totally empty, not empty string but totally white color. Now I'll also use the current node index and set that to no. I'm going to save my file. So that's going to be the first if statement. Now outside from there, what, let me just highlight this one. So here you can see we have our highlighted brace, so I'll just provide an else class. But if that's not the case, what do you want to do in that situation? We only want to add a new to do. So to add a new to do, we are going to be just returning an object, and we're going to be using our nodes. And first of all we have to make a copy of our existing nodes, and then we're going to be providing a text, and that text will be set to editor content. And also we have to change the color, and the color will be set to new color, okay, from up above. And also we have to use our editor content and set that to empty string, and provide a node color, which once again will be set to totally white color, and the current node index will be set to null like so. This function is totally done. I'm gonna go into this select nodes function and remove this curly braces from there. And now I'll use the set function. It's gonna take a state as a parameter, and inside there what do you want to do? We want to use our current node index, and the current node index will be equals to that index which we are now taking as a parameter. for this function, and we're going to be also providing the, what do we call it, the editor, and the editor content will be equals to the stat.nodes, not color but nodes. There we go. And here we have to specify the index, and then we want to get the text out of there. Now I'll also take care of the node color, and the node color will be equals to stat.nodes, and here we only want to get the index of that specific color, and that's gonna be it. Finally, we have to export this so that we can use it in other files. We are going to be using like export default and then use node store, and that was our entire store. So you know what, let's just use the inside our component. So now inside the app component, I'm going to use the use node store to import them, and we're going to be destructuring a few things from there, or you know what, every single thing that we've defined inside our store. So I'll use like editor content, also the node color, the current node index, like so, and the set editor content, set node color, and the add or update function from there. So now that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to the UI, and I'm gonna style there a bit. So I'll just provide a classes of height will be set to totally screen and flex. So now inside this div, we're going to be rendering our what do we call it, our sidebar component in a few seconds, which we are going to be creating there. But now let me just take care of the main area. So now let's just save this file and take care of the main area. So I'll just create a div with a class of width will be set to 2 out of 3, and then padding will be set to 8. And inside this div, we have to specify our text editor, which means like we have to use our React Quill. So now underneath there, we have to just call our React Quill, which we are also importing right here. We have to call there, and we're going to be providing a few props to it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide a placeholder which will say like write your note here and dot dot dot. I'm going to also provide like some sort of a theme to this. So the theme will be set to snow, and also I'm going to style this. So I'll just write like height will be set to 96, background will be set to totally white, margin for the bottom will be set to 2 rem, and close them. And here you can see we are now getting our text editor. I can also write something, I can totally format there if I want to, like I can make the italic, I can make that bold, or just a normal or something like that. I can also make it as a link if I wanted to. So let's just select them. And I can also, yeah, this one. Okay, so we can also specify our link and so on and so forth. So now our React Quill is working the way we expect him to work. So now underneath there, what do we have to do? We have to provide our color selector. So let me also create a color selector right here. So I'm going to create a div with a class of flex, and also margin for the left will be set to arbitrary value like 1 rem. And I'm going to also provide like items will be set to center. Margin for the top will be set to 4. And space on the x-axis will be set to 4 as well. Okay, so now inside this div, we're going to be creating our input field with a type of color in this case, because we are going to be providing a color, not text or numbers or something like that. And I'm going to also provide the value, and the value will be that node color from up above. Okay, and when somebody tries to type something inside there, then we're going to be firing this function which is a set node color, and then we have to use our event.target target.value right here. And also I'm going to provide a class name, and the class name will take like width will be set to 2 rem, or not 2 rem but 10 would be fine. Height will be also set to 10, and padding for all around will be set to 1. For the border and rounded set to 4. I'm going to save this file. Now underneath this input, we are going to be also creating a paragraph which will say like choose a node color or something like that. So now let me test this out. So here you can see we have our input field, and now we can choose different kind of colors from there. So which is also looking cool. Now finally we have to create a button which allows us to save our changes. So I'll use like save button, and now underneath there we're going to be creating a button which will first of all check if the current node index is not equal to now. So in that situation we're going to be saying like update the node, but if that's not the case, we will just say like save the node, like so. And when somebody click on this button, we are going to be firing this add or update function right here. I'll also provide these classes to it. And yeah, you can also provide then. So now let me just save my file, and I will also render this AI outline plus. Come on, AI. I guess I didn't install the React icon. So you know what, let me just install the npm I and then React icons like so. That's totally done. Let's just use our npm run dev one more time, and now we have to render there right here. So I'll use like AI outline and then plus. Come on, yep, this one. So I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to also provide a classes to it. So I'll just write like margin for the right will be set to 2. So now if I save my file, and here you can see I know the UI is not looking that cool. The UI is looking a bit weird because we're using a flex right here, and we're not providing any sidebar to there. So if I just remove this flex, save my file, and now this is how it looks like right here. I'm going to provide my flexbox or flex once again. Now for this React quill, I'll also provide the value, and the value will be coming from the editor content. And also on the on change event handler, we are going to be finding this set editor content. I can write whatever I want to write. I can also totally edit it if I wanted to, and I can also choose a different color, and I can save there. Okay, so once I save there, like everything is working the way we expect him to work. But finally we have to just create this sidebar component, and that's gonna be it. So I'll just create a file or even a component folder, and inside there I'll have like sidebar.tsx. I'll use my RAFCE inside there, save my file, and render my sidebar component right in here. Yeah, save my file, test this out. So here you can see we are now getting our sidebar, which is looking cool. And now let's just zoom in a bit. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to use like use node store, and I'm going to execute there. Okay, next we will also destructure a few things like the nodes, also not a node color. Let's just go back, the nodes, and also the search, and also the select node and set search. Now underneath them we're going to be defining our filtered nodes. So I'll use like filtered nodes, and that's going to be equals to the nodes, and now we're going to be filtering there. And to filter there, you will provide a callback function of node to there. And now inside this one, what do you have to do? You know, we don't even have to provide that parentheses. We can just use like node dot text dot to lowercase. We have to first of all change that to lowercase like so, and then we have to check if that includes the search dot to lowercase. We also have to change that to lowercase methods. Now I'm gonna save my file. So it's gonna give us that filtered data. And you know what, let me just render that right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this sidebar from there, and I will provide a classes of width will be set to 1 out of 3, background will be set to totally white, padding for all around will be set to 4, and shadow not small but large. So now inside this div, you want to create our div once again with the class of flex, and items will be set to center, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4. Okay, so I'll also use the FA, or you know what, FI search right here for a search icon. I'll also provide the classes of text will be set to totally extra large, margin for the right will be set to 2. And now underneath there, we're going to be defining our input field with the type of text, and I'll also provide the placeholder which will say like search nodes ... And also I'll provide the value, and value will be a search value which is coming from our store. We can also provide the on change event handler, and it's going to take a callback function, and let's just use our set search right here. And for this set search, we are going to be providing our event.target.value, and now let's just save there and a bit of styling to it. So I guess that's going to be fine. Now let me check this out. So here you can see we're now getting our search field, but I don't know why this is looking super weird. Let me just take care of that. And I just realized that I made a mistake. I'm gonna cut this div from here, and I'm gonna put there right here at the bottom like so. So now if I save my file and test this out, so now that's looking better. Now let me also take care of the nodes. So I'll go to the sidebar once again, and finally we have to render all of our lists. So for that I'm gonna be using like nodes list, and render all of my list right here. Okay, so I'll use a div. Inside this div, I'll first of all check if you have the filtered nodes dot length, if that is equal to or greater than 0. So in that situation, we are going to be rendering one UI. If that's not the case, then we are going to be rendering another UI. Now I'll just create a paragraph which will say like no new nodes, and I'll just close this paragraph right here, just like that. And now for this one, we have to render our first UI. So first of all, we have to iterate over through all of our filters. So I'll use a map method for that. So it's going to take a node and also the index, and here we have to specify our div. So I'll just write a div, and I'm going to close them and close this div like so. Okay, so inside this div, what do you have to do? Or you know what, first of all, we have to provide a few things to that. So I'll provide a key, and key it will take as an index. And we're going to be also providing the on click event handler. When somebody try to click on them, then we're going to be finding this select node function, and here we have to specify our index. So now if I save my file, next we have to also provide a classes to it, and now inside this div we have to provide our content. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create the color circle, and to create them, first of all, we are going to be creating a div, and that div we're not going to be closing there like this. We're going to be closing there as a one-liner. I'm going to provide a class name, and a class name will take like width of 4, and height will also be set to 4, because we are just creating a small circle, and that's going to be totally rounded. And also margin for the right will be set to, and let's just also provide a classes to it. So I'll just write like classes, and here inside there we will first of all change the background color like so, and that's going to be coming from the node dot color. And I'm going to also provide the border, and border will be set to 1 pixel, not 2 but 1 pixel solid. and totally black color. And now what I want to do is that I want to just write some sort of a note. I'll also choose the color of that. I'm going to just choose some sort of a pinkish, not a pink color, but purple color. Now I'm going to save there. And once I save there, here you can see that color right here, or that circle to be precise. Now underneath there, we're going to be creating yet another div, and which will have the class of truncate, and also it will have a property which is a dangerously inner HTML property. And here we have to just specify dash dash HTML, and for this HTML we're going to be providing our node.text. Okay, so now if I save my file, here we also have to specify these curly braces once again, and now that's totally looking better. So now let me explain what in the world is this dangerously set inner HTML. So in React.Js, this dangerously set inner HTML is a property that allows you to set HTML content directly within a component. It is also named this way to highlight the potential risk associated with injecting the HTML content, such as like cross-site scripting, XSS attacks. If the HTML content is not properly sanitized, you're not going to be using it in the production, but we are just creating this simple application, so that's why I use that. So I want you to keep that in mind. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just test this out. So I'll just write like, I don't know, walk the dog or something like that. I'm going to choose a red color for them and save that as a node. I'll also write like something cool, and now I'm going to just highlight this cool and bold there and change the color of that to something, I don't know, kind of a greenish color would be fine. And now I'm going to also save this node, and here you can see we are also getting that styling. We can also write like amazing stuff as a node, and I'll just select this first one and underline there. I'll also choose a color for that, like kind of a orangish or yellowish color. And now if I click on this save node, so it's going to also save there. Now I can also search for a specific node. So let's suppose if I want to search for like something, it's going to give us that something cool. If I want to search for the amazing, so it's going to give us that amazing stuff. If I want to search for like walk the dog, so it's going to also give us that. And that was our nodes project in React.js. Do you know what insanity is? Insanity is doing exact fucking same thing over and over again and expecting shit to change. Says who? Says my grandma. God rest her soul. She is the most wonderful woman in this entire universe. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is that we have to make a setup for our amazing and advanced level project. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a setup. So let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to be using npm create read at latest, and then I'm going to give it the name of like advanced task list. I'll choose React.js and TypeScript. Let's just go ahead and go to the advanced level task list, and I'm going to be using npm I to install all of the packages. Now that's successfully done. I'm going to also install Zustand, so I'll use like npm I and then Zustand, and it's going to install that in my machine. I'll also install the React icons, and then I'm going to open that inside my VS Code. So I'll use like open dot, and this is how things looks like. So I'll just go ahead and remove the public folder, the assets folder, app.css, and remove every single thing from the app.tss or tsx. I'm gonna go into the app and remove every single thing from there. I'll also go ahead and use the npm run dev to start my server. So I'll use like npm run dev, and then I'm gonna use the local host, so it's gonna run there. I'm gonna also go ahead and go to the Tailwind CSS and install Tailwind CSS inside my project. So let's just go ahead and copy this command, open the terminal, and place the right here. I'll just place there. I'll also hit enter, so it's going to initialize the Tailwind CSS inside my project. So I'll just copy this content. Now let me go ahead and go to our Tailwind config file and replace that with this new content. I'm going to copy this Tailwind, like index.css components, and I'm going to place that there. Finally, let's just test this out. So I'll go ahead and go to my app and replace that with this dev, like so. Now let me use the npm run dev, so it's gonna start my server. I'm gonna go there, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. So that was our basic setup of our project. Okay, so now first thing first, we have to define our store. So I'll use like store.ts, and now inside there we are going to be doing craziness. We are going to be writing a lot of code. So I'll use first of all import the create function. Create function from where? From the Zustand library. And now we have to define our store. So I'll use like export and then const use store. It's going to be equals to the create function which we are now importing. It's going to take a set object, and inside this set object we're going to be performing a lot of craziness. but I want you to bear with me for a few seconds, because first of all, we are going to be defining a lot of interfaces, and then we are going to be writing a data based on those interfaces. So now let's just start from the first thing. First of all, we are going to be creating an interface for the list, and inside there we are going to be providing a name, and the name will be totally a string. We're going to be also setting there for the emoji, and emoji will be set to a string, and that's done. We also have to create an interface for the workspace, so I'll use like interface, and let's just create a workspace, and here inside there we have to define the name, and the name will be set to string, and the emoji will also be set to a string. Okay, now underneath there we have to take care of the to do. So I'll just go ahead and create an interface for the, I'm going to annotate there with the text, and text will be a string. I'm going to also provide a list, and list will be a string. The workspace, come on, workspace will be a string as well. Okay, save my file. Now we have to define one of the biggest interface in this entire course. So we are going to be defining the interface for what? For our app stat, and this app stat will have a lot of stat and a lot of data inside there. So let's just start from the first one. First of all, we are going to be writing our list, and the list will be coming from this list which we just defined right here. Okay, so that's going to be our list. I'm going to also provide the workspace, so let's just use our workspace, and we are going to be annotating there with our workspace which we just saw a few seconds ago. I'm going to also write the to-dos, and here we have to annotate there with our to-do interface, and then we have to write the edit index. It's going to be either a number or a null value. Now we have to also write the drop down index. It's going to be either a number or a null value, and then we have to take care of is list modal open. That's going to be a boolean value, so we have to annotate there is workspace modal open, and here we also have to annotate there with a boolean, and then selected list, and we have to annotate there with a string, then selected workspace, and also annotate there with the string one more time. Then we have to create our to do text, and that's going to be a string. Also have to create our model name, a string, and then the model emoji, come on, model emoji, that's going to be a string as well. It should be 1D. And then the model type, and model type will either be a list or it's going to be come on, a workspace. So let's just write our workspace, or it's going to be a null value. I'm going to also write the add list, and for this add list we're going to be using a name, and that name will be a string. We also have to provide the emoji. I'm going to provide a comma there, and the emoji it will take as a string, and here we have to return void from there. I'm going to also write the add workspace, and for this add workspace we are going to be providing a name. Name will be a string, and also the emoji will be, come on, emoji will be a string as well, and we're going to be returning a void from there. I'm going to also attach the add to do, and here add to do will be taking a to do, and now we have to annotate there with our to do interface which we just defined up above, and return void from there. Update to do, and then it's going to take the index, and index will be a number, and then updated to do, and it's going to be a to do which we just defined up above, and we are going to be returning a void from there. Now let me take care of the delete. Come on, delete or delete to do, and it's going to take the index, and index will be a number, and we are going to be returning a void from there. Let's just take care of the handle edit, and handle edit will take the index, and that index will be a number, and we're going to be returning a void from there. Handle update, and same exact thing, like it's going to take an index, and index will be a number, and we are going to be returning a void from there. Then handle drop down click, when somebody clicks on there, it's going to take an index, and index will be a number, and we are going to be returning a void from there. Now we also have to create for the set edit text, and here it's going to take a text as a parameter, and text will be a string, and return void from there, and then set edit index, and then it's going to take an index as a parameter. We're going to be annotating there as a number, or it should be, come on, what the hell did I just do? It should be a null value, so either a number or a null value, and we're going to be returning a void from there. And now let me define a few more, and then I promise that's gonna be it. Okay, so I'm gonna define the open list model, and this open list model will take nothing. It's gonna only return the void. And then close list model, also not gonna take anything, and we're going to be returning void from there. And then we have the close workspace model, and it's not gonna take anything once again. It's gonna return the void from there. Also set selected list, and here we have to provide a list, and list will be set to a string, and we have to return the void from them. And then the set selected workspace, It's going to take the workspace as a parameter. We have to annotate it as a string and return the void from there. Close there. We're going to be also using a set to do text, and now we have to provide a text inside there and return, well, like annotate there with a string, and it's going to return a void. Now let's just create handle add to do, and then we are going to be just returning this void function. And now we also have to get the set model name, and here we have to provide a name and annotate there with a string, and it's going to return a void. And then set model emoji, it's going to take the emoji, and that emoji we are going to be annotating there as a string and return void from there. Let's just use a void. And now we are going to be using set model type, and for this set model type we are going to be providing a type. So type will either be a list, come on, let's just write a list, or it can be a workspace. Okay, and finally we are going to be returning the void from there, and then we are going to be using the handle save model, and we have to return nothing from there, just a void. Okay, void, there we go. Now let me save my file, and that was our basic basic interfaces. So first of all, we created an interface for the list, then for the workspace, then for the to do, and finally we created there for the app state. So now let me just copy the name of there and annotate my create function with this app state. So I'll just use like app state and close there, and now we have to specify a values for them. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to be defining my list. So it's going to be set to just the empty list or array. I'm going to also specify the workspace, and workspace will be once again list, and then to do's we have to provide that array once again. And then for the edit index, we're going to be setting the initial value to null, and then the edit text, and we are going to be setting the initial value to empty string. Then for the drop down index, we are going to be setting that to initial value of null. Then is list model open, the initial value will be set to false, and then is workspace model open, the initial value will be set to false. And then for the selected list, come on, let's just write a selected list, and we're going to be setting that to empty string. And then set, selected workspace, and we're going to be setting that to empty string. Now underneath there we have to write a to do text and annotate that with empty string, and also the model name will be set to empty string. The model emoji will be set to this string, and the model type will also be set to null. Now we have to define our functions, like how we are going to be changing our states. So let's just start from the first one, which is the add list, like how we are going to be adding our new list. It's going to take a name, and it's going to also take the emoji. We already annotated there, and now we just have to use the set method, and this set method will take the state, and here we have to use their state. So we're going to be using like list. Now we have to annotate that with dot 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 state first of all, state dot list, and then we have to use the name, come on, name, and also the emoji. I'm gonna save this file, but we are getting some sort of an error. I know these errors are coming from the TypeScript, but where in the world is this error coming from? Oh, that's because we have to write a curly braces there. I'm gonna cut there and place it right here, and that's done. This is how we are going to be adding our new list. Now let's talk about the workspace, like how we are going to be adding a workspace. So I'll use like add work. Come on, it is doing that for me. Now I'll write like the name and also the emoji, and here we have to use the set method. And I'm going to be using a state, and inside there we have to define our workspace, and here inside this workspace we are going to be getting there from the state.workspaces or spaces. Was there a space or a spaces? Let me just check this out. Okay, it was a workspace. So yeah, we also have to write a workspace right here. I'll remove them and provide a comma. It's going to take a name, and it's going to also take the emoji. I'm going to save this file. Now I'm going to go ahead and define how we are going to be adding a to do. So I'll use like add to do, and now it's going to take a to do inside there. Now I'll use the set method once again. It's going to take the state, and for this state we are going to be getting our to do's from where? From dot 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 the state dot to do, or to do's rather. And now we have to just specify our new to do to there, which we are now taking as a parameter, and we are now passing there right here. Okay, so that's our add to do. Now let me just take care of updating the to do. So I'll use like update to do, and here we have to take the index and also the updated to do. And now we have to use the set method. It's going to take a state, and for this state I'm going to go ahead and first of all define my new to do. So I'll use like const new to do, or to do's rather. And first of all we have to make a clone of our existing one if we have something. So we are going to be using state.todos. So it's going to allow us to make a clone of our existing to do's, and this should be const. We are getting a lot of these curly braces, but you know what? Let me just remove this annotation from here so that we can remove all of that errors, and I'm going to add it back in a few seconds. So this is how we are going to be adding our new to do. Then we have to get that new to do, and I'm going to place that right here and provide that index which you are now taking as a parameter, and we have to provide there, and then we have to set that to this updated to do. So I'll use like this updated to do, copy the name of that and place it right here. That's done, and finally we have to return some sort of a data from there. So I'm going to be using what the hell is wrong? Oh, we have to remove this parentheses and also that parentheses from there. Now we have to return a data. So I'll just use like for the to-dos, we're going to be adding a new to-do for there, and also for the edit index, we are going to be attaching a null value initially, and also for the edit text, we're going to be setting there to empty string. So now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for updating the to-do. So I'll just collapse them. Now underneath this updating to do, we have to define yet another function which will allows us to delete the to do. Okay, so let's just use like the index, and here inside there we're going to be using our set method. It's going to take a state as a parameter, and here inside there we have to first of all get all of the to-dos from where, from the stat.todos, and then we have to use the filter. So let's just go ahead and use the todos.filter. We are not interested in anything, but we are interested in the index. So I'll just go ahead and use like if our index does not equal to that index which we are now taking as a parameter. So in that situation, we only want to remove that specific to do, and we also want to make a drop down index. Come on, what the hell did I just do? God damn it. Okay, so I'll just use like drop down index. It's going to be set to the initial value of null. I'm going to provide a comma there. Now that's looking better. So this is how we are going to be removing our to do or deleting our to do. Now underneath this delete to do, we have to also create a function for handling the edit. So I'll use like the handle edit, and it's going to take an index as a parameter, and inside there we have to use a set method. It's going to take a stat, and for this stat what we have to do, we have to first of all define our edit index, and we have to provide the index value which we are now taking as a parameter from there. Now we have to use the edit text, and now I'm going to annotate that with the stat dot, and now let me just provide the index inside there dot text. Now we have to use the drop down index, and now we have to set that to totally null value like this. I'm going to also collapse that, and now we have to create for the handle update. So it's going to take an index, and now inside there we have to use the set method once again and provide our state. And now for this one, we are going to be first of all defining our updated to do, and how are we going to be doing them? This is how we are going to be doing there. So first of all, we have to make a clone of our existing state.todos and provide our index inside there, which we are now taking as a parameter from there. Okay, I'm going to also provide a text, and the text will be set to stat.edit text. Come on, edit text, and that's going to be done. So now underneath this updated to do, what the hell am I doing? This should be updated to do. Now underneath this updated to do, we have to define our new to do. So I'll use like const new to do's, and it's going to be equals to this object, like this array, and we have to make a clone of our existing stat.todos like so, and then we have to use our new to do's inside there and pass our index which we are now taking as a parameter, and set that to this updated to do. Underneath there we are going to be returning the to do's, and also we are going to be setting the value of that to new to do's, and then edit index will be set to this now. Okay, so I'll use like edit index and set that to now. I'm going to also provide the edit text and set that to empty string. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be it. So I'm going to comment or collapse there. Next we have to define our handle drop down click. So let's just use a handle drop down click, and then it's going to take an index as a parameter. Now we can use a set method, and for this set method we have to specify a stat index. Now inside there we are going to be using our drop down index. If the index is equal to the stat dot drop down index, so in this situation we are going to be setting the value to null. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to this index which we are now taking as a parameter. That's going to be it for the handle drop down click. Now let me take care of the set edit text. So I'll use like set edit text and annotate there with the like not annotate, but it's going to take a text as a parameter. And now I'm going to be using a set method once again, and here inside there we have to use the edit text and provide the text value which we are now taking as a parameter right here. I'm going to provide a comma. Now let me also take care of the set edit index, and here it's going to take the index as a parameter. And now we are going to be using the set method and provide our edit index and change that to index which you are now taking as a perimeter. Put a comma there. Now we are going to be also taking care of the open list model. It's not going to take anything as a perimeter. And now we are going to be using a set method. And for this set method, we are going to be checking is list model open. We are going to be setting that to true, and also the model type will be set to a list in lowercase, or in uppercase L, and the rest of them will be in lowercase. That's done. We also have to create one more for what do we call it, close list model. And now it's not going to take any perimeter, but now we are going to be using a set method inside there, and here we have to provide like is list model open. So I'll use like is list model open and change that to false, and the model name will be set to this empty string, and also the model emoji will be set to this empty string. That's done. Now let's create our open workspace model like so. It's not going to take any perimeter, but once again, we're going to be copying this entire line, and now let me just place them. So instead of providing this is list open, I'm going to change that to is workspace model open. Okay, and now we are going to be setting that to true. And for the model type, I'm going to remove that and change that to the model type, and it's going to be set to the workspace. So uppercase W and then space in lowercase, like that. Now we're going to be using a closed workspace model, and here we have to provide our arrow function. Now let's just use a set method, and inside there we are going to be checking is our workspace model open, and we are going to be setting that to false. Then the model name will be set to empty string. I'm going to also provide the model emoji and change that to empty string once again. Underneath there we have to define our set selected list, and now it's going to take a list as a perimeter. Now we are going to be defining our set, and here we have to write like selected selected list and change that to the list which we have created. Well, like it is taking as a perimeter. And now underneath that we have to also define the set selected workspace, and for this set selected workspace, let me just remove that dot from there. It's going to take a workspace as a perimeter, and now we are going to be using a set method, and now we have to write a selected workspace and set that to the workspace which we are now providing as a perimeter. Okay, that's done. Now underneath there we are going to be defining the set to do text and provide our text inside there. Now we are going to be using our set method once again and provide our to do text, and their to do text will be set to this text. Now underneath there we also have to provide our handle add to do, and now inside this handle add to do we're going to be using our set method not like this, but let's just remove there. We are going to be using our set method like this. It's going to take a state as a perimeter, and inside there what do we have to do? We have to destructure a few things from our state. So what are the things which we are going to be destructuring from our state? These are all the things that we have to destructure from the state. So I'll just write like to do text and then selected list rather, then selected workspace. Okay, so we have to destructure there. And now we can check if text.trim method. So if that's the case, like if that is equal to empty string, so in that situation, but if that's not the case, we are going to be creating a new to do. So I'll use like const new to do, and here is going to be an object. So we have to specify the list, and the list will be set to selected list, and provide my comma, and then workspace, and workspace will be set to selected workspace, which we are now destructuring from our state right here. That's done. Finally, we have to return those values. So we are going to be using like return, and now let's just use the to do's and change that to dot 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 and then state dot to do's. Like we want to make a clone of there, and then we want to add our new to do inside there. If that's the case, we are going to be also setting the to do text to totally empty string, and also the selected text to be also selected text is going to be also set to empty string, and the selected selected list will be also set to empty string, and finally the selected workspace will also be set to empty string. So that's our handle add to do or hide there. Now underneath there we have to define another function or method, whatever you want to call there. So we're going to be using like set model name. It's going to take a name as a perimeter, and now we have to use the set method, and now we have to provide the model name inside there, and that's going to be set to this name. I'm going to provide a comma. Now let's take care of the set model emoji, and here we have to provide our emoji, and now we have to use the set function, and let's just use the model emoji and change that to the emoji like so. I'm going to also use the set model type, and it's going to be taking a type, and now we have to use the set method and provide my model type, and that's going to be set to this type like so. Now underneath them, we have to use the handle save, and then we are going to be using this function. Now let me just provide my stat method inside there and provide my stat just like this. And here inside there, let's just destructure a few things from our stat. So what are the things that we are going to be destructuring? We are going to be destructuring the model name from where? From the stat, and also the model emoji, and also the model type. Okay, so now underneath there, let's just save our file. Okay, what the hell is going on? Where the hell? Oh, we have to provide a comma there. So now let me just save my file and now it will work. Okay, next we have to check if our model name dot trim method equals to empty string. So in this situation, we're going to be only returning the stat. Okay, let's just put that up above, and now we have to check if our model type is equal to the list. So in that situation, we're going to be using stat dot add list, and now we have to add our model name and also our model emoji like that. And if that's not the case, we're going to be using the model type, and if the model type is equal to the workspace, so in that situation we're going to be using that stat once again, and we're going to be attaching the add workspace, and then we have to provide the model name and also the model emoji like so. Finally we have to return all of that values, and that's done. So I'll just use like the model name, we have to annotate there with empty string, and also the model emoji we have to use the initial value of empty string, and then the model type and use the null value 2 there, and then is list model open, we have to set that to false, and also is workspace model open and set that to false. Oh my god, that was a lot, and I mean a lot of typing. Okay, so still I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top, and I'm going to copy this abstract from there, and here I'm going to annotate my created function with this abstract. And now let me just save my file, and yeah, that was our store. And now let's just start working on our UI. So that was it about for the store. Now let's start working on our UI. So I'm going to go ahead and define my components folder, and inside them I'm going to be defining my sidebar.tsx and also my main area.tsx. Let's just go to the sidebar and use the RAFCE, and also inside the main area use the RAFCE. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI and provide my flex classes to there. So I'll use like the class names, and it's going to be set to flex, and height will be set to totally screen. Inside this div we have to render our sidebar, which we are now getting, and we have to close them. Underneath there we have to create a div with the class of flex of totally 1. Padding all around will be set to 6, and now I'm going to say like main area and render there right here. If I check this out, so we are now getting a sidebar, and we are also getting this main area. So we are going to be taking care of the sidebar in a few seconds, but first of all we have to take care of the main area. So you know what, I'm gonna comment this line out, save my file, and now we are getting this main area. And now let's just start working on our main area. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna grab something called the use store. From where? From, let's just go ahead and go to our store, and now inside them we have to destructure a few things. So I'll just destructure what do we call it we are going to be destructuring all of that from the use store. So we would need the lists, and also the workspaces, and also the selected list, selected workspaces, and to do text, selected to do list or set selected list, and then set selected workspace, set to do text, and finally we have to destructure the handle add to do. I'm gonna save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI and provide a class name. So I'll use like the flex will be set to 1, and padding all around will be set to 6. Inside this div we have to define margin for the bottom of, and not 5 but just a 4. Inside there we have to create our input field, and this input field will have the type of text. I'm gonna also specify the value, and that value will be coming from this add to do, I mean like to do text to be precise. And now let me just place it right here, and when somebody try to type something inside this, we are going to be firing this function, which will be a set to do text, and provide my event.target.value inside there. Let me just save my file, and that's going to be done. We also have to specify the placeholder, which will say like add a new to do or something like that, and also specify my class name. So I'll say like border, and border will be set to gray of 300. Padding all around will be set to 2. Totally rounded large, and the width will be set to totally full. Now let me save my file and check this out. So we are now getting this amazing huge input field. We will change that in a few seconds, but yeah, let's just proceed to the next one. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a div with a class of margin for a top of 2, flex, and also items will be set to totally center. And inside there we have to define our select field, We're not going to be attaching any name to there, so I'll just remove the name and also the ID from there, and I'm going to specify the value. And for this value, we're going to be providing our selected list, and that's going to be it. And when somebody tries to change something inside there, we're going to be firing this function, and we're going to be changing the selected list value, and we are going to be providing the event.target.value inside there. I'm going to also specify a bit of classes to there, so I'll use like border, and border will be set to gray of 300, and also padding all around will be set to 2, rounded large, and margin for the right will be set to 2. Inside this select statement, we're going to be defining our option, and for this option we're not going to be providing any value to there, and let's just make that disable. And here I'll just say like select list, and underneath this option we're going to be iterating over through all of our list, and I'll use the map method and provide my list inside there and the index. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify my option and close there. And for this option, we're going to be providing a key, and the key will be set to this index. And I'm going to also specify the value, and value will be coming from the list.name. And here inside there, we have to render our emoji. So I'll use like list.emoji and then list.name. I'm going to save this file right now. And yeah, we are getting this select statement, but we did not specify nothing inside our sidebar. So that's why we cannot select something from there. So yeah, that's cool and everything. Now underneath this select statement, we have to define yet another select statement. So we are not going to be providing any name and ID to there. So let's just remove that from here. And we are going to be providing a value. So let's just use the value, and the value will be set to selected workspace, like so. And when somebody try to change something inside there, so let's just use the onChange event handler. We are going to be firing this function, which is a set selected workspace, not list, but change that to workspace, and provide my event.target.value inside there. Underneath there, we also have to specify the classes, so I'll use like the border, and border will be set to gray of 300, padding all around will be set to 2, rounded totally large. And inside this select statement, we're going to be defining our option, and for each of this option, we're not going to be providing any value today, and I'm going to make that totally disabled, and I'll just select select workspaces right here, or workspace rather. Underneath this option, we're going to be rendering our workspaces if we have some. So if you have the workspaces, then we want to iterate over through them. So I'll use like the workspace, and just a workspace rather, and I'm going to also paste the index inside there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my option once again, and here for this option we're going to be providing the key, and the key will be set to this index, and the value will also be set to workspace.name. So for this option we're going to be rendering our workspace.emoji and then workspace.name. Now let me just save my file. Here we have a selected workspaces, but we cannot select any workspace from there, and also any list because we did not create them. So once we create them, then we will be able to see all of them. So what I'm going to do is that underneath this select statement, we are going to be defining our button, and for this button I'm going to also attach a few classes to this. So I'll use like background totally black, text will be set to totally white, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, totally rounded large, and also margin for the left will be set to 4, flex, and let's just make it items totally center, like so. And it's gonna say like add to do, and here we also have to render our icons. So I'm going to be using like FA plus icon, so it's going to allow us to add work to do. I'm going to save my file, and also when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be adding work to do. So I'll use like the on click event handler, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this handle add to do function. And yep, we are now getting there. So if I type something inside there and click on this add to do, it's going to add there, but we cannot see there. And why is that? Because we did not render any content on our screens, so that's why we would not be able to see anything. So yeah, that was just the main area, and now let's just take care of the sidebar and also the other stuff. That's done. So let's just go ahead and go to our app and render all of our content right here, so all of our to-dos and stuff. So what I'm going to do is that underneath this main area, I'm going to define another div with a class of margin for a top of 6, and inside there let's just use our h2 with the classes of text totally extra large, font will be set to semi bold, MB like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and margin for the left will be arbitrary value. So I'm going to be using like 2 rem. I'll specify my to-do list inside there. Let's just save our file. Check this out. So we are now getting our to-do list, and now finally we have to iterate over through all of our to-dos so that we can see them. So I'm going to be using like UL, and for this UL we're going to be passing the class of list disc, and also padding for the left will be set to 5. Oh, I forgot to destructure them. So I'm going to go to the top, and first of all we would need, let's just import the use store from where from, let's just go ahead and go to the top, and import that store from the store. I mean like that use store from the store. So for now, I'm going to be destructuring a few things. So I'll just use this destructuring syntax, and we're going to be destructuring them from this use store. So what do we need from them? We need the to-dos, obviously, and also we need the edit index and edit. We would also need the edit text and the drop down index, handle edit, handle update, not add but handle. Come on, handle update, drop down click, delete to do, set edit text. Yeah, index would be fine, and also we need the set edit text. I'm gonna save this file, and now let's just go ahead and iterate over through all of their to-dos which we just imported from our store. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and use there. I'll pass my to-dos, and now let's just iterate over through there by using the map method, and then I'm gonna be passing a to-do and also the index inside there. Okay, so let's just close there, and I'm gonna be using a li, close this one. We have to also specify the key, and the key will be set to an index, and for the class name, margin for a bottom will be set to 2, margin for the left will be set to rem, and close there like so. I'm going to be also checking like if the edit index is equal to this index, which we are now getting by iterating over through our items. So if that's the case, we're going to be rendering one UI. If that's not the case, we're going to be rendering another UI. I'm going to take care of the else clause in a few seconds. So I'll just close it like this, and now we have to take care of this first one. So I'll just define first of all my div with the class of flex, and also the items will be set to totally center. I'm going to save my file. Inside this div, we have to define our input field with the type of text. I'm going to also pass the value, and the value will be set to edit. And when somebody try to change something inside there or type something inside there, we're going to be setting the edit text to this event.target.value. Like whatever the user type inside there, we want to get there. Now let's just also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like border, and border will be set to gray of 300, and padding all around will be set to 1, totally rounded, large, margin for the right will be set to 2. Here we are now getting this UL, but also we have to render that content which we type inside there. I'm going to be first of all using my button, so I'll use like button, and the classes will be set to background totally green, 500, text of totally white, padding for the x-axis of 2, padding for the y-axis of 1, totally rounded, large, and margin for the right will be set to 2. Inside this button, what do we have to do? We have to paste the update label inside there, and when somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this function. So I'll just say like handle update, which we are now getting from our store, and we are going to be placing our index inside there. So it's going to update our item based on this index. Now underneath this update button, we are going to be passing our delete button. So I'll use like button, and the classes will be set to background gray of 500, and also text of totally white, padding for the x-axis of 2, padding for the y-axis of 1, totally rounded, large, and inside them I'm going to paste like cancel, save this file. And here we also have to attach the event handler, so when somebody try to click on there, then we are going to be firing this function like set edit index and paste null value to there. That's done. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the else class and remove that from here, and define my div with the class of relative, and also we have to make the as a flex. Justify will be set to between, and the items will be set to totally center. Inside there, let's just define our div. Inside this div, we have to define our span, margin for the right will be set to 4. And now finally, we have to render our label or whatever we type inside this input field. So I'll just use like the strong tag for them. And now we have to use like to do.text. And here outside from there, we're going to be also rendering like the list. It's just a label of list. And now we have to use our to do.list inside there. Underneath there, we are going to be also specifying the workspaces, or just a workspace, and now we can use that to do.workspace, save our file, and here you can see we're now getting the text which we specified inside our input field. We are not getting the list because we did not select any list. We are also not getting any workspace because we did not select any workspace, so that's why we are not getting there. But other than that, we are now getting our content. So you know what, let me just add something else, and if I click on this add button, it's gonna add there right here. So that's cool. Underneath this div, we have to define another div with a class of flex, and items will be set to totally center. I'm going to render the icon, so I'll use like md more, just grab that from the React icons. Now we can specify our class name, so let's just pass like the cursor, come on, it's cursor, and cursor will be set to pointer, and the size will be set to 24, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this function. So I'll use like the handle drop down, come on, handle drop down click, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be passing this index inside there. Now let me add something, and if I click on the add to do, we are now getting these 3 dots. If I click on there, nothing will happen. And why? Because we did not specify any content inside there. So now let's just do this. So I'll use like if the drop down index is triple equals to their specific index. So in that situation, we're going to be rendering this UI. So I'll use like the div, and this div will have the classes of absolute, and also the right value will be set to 0, margin for the top will be set to 2, background wholly white, and also border and make that wholly rounded, shadow will be set to totally large. Inside there we have to define our button. So this button will have a few classes like block, and pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, text of totally gray of 700, and I'm going to also provide the hover state. So we are going to be doing that in a few seconds, so let's just do that. I'm going to use the hover state, and we are going to be only changing the background color to 100 when somebody hover over this button, and we also want to provide the width of totally full, text will be set to totally left. And for this button I'm gonna say like update, and now let me just save there. I'm gonna go back because I feel like there's a lot of text. Underneath this button we're going to be defining yet another button, or you know what, we have to define another button separately. So I'll just define a button, and it's gonna say delete. I'm gonna also style that a bit, so I'll use like the block, pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, text gray of 700, and when somebody hover over there we are going to be changing the background to totally 100, and width will be set to full, and text will be set to left. That's done. I'm gonna also attach the event handlers on them, so when somebody try to click on there, then we want to fire this function. So I'll use like the handle edit and paste my index inside there, save this file. I'm gonna also provide the event handler on this delete button, so when somebody clicks on there we're going to be firing this function, and use the delete to do and paste our index inside there. I'm gonna go ahead and add some to do, so I'll use like something and click on the add to do. So here you can see we're now getting the text, and we are not getting any list because we did not add any of them. We are also not getting any workspaces because we also did not add them. I'm gonna click on these 3 dots, and here you can see we can now update there. If I click on the update, so I can change the or learn framer motion or something like this. So I'll use like learn framer motion, click on the update, and here you can see it's gonna update there. If I want to delete there, so I can click on these 3 dots, and I can click on this delete, so it's gonna remove them from the UI. I can also add something else like learn Zustand with projects or something like that, and now I can click on this add to do, and it's gonna add there right here. I can once again click on there and change that to framer motion or something like that, and click on here, so it's gonna also update there, and we can also delete there. So that's totally done. Now let's start working on the final touches. So we are going to be working with the sidebar right now, and the first thing that we would need is the use store from our store file. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top and get this store from there. Next we're going to be destructuring a few things from our use store, which we just imported. So what are the things that we would need? We would need the list, we would also need the workspaces, the open list model, and the open workspace model, like so. I'm gonna go to the UI and remove them and add a few class names. So I'll just use like width will be set to 60, background will be set to this F9 and close there. I'm gonna also specify the flex, and flex will be set to totally column. Inside there we have to define our flex of 1, and overflow, overflow will be set on the y-axis, will be set to totally auto, like so. Pairing all around will be set to 4, not 5, but pairing all around will be set to totally 4. Inside there we have to define our h3 with the classes of text totally large, font of semi-bold, semi-bold, and flex items will be totally centered. I'm gonna just render my list inside there. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this amazing sidebar and also this list right here. That's totally done. And now here we are going to be rendering our list of items, but we are going to be doing there once we are totally done with the model, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So I'll just define a button right here, and it's going to take like the class of flex, and justify will be set to totally center. Items will also be set to totally center, and margin for our top will be this arbitrary value, which will be set to 1 rem. It's going to say like this fa plus, and we have to import that and close that right here. I'm going to also specify the classes. Margin for the right will be set to 2, and it's going to say list or just a list singular. Here you can see we're now getting them, which is looking cool. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to the bottom and create our workspaces. So I'll just use like pairing for all around will be set to totally 4. Inside there we have to render, or you know what, I'm gonna copy this exact same thing from there, place it right here, and change that to workspaces. And now underneath this h3, what do we have to do? We have to render our workspaces, which we are going to be doing in a few seconds, but not right now. Let's just create our button with the class of flex and justify. Justify will be set to totally center, and items will be totally set to center. Margin for our top will be set to this arbitrary value, which we are going to be providing right here, like 1 rem. And now it's gonna say that render the workspaces, and we would also need to render our fa plus icon once again and close them. And I'm gonna also specify margin for the right of 2. I'm gonna save this file. So now we are getting the list and also the workspaces. So now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to introduce another component, which is a modal.tsx. And now I'm gonna just say like rafce inside there, save my file and go to my app, go to the bottom, and here we have to render our model component. Okay, so I'm gonna call that, save my file. Now let me go ahead and go to my model, and the first thing that we would need is that we would need the use store from where? From our store. So let's just go ahead and go to our store file. That's done. Now inside this model, we are going to be destructuring a few things from where? From our use store. And now what are the things that we would need? We would need the isList model open, and also the isWorkspace model open, and the model name, model emoji, model type, set model name, not emoji, but just set a model name, set model emoji right now, handle save model, close list model, close workspace model, and now let me just save that. Now I'm gonna go to the UI and remove that from here and attach my classes. All used like it's going to be set to totally fixed, and inset will be set to 0, flex and items will be totally set to center. Justify will be also set to center, background of gray 900, background opacity will be set to 50, and the z index will be set to 50. Inside there we have to define yet another div with the class of background totally white, padding all around will be set to 6, totally rounded large, and the width will be set to 80. And we also have to provide the flex, and justify will be in this case set to between, and items totally center MB4. Inside there we have to render our H2. It's gonna have the text of extra large, font of totally bold, and we have to render our content right here. So I'm gonna be using like create new and then model type, like what you want to build. And here you can see we're now getting this model, and we are also getting this create new list right here, which is this create new list. So yeah, that's also done. Now underneath there we have to define our button. So I'll use like the button, and the classes will be set to like text of totally gray 600. And when somebody hover over this, we are going to be taking care of that right now. So when somebody hover over there, we are going to be changing the text to gray 900, and the label will be set to this icon. So I'll use like F8 times. And now let's just grab that from our React icons, and now let me just save that. And as soon as I save that, we are now getting this X icon, which is looking cool. Underneath both of them, we have to define our input field. So I'll use like the input field, and the type will be set to text. And here we also have to provide the value, and the value will be set to model name. I'm going to also provide the on change event handler. So when somebody types something inside there, we're going to be firing this function, and it's going to have like set model name. And now we have to provide the event.target.value inside there. Let me just save my file, and the placeholder will be set to this random placeholder. So we're going to be saying like enter, and then the model name, like what you want to build. So I'll write like the model type and then the name. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting like enter the list name. And now underneath there we are going to be also styling this. So I'll use like the class name, make the border and border totally gray of 300, padding all around of 2, totally rounded large, width will be set to totally full, and B will be set to 4, or margin for the bottom will be set to 4. We're getting this cool looking model. And now underneath there we are going to be also defining yet another input. So I'll use the input with the type of text. I'm going to also provide the value. The value is going to take the model emoji. And somebody try to type something inside this, we are going to be firing this function, which is a set model emoji. And let's just provide our event.target.value inside there. I'm going to save this file and provide my placeholder, and here I'm going to say like enter emoji, and this is going to be totally optional. If you want to provide that, you totally can, but you don't have to. I'm going to also provide the class names, and let's just set the to their exact class names. I'm going to go ahead and copy that and place it right here, save my file. And we are also getting this emoji picker, or not emoji picker, but we are also getting this emoji input field. Finally, we have to define our button. So I'll say like button, and when somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle save, not modal, but just a handle save function. And now I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like background totally black, text of totally white, pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, totally rounded large. I'm going to save this file right now and provide the label as a save. First of all, I'm going to go to the top and provide my event handler on this one. When somebody click on that X icon, that is totally disappear because we have to create that function. So what do we have to do? We have to fire this function, which is a handle close function. And now let me just copy the name of that and define this function right here. So I'll use like const handle close, and this function will not take any parameter if our model type is equals to this list. In that situation, we're going to be using close list model and execute there. But if that's not the case, we're going to be also checking like if the model type is equal to the workspace. So in that situation, what do we have to do? Oh my goodness, let's just remove that. In that situation, we have to just close the workspace model and execute that. Now let me just save my file. We would still not be able to see anything. Next, we have to go ahead and define this function. So I'll just go to the top and define there right in here. So I'll use like const handle or handle save. I already copied there to my clipboard, and we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we only have to fire this handle save model function and execute there. And here you can see we're now getting this model, and which is looking cool. And now underneath there we have to provide a bit of check like return null if the model is not open. So I'll just use like if not is list model open and not is workspace model open. So we're going to be only returning null from there. Okay, so here you can see we're not getting anything, but now we have to just take care of these lists so that we can see them. So what I'm going to do is that's already done. So now let me just go ahead and go to my list and attach my event handlers on them. So when somebody click on this icon, we want to show that model, and when somebody click on this icon, we also want to show that model. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like when somebody clicks on there, it's going to be firing this open list model. And now let me just save my file, and if I click on there, here you can see it's going to give us that model. I can also click on this, so it's going to make it disappear. But now if I click on this one, nothing will happen. So which means like we also have to attach the onClick event handler on this button as well. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like onClick event handler and render my open workspace model right here. We are still going to be getting this model. If I click on there once again, it will make it disappear. So the final thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of, I'm super excited about this one, we have to take care of the rendering the list and also rendering the workspaces. So now in this case, I'm going to be using a UL, and inside this UL, now we have to iterate over through all of that list that we are getting from this useStore. Okay, so let's just use the .map method on there. And here we have to paste the list and also the index inside there. And what I'm going to do is that, come on, I'm going to paste my li inside there and close there. And first of all, we're going to be passing the index as a key and also pass a few classes. So I'll just provide like pairing all around of 2, and somebody hover over there. So you want to change the background color to this totally CCC, make it totally rounded large, cursor will be set to totally pointer, and the flex and items will be totally set to center. Inside there we have to render over span, and margin for the right will be set to 2, and render over list.emoji inside there. And I'm going to be also rendering my list.name, and now if I save there, and if I click on this workspace, and I'm going to just write like, I don't know, coding or something like that, and I'm going to also pass the coding or computer, or why am I getting a shit for a computer? You know what, I'm gonna just write like coding COD and choose this icon or emoji. And now if I click on there, here you can see we're now getting this emoji right here. And now if I click on here, it's gonna also give us that coding right here. So that's done. I'm gonna go to the bottom, and now let's just take care of rendering the workspaces. The process will be exactly the same as the previous one. So I'll use like the UL, and inside there let's just iterate over through all of workspaces, and we're going to be iterating over through there by using the map method. So let's just take care of the workspace, and we're going to be also getting the index. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass my li, and for this li we're going to be passing an index as a key, and the class names will be exactly the same. So when somebody hover over there, we want to change the background color to this CCC and close there. It's going to be totally rounded large, and the cursor will be set to pointer, flex and items will be set to totally center. And inside there we have to use our span once again. Margin for the right will be set to 2, and now we are going to be using the workspace.emoji, and finally let's just use our workspace.name. And oof, there was a lot of typing and a lot of explanation. So I can click on there. Now I can just write like I don't know, IT, or yeah, IT department of or something like that. Now I'll just write like IT, or I guess that icon would be fine. So if I click on this cell, and here you can see we're now getting this IT department. Now I can also choose this IT from there. I'll just write like learn or record the framework motion course or something like that. And now if I click on this add to do, it's going to add that to do right here. It's going to also show us the list, and it's going to also gives us that workspace right here. I can totally change that to like something cool. And if I click on the update, so it's going to update there. And yeah, we can totally delete there. Okay, let me just try that once again. If I click on this list, you would be able to add a new list. So I'll just write like my personal info, and I'm gonna write like me, and this is me. And click on this save, so it's gonna save that right here. And now I can also add a new workspace if I wanted to. So I'll just write like programming or something like that, or day in the life of programmer. Or you can say day in the life of Hussein. So I'll just write like this icon or this emoji, and now if I click on there, it's gonna also add there right here. I can also add more, like let me just write something and add some random emoji like this. Click on the save, so it's gonna add there right here. I can also add a new stuff or workspace other, and I'll just add some random emoji like this. Click on the save, and here you can see it's gonna also add there right here. And now I can definitely choose there. Let me just choose this something. I'm gonna also choose this new workspace and random crap. And if I click on this add to do, and here you can see it's gonna add there right here. You can definitely go ahead and update there, and I can also totally delete there. And that was our super long project of this course. Next, we're going to be building a bit more complex project than this one, so let's get into it. Be careful who you trust, Sergeant. People you know can hurt you the most. Ghost. So let's start working on our project. So I'm gonna go ahead and open my terminal. I'll zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now I'm gonna be using an npm create read at latest, and I'll give it the name of advanced quiz app or something like that. I'll choose React.Js and also TypeScript, and now let's just go into the advanced quiz app and install every single thing inside there. Then successfully installed, so I'll also install the Zustand by using npm install or iZustand. So that's also installed. I'm gonna open that in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove the public folder, go to the src, remove the ss folder, the app.css, remove every single thing from the app.tsx, save this file. And now I'm gonna also go ahead and go to the index.css file, remove every single thing from there, and I'm gonna be using npm run dev. I'm not going to. First of all, we have to make a setup for our Tailwind CSS as well. So let's just go to the Tailwind CSS, choose framework and guides, go to the read, and copy this command, open my terminal once again, and now we are going to be installing a Tailwind CSS inside our project. I'm going to also hit enter, so it's going to initialize Tailwind CSS inside my project. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to my Tailwind config and remove this content from there and replace it with this new one like so. Save our file. And I'm gonna also go ahead and copy all of these CSS, so I'll just go in there, place this, save my file, and now I'm gonna also copy this h1, go to my app, and place that right here, save my file, and let's just use the npm run dev. I'm gonna go back and run that. Now let me go ahead and go to my localhost, and yep, this is working a-okay. So which means like now we successfully created a setup for our coding journey. Now let's start working on our store. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a folder with the name of store. Inside there we are going to be creating a file with the name of usequiz store.ts file, and inside this one the first thing that we would do is that we are going to be grabbing the create function from the Zustand library. Now underneath that we have to define our usequiz store hook, and it's going to be equal to this create function which we are now grabbing from the Zustand. And now we are going to be passing our callback function to there, and our callback function will take that set method. Okay, so we're going to be doing a lot of stuff, but first of all we have to create our interfaces so that we can annotate our create function on there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my type with the name of question, and here for this question, so it's going to take a question and that's going to be a string. It's going to also take the options, and that's going to be a string of array, and also we are going to be passing the correct answers, and here it's going to be set to a number. Now that's the first thing that we have to do. Next we have to define our interface, so I'll just use like interface. I'm going to give it the name of like quiz stat, and here inside there we are going to be passing the current question first of all, and that's going to be set to a number. We are going to be also passing the answers. It's going to be either a number or null value of array. Okay, like that. And now we should not have to provide this comma. Now we have to provide the score. So I'll use like the score, and score will be set to a number. Then show score is going to be a boolean value. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my question, and then that question will be that interface which we just created right here. Okay, that's done. Now underneath there we have to provide the select, and it's going to take the option index as a parameter, and we have to annotate that as a number. Now we are going to be returning the white from there. Now let's just write our next question, and here we're going to be only returning the white from there, like so. We also have to provide the previous question, and for the previous question we're going to be returning the white, and also for the reset question, quiz rather, so I'll just write like reset quiz, and here it's going to be just a function which will just return the white. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for our quiz state. So I'm going to copy the name of them, and now I'll annotate my create function by using that quiz state. So I'll just close there. And now inside there, first of all, we're going to be defining our current question, and it's going to be set to 0. We're going to be also providing our answers, and the answers will be array of 3 answers, and we're going to be filling them with null value like so. Now underneath there, we also have to provide the initial value for the score, and it's going to be set to a 0. We also have to write like show score, and the initial value will be set to false. I'm going to be placing a lot of questions right here. And if you want to use my question, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository. But if you want to use your own one, so yeah, you can definitely provide your own ones. So here you can see I have this questions array, and inside there I have a few objects. So inside each object I have a question like what does the CSS stand for, and also we have a few options. So you gotta just figure out like what's gonna be the correct option, and here you can see we are also providing the correct answer as well, and the correct answer is 2, 0, 1 and 2. So cascading style sheet is the correct answer. So yeah, here you can see I have a lot of questions which I already set up, so I'm gonna just collapse that right here just like there. Now I'm gonna work on my function, so I'll use like select answer. Come on, select answer, and that's gonna be just set to this function, and I'm gonna just close there like so. I'm gonna duplicate that like a few times and change the name of that to like the next question, and also this one to be the previous question, and this one will be set to a reset question. Come on, reset quiz rather, so I'll use like the reset quiz. I'm gonna save my file, but we are still getting this error. I don't know why. You know what, we're going to be taking care of this error in a few seconds, but now let's just start working on our select answer function. So for this select answer, it's gonna take an option index, and now we have to provide them, or you know what, we're not going to be providing these curly braces, so I'll just use my set method, and it's going to take a state, and inside them we are going to be using a curly braces right here. So first of all, we have to make a clone of all of our answers, so I'll use like dot 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 and then state dot answers, and now we have to store them in some sort of a variable, so I'll use like answers. It's going to be equal to this clone. Next we have to save the selected answer for the current questions, so I'll use like the answers, and here we have to specify the state dot current questions is going to be equals to this option index. Now underneath there we have to just return our answers, and this is going to be it for the select answer. That's done. Now let me take care of this next question. So inside there we're not going to be providing any curly braces today, so I'll use the set method, and here we have to specify the state, and for this state we are going to be using the curly braces. So first of all, we have to get like cons is last question. We have to check like whether it is a last question or not. So we're going to be using like state dot current question if that is equals to the state dot questions dot length, and length minus 1, which means like this gonna gives us the last question. And now underneath there we have to provide our checks. So I don't know why I'm getting these errors, so I'll just cut that from here, and you know it's gonna just remove a few errors. And now we have to provide our check, so I'll just use like if we have the last question, so in that situation we're going to be setting the score to 0, and now we have to loop through the question and compare the answers. So how are we going to be doing them? We're going to be using a state.questions. Now for these questions we are going to be using the for each, so that we can iterate over through them. So now I'm going to be passing a question as a parameter, and we are going to be also passing an index as a parameter. Inside there I'm going to be checking if the state.answers, and here we have to specify that index, if that is equal to the questions dot correct answer. So in that situation we're going to be only incrementing the score. But if that's not the case, so now underneath there we have to show the score and stop the quiz. So I'll just return the show score. Come on, the show score. Oh my god, show score, and here we have to set that to true, and also we have to return the score. We have to move to the next question, so we are going to be returning the current question, current question, and then that's going to be equals to the state dot current question plus 1. So now let me just save my file. So this is how we are going to be moving into the next question. And now let me just hide that from here, just like that. Now let's start working on this previous question. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. and use the set method. And for this set method, it's going to take a state as a parameter. And inside there, we're going to be getting the current question. God damn it, what the hell was that? We're going to be getting the current question. And now for this current question, we're going to be getting the maximum width. So I'll use like math.max. And here we have to use the stat dot current question minus 1. So it's going to give us the last question. And then we have to provide a 0 for the accumulated value. So that's done. And finally, we have to create our reset quiz function. It's going to just basically reset our entire quiz. So I'm going to be using a set, and here what do we have to do? I'm going to just use this curly braces and the current question. Let's just write a current question, and the current question will be set to 0. The answers will be set to array 3 and fill them with null values. And also we are going to be providing a score, and the score will be set to 0. In the show score, show score will be also set to false. Now this is how we are going to be creating our state. I'm going to also go ahead and annotate that with this quiz state. So I'll just annotate that with this quiz state, and finally we have to export this so we can use that in other files. So I'm going to be using like export default, then use quiz store. This is save our file. But why in the world we are getting this error? And I just realized that I only made this single mistake. I have to provide this S, and as soon as I do that, here you can see all of their errors are now successfully gone. So yeah, you have to provide this S with these questions. And this is how we're going to be defining our quiz store. That's done. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my SRC and define a components folder. So I'll use like the components, and inside there we have to define a few components. So I'm going to be first of all creating a quiz layout.tsx. I'm going to be also creating a sidebar.tsx, and also the question, question.tsx would be fine. Now let me go ahead and go to my quiz layout, and I'm going to be using RAFC inside the sidebar, and also RAFC inside the question. So you know what, let's just start working on our quiz layout. And I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my app and register that right here. So I'll just remove that and render my quiz layout. So let's just use our quiz layout and render that right here. Now let me go ahead and go to my quiz layout. And the first thing that I would do is that I'm going to specify the classes. So class will be set to flex and height will be set to totally screen. Remove them and render my sidebar inside there and close there. Now underneath there we have to define a div with the class of flex of 1. And also flex, and flex will be set to totally column. Items will be set to center, and justify will be set to center. And inside there we have to render our question and close there. And now as soon as I do that, here you can see we're now getting this layout where we have our question and also our sidebar. Let's just go ahead and go to our sidebar and start working on our sidebar. So what do we have to do? First of all, we have to import the use quiz, or you know what, we are going to be importing the use quiz store. This is how we are going to be doing them. Next we have to destructure a few things from there. So we are going to be destructuring them from the use quiz store. So what are the things that we would need? We would need the questions and also the current question inside this component. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and first of all we are going to be attaching the class, and the class will be set to width 1/4 and also background gray of 100. Padding all around will be set to 4. Inside there we have to use our H2, and then the text will be set to extra large. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and we're going to be saying like quiz progress. Underneath there we have to create our UL, and for this UL we're going to be iterating over through all of our questions which we are now getting from this store. So you know, let me just show you there. We're going to be iterating over through all of their questions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be using the map method. And on this map method, we don't need the data, but we only need the index. So now inside there, we have to use our li. And for each li, we are going to be specifying the key, and the key will be set to this index. And I'm going to be attaching the class name, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2. Flex and items will be set to center. There we go. Inside there, we have to render our React icons. So I'm going to go ahead and install the npm I React icons. So it's going to install that inside my project. Now that's successfully done, so I'm going to be using npm run dev once again. Now we can use the fa check circle. Come on, so it's going to give us that fa check circle. Now we can specify our classes totally dynamically. So margin for the right will be set to 2. and here we have to render our classes totally dynamically. So if our index by which we are now iterating over through is less than or equal to the current question, so in that situation we're going to be changing the text to totally green of 500. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting that to text gray of 400. So now let me just save my file, and now underneath there we have to define our span. So I'll use like question, and here we have to just render our index +1, and that's going to be it. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting all of our questions, and we don't have any buttons, so we can increment through there. We will see that in a few seconds, but there was about 4 or quiz sidebar. Now let me go ahead and go to my questions, and inside there we are going to be doing craziness. So first of all, we are going to be importing our use quiz store. Inside there we are going to be destructuring a lot of things, so I'll just destructure there right away. So I'll use like not the use state but the use quiz store, and execute there. And from this use quiz store we're going to be getting all of the questions, the current question, the select answer, the answers, and also the next question, previous question, and the show score, and just a score, and also the reset quiz. That's done. I'm gonna save my file, and now we have to use the inside our UI. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and here I'm gonna provide the class names, and this is provide our width first of all. And we're going to be also attaching the padding, and padding will be set to 6 all around. Provide our h3, and it's gonna say like text will be set to 2xl. The font will be set to semi-bold, and inside there we have to render our question like so. So let's just use our question. That's gonna be it. I'm gonna also go ahead and go there, and first of all we are going to be making a question. So how are we going to be doing that? We're going to be getting all of our questions, and from these questions we want to get the current question out of there, and I'm gonna store them inside the question variable, and that's gonna be it. I'm gonna also get the current answer, so I'm gonna just use that same technique and provide my current question inside there, and now we are going to be storing them inside the current answer, or yeah, answer would be fine. Now let me just save my file and go to my UI once again, and here I'm going to be using h3 with the classes of text to excel, and the font will be set to semi-bold, and here we have to use our question.question, which means like now we are getting this question, and we are now getting a specific current question out of there. And here you can see we're now getting there like what does CSS stand for. Now underneath there we have to provide our options, so I'll just use like a div with the class of margin for the top will be set to 4. And now here we have to use our question dot options, and now let's just iterate over through all of our options. So I'm going to be using like and provide my index inside there, and here inside there we have to use our div once again and provide my key, and the key will be set to that index. I'm going to also specify the class name, and margin for the y-axis will be set to 2. Inside there we have to provide our label, and for this label we're not going to be providing any HTML4 today, so I'll just use like the class name, and the class names will be set to flex, and items will also be set to center. And inside this label we have to define our input field with the type of radio, and also we are going to be attaching the name, so the name will be set to this random name. Okay, so we are going to be attaching that totally dynamically. So I'll use like question, and here we have to attach our current question, not answer but current question inside there. We also have to provide the check state. So for the check state we're going to be checking like if the current answer is equal to this index which we are now getting from this iteration right here, and then when somebody try to type something inside there or change something inside there, we're going to be firing this function which is a handle select, and here we have to specify, come on, the handle select, and here we have to specify our index inside there, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And I'm going to also specify margin for the right of 2. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath there we also have to render for each option. So I'm going to be using like option, and now let me just comment this line out, and here you can see we're now getting like what does CSS stand for, and you can now choose your answers from here. So you know what, let me just create this function right away. So I'm going to copy the name of there and go to the top, and here we're going to be defining our function. So I'll use like const and then handle select, and here it's going to take the option index, and we have to annotate there with any because we don't know. And now inside there we are going to be using the select answer and provide my option index inside there. That's done. I can choose like cascading style sheet, but now allows us to select there. Underneath there we have to create our buttons. So what am I going to do underneath this one? I'm going to be defining yet another div, so I'll just give it the class of margin for top of 6. Inside there we have to get our current question, not answer but current question, And if that is greater than 0, then we want to show this UI. But if that's not greater than 0, then we don't want to show this button or this UI. So I'll just use a button, and here it's going to say like previous. And now we are going to be attaching these classes to it. So I'll use like margin for the right of padding for the x-axis of 4, padding for the y-axis of 2, background gray of 500, and we also have to provide the text of totally white to there, rounded, and when somebody hover over there, we want to change the background to gray of 600. And also when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function. So when somebody clicks on there, this is create our previous question function right here. So previous question, there we go. I'm gonna save this file, and we cannot see that button because we have to select some sort of answer, then it will show us that UI. So that's also done. Now underneath this div, we're going to be also creating our next button. So to do that, we're going to be first of all checking like if we have the current question, if our current question is less than the questions.length minus 1. Come on, length minus 1, which means like it's gonna give us the last question. So it should be questions rather than just a question singular. Okay, so if that's the case, so we're going to be using this UI. But if that's not the case, then we're going to be providing this UI. So I'll just use like these React fragments and close them. And now let's just take care of this first UI. So I'm going to go ahead and create my button. And inside this button, I'm going to say like next. And now let me just attach my classes to there. So I'll just use like class names. Pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Background blue 500. Text totally white, rounded. When somebody hover over there, so change the background to totally blue of 600. And when somebody clicks on there, then fire this function. So I'll just use like when somebody click on there, we're going to be firing the next question function. And here you can see we are now getting our next question. I can choose like a scaling style sheet and click on there. And here you can see it's going to bring us to the next question. But this UI is looking awful. Yeah, I gotta give you that one. UI is looking super awful. But anyways, now let's just take care of this fragment. So I'm gonna just remove that and change that to this button. I'm going to be providing a submit. And now let's just attach our on click event handler, and let's just provide our handle submit function to there. So handle, come on, handle submit function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let me just also providing our class names. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Background green of 500, text totally white and rounded. When somebody hover over this, we want to change the background to totally green of 600. This is our file, copy the name of that and define our function at the top right here. So I'll just create a simple function which will be a handle submit, and inside there we are going to be only using the next question like so. And yeah, we can now definitely go ahead and go to the next question. I can choose the cascading style sheet and click on there. It's gonna brings us to this next question. It's gonna also gives us that question 2 right here. So what does HTTP stand for? HTTP stand for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. And now let me just choose there. Which language is primarily used for the web scraping or scripting rather, not scraping. So I'm gonna choose JavaScript and click on the next. And what does SQL stand for? So structured query language like so. And finally, what is the main function of the web server? To serve the web pages to the client. Next, and which company developed the Java programming language? Sun Microsystems. So now let me just click on the next one. And what is the purpose of a title tag in HTML? To create a new section to define the title of the web page. Yep. Click on the next one. What does API stand for? So application programming interface. There we go. I'm going to choose there. And what is the purpose of database index? Create a backup and click on the next one. Finally, which protocol is commonly used to secure communication over the internet? HTTPS. Submit there. Oh, we cannot see the result because okay, we cannot see the result. I don't know why, but there might be something wrong. And you know what the problem was? The problem was super awful. Here we also have to create a separate page for that. We are not going to be using a React router, but we are going to be checking like if we have the show score. So in that situation, we are going to be returning this UI. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be returning our div, and this div will have the same width. So let's just provide that 3 and 4, and pairing all around will be set to 6 inside them. Let's just use our h2, and here we are going to be providing like text of 2XL, and the font will be set to semi-bold. It's gonna say like your score. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our your score. And also now underneath there we have to create a paragraph which will have margin for a top of 4 and text of totally large, and it's gonna say like you scored this amount. So let's just render our score out of these questions. So I'll use like questions dot length. Okay, so I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see it's gonna give us like my score. Finally, we can also restart our question. So I'll use like the button, and here we can use our, you know what, let's just write our restart quiz. There we go. And we can also specify our classes. So margin for top will be set to 6, pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, background totally blue of 500, and text will be set to totally white, rounded, and when somebody hover over there, so let's just change the background color to totally 600. And now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting this button, and when somebody clicks on this button, so I'll use like on click. So we just want to reset the quiz like so. So if I click on there, here you can see it's gonna give us all of their questions back. So I can choose different kind of questions like totally randomly. It's gonna give us all of their questions right here. Okay, and finally it's gonna show us our score. So I'm just choosing random ones right here. So it's gonna give us like I only score 1 out of 10. We can also restart our quiz. Yep, that's cool. And you know what, I'm gonna also make that as a flex. So I'll use like, you know, if I hide there, I'm going to cut that from here, like this entire thing. Let me just cut that from here, go to my margin top, and now we have to provide that right in here. Save my file. If I click on that, yeah, that's looking better. Now we are getting our previous button and also our next button right here. So finally, let me just click on the submit. And yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our quiz app. I will shred this universe down to its last atom, and then with the stones that you've collected for me, create a new one. It is not what has been lost, but only what has been given. A grateful universe. Yeah, that was a small little Thanos voice. I am going to do that. Like, I am going to destroy this entire universe, like shred them all, and then I'm going to create a new universe. There will be only React developers. Nobody else is allowed in my universe. So now let's just make a setup for our final boss. And here I'm going to be making it, let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And then I'm going to just use npm create and then wait at latest. Watch store will be the name of my project. I'm going to choose React.Js and TypeScript. Let's just go into the watch store. And now let me just use npm I to install all of the packages. That's done. I'm going to also install Zustand by using npm install Zustand. And now let's just install them. Then successfully done. Now let me go ahead and search for the Tailwind CSS. And now I'm going to click on there. Go to the framework and guides. And now I'm going to go to the Vite and copy this command. I'm going to open my VS Code by using code dot. Let me just zoom in a bit. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to install the Tailwind CSS inside my project. So now let me just place this command. I'm going to also hit enter, so it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS. And now I'm going to remove the public folder. Let's just go ahead and go to the src and remove the assets folder, the app.css folder, and remove every single thing from the app.tsx file. I'm going to go into the index.css, remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to copy this content, just a content. And now let me go ahead and go to my Tailwind config file and replace that with this new one. I'm going to also copy there and place that right here. And also let me just test this out. So I'm going to copy there and replace it with this dev. I'm going to use npm run dev, so that's going to run there. Let's just test this out by going into our local host. And yeah, it is working the way we expect him to work. There are also a few things that I want to add in this src folder. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be adding the db file, and then we are going to be also adding this assets file. Inside this assets folder, we have a lot of images. Okay, so which we are going to be using inside this project. And if you want to use these same images, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and copy all of the styles from there. Now let me show you this data.js file. Okay, so here we are just importing all of our images right here, and then we have our actual data. So this data will be our array, and inside this array we will have a few objects. So inside each object is going to have the ID, the image, like the black image, brown image, red image, and also the white image. And we will also provide some sort of a title to them, and also the pricing, company, and the country. Okay, so we have a lot of data, and you are more than welcome to add more data to there if you wanted to. So yeah, now let me just close there, and that was our entire setup. Now let's start working on our store. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder with the name of store, and inside there we are going to be creating a file with the name of store.ts. Inside there we are going to be importing the create function from where? From our Zustand library. That's going to be the first thing. Now I'm going to place a few interfaces right here, and if you care about these interfaces, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and copy these interfaces from there. So basically we are just creating our product state and also setting the product image, and when somebody hover over the product and initializing the product, then we are creating a filter state, and for this filter state we're going to be providing the selected country, the selected color, selected price range, and now we are just creating a functions for them. That's done. Now let's just start working on our use product store hook. So I'm going to go ahead and just export there right away, and now let's just create our use product and then store, and it's going to be equals to this create function, and now we are going to be annotating there with our product state and close there. Now here we are going to be defining the set method, and inside this set method let's just start working on there. So I'm going to just provide like the product states, and here for this product state we're going to be setting there to empty object. Now we are going to be also defining our function for setting the product image. So I'm going to use like set product, and it's going to be taking the parameter of product ID, not this one but product ID, and also the image itself. Now inside there we are going to be using the set method, and this set method will take the state as an object, or not object but as a parameter. What the hell am I saying today? So inside there first of all we are going to be using our product state, and our product state will be coming from our state, come on, state.product state, like so. And now we are going to be adding our new product to there. So I'll just use like product ID, and that's going to be equals to this dot. Let's just clone our existing state.product states, and here we're going to be providing our product ID to there. We would also need to specify our current image. Okay, so for this current image we're going to be providing our image to there, which we are now taking as a parameter, and now we are passing there to our current image. So that's going to be it for setting the product image. So I'm going to collapse there. Now underneath there we're going to be creating a function for set product hover. So when somebody hover over our product, so what do you want to do in that situation? You just want to write like product ID and also the hover. So now inside there we are going to be using our state once again, set method, and provide our state to them. And here inside there we're going to be getting like the product state, and that product state will have the object, and now we are going to be getting there by using the state.product state. And now once again we have to specify our product ID, which we are now taking as a parameter, and now we have to set that to, first of all we have to clone our existing product.state, and here we have to specify that product ID, and then we are going to be providing our hover state to there, which we are also taking as a parameter, and that's also done. I'm going to also collapse there. Next we have to provide our initialize product. Okay, so I'm going to use like initialize product, and for that it's going to also take the product ID and also the initial image, not infinity but god damn it, product ID and also the initial image. And here we are going to be using that set method once again and provide our state to them, and we are going to be using that same exact syntax. And now let me just provide like, first of all make a clone of our state and then product state, god damn it, product state. And now here we are going to be also providing our product ID to them, which we are now taking as a parameter, and that's going to be set to our current image, and our current image will be set to this initial image. So I'm going to copy that and place it right here, write a comma, and for the hover set we're going to be setting that to false. That's totally done. And now we have to collapse there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create yet another hook. So let's just use like export cons and then use filter store, because we're going to be also filtering our products. So I'm going to just provide the create function, and we have to annotate there with our filter state and close there. Inside this one we are going to be providing our state, and here we are going to be first of all providing the selected country, and the initial value will be set to empty string, well, like just array. And also we are going to be providing the selected color, and it's going to be also set to not countries, what the hell. So here inside there we are going to be providing the selected country, not color but countries, like so, and the initial value will be set to empty array. We are going to be also providing the selected color, and it's going to be also set to this empty array. And now for the selected price range, the initial value will be set to null. And now let's just provide our function to there. So now underneath there we are going to be using like set selected country. So it's going to allows us to select our country and filter there. So here we are going to be passing our countries like that, and now we have to use the set method, and for this set method we're going to be providing the selected countries. We have to set there to this countries, which we are now taking as a parameter, and now we have to specify them right here. I'm going to also provide a comma there, and now we have to use the set selected colors in this case, and now it's going to take a colors as a parameter, and inside there we are going to be once again using our set method, and here we have to specify our selected colors, and now we are going to be setting there to this colors which we are now taking as a parameter. That's also done. I'm going to also specify a comma there. Now let's just create a function for the select price range, and for this selected price range is going to take a range as a parameter, and now we are going to be using their set method once again, and here we have to use the selected price range and provide the range which we are now taking as a parameter right here. I'm going to also provide a comma. Now we have to finally create a clear filters function, and inside this clear filters function we are going to be using this set method once again, and now we are going to be just clearing out every single thing. So I'll use like clear countries, and we have to set there to empty object, like empty array, and also for the selected colors we have to set there to empty array, and finally for the selected price range we have to set there to null. That's also done. So this is what we have to do right now, and if you want to copy these interfaces you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository, and yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our hooks for our project, and that's it. Okay, so now let's get into our UI, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder for the components like them, and inside there we are going to be creating three components. First of all, we are going to be creating a component for the navigation in navigation.tsx, and also the product card.tsx, and also the sidebar.tsx. I'm gonna go ahead and just write the RAFC inside this component, RAFC inside that component, and also RAFC inside the sidebar. Now let me just go ahead and go to my app and register my sidebar right here. First of all, we are going to be using the sidebar and close there. And now inside this sidebar, we are going to be calling our navigation component. So I'll just use like navigation and close there. And now let's get into the navigation component and start working on there. So for this navigation component, we are not going to be doing anything crazy. I'm going to provide the class names, and margin for the top will be set to 2rem. And also it's going to be set to container width will be set to 90%, and I'm going to also provide margin for the left of 5 frames, close them, and it's going to be set to totally flex, and justify will be set to totally between ETWEEN, and items will be also set to totally center. Inside this div we have to define our h1 for our logo, so I'll just provide a class of logo, and inside this h1 we are going to be rendering our io, or you know what, we first of all have to install our icons. So I'll just stop there, and I'm going to be using npm I and react icons, so it's going to install there inside this project. So that's done. I'm going to use npm run there one more time, so it's going to run there. Inside there we have to use our io filter outline. Okay, let's just grab there and close there, and here we have to specify the size, and the size will be set to 27, and also we are going to be providing the class names, and the class name will be set to margin for the left of, and cursor will be set to pointer. Now let me just save my file. That's also done. Now underneath this h1 we are going to be defining our navigation. So inside this navigation we have to provide our ul. It's going to have the class of flex, and also the items will be set to totally center, and margin for the right will be an arbitrary value. So I'll just write like 2rem and close there. Spaces on the x-axis will be set to 4, and inside this ul we have provided our li, and we have provided like search, help, and also my accounts like so, or just account would be fine. And now underneath this navigation we're going to be also rendering our io bag outline, and here we have to close there and provide the size of 24 to there. Now let me just save my file and test this out. So here you can see this is how our navigation looks like. We're going to be also taking care of this icon in a few seconds, but yeah, that's looking cool. Now let's start working on our product card. So first of all we have to go ahead and go to our app and grab all of the data. So I'm going to go ahead and just import the data from let's just go into our db file, and inside there we have our data.js file. Okay, so now if I log that to the console, so I'll just use the data, save my file, and now I'm going to go ahead and go to my console, and we are now getting this array, and inside this array we have all of our data, which is looking cool. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut this sidebar from here, and I'll just use the React fragments, and inside these React fragments I'm going to paste my sidebar, and now underneath this sidebar we're going to be creating a div with the class of pairing. All around will be set to 4, flex, and the flex will be set to wrap, and justify will be set to totally center, and items will also be set to totally center. Inside there we have to render our product card. Okay, so I'm gonna just render there right here. I'm gonna provide the product as a prop, and their product will be all of their data. So now let me go ahead and go to my product card, and I'm going to destructure there right here. So I'm going to use like product, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to log that to the console. So I'll use like console.log and data coming from the product, come on, product card .js file or tsx file, and I'm going to render all of that product right here, save my file. Now let me just open my terminal and close that tailwind css, go into the console. Now let me just refresh there, and yeah, we are now getting all of that data, which is looking cool. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to remove them, and here you can see we're also getting our product card. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define an interface for that. So I'll just go to the top and define the interface. So I'll just use like the interface and product, and inside there we have to provide the ID, and the ID will be set to string. The title will also be set to string. Okay, so let's just provide our string, and also the price will be set to a number. And also I'm going to provide the image, and for this image we're going to be providing a black, and black will be a string, and we have to just provide the as a property. And here for the key will be set to a string, and also outside from there it's going to be set to a string. Now I'm going to define yet another interface, so I'll just use like interface, and I'm going to give it the name of like product card props or something like that. And inside this interface we are going to be setting the product and their product, which we just defined up above, like this one. So I'm going to copy the name of them, and now let me just annotate my products with this product right here, not like this but this. So now let me just save my file, and this is what we have to do right now. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to the top and grab our store. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the top and use the use product store, grab there. I'm going to copy the name of there. Now we are going to be destructuring a lot of things from there, so I'll just use like cons and then the destructuring syntax. Now it's going to be equals to this use product store. Okay, so inside there we are going to be first of all destructuring the product state, and also the set product image, not hover but set product image, like this one. And I'm going to also destructure the set product hover when somebody hover over there, and also the initialize product. I'm going to save this file. Now we have to define our global variables, which we are going to be using inside this component. So I'll use like product state. It's going to be equals to this product state once again, which we are now destructuring from our store. And here we have to specify this product dot id, which we are going to be getting from this product from our entire database. So it's going to be either set to this data, or it's going to be set to empty object in some situation. Okay, so I'll also grab the current image, and it's going to be equals to the product state, come on, product state, and we are going to be getting the current property from there, the current image property. If that's not the case, we are going to be getting the product.image.black. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now we are going to be also creating a variable for the hover. So when somebody hover over this, we are going to be getting there from the product state dot hover. If that's not the case, we are going to be initially setting there to false. I'm going to also create a state for the images, and it's going to be equals to the object dot values, and here we have to specify the product dot image. I'm going to save my file right now. Now underneath there we have to initialize the state when the component first renders, so which means like we are going to be performing the side effect. So I'm going to be using the use effect for that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide a comma there, and here we have to specify the product dot id, and also the product dot image dot black, and also the initial product right here. Okay, so what we have to do inside there, we are going to be providing our initial product, and now here we have to specify the product dot id and also the product dot image dot black. I'm going to save my file right now like this. And now let's start working on our UI. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and provide a classes today. So I'll use like this, going to be set to relative, and width will be set to 20 rem, and also margin all around will be set to 1 rem, and border will be set to this color, which is a EC like this. And I'm going to also close there. Margin for the left will be set to 3 rem, and also close there. Padding all around will be set to 4. And now inside this div, what do we have to do? Or you know what, first of all, we are going to be also attaching the event handler on there. Or you know, we are going to be doing that in a few seconds, but now let's just take care of the UI. I'm going to define another div with a class of relative, and also background will be set to totally gray of 200. Pairing all around will be set to 4, and inside this div we're going to be working with our image. So for the image, which will be coming from the current, the current image, and here for the alternative text we're going to be also providing the product dot title like so. And now let me just save there. Here we also have to specify the class names, so I'm going to use like object cover, and width will be set to 12 rem like this, and height will also be set to 12 rem, and close there. Rounded whole medium, and margin for the left will be set to 1 rem, and close there. And now if I just refresh there, we are getting some sort of error. So not this one, we have to go ahead and go to our inspect element. And guess what? We are getting some sort of error like cannot read the property of undefined reading the black. And I figure out the solution. So here you can say I'm now logging to the console this product. And now if I show you there, if I go ahead and go to my console, and here you can see we are now getting these errors and we are now getting our data. But look at our data. We are now working with the array, and inside this array we have our objects. And now what am I doing? I'm just accessing that image directly from all of our images, and that's not allowed, which means like we have to iterate over through all of our data, and then we would be able to access the image and also that black property from there. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna go ahead and go to my app, and here I'm gonna iterate over through all of our data, and then we're going to be passing our data like so. So I'll just use like first of all my data. And did I give it the name of data? Yes, I did. And I'm going to be using a map method right here, and for this map method it's going to take up, and now inside there we have to render our product card. Now I'm going to copy the name of this product and place it right here, and we are going to be also providing a key, and that key will be set to product.id. I'm going to save my file right now, and here you can see we are now getting all of our products, and now we are getting all of our amazing images, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So when somebody hover over our image, so what do you want to do in that situation? So I'll write like hover, and inside there we are going to be creating a div. It's going to be an absolute, and also the inset will be set to 0, flex and items will be set to totally center, justify will be between, and pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. So inside this div, let me just go back. We are going to be creating a button, and this button will have a few classes. So first of all, I'm going to render my icon, which will be fa this, I can't even pronounce the name of this, so chevron left or something like that, FASHEVRON left. And now let me just grab there and close there. We are going to be also providing a class name. Background will be set to gray of 300 and totally rounded full. Now let me just save my file, and here we also have to provide a bit of classes to there. So I'll say like carousel button, and also text will be set to totally white. Save this file, and now if I hover over there, let me just refresh there. If I hover over there, nothing will happen because we also have to provide the on click event handler to there. And now I'm going to also duplicate this button and change the name of that to the right. So I'm going to change that to right and hit enter. So it's going to also import there, and everything else would be the same. And now if I hover over them, nothing will happen. Now let me go ahead and go to my div, and here on this div we have to provide our own mouse enter, and here we have to call this function which will be set product hover, and here we have to provide our product.id and also true to there. And when somebody leave the mouse, so let's just provide like on mouse leave, we're going to be still calling this function like set product hover, and here we have to specify the product.id and set there to false. I'm going to save this file, and now if I hover over there, here you can see we are now getting these icons. So now let me just zoom in a bit, and here if god damn it, and here if I hover over there, we are now getting these icons, which is looking cool. So I'm gonna go back, and now let's just start working on the rest of the UI. I'm gonna also provide all of their titles and stuff. So now underneath this div, we're going to be creating another div with the class of margin for top, and here for the top margin we're going to be providing one rem to there like so. Now I'm going to be using h2, and here we have to render our product.title. Underneath there we also have to create a paragraph, and this paragraph will allows us to render our price. So I'll use like product.price. And now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting the product image, the product title, and also its price. So yeah, that was our product card. And now let's get into our sidebar. Not so fast, not so fast. First of all, we also have to attach the event handlers on this button and also on this one. So what I'm going to do is that when somebody clicks on this button, we want to fire this handle, come on, handle previous function. And when somebody clicks on this button, then we want to fire this handle next function. So now let me just save this file, and now let me go to the top like this. And here we have to define our function. So first of all, we are going to be starting from the handle previous function, and inside this function what do we have to do? We have to get the images, we have to get the current index. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab the images, and then let's just use the index of and provide our current image inside there. And now we have to store the inside the current index variable. That's done. We also have to get the previous one, so I'm going to be using like the previous index, and it's going to be equals to this current index. I mean like not the current image, but the current index which we are now getting. Now let me just copy there and place it right here, and we are now going to be getting last item. Then we are going to be attaching the images dot length. Okay, so now we have to divide there, so it's going to give us the remainder as well, and now we have to divide there by using the images dot length. Okay, so it's going to give us the previous image, and now underneath there, what do we have to do? We have to get the set product image, and now inside there we have to define our product.id and also the images. And now for each images, we're going to be providing our previous index. So now let me just save my file, and this should be index off. There we go. Now I'm gonna also go to the bottom, and now let's just start working on the handle next button. So I'll just write like const handle next, and inside this function, what do we have to do? We have to get the current index and so on and so forth. So I'm gonna copy there and place it right here. So it's gonna use us basically the current index, and now inside there we have to get the next index, and here is going to be equals to this current index plus 1. Then we have to divide there with the images dot, come on, images dot length, and also we have to use the set product image, not our, god damn it, set product image. There we go. And here we have to specify the product.id, and also on the images we're going to be providing the next index. Now let me just save my file, and if I hover over there and if I click on this button, so it's going to give us the next item, and now if I click on this one, so it's going to give us the previous item right here. Okay, so which means like it's going to work for all of these images, and they are looking super amazing. So yeah, you can also change there, and there's something which I want to show you. Now let me go ahead and go to the sidebar and start working on this sidebar. So I'm going to go to the top, and here I'm going to be placing these interfaces, and inside this interface we're going to be providing the country, image, and also the price. Now inside this sidebar, I'm going to go ahead and first of all create my states. So I'll use like const is open, and then set is open, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. And here we also have to annotate there as a boolean value. Now underneath there we also have to create one for the country drop down, and it's going to be set to the set country, and now I'm going to set there to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. And here we have to provide like boolean value as well. Underneath there we also have to create one for the color drop down, and set color drop down, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. And I'm going to also annotate that as a boolean like so. I'm going to also create one for the price drop down, and then set, come on, set price drop down, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And here for the initial value we're going to be setting that to false, and annotate that as a boolean value. I'm going to save my files, so that's going to be it for our state. And now underneath there we have to go ahead and first of all grab the what do we call it, the use filter store. I'm going to copy the name of the, and now here from this store we're going to be destructuring a lot of things. So I'm going to just use the destructuring syntax, and we have to destructure the selected country, not color but the selected countries, and also this, come on, selected the selected price range, set selected country, and also set selected color, set selected price range, and finally we have to grab the clear filters from there. I'm going to save this file, and now we have to use them inside our UI. But before I do that, I'm going to also provide a prop for my navigation, which will be set to toggle sidebar, and here we are going to be passing this toggle sidebar function. I'm going to copy the name of them and register this function right here. So I'm going to use like const toggle sidebar, and here we are going to be only using, oh my god, we are going to be only using the set is open, and change that to not is open, which means like if this is true it's going to make it false, if it is false it's going to make it true. Now I'm going to go into my navigation, and inside this navigation I'm going to destructure this. So I'm going to be using like toggle sidebar, and here I'm going to create an interface for this. So I'll use like interface, and then navigation props would be fine, and inside there we have to provide our toggler sidebar or toggle sidebar, and we are going to be only returning the white from there. Okay, so let's just close there, and we're going to be returning the white. Now I'm going to copy the name of that and annotate my component like so. Now we have to use this toggle sidebar, so I'm going to just use that right here. So when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this toggle sidebar function. Now here if I click on there, nothing will happen, not right now, because we also have to take care of our navigation. God damn it, sidebar. So let's just go ahead and go to our sidebar and start working on our sidebar. First thing first, we have to start from our sidebar. Okay, so I'll just create a div with a class of a lot of classes. So I'll just create a div, and I'm going to provide a few classes to it, so the classes will be dynamic. I'm going to provide a fix, come on, I'm going to provide a fix, and also top value will be set to 0, the left value will be set to 0, and height will be set to totally full, and width will be set to 80%. So let's just use 80, and background will be set to totally white. Shadow will be also totally large. Okay, and for the transform, we are going to be rendering our content dynamically. So I'll just use like if this is open, so in that situation we want to use the translate value on the x-axis and set that to 0. But if that's not the case, we have to use the minus translate value and set that to totally full. I'm going to save my file right now. This is how it looks like right here. So now outside from there, we're going to be providing a bit of transitions to there. So I'll just use like transition on the transform. Okay, so I'm gonna also provide a bit of duration to there, and the duration will be set to 300. Is in and out, and for the z index it's gonna be set to 50. I'm gonna save my file right now, and inside there, first of all, we have to define the header with close button. Okay, so I'll just use a div with the class of flex, and justify will be set to totally between. Items will be set to totally center. Padding all around will be set to 4. Border on the bottom. Inside there, let's just use our h2, and this h2 will have the classes of text totally large and font of semi bold. And I'm gonna pass the filters inside there, and now let me just save my file. And here you can see we are now getting this sidebar right here, and now we are also getting that filters. So now let me just take care of them. So now underneath these filters, we are going to be creating a button, and this button will have the fix. So I'll just use like a fix, and basically this is the icon from the React icons. I'm gonna also provide a bit of class name, so I'll just use like text of totally extra large, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing that same toggle sidebar function. Okay, so here you can see we're now getting there. If I click on there, it's gonna show us our sidebar, and now if I click on this one, so it's gonna hide there, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. And now underneath this div, we have to define our filters, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. So now underneath this comment, we're going to be defining our div with a class of padding all around of 4, and spaces on the y-axis will be set to 6. Inside there, we have to first of all start from the country. Oh my god, country filter, and then we are going to be taking care of the rest of the stuff. Okay, so I'll use a div. Inside this div, we have to define our button, and for each button we are going to be attaching flex, and justify will be set to between. Items will be set to center, and the width will be set to totally full. Text totally left. Inside this button, I'm going to be creating a span which will have the font of medium, and it's going to say country like that. I'm going to save my file, and now underneath them, we also have to render our fi and that same icon. So it's HVRON Chiron down or something like that. I can't even pronounce the name of this icon. And now let me provide a bit of class names to them, and here we are going to be rendering our classes dynamically. So let's just use our transform, and if our country drop down, so in that situation we are going to be using rotate on the 180 degree. But if that's not the case, so we are going to be setting there to empty string. So now let me just save my file, and now if I click on there, here you can see we're now getting this country, but we don't have any content inside there. And by the way, when somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this function. So now let me just use like toggle country drop down. I'm gonna save the file. Now let me go ahead and go to the top and define this function right here. I'll just give it the name of like const country drop down. It's gonna be equals to the set country drop down and not country drop down, which we already defined right here. So we have this country drop down, and the initial value we specify false today. So if that's true, we're going to be making it false. But if that's false, we're going to be making it true. And now here you can see if I click on that, and if I click on this icon, here you can see it's going to rotate. Or yeah, rotate on the 180 degree. So that's cool. And now underneath this button, we have to render our countries. So I'll just use like country drop down. If that is the case, we want to show this UI. So I'll just create a div with a class of margin for a top of 2, and spaces on the y-axis will be set to 2. Inside this div, we have to render our unique countries. So how in the world we are going to be even getting a unique countries? Now let me just go to the top, and here we have to define a unique countries, and that's not going to be a huge case, so we just have to get the unique 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 countries. It's going to be set to array.from, and inside there we have to use the new set, so it's going to only give us the unique stuff, and it's going to remove the duplication. And now inside there we have to specify all of our data, which we are now getting from this data.js file. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the top and import this. I'm going to use like data from let's just go ahead and go to the top, and from our db and data. I'm going to save my file and copy the name of there. Now let me go to the bottom, and here we have to specify our data. Now we are going to be iterating over through our data. So I'll use like the item, and now we are going to be annotating this item with this product. And now here we have used like item.country. God damn it. Oh my god. Item.country. There we go. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. So I'm going to cut that from here, and we have to wrap the another parentheses, and now we can use that. So that's already done. So now we are getting these unique countries. So I'm going to copy a name of there, and here we are going to be passing it. So I'll use that unique countries like so, and now we have to iterate over through all of their unique countries. So I'm going to get the country and also the index of the country. So inside there, what do we have to do? I'm going to go ahead and just define my div and close there like so. And this div will take a key, and here we have to specify index inside there. And for the class names, I'm going to specify flex, and items will be set to totally center. And when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this function, which is the handle country. Come on, handle country selection. And now we have to specify our country inside there. I'm going to save this file, and we're going to be seeing the result of that in a few seconds, and we're going to be even also creating this function in a few seconds. So now let me just go inside this div, and here we have to specify our input field. And for this input field, we're going to be setting that to checkbox. Here we have to provide our checked state. So it's going to be checked if we have the selected country, not color but the selected country, dot include that specific country which we are now taking as a parameter. So I'm going to go ahead and copy a name of there and place it right here, and that's going to be it. Now underneath this check, we also have to provide the on change event handler, like when somebody change there. So in that situation, we are going to be firing this handle country selection. God damn it, I'm going to copy a name of there and place that right here and provide our country inside there. And I'm going to also specify the class names, and the class name will be set to margin for the right of 2. And now underneath this input field, we have to define our span, and here we have to render our country inside there. Now let me go ahead and copy a name of there and create this function at the top of our file. So now underneath this unique countries, we're going to be defining like const handle country selection, and here we have to provide the country, and the country will be a string. Inside there, what do we have to do? We have to use our set selected countries, and here we have to provide first of all the selected countries. Now we have to provide the includes method if that includes the country. So in that situation, we are going to be using the selected country. Come on, selected countries, and we have to filter through the selected countries, and now we have to filter through them, and here we only have to specify each country. If that each country does not equal to that country which we are now taking as a parameter, we only want to remove that, like we totally want to ignore that. But if that's not the case, we are going to be first of all making a clone of all of our selected countries, and then we have to specify each country inside there. Now let me just save my file, and that's done. So now let me just refresh there, and if I click on this icon, so it's going to open this sidebar. If I click on this country, and it's going to give us all of that unique countries. So it's going to give us Japan, USA, China, India, and so on and so forth. And yeah, I can click on there and nothing will happen because we have to paste this filtering into our app component. So we are going to be doing that in a few seconds. But now let me also take care of the rest of the filtering. Now that's done, I'm going to collapse them. And now underneath this div, we are going to be defining yet another div. And that div will be a color filter. Like so, or colors filter rather. So now underneath there, we are going to be defining a div, and inside this div we have to define our button, and this button will take the classes of flex and justify between items totally center and with totally full text to left. Inside there we're going to be defining a span with a class of font medium, and it's going to say color. I'm going to also attach the event handler to there, so when somebody clicks on it, we're going to be firing this function which is a toggle color drop down. There we go. And now let me just save my file, and underneath this span we're going to be defining our icon. So I'll use like not this fi chevron drop down. There we go. And I'm going to also specify the classes, and here we have to render our classes totally dynamically. So I'll use like the transform, not the translate but just a transform, and we are going to be rotating there if our color drop down is set to true. Okay, so if that's the case, we are going to be rotating there 180 degree. But if that's not the case, so we are going to be setting there to empty string. Now underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to render all of our content. So I'll use like if we have our color drop down, if that is true, then we want to show this UI. So inside this UI, we are going to be iterating over through all of our colors. So I'll use like black, brown, and also the red color and the white color and the golden color like that. Or you know what we're going to be doing there, but first of all we have to create a div with the class of margin for top of 2, spaces on the y-axis of 2, and inside there let's just start working on them. I'm going to use the map method to iterate over through them. I'm going to pass a color inside there, and now here we have to create a div, and now for this div we are going to be passing a key, and the key will be coming from this each color. So I'm going to copy a name of them and place it right here. I'm going to also provide the class names, and the class name will be set to flex, and items will be set to totally center. I don't know why I'm getting this error, but yeah, we are getting this error. I'm going to have to cut that from here, and now inside there, we have to paste it like so. Or you know what, let me just paste them manually. So I'm going to use like the map, and here we have to paste the color, and now inside there, we have to define the div. And this div will have the key, and the key will be that specific color. We're going to be also passing a classes like flex, and items will be set to totally center. When somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle color selection, and we are going to be creating this function in a few seconds. Now inside this div, let's just define our input field with the type of checkbox, and now here we are going to be checking that if that's checked or not. So first of all, we have to provide the selected color, and if that includes the color, that specific colors, which means like that's checked. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here we're going to be also passing this on change event handler. Like when somebody try to change them, then we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle color selection, and here we're going to be passing that color inside there. I'm going to also provide the class name of margin for the right of 2. Now underneath this input field, we're going to be rendering our span, so I'll use like the span, and here we have to render our color inside there. Now first of all, I'm going to go ahead and create this function, and then we are going to be creating that another one. So now here, let's just create them. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a function with the name of toggle color dropdown, and it's not going to do anything crazy, but here we are going to be only using the set color dropdown, and we have to provide like not color dropdown. Now let me just save my file, and now it's time to create this function, which is and I'm gonna also pass that color right here, and we have to make it as an arrow function like so. Now let me go ahead and go to the top and define this function right here. So what do we have to do? We have to create a function with the name of handle color selection, and inside there it's going to take a color as a parameter, and that's going to be a string. And now inside this function, what do we want to do? We just want to get the set selected colors like so, and here we have to pass our selected color, and if that includes that specific color which we are now passing as a parameter, then what do we want to do? We want to get the selected colors, and we want to provide the filter method on there, and we want to filter out that specific item. So I'm going to pass the C for the color, and if C does not equal to that color which we are now taking as a parameter, then we want to get that specific color. But if that's not the case, you want to make a clone of our existing selected color. So we'll use like the selected colors, and then we have to specify our new color to there like so. And now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. Now if I click on the sidebar and click on the color, so I can now choose different kind of colors right here. You can also specify your own one if you wanted to, but in my case that's going to be it. And I'm making a mistake, so I'm going to also cut the line of code. Now if I click on there, here you can see we're now getting this result, which is looking cool. Now that's done, I'm going to hide them, and now let's start working on our pricing filters. We'll use like price and then filter, and now here we are going to be defining that same thing like the div, and then the button which will have the classes of flex and justify will be set to between. The items will be set to totally center, with totally full, and text totally left. Inside them we have to define our span with the class of font medium, and it's going to say the price, and when somebody clicks on this button, you want to fire this function, which is the toggle price drop down. Okay, drop down like so. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath this span we have to define that same icon. So I'll use like fi and then chevron or something like that, and we have to close that. And now I'm going to provide the class names, and that class name will be totally dynamic. So I'm going to pass like transform, and we are going to be rotating there if our price drop down is set to true. So in that situation, we are going to be rotating there on the 180 degree. But if that's not the case, what do you want to do? You just want to set the to empty string. Now let me save there. Now underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to render if our price drop down state is true, then we want to show this UI. But if that's not the case, then we're not going to be showing nothing at all. I'm going to create a div with a class of margin for top of 2 and spaces on the y-axis of 2. Inside there, let's just create our data. So I'm going to create a few labels. So now inside this array, we're going to be defining a few objects. So I'm going to hit enter right here and also right here. I'm going to first of all provide my label, and for this label I'll just write like below $300, and here we also have to provide the minimum, and minimum will be set to 0 and the maximum will be set to 300. I'm going to save this file, and we are getting some sort of error, is not assignable to the type React node. You know what, we will take care of that in a few seconds, but first of all, I'm gonna make a few of them, so I'm gonna duplicate there a few times. And here we have to change the 2 instead of a 3, starting from a 300 to 600. And also here we have to change the 2 600, so I'll just change that to 6. And now I'm gonna change the minimum value to like 300, and also the maximum value to 600. And for the maximum, we have to change that to 600. And then here we have to provide the infinity. Now I'm going to iterate over through all of these items. So I'm going to use the map method, and here we have to provide the range. And now inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to create our div, and this div will have the key, and the key will be range.label. I'm going to also provide the class names, and the class name will be set to flex, and items will be set to totally center. And when somebody clicks on there, we want to fire this function. So now let's just write the onClick event handler. We want to fire this specific function, which is a handle price range selection, and here we have to paste the range inside there. Now inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create our input field with the type of radio, and then this can be checked if our selected price range dot label, if I can type that today, dot label is equals to the range dot label. So in that situation, that's going to be checked. But if that's not the case, so it's not going to be checked. And when somebody try to change them, we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle selection, and here we have to provide the range inside there. I'm going to also provide the class name, and the class name will be set to margin for the right of 2. And now underneath this input field, we have to create our span. So I'll just write a span, and here we have to render our range dot label like so. I'm going to save my file right now. And now if I just refresh there, we are getting some sort of error. Obviously we would get some sort of error because we have to create these functions. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna copy the name of them and create this function. Or you know what, first of all, let's just create this function. So I'll just go to the top, and here I'm gonna be creating that function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just write like toggle price drop down, and here I'm gonna be using set price drop down and change that to not price drop down. Okay, so that's done. Now I'm gonna go to the bottom and create this function, which is a handle price range. I'm gonna go to the top once again, and here we're going to be creating that function, which is a const handle price range selection, and it's going to take the range, and that range will be a lot of range. Okay, so we are going to be placing the minimum value, and the minimum value will be set to number. The maximum value will be also set to number, and the label will be set to a string. You can also define a different interface for them, but in my case I'm not going to. If that's not the case, we are going to be passing a null value today. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to only use the set selected price range, not color but selected price range, and here we have to specify that range inside there. Now let me just save my file, and now if I click on there, and here you can see we're now getting the prices. So now I can choose the above 300, and starting from 300 to 600, and also above the 600. So yeah, you can also now filter these items by using the prices. That's done, so I'm gonna hide there. And now underneath this price filter, we're going to be defining our footer right here. Okay, so this can only allows us to clear out the filter. So I'm going to create a div with a class of pairing all around of 4, and border on the top, flex and justify will be set to between, and inside there we have to create a button, and it's going to say like clear all. When somebody clicks on this button, so we are going to be firing this clear filters function, and also I'm going to be passing a class names of background totally black, text totally white, and pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, only rounded. So now if I save my file, now let me just click on there, and here you can see we're now getting this clear button. And you know what, I'm gonna remove this pairing on the x-axis, not the pairing on the x-axis, but I'm gonna provide like margin for the right of 2 or margin for the left of 2. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. That's also done, so I'm gonna hide there. And now underneath this footer, we're going to be defining our background overlay right here. So now underneath there, we are going to be checking like if our sidebar is open. So in that situation, this overlay to there. So I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to provide a bit of class name to there, like it's going to be set to totally fixed, and the inset will be 0, background totally black, and the opacity will be set to 50, and the z index will be also set to 40. And when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be using the toggle sidebar function. It's going to just hide our sidebar, and it should be outside from these divs. So I'm going to place it right here, save my file, and here you can see this is how it looks like right here. So I can now choose them, and also I can totally close there, and here you can see it's going to hide there. So if I click on there, and if I click on the overlay, it's going to also hide my sidebar. So this is looking cool. Now finally, let's just implement those filters inside our app. So first of all, we are now getting these errors, so I'm going to just annotate there with the any. because we already completed the product. So now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to change this store to, not a store, but this data to, instead of using a JS, we have to convert it to a TS. Okay, so now let me just close there, and that's totally done. So now first thing first, what do you have to do? First of all, we are going to be importing, what do we call it, the use filter store. I'm gonna copy the name of them, and we have to execute there right here. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to destructure a few things from there. So I'm gonna be using like the selected country. We would also have to destructure the selected color, and we would also have to destructure the selected price. And now let me just save my file. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to define a filter based on the selected data. So I'm going to use like data and then dot filter, and it's going to take the item, and now we're going to be annotating there with this product, and we're going to be defining this product in a few seconds. So now I'm going to go ahead and just start working on there. And you know what, let's just define this product. Okay, so I'm going to define that right here. So I'll create the interface, and this interface will be set to this product. It's going to take the ID, and the ID will be a string. The country will also be a string, and I'm going to also specify the image, and the image will be that, and we have to import that, and now we have to pass the string comma string inside there. Next, we are going to be also providing the price, and the price will be set to a number. Now that we successfully annotate there, now inside this filter, what do we have to do? I'm gonna first of all check if the item matches. So for that, we are going to be using like the select colors and then dot length. If the selected colors dot length is equals to 0, or the object dot keys, and here we have to specify the item dot image. And then we can use the sum method on there, and we also have to pass the colors inside there. And now we are going to be using the selected colors that includes that specific color. So now I'm gonna save there. I'm gonna also store that in some sort of a variable, so I'll use like match color, and it's gonna be equals to this matches color right here. That's the first thing that we have to do. Next, we also have to check like if the item matches the selected price range. So I'm gonna just go ahead and just write like match price or matches price, and it's gonna be equals to the selected price range. Come on, selected price range. So if that's the case, we are going to be checking once again. So if item dot, come on, not items but just item dot price is greater than or equal to the selected price range dot minimum, and the item dot, not items but just item dot price is less than or equal to the selected price range dot max. So that's going to be the case. So if that's not the case, so we're going to be setting that to true. And now finally we have to return all of that. So I'll just use like return the matches color and matches price. Now I also forgot to include one more. So what do we have to do? We have to define the const matches country, and it's going to be equals to the selected countries dot length. Come on, length. If that's equal to 0, or the selected country dot includes the item dot country. Okay, so that's going to be it for the matches country. I'm going to copy the name of there, and I'm going to also place it right here like so. And I'm going to go ahead and store there in the filtered data variable. So I'm going to copy the name of there right now. Let me just copy there, go to the bottom, and instead of using the data, I'm going to paste the filtered data right here. Okay, so now it's going to filter our items based on this data. And now if I click on this sidebar, now I can choose different kind of filters. So if I click on the Japan, it's going to only gives us all of that watches which are from the Japan. I can also choose like United States, China, India, and so on and so forth. Now I can also choose different colors. So if I choose like the black, it's going to gives us all of that colors. Like here you can see this one is black, and this one will also have the black variant. So now let me just show you that. Here you can see this one is black, and also this one is black. So which means like it's gonna also gives us that specific color item. If I choose like the white, it also gives us white because all of these watches have the white variant. Like if I show you there, here you can see we have the white variant right here, and so on and so forth. So if I just show you this one, here you can see this one also have the white variant. So that's also the colors one. Now if I go ahead and click on the prices, I can also choose like below the 300, and also I can choose the above 300, and also I can choose like above $600. Now I can select different kind of watches, And yeah, that was our final project of this course. Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video, I'm going to be making you the Redux Toolkit and RTK query monsters. So there are a lot of great resources out there which teaches the RTK query and also the Redux Toolkit. So why you should spend your time watching this course? So to convince you, in the first part of the course, we are going to be learning about the Redux Toolkit and then the RTK query. But in the second part, we are going to be building two amazing, and I'm talking about a huge industry level projects. So I already built, and the first project is already on my YouTube channel, but the second project will take, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 days. So by the time you're watching this video, the second project will be already on my YouTube channel. So now let me show you where you can find these projects and how to become a merge stack monster. So you don't have to go any further, you just have to search Hussein WebDev on YouTube, and it's going to bring you to my YouTube channel right here. And I have a lot of amazing courses if you wanted to check it out. So here you can see we have this merge stack project course, and this is the entire project. And by the way, if you want to become a merge stack developer, here I already have a course on that. Now let me just show you that course. So you can just watch this course and it's going to just make you a JavaScript monster. Okay, so this course offers every single thing that you have to know about JavaScript. But anyways, back to our topic. Now we are talking about the merge stack project. So if you click on this playlist, it's going to bring you to this playlist right here, which teaches every single thing about the Redux Toolkit and RTK queries. So the first thing which you have to do is that you have to watch this video which you are currently watching, and then you have to jump straight into this project right here. So the duration of this project is about 15 hours, and it's gonna make you a superstar in merge stack. And I'm already working on the merge stack movies application, which will be launched, I don't know, maybe in 2 or 3 days. So stay tuned, and now let's learn what in the world is a Redux, and then we are going to be jumping into the Redux Toolkit. So we are not going to be using the Redux code in this course, but I just want to give you a quick overview of what a Redux is. So Redux is an open source JavaScript library for managing the state, and here the keyword is the state. So if I ask you a question like what is a state in React.Js, so your answer will probably be like a use reducer, the use context, the use state, and all of that kind of stuff. So Redux is an open source JavaScript library which allows us, or which help us to work with the state management in a predictable way. And it is commonly used with libraries like React.Js for building the UIs, but can also be used with other JavaScript frameworks and libraries. So a lot of people think that React.Js and Redux Toolkit are totally the same thing, but they are not. And I can totally understand like why they think that way, because there are countless courses which teaches React.Js and Redux.Js in the same video or in the same course. So that's why these people think that React.Js and Redux Toolkit or Redux is totally the same thing, but they are not. Okay, so that was just a quick overview of what a Redux is, but now let's talk about something called the Redux Toolkit. So Redux Toolkit is the official, opinionated, batteries included toolset for efficient Redux development. Wait, what? Redux development? What are you talking about, Hussein? Okay, so now let me tell you what's the difference between Redux Toolkit and just a Redux core. Redux core makes the state management easy, and yeah, it makes it easy, but you're gonna have to learn a lot of things, and you're gonna have to also write a lot of boilerplate code, which is not going to be necessary. Now we are using the Redux Toolkit. Okay, so Redux Toolkit makes the Redux development easy to work with. Okay, so yeah, that was just a quick intro to what a Redux core is and also what a Redux Toolkit is, and that was just the differences between Redux core and also the Redux Toolkit. So now let's talk about how we are going to be using Redux and how Redux works. So I want you to imagine this component hierarchy for a second, and here you can see we have an app component right here, and we would have some sort of important data inside this app component, and we want this data inside this data component as well. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? I'm just asking you a question like how in the world we are going to be pushing this data which is inside the app component to this data component right here. So your answer will probably be like, first of all, we can also use the props, and we can pass this data to the card component, then we have to pass it to the user component, then we have to pass it to this data component, and that will totally work. But here you can see we are repeating ourselves right here. Okay, so now let me just delete that. We are now repeating ourselves, and that's not a better practice. Well, some of you will also give me this answer that we can pass this data by using the context API API or by using the context. Yeah, we can totally do that by just using a context, and we can pass this data to any component that we like. But I want you to imagine for a second that you are working with, I don't know, Google or maybe the Facebook or some other headquarters, and they would have countless components. So for that, you're gonna have to use context API like countless times. But in Redux Toolkit, we are not doing that. In Redux Toolkit, we are going to be defining something called the store. You don't have to worry about what a store is. Let me just label that as a store. We are going to be creating a separate store outside from this component, and inside that store we are going to be placing all of our logic, and then we are going to be pushing our data or storing our data, or you can say the logic, or you can say the state initial state values. You can give it any name you like. Okay, so we are going to be first of all creating a store, then we are going to be storing some sort of a data inside the store, and then we will be able to pass this data to any of the component that we like. Like for instance, if I want to use this same data inside this data component, so I can totally pass it right here, or if I want to use it inside the header component, I can totally pass it right here, or if I want to use it in the card or in the time component or in the, I don't know. So you can reuse this data again and again. So this is how the Redux works, and this is what we are going to be learning throughout the course. Plus we are going to be also learning about a lot of different things, but not right now. So I want you to imagine this hierarchy, and we are going to be solving this problem by using our store. So before we get into the store, first of all I want to make a setup, and I also want to show you the Redux Toolkit docs, and then we are going to be jumping into the store. So I want you to come to this link, which is called the redux.js.org, and it's going to bring you to the Redux core documentation right here. We are not going to be using that, but I want to show you something. So they are now calling themselves as a predictable state container for JavaScript apps. Okay, so if I just go a bit further, so we are going to be using these two packages right here throughout the course. The first one we have is a React Redux, and it's going to allow us to work with the React.Js and also the Redux Toolkit. So this is just a binder for working with the React.Js and also the Redux Toolkit. And the next package which we are going to be using is, you guessed it, we are going to be using the Redux Toolkit package. So now I want to show you something. So now if I click on this getting started button right here, so they are now officially recommending the Redux Toolkit. So it is now officially recommended approach to use the Redux Toolkit. Okay, so yeah, and by the way, here you can also see inside this main documentation in the installation page, they are also suggesting to install the Redux Toolkit. Redux Toolkit, not just a Redux core. Okay, so we are going to be using this command, and we are going to be also binding there with React.Js. But first of all, I want you to just click on this Redux Toolkit, and it's going to bring us to the Redux Toolkit documentation right here. So say bye bye to the Redux, and we are going to be working with the Redux Toolkit. Now I want to click on this getting started button right here, and here you can see they are now suggesting to use this Redux Toolkit. And now I'm going to just click on the quick start, or you know what, tutorial overview right here. Not this one. The quick start would be fine. We are going to be installing these two packages right here, but first of all I want to make a setup for this course. So we are going to be first of all installing the React.Js by using the Vite. So I'm going to just open my terminal inside my desktop right here. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And here I'm going to be just placing this command. If I can expand that today, I'm going to be just passing this command right here, which is, you know, first of all let me just rename that to something else. I'm going to just rename that to like my RDX would be fine. And now I'm going to just hit enter right here. But first of all, we are just creating a Vite project, and we are just naming that as my RDX. You can give it any name you like. And we are using the React template, not a Vue template, and also not an Angular template. We are using the React template, and this is what we are going to be doing. So now let me just hit enter right here, and now we have to go inside to that folder. So I'm going to just write a CD in my RDX, and I'm using a VS Code. So if you're using something else, you know, first of all let me just show you all of the files and folders which we currently have right here. So here you can see it's going to give us that public and all of that files, and it will not give us that node modules folder because we have to install all of the packages for that. So I'm going to just write like npm I to install all of the packages inside that folder, and it's going to just install the React by using a Vite inside that folder. So everything is now successfully installed, and I'm using a VS Code. So I'm going to just write a code dot, and it's going to open my VS Code on the other screen. So now let me just grab that right here, and here you can see we have this folder structure right here, and I already assume that you guys already know these stuff. stuff. So I'm not going to explain all of that. So I'm going to just delete this public folder, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the src folder. I'm going to also delete this ss folder. We are going to be also deleting this app.css, and now let me just remove every single thing from this index.css. I'm going to also remove every single thing from this app, and I'm going to just use the rafce, and it's going to just create this component for us. And now let me just go ahead and go to my main, and I'm going to just remove this React strict mode and also this React strict mode right here. Let me just remove that, save my file. Let's just go back, and this is how everything currently looks like. But now let me just run my project. So I'm going to be using npm run dev. So it's going to just run my project by using this port. Now let me just click on that, and here you can see it's going to just give us that app right here. Why is that? Because currently we just only have this app right here, so that's why we are now seeing this app. Okay, so yeah, that was the installation and cleaning up of Redux Toolkit. Oh, by the way, I forgot to install the Redux Toolkit and the React binder. Let me just do that. So first of all, we're going to have to install the Redux Toolkit for the state management, and also we are going to have to install the React Redux to work with React.Js by using Redux. Okay, so now let me just click on this command, and now let me just open my terminal one more time, and I'm going to be just placing this command right here. So it's going to just install all of the packages, and everything is now successfully installed. So I'm going to be using npm run dev one more time, and now let me just show you my package.json. Okay, so here you can see it's going to install this Redux Toolkit and also this React Redux right here. Okay, so this is what we are going to be using throughout this course, and everything is looking okay. So enough about a setup and configuration. Now let's talk about a store. But before we get into the store, first of all, I want you to keep in mind one thing. Throughout the course, if I said Redux, I mean the Redux Toolkit. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind. So now let's talk about what a store is and why you should care about that. So a store is a central place where the state of your application is stored, and it can be created something called the configured store function, which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds, and it holds the entire state tree of our application. So yeah, that was just a quick intro to what a store is. But now let's talk about how we are going to be creating a store. Well, to create a store, first of all, we're going to have to get the configure store function from the Redux Toolkit, and then we have to execute that function. And inside this function, we are going to be just passing our object, and inside this object as a property, we are going to have to pass the reducer, and here we are going to be passing a lot of reducers. Right now we are going to be just focusing on creating a store, and later we're going to be passing the slices and reducer and all of that kind of good stuff. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here, back to my project right here. Okay, so I'm going to just save that, say bye-bye to this one. Now let me just zoom in a bit right here. The first thing I want to do is that I want to create a separate folder right here. You can give it any name you like. A lot of people give it the name of Redux. You can totally give it the name of Redux if you wanted to, but in my case, I'm gonna just give it a name of like app because it was mentioned in the documentation. So I'm gonna just also use the official documentation. Okay, so now inside this folder, we are going to be creating a separate file. I'm gonna just give it a name of like store and then .js, because currently we are working with JavaScript files, so we have to name it as a JavaScript or extension as a JavaScript. So now inside there, if you wanted to create a store, first of all, we're gonna have to import the configure store function from where? From the Redux Toolkit. And now we have to execute this function, and inside this function we're going to have to pass our object right here. Let me just pass the object, and inside this object we're going to be passing the property of reducer, reducer, and the value will be just set to the object. Okay, now we have to just export this so that we can totally use that in other files. So I'm going to just write like export, and I'm going to just give it the name of store right here. So yeah, this is how we're going to be creating a store, and that's totally okay and totally easy to work with. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to import the configure store, and then we have to execute that, and then we have to just pass the reducer as a property, and value will be set to totally empty object right here. Okay, so we just have to export that so that we can totally use it in other files. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our store. But now let's talk about how we are going to be using this store in our React.js. So we already learned about how we are going to be creating a store, but now let's talk about how we are going to be providing that store to the React.js. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to just import the store, and then we also have to import the provider component from the React Redux. Okay, so once we import that, then we are going to be just wrapping our entire application from this component, which is the provider component, and here we are going to be passing our store, and then our entire application will have access to or stored. So now let me just do that. Okay, so I'm going to just close this one, and now let me just go ahead and go to my main component, right, or main file right here. The first thing we would do is that I'm going to just grab the store from where, let's just go, not the Babel or Bible, let's just go ahead and go to our app, and then we have to go ahead and go to the store. So we are going to be just grabbing the store first of all, and then we would also have to grab the provider from where, from the React Redux. Okay, so now we successfully grab both of them, but now we have to use that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to wrap my entire application by using that provider component. Okay, so I'm going to just write a provider opening tag and closing tag. Now let me just hit enter right here, and let me just provide my app inside this provider component, and now we have to finally pass the store as a property, and value will be store. Okay, so now our entire application will have access to our store, which we just created a few seconds ago. So yeah, that was just an intro to how to create a store and how we are going to be using that store inside our main component. So now let's talk about another essential component of Redux Toolkit, which is called the slices. So what is a slice and why you should care about that? So a slice is a piece of store state and the corresponding reducer logic to update that specific state. So slices are a way to organize our Redux store by breaking it down into more smaller and more manageable parts. And yeah, I know that sounds a bit scary and confusing. That's because it has a lot of buzzwords right here, but now let me just break all of them down for you. Okay, so here is the analogy. So I want you to imagine that you have a big cake and you want to cut that specific cake into more smaller and more manageable pieces. So each smaller piece is like a slice of the cake. In the context of Redux Toolkit, a slice is like a smaller part of your application overall state and the instruction on how to change or update that specific part. Okay, so yeah, that's as simple as I can go. Okay, so yeah, that was a slices, but now the question is how we are going to be creating a slice. The syntax is looking a bit scary. No, it's not. Here you can see the first thing which we are doing is that we are grabbing the create slice function or method, whatever you want to call that, and then we are executing that, and inside there we are passing the name property and we are providing some sort of a value for that name. In this case I'm working with the counter, so I just name it as a counter. If you are working like, I don't know, maybe if you are working with a theme changer, or I don't know, if you are working some other slice, so you would name it totally differently. And I want you to keep in mind that this is totally important. Okay, so you're gonna have to pass the name, some sort of a specific name to there. Now let's talk about the initial value and the reducer and also the actions. So first of all, let's talk about what is the initial state. Initial state, as the name suggests, is going to be the initial data of your state. Okay, so what do I mean by that? In this case, I want you to imagine the initial state to be as your use state. So in the use state, you can pass anything. You can pass the object, you can pass the, I don't know, you can pass the string, you can pass some sort of a number or arrays or nested object or nested arrays or anything like that. In my case, I'm currently working with the counter, so that's why I just specify the value, I mean like the property of value and the value of 0 right here. So you can totally give it the name of like counter banana, you can give it any name you like, and then you can also specify any value that you like right here. Okay, so yeah, that was the initial state. So now let's talk about what in the world are reducers and why you should care about that. So reducers are like the instruction on what to do with each slice of the cake, and they define how the information in a particular slice can be changed or updated. So that's what reducers are, and here you can see we are now telling how to change this data right here, like how to change this value. So first of all, we have a method of increment and then we have a method of decrement. These are something called the actions. Now you might be saying like, Hussein, what in the world are actions? Now let me just discuss what our actions are. So actions are like a request or the commands you give to change a specific slice of a cake. For example, you can give it the command of like eat a bite, and that instruct how to take a bite from that slice right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now telling how to change this initial state value. So you can think about this initial state is like the use state, and you can think about what do we call it, these actions as like the set and the state name. That was an awful analogy. So here you can see we are just providing some sort of an initial value, and then we are going to be telling our reducer like how to change this value. So if somebody click on the increment button, so we are going to be just adding 1 to it, if somebody click on the decrement button, so we are going to be just removing one from it. So finally we are just exporting our actions right here. So currently we just have these two actions, but if you have like a lot of them, so we are going to be exporting a lot of them. Okay, so here I want you to imagine, I'm gonna just tell you that in a few seconds. And then finally we are just exporting the reducer from our counter slice. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here you can see back to our project, and now let me just go ahead and go to my app folder right here. Let me just zoom in a bit, and inside this app folder we are going to be creating a separate folder. You can give it any name you like, but if you want to follow the same convention as the docs shows, so for that we're going to have to pass the features, and inside this feature we are going to be introducing some feature. So inside that I'm going to be just creating a separate folder. And by the way, you don't even have to create a separate folder, you don't even have to create a features folder, but that was recommended in the docs, so that's why I'm following that. So now here you can see we are going to be attaching the feature of counter, so that's why I'm going to just name this folder as a counter. And inside this folder we are going to be creating a separate file, and I'm going to name that to like counter slice right here. And by the way, this is also a community convention. You can give it banana, you can give it any name you like, but in my case, first of all, we're going to have to pass the feature or the slice name, and then finally at the end we're going to have to pass the slice. Okay, so I'm going to just hit enter right here, and yeah, that was a lot of community conventions right here. So now let me just go back, and the first thing which you have to do is that we have to import or create slice from where? From the Redux Toolkit. So we are going to be grabbing that by using the named export, and then we are going to have to just call this function right here, and inside this function we're going to be passing our object, and inside this object we're going to have to pass some sort of a name for our slice. So in my case, I'm currently working with a counter, so I'm going to just give it the name of counter right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to pass some sort of an initial state or the initial value, whatever you want to call that. So I'm going to just write an initial state, and here we're going to be passing the object, and inside this object we're going to be passing the value. You can give it the name of like count if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to just name it as the value. Okay, and the initial value will be set to 0. You can totally write your code like this, and in some cases you'll see a lot of engineers use these conventions right here. So they will grab the functionality from the initial state, then they will create another initial state variable outside from there, and then they would pass this initial value inside there. They can copy and place it as a property and value, but they can also use the ES6 way to use just name right here. Okay, because the name and the values are totally the same, so they can write their code like this. But in my case we just have only small sets, so I'm gonna just cut that from here, and now let me just place that right here once again. And now this is how we're going to be passing the initial value to there. And now let's talk about the reducers. So here we are going to be passing the reducers, and inside this reducer we are going to be passing the action. So how we are going to be changing this data? So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create the increment function right here, and you can create it by using the function result keyword if you wanted to. But in my case I'm going to just write a increment right here, and then we're going to be grabbing our state.value, and it's going to be equals to 1. And now a lot of people will say like, Hussein, what the hell are you doing? You are accessing the state and you are directly mutating your state. Like, what is going on? And this is something called the Embed library, which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. And now let me just write a comma, and then we're going to be also creating a decrement function as well. Now let me just pass my state right here, and we're going to be just writing a state.value -1 in this case. So what is going on in this area? We are now accessing our state directly. Like here you can see we have the value inside the state, and we are now accessing our state directly, and we are now mutating or changing, whichever name you prefer. We are now mutating or changing our state directly, and that's not allowed in React.Js because it's gonna work behind the scene, but it will not re-render your application. That's a big no-no in React.Js. But in Redux Toolkit, it uses something called the Embed library behind the scenes, so we can totally access our state, and then we can totally mutate our state directly right here. Okay, So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating first of all, let me just say that once again, this is how we are going to be grabbing the slice. This is how we are going to be using the slice. First of all, we have to pass the name, then we have to pass some sort of initial value to that, then we have to provide the reducers, and inside these reducers we're going to have to pass our actions right here. And now finally, let me just export that. So I'm going to just write like export const counter slice when now equals to this counter slice right here. So that's totally okay, but we would also have to export this increment action and also this decrement actions right here. And to do that, first of all, we're going to have to go a bit back, and now let me just write like export const, and we're going to be just exporting the increment and also a decrement from our counter slice dot actions. And please notice these are something called the actions with the s, not just the action. Let me just remove this s right here. Not just the action, these are plural. I can't pronounce this name, that's why I'm not doing that. These are plural, not a singular. Yeah, English isn't my first language, so that's why it is a bit difficult for me. And now let me just write export default, and let's just export our counter slice dot reducer. Okay, so that's everything we need for now. This is how we are going to be creating our slice. But now how we are going to be binding this slice or this logic to our store. Now let's just learn about that. So we successfully create our slice, but now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to add that slice reducer to our store. So the first thing which you want to do is that we are going to be grabbing our store, we are going to be grabbing our reducer, and inside this reducers, or reducer property, we are going to be passing the property of anything. You can give it the name of anything you want, but in my case I'm just giving it the name of counter, and we're now passing our reducer to that. So that's why it will totally work. So now let me just write our code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna just go ahead and go to my store once again, and here what I want to do is that I'm going to be grabbing my counter reducer right here. You can give it any name you like, and we are going to be first of all grabbing that from the feature, then go to the counter, and then go to the counter slice. Now let me just copy that, and here we can give it any name you like as a property, but in my case I'm going to just name it as a counter, and here we are going to be passing our counter slice. So everything is now successfully done, but the last part is missing, which is how we are going to be attaching this logic to our React components. And welcome to the final part of the Redux Toolkit. So now let's talk about how we are going to be using the Redux stat in action in the React components. So we are going to be using that by using the use selector hook and the use dispatch hook. It sounds a bit confusing and scary, but trust me, it's not. And then we're going to be also grabbing our actions right here, which is the increment and also a decrement. And then finally we are going to be using the use selector and the use dispatch. So now let's talk about what is a use selector and also the use dispatch. I don't want to confuse you. So the use selector hooks allows us to read the data from our Redux store, as simple as that. And the use dispatch function allows us to change that data which we are already reading by using this use selector. The dispatch function is used to send action to the store, triggering updates to application state. In simple terms, it lets you change the state of your Redux store from within your React component. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? And here you can see, first of all, we are going to be using the use selector to read some sort of a data from our store, and then we are going to be just executing the use dispatch. We are going to be just storing that in the dispatch function. And here we are going to be just passing our increment and also the decrement function right here, or action, whatever you want to call that. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just go ahead and first of all create a component outside from this app component. Let me just zoom in a bit. We are going to be creating a component outside from this app component, and we are going to be creating that inside this src. So I'm going to just give it the name of like components, and inside these components we are going to be creating another component of counter.jsx. This is going to be our React component. So now if you want to use the Redux logic inside our component, the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab the use selector. Let's just grab that like that. From where? From the Redux, not Redux, but the React and also the Redux library. So we are gonna also need the use dispatch hook as well, and let's just import our actions right here. So we're going to be importing our action from where? Let's just go ahead and go to our app component folder. Then we have to go ahead and go to the features, then we have to go to the counter, and inside this counter we are going to be getting our logic from this counter slice right here. Okay, so we are going to be just getting the increment and also a decrement actions. Okay, so now let me just go back, and now let's just create some sort of a component right here. I'm gonna just give it the name of counter right here, and inside this component, let's just remove that. And the first thing which you have to do is that we have to read the data from the Redux store, or just a store, whatever you want to call that. So we are going to be reading our data by using the use selector, and inside there we are going to be passing our arrow function. So you can pass the regular function if you want it. In my case, I'm going to be passing the arrow function. So now let me just write a stat, and here we are going to be passing our reducer properties. So what do I mean by that? Here, if I just write a counter and then dot value from there, this looks a bit scary, like where in the world is this counter coming from? This counter is coming from, let's just go ahead and go to a store, and here you can see we have a counter property, and we are going to be reading our data from the stat and also the counter. That was the counter, but where is this value coming from? So now let me just go ahead and go to the slice, and here you can see we have the value right here of the initial stat. Okay, so yeah, here we are going to be first of all getting this data, and now let me just store it in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just write like const count. You can give it any name you like, and then we are going to be changing, let me just write changing the data. Come on, changing, changing the data by sending actions to the store. You don't have to worry about this comment which I just wrote, but now let me just use the use dispatch function, and we are going to be storing there in the dispatch variable right here. Okay, so now first of all, let's just see, are we getting the data from our store? Let me just save my file, and now let me just refresh that, and we are not getting the data, I guess because we are not even using, yeah, we are not using this component anywhere. So now let me just go ahead and go to my app, and now let me just render my component right here. So I'm going to be using the counter right here. Let's just copy that, and let me just remove all of that, and let's just use that right here. And here you can see we are now getting the value of 0 right here, which is totally a-okay. But now we can totally change that data by using this dispatch function. So I'm going to just cut this count from here, and I'm going to be creating h1 right here. Now let me just place this count inside that h1, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create two buttons. So I'm going to be just creating a button. I'm going to just write a plus and then the minus right here, and I'm going to be also attaching the on click event handler on both of them, and we're going to be also passing the arrow function inside there. And here we're going to be passing the dispatch. What is the dispatch? Dispatch is a hook. Use dispatch is a hook, and it's gonna allows us to send our action. What is the action? Here you can see we have these actions right here, and based on their specific action we're going to be changing the data inside our store. So now let me just write my increment action right here, increment, and then I am going to be also writing a dispatch one more time, and here we're going to be also passing our decrement. But that's not cool. Why is that? Because these are functions. Now let me just show you that. Let's just go ahead and go to our slices, and here you can see this is a function, and also this is also a function. So now let me just execute both of them. So now let me just provide a parenthesis to that, and there you have it. That was the entire flow of the Redux toolkit. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us these buttons right here. But if I click on this button, it's going to allow us to increment our counter, and if I click on this button, so it's going to allow us to decrement our counter right here. Okay, so yeah, that sounds a bit confusing, but trust me, it's not. If you just create a few actions, and yeah, if you just play around with that, so you will totally get it. And I did my best to show you every single thing about the Redux toolkit. So now let's talk about the RTK query. Welcome to the next section of this course. So in this section we are going to be learning about the RTK query. So what is the RTK query and why you should care about that? So RTK query, aka the RTK, is specially designed to simplify the data fetching, caching and state management for the API calls in React and Redux applications. And that was it about the RTK query. That's the only definition I can give you. So in this section we are going to be learning about how we are going to be getting all the products, how we are going to be getting a specific, how we're going to be adding a product, how we're going to be updating a product and deleting a product. Okay, so yeah, that was just a quick intro to what a RTK query is. And now let's get into the setup. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to install a new setup. So I'm going to just cut all of them out. Oh, you know, let me just leave that right here. Now let me just open my terminal once again, and we are going to be creating yet another React project by using the weird. So I'm going to just rename this one to my RTK query or something like that. And now let me just hit enter right here. Now then we have to go ahead and go into there, my RTK query, not this one, my RTK apk query. And now let me just open, or before I open there, I'm going to be using the npm I to install all of the dependencies for that. And then we would also need to grab this command right here as well. I'm going to copy there right here, and now let me just wait for this one to complete. So everything is now successfully installed. The next thing which you have to do is that we have to install the Redux Toolkit and also the React Redux. So I'm going to just hit enter right here. So it's going to also install that in our machines. So now let me just wait for that to do its thing. And everything is now successfully installed. I'm going to open my VS Code right here. And now let's just grab that right here. And now let me just put that right here. Close this one. Let's just zoom in a bit. Okay, so the first thing which I want to do is that I want to do a bit of clean. I just accidentally deleted the src folder. God damn it. And here you can see that src folder is back. And now let me just delete these assets, and let's just delete this app, and also let's just clean up this one, write my rafce, then go to the index.css, remove that, and then we also have to remove this strict mode right here. We don't have to do that, but I just want to make everything clean. And yeah, that's just a setup of that's just a setup of RTK query. And I'm going to be using an npm run day one more time to run my application on this board. So now let me just click on that, and here you can see we have our app right here. So yeah, that was the setup. And now let's talk about how we are going to be creating a service, or you can say the slice in RTK query. So we are going to be creating a separate folder. I'm going to just name it as app, and inside this app folder we are going to be creating yet another folder. You can give it any name you like, but in the documentation they are suggesting to use the service vice, and inside this service we're going to be creating yet another file, and I'm going to just give it a name of like dummy data, or yeah, dummy data or API data. You can give it any name you like, but in my case I'm going to just give it the name of like dummy data.js. and now inside there we're going to be performing almost all of our logic, but the first thing which you have to do is that we also have to create our store. Okay, so now let me just create a file inside this app directory, not inside the not inside the service, but inside the app directory. So we're going to be creating a file. Now let me just give it the name of like store.js right here, and inside the store the first thing which you want to do is that you want to grab or configure store from where, from our Redux Toolkit, and then we have to just execute this configure store right here, and we're going to be passing our object, and inside this object we're going to be passing the reducer in a few seconds, and we're going to have to do a lot more than that, but we just have to write export and then just export our state right here. And now let's just attach that to, not this one, but to our main component. So we're going to be just grabbing our store from where, let's just grab that let's just go ahead and go to our app directory, and let's just grab it from there, and we will also need to grab the provider from, let's just write a provider from the React Redux, and let's just copy and wrap it with this app component. What the hell am I doing? Let's just hit enter right here, and here we're going to be just placing that. Let's just close that, and let's just place our entire application inside this provider. Now let me just write a store and bind that. So now let me just save my file, and yeah, that was the setup. But now let's talk about the service. So how in the world we're going to be creating our service, and then we're going to be using that service inside our store. Now inside this service file we're going to be doing almost all of our API logic, like how we're going to be getting the data, how we're going to be posting the data, deleting something, and all of that kind of stuff by using our dummy API. But in the project we are going to be using a real API. If you care about that, so you can definitely watch my entire project on that, but if you don't care about that, so you don't even have to worry about that. So for now we are going to be just working with a dummy API. So now we are going to be importing two things. So the first thing which we are going to be importing is the create API, and then the fetch base query. Okay, so from where we are going to be grabbing all of that from the Redux Toolkit, and then the query and React. Okay, so we're going to be grabbing all of that stuff, not all of them, but these two stuff from this Redux Toolkit, and then query and from the React.Js. And now let's just create an instance of the create API, and inside there we're going to be passing our object right here. And inside this object, as we learned in the slices, so we have to write a name, but not right here. Here we're going to have to provide the path. So I'm going to just write a reducer path, and inside this reducer path we are going to be just providing some name right here. In my case, I'm going to just give it the name of like products. You can give it any name you like. So you can think about that as like a name for our create API method. And now we are going to be just passing our base query, like where in the world we are going to be fetching our data, like what will be the URL from where we are going to be fetching all of our data. So now let me just write my fetch base query, and inside there we are going to be just passing our curly braces, and here we just have to write a base URL, and here we are going to be just passing our URL right here. So if you are working with the real API and you just created that by using Express.js and MongoDB and all of that kind of stuff, which I already show you in my merge stack course, so you can totally provide that. But in my case we are going to be just working with the dummy API. So now let me just place the link of that. So we are going to be fetching our data by using this dummy API. Okay, so now let me just provide a comma, and then here we just have to provide our endpoints. So now let me just provide endpoints, like from which specific URL we are going to be grabbing our data. So now let me just show you the documentation of the dummy API. Okay, so I'm going to just click on this one, and here I want you to just come to this link, which is dummyjson.com, and it is supremely wide. So now let me just make that dark. I just click on that docs, and it just brings us to this page right here. So here you can see we're going to be posting, or we are going to be getting our data from this dummy JSON API, and we have a lot of endpoints right here for different kind of things. So we can also get the resources, we can just limit that, and we can do a lot of stuff with that, but we are not going to be doing all of them. So now let me just show you, like for instance, if you want to get all of the products. So for that we are going to be working with let me just show you the endpoint. So for that we are going to be using this products endpoint right here. Let me just highlight that for you. We are going to be fetching our data by using this endpoint, so it's going to give us all of our products. So now let me just copy this link, and now let me just paste that right here in the new tab. So it's going to give us all of that data with title, description, and images, and every single thing right here. So it's gonna just give us all of the products. Then the next one we have is a specific product, like for instance if you want to get a specific product like one page. So now let me just copy this line of code, and now let me just place it right here. So it's gonna just only gives us one product right here, and if you want to just get the second product or something like that, so I'm gonna just provide a 2, and it's gonna just gives us the second product with the ID of 2 right here. Okay, so you can learn more about this API by yourself, but yeah, here we are going to be passing that specific endpoint. We already provide our base API URL right here. Then we are going to be working with some sort of a endpoint. So now let me just provide some sort of an endpoint right here. In this case we're going to have to pass our arrow function, and for the perimeter we are going to be passing the builder, and inside that let me just provide my curly braces right here, and inside there we are going to be doing a bit of magic, or RTK will do a bit of magic. So let's suppose if you want to get all of the products from this specific API, so we're going to have to work with this endpoint right here, which is the products. Okay, so for that here we're going to be just creating our endpoint right here, and here we just have to pass our API endpoint. You can give it any name you like, but in my case I'm going to just give it the name of like get all products would be fine. Okay, once again you can give it any name you like, but in my case I'm going to just give it the name of like get all products, and it's going to be set to the builder dot query. And why are we writing a query right here? We are first of all using this builder perimeter, which this endpoint will tag, and we are using this method on there. Well, in this case we want to get all of the products, so that's why we are now writing a query. If we have to change some sort of a data in this endpoint, like for instance if you want to change something or update something or delete something, so for that we're going to have to write a mutation. In this case we are not changing the data, we are only getting a data from a specific endpoint of this URL. So for that we are going to have to just pass the query. We are reading the data, or you can just write a reading the data. So we are reading the data, so that's why we are now using this query method right here. And inside this query method we are going to be passing our object, and inside this object we just have to write a query. Okay, so if we just write a query, and here we just have to pass our arrow function, and then finally we just have to pass our endpoint. So you can use a single quote, you can use a double quotes, or you can also use these backticks right here, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. But here I'm going to be just sending requests to this products right here. So what are we doing? I'm going to cut that from here, and I am going to just place that right here. So this is what we are doing. So our base URL is this URL, and we are now currently working with this products endpoint. So that's why we are going to have to pass this endpoint right in here. So now let me just save that. So now we successfully create our endpoint right here, but the real magic happens right here. So what do I mean by the magic? By magic, I mean that RTK query will automatically create a hook based on this endpoint. So how in the world we are going to be using that hook, or how in the world we are going to be even seeing that hook? Okay, so the syntax is looking a bit confusing, but I want you to bear with me for a few seconds. So we are going to be exporting const, and we're going to be exporting something from where we're going to be exporting that from the product API, which we already store right here. Okay, so we are going to be exporting something from this product API. So what are we exporting? Well, we just name our endpoint the get all products. What RTK query will do for us behind the scene is going to just create some sort of a string, and inside that string we already have the use, and we already have either the query or we have the mutation. Okay, so in this case we are working with the query because we want to just query some sort of a products right here. So here you can see we are working with the query method, so that's why the RTK query will behind the scene add the use first of all, and then it's gonna also add this query right here at the end, and at the middle of this hook it's gonna add this get all products. So now let me just place that right here, and I already told you that the syntax will look a bit confusing, but trust me, it's not. And what it will do is that it's gonna just make it as a uppercase G, and then the rest of them will be in lowercase, just like in a camel case, whatever you want to call that. So then it's gonna just remove these empty spaces, and this is what's going on behind the scenes. So first of all, we can create our endpoint like this, or we can work with our endpoints, and you can give it any name you like. You can give it the name of banana, you can give it the name of apple, you can give it any name you like. And then what RTK query will do behind the scene is that it's going to add this use as inside a string, and then it's going to add the query. So here is a bit of logic. If you are working with a mutation, which I'm going to also show you in a few seconds, so it's going to add that mutation right here. So mutation right here, but in this case we are working with a query, so it's going to add this query right here, and then we have this get all products method right here, okay, or hook. So it's going to just create the same hook for us. So now let me just remove that, and we did not create this hook right here by ourselves. So if I just write the use, and here you can see it's going to give us that get all products query. So if I click on that, and here you can see it's going to give us that use first of all, and then it's going to make this first letter uppercase and the rest of them lowercase, or in camel case, whatever you want to call that, and finally it's going to attach this query at the end. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and that was the entire logic. Okay, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab these two methods, and then we have to just execute this method. We have to give it some sort of a name or the reducer path, whatever you want to call that. Inside this base query, we are going to be just specifying our API URL, and then we are going to be sending requests to specific URL. Okay, so in this case we are just sending requests to this product, so it's going to just give us all of their products, and based on this specific endpoint it's going to just create a specific hook for us. And first of all, it's going to just attach the use first of all, and then at the end it's going to also attach the query, and inside there it's going to just add our endpoint name. Yeah, that was a lot of talking. Now we successfully create our API right here, but now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to register that inside our store. So to register that inside our store, the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab one thing which is called the setup listener. You don't have to worry about this thing right here, which I'm about to show you right here. You don't even have to worry about this setup listener. You have to write that, but you don't have to worry about that. The next thing which you have to do is that we have to grab our product API from this specific services folder, and then we have a dummy data. So now we successfully grab this product API from there, and now let me just go ahead and go to the reducer, and we just have to register that. So now let me just register that right here, but here is a bit of catch. We are not going to be writing a property and then value specific to that property. First of all, we're going to be just writing an opening bracket and then the closing bracket, because currently we are working with the RTK query, not just the Redux Toolkit. We are working with the RTK query. So then we just have to copy the name, and now let me just place that right here. Then we have to use the dot, and here we are going to have to just provide this reducer path, so I'm gonna just copy that. Now let me just place it right here, and it's gonna be equals to this product API and then reducer. Okay, so you just have to do that. And now you might be asking like, what in the world is this setup listener? It is only helpful for caching, and then you have to also attach two more things which you also don't worry about. Don't worry about this code which I'm writing right here, but you have to specify this code. So this is a middleware, and it's gonna just only help you with the caching, nothing else than that. Okay, so then finally we just have to use this setup listener and provide our dispatch to it. So now let me just call this setup listener, and we're going to be just providing a store and then dispatch. And now let me just god damn, what the hell did I just do? So now let me just save that. So, and that was the entire setup or the entire flow of RTK query. Let me just rewind that once again very quickly. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab every single thing, then we have to provide a name for our API, and then here we're going to be just passing our base query, and we're going to be providing some sort of a URL, and based on that endpoints it's going to just create a hook for us, and then we're going to have to register that by using the by first of all grabbing the setup listener, and also we have to grab our API. And inside there we're going to be just using these brackets, and inside these brackets we're going to have to use our API name and then specific path which we are already providing right here, and then we have to just set that to our API reducer. That's all the thing that you have to do, and that was just the entire setup of RTK query. Next we are going to be learning about how we are going to be using that specific endpoint which we already created right here inside our app component or React component. So to use this endpoint, the first thing which you have to do is that we have to create a separate folder inside the src folder. So we're going to be creating a folder. I'm going to just give it a name of like components, and inside this component we're going to be just first of all creating all products.jsx. Now let me just use my RAFCE, save my file, and now let's just register that inside my app components. Now let's just remove that, and now let me just add my all products, and now let's just close that, save my file. Let's just go back and let me just show you that, and here you can see we are now getting all of the products right here, which is okay. Let's just close every single thing, and now we have to go ahead and go to this component, and the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab our specific hook which we already created right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and show you that. Let me just go ahead and go to my dummy data, and we're going to be just getting this hook. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy the name of this hook, and we're going to be first of all importing that hook from, let's just go ahead and go to the app, then we have to go to the service, then we have to go to the dummy dot or dummy data. Okay, so now let me just save that. Let's just go back, and now we have to use that. So I'm gonna just copy that, and now we have to call this hook right here. So I'm gonna just write like const res, it's gonna be equals to this use get all products query, and here what I want to do is that I want to write a const.log of res, and now let's just save that, and now let me just refresh that. Let me just make that as a dark, right click on that and go to the inspect area, and now let me just zoom in a bit. So it's gonna just gives us a lot of objects, and I'm gonna tell you why. Let's just refresh that. So here in this case we are now fetching our data. So first of all it's gonna just gives us the empty status right here, then it's gonna give us the status of pending, and then finally it's gonna gives us the status of fulfilled, because we are sending requests to the actual endpoint. So that's why we are now getting all of the data, and here you can see we have the current data, and we have a products, and inside this products we have all of the products. So we have a brand, we have the category, description, discount, we have the ID, the images, we also have the prices, every single thing that we currently have right here. And we also have something which I also want to show you, but let's just collapse this one, and we have the data right here, but we have okay this one. So here you can see we have a is error property, and it is now set to false because we don't have any errors and we are getting our data. But if we have some sort of error, so we would render that specific error right here. Then we have a is loading, we can also provide a loader based on that, and we have a is success, so we can totally use that. So now let me just use that right here. Instead of talking, I just want to write some code. So the first thing which you want to do is that let's just let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to be just destructuring first of all the data, and then we are going to be also destructuring this is error which I already show you, and we're going to be also destructuring this is loading as well. Okay, so now let me just provide some sort of like if statement. You don't have to do that, but I am going to do that because if you have some sort of error, so if is error, so what do you want to do in that? We just want to return the h1, and I'm going to just say like, oh no we got an error or something like that. And if we have a loader, I mean, like if we have a loading is loading, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to return the h1, come on, h1, and we are going to be just writing a loading dot dot dot. Let's just remove that empty space from there, save our file and refresh there. So it's going to just give us that loader for a second, and then it's going to just give us that all products right here. Okay, so we are getting the data, so everything is working okay, like we are getting the data, but now we have to iterate over through all of that data and render that right here inside this div. So now let me just remove that from here, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my data right here if we have the data. So what do you want to do? We are going to be just getting the products from that data, and we are going to be iterating over through all of that product. So we are going to be just passing this arrow function, and then we are going to be just rendering all of the products by using this h1. So now let me just write h1 right here, and here we just have to pass the product title, and then we have to also provide a key, and we just have to provide a specific id key. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to just give us all of that data and all of the titles from that data right here. So we have a Samsung, we have a lot of data right here. Okay, so you can render all of the data, you can provide a styling to that, or you can even provide more logic than that. But now let me just log that data to the console. So we have a console.log of data, save our file, and here you can see it's going to just give us that. Let's just click on this. So here you can see we're now fetching our data from this product. So we have a specific product, so you can grab the brand, you can grab the category, you can grab the description. So now let me just grab a description right here. So I'm going to be just writing a paragraph, and let's just render our paragraph dot description. What was that description? Yeah, let's just copy that, and now let me just place it right here, save our file, but we have to wrap that inside the fragment, so that's why it is freaking out right here. So now let's just close that and save that, and here you can see it's going to also give us that descriptions right here. You can render all of that data right here, but I guess that was enough for this specific example. And yeah, this is how we are going to be getting the data, this is how we are going to be handling the errors if we got one, and this is how we are going to be providing a specific loader. You can even provide a PNG right here, or you can even style this loader to something else by using Tailwind CSS or a built-in loaders or something like that, but in my case that's it, baby. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be getting all of the data. And now let's talk about how we are going to be getting a specific product by ID. So here you can see back to our dummy data, and I'm going to just remove that, and here we are going to be creating yet another endpoint. So I'm going to just give it a name of like get product by ID. Okay, and here we're going to be just writing a builder dot, come on, builder dot query once again, because we are fetching the data, we are not mutating the data. And here we're going to be just passing the ID right here in this case, and now we are going to be sending our request to the products and then a specific ID right here. Okay, so now let me just show you the documentation of, let me just go ahead and go to there, and here you can see we're going to be just specifying some sort of a dynamic ID to there. So that's why we are now getting the ID, and we are now rendering that ID dynamically. So now let's just create a hook based on that. It is already built, so we don't have to create that by ourselves. So we are going to be just writing a use, and here you can see we have a use products by ID. There we go. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us that use products by ID. Let me just copy that, and now we have to use that inside or another component. And I'm going to be creating a component given name of like specific specific product.jsx right here, and I'm going to be using the RFCE. Save my file and copy there. Come on, copy there. Let's just go ahead and go to the app. We have to comment this line out, and what the hell did I just do? Let's just place it right here, save my file, and we have to also even grab that. So let's just grab that, and now let me just show you there right here. So here you can see we are now getting specific product, and now let's just work with that. I'm going to even comment this line out, save my file, and now let's work with this specific product. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab our hook from this dummy data, which is already created right here. So now let me just copy that, and we are going to be grabbing that hook right here. From where? From, let's just go ahead and go to the app, then we have to go to the service, then we have to go to the dummy data. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just write const data, and then is error if you have one, and then is loading. It is loading. There we go. From where? From this hook. And here we are going to be just passing some sort of a dynamic ID. So in my case, I'm going to just specify 2 in this case. So now let me just log that data to the console. So now let me just save that and refresh. Let me open my dev tools, and here you can see it's going to just first of all give us the undefined, and then it's going to give us the brand of Apple, and then it's going to give us the category of smartwatch. Now let me just copy that and show you that whether it's working or not. So I'm going to just specify 2 right here, and it's going to indeed gives us the ID of 2 and the title of iPhone X. What the hell? Where is the category? Let me just show you the category. Come on, let's just search for the category. There we go. So the category is smartphones. Yeah, it is working totally okay. So we are getting something right here, so we can totally do a lot of things with that. But you know what, let me just copy this logic from this component. So I'm going to be just copying this logic, and now let me just place that logic right here. So if you have some sort of error, then just show this error, and if you have some sort of a loading, so we are going to be just providing this loader right here, which is totally okay. But now we have to work with this actual data which we are already getting right here. So now let's just remove that from here, and inside this div we are going to be just creating h1. And first of all, we have to just specify if we have the data. So what do you want to do? We just want to get the brand from there. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us the brand of Apple. And now let's just duplicate that if you have some sort of a data. So we also want to get the category if you wanted to save our file, and here you can see it's going to give us that category. Now let me just duplicate that. We can also get the description if you want to save our file, and it's going to also give us their description right in here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be fetching a specific product by using this query right here. So we can specify different kind of IDs. So let's just provide a 5 ID, save our files. So it's going to give us different data based on that, and now I can just specify like I guess 10 save files is going to give us totally different data. Okay, so yeah, so now I want to add a new product. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my dummy data, and here let's just go ahead and go to this endpoint, and I'm going to be creating a different endpoint which will be add new product. And here we are going to be using the builder.mutation because we are adding a product, we are doing something. We are not just querying the data, we are not just fetching the data, we are doing something with that data. So in this case we are going to be just adding a new data or new item to our specific endpoint, not actually because we cannot provide our new data to someone else API, but I'm going to just show you a success message or something like that. So in this case we have to use the mutation right here. So what I want to do is that I want to provide my object right here, and the syntax will be totally the same. In this case we are going to be querying the data, and we are going to be also providing a new product to it. And now let's just provide our object once again, and here we're going to be just passing the URL, and the URL in this case will be now set to this product. And now let me just show you that we're going to be sending our request to, let me just show you that. So here you can see we have add a new product. So here you can see get a single product, not this one, but add a product. How we are going to be doing that. Now let me just click on that, and yeah, here you can see this is how we are going to be adding a product. So we are going to be using this API. The endpoint will be products and then add. Okay, so we are going to be also providing the method of post, and the headers will be content and application JSON, and the body will be set to this and that. Okay, I don't want to waste your time, but now let me just show you that. So in this case we are going to be just passing the add right here. Now let me just provide a comma here. So this is going to be our endpoint. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to also pass the method. In this case we are posting the data, so that's why we have to provide a post method. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to also specify the headers as well, and the headers in this case they are now taking the content and then type, and here it's going to be equals to the application slash JSON. Okay, now let me just provide a comma, and then we also have to specify the body, and for the body we are going to be attaching this new product to it, which we are already providing inside the perimeter. So we are going to be using that right here. So now let me just save that, and it's going to already create this hook for us. So I'm going to just write like use, and here you can see add new product mutation. Now let me just save that, and it's gonna just make it a bit cool. I'm gonna copy that, and here let's just create a new separate component for that. So add new product.jsx. I'm going to be using the RAFC one more time, and now let me just save that once again, copy that and import that right here. Let's just comment this line out, and import that right here. Let me just hit enter right here, and I'm gonna be just commenting this line out, and yeah, let's just save there. And here you can see we are now getting add a new product. Now I'm gonna just go to my component, and then I'm going to copy that, and now let me just use that right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just grab that first of all, and then we are going to be just going into our app, and then we have to go to the services, and then we have to go to the demo data. Now let me just create an instance of that, but here is a bit of catch. I'm going to just write a res, and it's going to be equals to the same method or hook, whatever you want to call that. But if I just log to the console this res, save my file and refresh there, right click on that and go to the inspect element, and here you can see it's going to give us array, not an object like in these cases. If you were to grab our data, so we were destructuring our data by using this syntax, which is the object destructuring. But now in this case, it is giving us the array. Okay, so inside this array we have a status, and we have a is error, loading, success, and every single thing right here. So you know what, let me just show you. Now I don't want to go to the prototype, but here you can see we have that function which we already created. So it is taking the name and every single thing. We don't have to care about that, but we are going to be destructuring all of this data by using the array syntax or array destructuring syntax. So I'm going to just remove this res from here, and in this case we have to specify the array destructuring syntax, and in this case we have to just write add new product. So new product in this case. So why are we doing that? This is going to be the function which we are going to be using to add a new product. So we are now using this add new product right here. So I'm going to copy that, and we can totally use that right here, but we are going to be also destructuring a nested destructure. So this is the array destructure, and inside there we have the object destructure. So inside this object we are going to be first of all destructuring our data. We're going to be also destructuring the error and also the is loading. We're not going to be taking care of the rest of them, but you know, let me just take care of that. Let me just show you every single thing. God damn it. So let me just provide, if you have some sort of an error, so what do you want to do with that error? We are going to be just writing like error or something like that. And if you have some sort of a loader, so is loading, so we are going to be just returning the h1. Come on, let me just return my h1 of loading dot dot dot. So now let me just save that. So everything is completed, but now we are left with the add new product and also this data right here. So now let me just take care of that. While I was writing the rest of the code, I just realized that I made a mistake right here inside a product. It shouldn't be a product, it should be a products with S. So now let me just save that, and here first of all we are going to be using this add new product, and then we are going to be using this data. So then we would be able to see like which kind of data we added. So I'm going to just go ahead and create some sort of a function right here. Or you know, first of all let me just create a button right here. So now let's just create a button. I'm going to create a button, and I'm going to just say like add new product right here, and we're going to be adding a new product. But first of all we're going to be just attaching some sort of an event handler. So we have an on click event handler, and we're going to be just passing some sort of a function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, which will be handle add product right here. Okay, and we're going to be also providing a disable stat on there, and if it's loading then it should be disabled. So now let me just save that, but now let's just create this function right here up above. So let's just create or add new add new function or add handle add product, and it should be an asynchronous function because this is not our code we are currently working with, the API. So this should be an asynchronous code, and inside there we are going to be using the try and catch blocks. For the catch block, we are not going to be writing a total error, we are going to be just writing a err. And now let me just place that right here. And for the try block, what do you want to do? First of all we are going to be creating a new product, so I'm going to just write like a new product, or you know, a product data would be fine. And we are going to be just writing like some sort of ID to it, like ID will be 1, the title will be like amazing t-shirt or something like that, and description will be, I don't know, I'm gonna just copy a description from somewhere. So now let me just place this description right here. So now let me just save that. Now we successfully create our product, but now we have to use this function which is the add new product. So now let me just copy that, and I'm going to just place it right here, but I'm going to call that. But first of all we have to use the await, because currently we are working with the asynchronous function, and inside this function it is requiring the perimeter of what do we call it, the new product. So we have to pass some sort of a product to it. So we already created our product. So now let me just copy this product name, And then now let me just place it right here, save our file. We already bind this method right here, but now the next thing which you have to do is that we want to see something once we add some data right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just place this coding right here, save my file. So what are we doing? First of all, we are getting the ID, then we are getting the title and also description. So now let me just save that and refresh that, and here you can see it's going to just give us that add new product button which we already created right here. But now if I click on that, it's going to just give us the loading, and then it's going to give us that data right here. So it's going to give us that ID, it's going to give us that amazing t-shirt and also this description which we already provided right in here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be adding a new product to our dummy API by using the builder mutation. So now let's update our product. Not really, but yeah, I am going to show you that because docs allows us to do that, so we are going to be doing something about that. So let's just use our builder mutation because currently we're going to be mutating or changing the data. So it's going to take a specific ID and then the updated product right here. Okay, so now inside there, what do you want to do? We're going to be just specifying the URL, and we're going to be sending a request to a specific URL which will be a products and the specific ID, but we have to provide the parentheses right here. Okay, let's just provide our parentheses right here, and I'm going to also provide a comma here. And now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to add the method, and the method will be put. You can learn more about that in the documentation if you wanted to, but headers will be the content type, and it's going to be now equals to the application and then JSON. Okay, so now let me just provide the final thing which will be the body, and we're going to be just writing the updated product right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and based on that we're going to be just creating a new hook which will be the use update product mutation. So now let me just copy that, cut this file out, and now we are going to be creating yet another component. So update product.js6, and here we're going to be using the RFCE. Save my file, copy there, and now let me just comment this line out, and here we're going to be just passing this update product right here. Okay, so let's just provide our update product, and now let's just comment this line out, save my file, and let's just check it out. So here you can see we have our update product right here, and now inside there, the first thing which you want to do is that you want to go ahead and go to our dummy data, and we have to copy that, and we have to copy the hook, and we have to just import that right here. So we are going to be importing that from where? From, or let's just go to the app, then we have to go to the service, then we have to select the dummy data right here. Okay, now let me just copy that, and you already know that we are currently working with the mutations. So for that we have to use the array destructuring. So we are going to be grabbing the updated product and also the data and the error, and the is loading right here. Okay, let's just go back, save our file, and now let me just take care of the errors and stuff. So I'm going to be just writing an error if you have one. So let's just write our h1, and then let's just render that specific error. And now I guess I'm going to also take care of the loader as well if we have some sort of a is loading. So then we just want to write h1 and loading ... Okay, save our file, and now let's just take care of the rest of the data. I'm going to be creating a separate button right here. Let me just name that as, or label that as update product, and we're going to be attaching the event listener on there which will be the on click, and let's just add the handle update product, and it is going to be disabled if it is loading. Okay, so yeah, now let me just create that right here. So I'm going to copy that, and now let's just create that right in here. It will be the asynchronous function because we are working with the API. So now inside there we're going to be using the try and catch block. Let's just provide the console.log of error right here, and for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to provide like updated updated product data is going to be equals to some sort of updated title and title updater or something like that. I'm going to also use the emoji of this one right here. Save my file, and then we're going to be just writing await, and then we have to use our update product, and we have to specify first of all some sort of ID to it. So the ID will be just a product ID. Then we have to use our await and our function which will be update product, and inside that, you know what, I want to do something. I want to provide a prop right here which will be the ID. So I'm going to just write the product ID. So I'm going to just write a product ID, and it's going to be equals to 2 would be, or 4 would be fine. So now I'm gonna just save that, and we also have to destructure that right here. So I'm gonna just write like product ID, and now let me just copy that, and now here inside there, why are we getting the error? Yeah, let me just paste it right here. So inside there we're going to be passing the object, and here we just have to specify the ID, and ID will be this product ID, and then we have to pass our updated product, and it's going to be equals to the updated product data right here. Okay, let's just select that, save my file, but I don't know why we are getting this error right here. Okay, aware it has no effect on the type of this expression, but we are going to be still providing it anyways. So yeah, that's that. I'm gonna also have to just render my title right here. I'm gonna just place it right here. So if you have some sort of a data, then we want to get a specific title, because currently we are only changing this title right here. So here you can see it's gonna give us that button, but if I click on that, it's gonna give us an error. Okay, so updating a product, invalid hook call. Hooks can only be called inside of the body of the component. What are we doing? It shouldn't be updated, it should be just update product. I'm gonna copy that, and now let me just place that right here, update product here, and also yeah, update product. There we go. So now let me just save that. Let's just refresh there, and here you can see that error is gone. But now if I click on this update product, so it's gonna give us that title updated right here, which is our own data. Okay, so we can change that to like something else, or something like that. Now let me just save that, refresh there, and click on this update product, so it's gonna give us that something else right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be updating a data by using the RTK query. So now let's talk about the final part of this project, so which will be deleting a product. So we're going to be creating yet another component, which will be delete product .uct.jsx. I'm going to be using the RAFCE, copy the delete product, and now let me just render there right here. And I'm going to be also passing a specific ID for that. So I'm going to just write a product ID, and in this case we are going to be just deleting the ID of 2, and then we have to just write this delete product right here. So it's going to just auto import that right here. Now let me just comment this line out, put that up above, save my file. Let's just go to our dummy API dummy data. There we go. Okay, so now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to delete a product. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Delete product will be now equals to the builder.mutation, because we are changing something, we are mutating something. So that's why we have to specify the method of mutation, and then we have to specify some sort of ID for that, and inside there we're going to be passing our URL, and it should be in the parentheses. I always forget to include the parentheses right here. So now let me just provide a products, and then we are going to be just rendering a specific product, and based on that specific ID we are going to be just deleting our product. So now let me just provide delete in uppercase. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let's just create a hook for that. So use delete product hook or mutation, save my file and remove them. Let me just go ahead and grab that right here. I'm going to be just grabbing this hook by using the name export. So now let me just go ahead and go to my app, and then we have to go to the service, then we have to go to the dummy data. Let me just copy that from here, and inside there you already know what we have to do, because we learned a lot about RTK query. And now let me just place it right here. We also even have to destructure our product ID right here, and then inside there we're going to be also providing our delete product, and let's just provide our data and also the error, and also is loading. Okay, so I'm going to just steal that other code from this add new product right here. I'm gonna just copy that, and also this one, and now let me just place it right here. Finally, let's just create a button right here. I'm gonna just create a button which will say delete product right here. Okay, and finally now let me just attach the on click event handler, which will say the handle delete product, and it's going to be also disabled when it is loading. Okay, so now let's just create that right here. I'm going to just create that right here. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and inside there we're going to be using the try and catch block. For the catch block we are going to be providing that error, and also we're going to have to provide the await, and then just we have to execute or delete product, and we have to specify their product ID, okay, which we are getting right here. Okay, Okay, so yeah, that's there, but we also have to render some sort of a data right here so we can see something that something has been deleted. So now let me just write my h1 and let's just see if we have the data.title. So what do you want to do in that case? We just have to render over data.title successfully deleted would be fine. And if that's not the case, we just want to provide empty string. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we have our delete product button. But now if I click on that, it's going to give us the loader, and then it's going to just give us that iPhone X has been successfully deleted from the database. So yeah, that was a lot about Redux Toolkit and RTK query. And next we are going to be building a project.